What could be better than soaking up the sun with an ice-cold Pepsi?
Oh, should we bring it in a few seconds early? Shall we have a look at something beautiful? Woo, it's not my face, it's the scene. What is up, one and all? Happy Sunday to everyone joining in on the YouTube, on the Twitch side. It's time for our first tournament. That's right, we had to do it. KP's, I know it sounds weird to say my own name. KP's pre-season 9 showdown. That's right, we have got a tournament. Double elimination. 16 players. We actually got a last-minute submission and won the top 10 in the rankings in professional play. So we have got 16 players who are about to clash in a double elim format for the lion's share of a $150 prize pool tournament. All a one-day event. It's going to be a wild one as well because although it's double elimination, there is brutal lack of forgiveness here. If you end up in that lower bracket, anywhere but the absolute final slot, the lower bracket finals, you'll end up with a best-of-1 matchup. It's pretty harsh. It's pretty brutal. So there's not much room for mistakes to be made. Let me just confirm something. If you're quick to... I think so anyway, they added... All right, so just confirm everyone, bracket's not started. Bracket should have started. Starting... Give me a second. Sorry, guys. First time using Start GG, and I thought I had everything. Uh-oh. Are we good to go? Start time 1 PM BST. We should be good to go. Give me a sec. Why is the bracket not starting? I can't start the bracket. Have I got any Start GG whiz kids in the chat? Seeing what model we've published here. Everything's correct here. There's no reason why the bracket shouldn't start. Unless I need to add the wave. I think that's why. Okay, start time now. Save. I believe that means I can now kick off the... Well, yeah, I mean, admittedly, like, everything... I went through this with someone on Start, like, who's used Start GG before. I can show you guys what I'm dealing with right now. I'm literally stuck on this screen. The blank screen. We are stuck here. But I can't click the start button. We've got all players bar one checked in, so I don't know if that is... Maybe we need to finalize? Sassy's not checked in, that's why. Give me 1 second. Checking quick, closing it in a minute. So his Trackle might get a buy if Sass is not here, because I can't hold it much longer. It's learning, right? Wait, what does the plus do? Wait, what? Well, I just checked him in for himself. Not sure I was meant to do that. Let me... Can I start the bracket? Okay, well, he's not... No, he's not checked in. So I can't check him in. Should we get Ramen in chat? Because I want to get started. I don't want to keep the players waiting. I think what we'll do is I haven't heard from Sass. So what I can do, chat, is I believe if I go to attendees, we can remove Sass. Which is unfortunate. It would have been nice to have had him. But I haven't heard anything. I think he's the only player to not check in. And if we can avoid a buy, it's nice. So we're going to remove Sass. Things might be about to shuffle, so it might tilt a few people. But we'll just perfectly slot in Ramen. So Ramen, I don't think he's... well, he might be getting... Oh, Jesus Christ, Ramen. Which one is you? Is it Ramen Cup? This one? Is it Jason Lee or Ramen Cup? Make this quick because all the boys are waiting and they want to start. Sorry, guys. You can tell this is my first time doing the adminning side with Start GG. I do feel as if this platform is a little bit overly complicated, or at least appears overly complicated. So if I put that in like that, should that bring your name up? Did that work? I don't know if that helped. Oh my god, it won't even let me delete. Boom, got you. Alright, adding you in. And if you want to quickly check in so I can lock the bracket, let me have a look at where we're at now. That may have shuffled things slightly. Join my Discord as well, Ramen, please, so I can add you to the channels with all the info that you'll need. But that means, where are you? Okay, I appreciate you coming in the last second, Ramen. I think we might just keep it like that so that you go up against... Wait, did that change everything else? I think it did. So, I think your seeding is like... Off the top of my head, I'm pretty sure you're about here, if I'm not mistaken. So now if I save that... Yeah. So the commiseration is Sassy. He won't be in this one. Yeah, apologies, guys. It's taking a few moments to start. Ramen, can you get checked in, please? Why is it still showing Sass? Sass isn't here anymore. Is the check-in broken? Ramen, you checking in now? Quick. Sorry about this, boys. Hey, you know, you learn, like, I think this is nice as well. You can't find it. You can't find this tournament here, the check-in. Can I check you in for you? There. I think that works. You're checked in. Brackets have been initiated. Let me just give this to the players so there's no confusion about it. Should be good to go. Happy hunting. All right, there we go. Woo. Yeah, Sass is probably still sleeping. I mean, dude, I was out celebrating like a kind of like a mini stag do from my best friend who's getting married on Friday. I still woke up to organize a tournament. That's all I'm going to say. All right, I'm not going to dig into him too deep. But I believe the goal was to go for Louis MT versus Deniska. Obviously, Deniska shifted, but I imagine that was, no offense to Deniska, more for the Louis factor. Looking at these matchups, I was weighing between B and Ezra or Louis and Ramen. No permission to see bracket. Oh, that's... Wait. Let me double check. I'm going to check in a different browser so that I don't have the extra crap. But the bracket should be visible for you guys publicly. I'm pretty sure it's been published. So if I go... Is it tournament? So if you go view bracket... Yeah, what? How do I publish the bracket? Give me a sec, guys. Sorry about this. Like I said, this platform is unnecessarily complicated. So, there should be... bracket setup?
So, Mr. Guardiola, what's been troubling you? I'm tired, Doc.
Registration... admin permissions? Please tell me I've got an admin in chat who can help with this. I literally went through all of this with, like, someone who knows it beforehand, just to be safe. And they're like, yeah, everything should be right. Dashboard. I'm in dashboard. Yep, here. Does Hosen know? Pog? Is this why? Ah, publish? Is that it? That might be it. Okay, refresh. I think we got it. Thank you, Hosen. View brackets. No? Everything is published. It works? Okay, it must have just been a bigger delay. All right. Apologies for that, folks. Apparently that works. Fantastic. So, I think we are good to get underway. We're going to be doing the Louis series here. So I'm going to open up my game so we can get ready as well. Sorry about that, guys. Like, it's the first, like, it is legit the first time I've used AoE4. I probably should have tried, like, a mock tournament setup, but I was fairly confident going through it with someone. But if these are the biggest issues we get, I'm happy. Is it best of 5? We don't know. So we are in the round of 16, right? Round of 16 is best of 3s. If you... How's that? Ram, have you joined my server, by the way? I can add you to the channel. There is a channel with all the info in it. So we have got... What we've got today, guys, we're going to have round... It's going to be best of 3s for the round of 16, and then best of 5s all the way through the upper bracket until the grand finals, which will be a best of 7. Lower bracket is full best of 1s, except the finals of the lower bracket, which will be a best of 3. You joined? Fantastic. All right, give me a sec, and I will add you to the permission group. I was so happy as well. I was like, I got everything lined up perfectly. Everything is great. But I knew there was going to be some last-second things. Okay, Ramen, you should be able to see the Pup Showdown comms, which should have anything you need specific. There's a result posting page. All players, please do post your draft links in the player draft links so that I have them. We will be starting with Louis versus... Let me just double-check. It was Louis versus... Let me get my bracket up. It wasn't Dynasty anymore, right? It's going to be Louis versus Ramen. All right, so that's what we'll be kicking off with. So Louis and Ramen are currently in. So, guys, we have a wild map pool here. We kind of went crazy. It's horrible as admin experience? Oh, yeah, 100%. I can see that now. Like, geez. No one, like, you know how they got us on board with Start GG in the Age of Empires community? You know how they've done it, right? Basically, we all like took the sponsorship money on the Red Bull Wall, the Road 2, right? So, when will Season 9 start? No one knows exactly, but access is going to end on, I believe it's Tuesday. So this is the base. I'm pretty confident this is the only tournament we're going to be seeing. You may notice a very fat map pool here. Reminder also to everyone that Dry Arabia is your starting map in every single series. But they have, I think it was 20 maps to choose from, right? I think 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, 22. 22 maps to choose from. And of course, Dry Arabia is there by default. We're drafting more than you'll use at the start. So you do have to kind of cover all angles, but I just want to keep it simple so that as players went through, they weren't needing to switch map draft across the course of one day. I want players to just feel like the whole process was fluid. So although they're going to draft 7 here, there's 6, and then they've got Dry Arabia as a guarantee. They'll only play 2 of those in total. 20? No, 22. We actually done some show matches the other day with a map pool of 30 or so. Is Marine Lord invited to the grand finals? No. We banned him. So, Prairie and Haywire coming out. I really was actually quite enthusiastic about leaving Haywire in, and I left Confluence in because you may meme on it, but I haven't even loaded Confluence in a long time. So I thought if players have a curious idea they want to experiment, I wasn't going to block that because I get why Confluence was removed when it was, but it hasn't even been touched in like 2 years. So for experimentation purposes, I thought it was reasonable to just slap that bad boy in there and say have at it. But Highview coming out, I kind of wondered if someone would draft this. Louis is one of the few players I would anticipate picking Highview. So outside that, Migration is going to be really cool if we get to see it. I still rate Migration as a really, really fun map. It sometimes feels maybe a little bit too water heavy, but there are ways that you can play solely on land. And then finally Baltic. Wow, so Ramen opted to go for quite a lot of water up against Louis, which definitely surprises me here. So we'll get ready on the Civ draft now, actually. Because have they actually set those up? God, that you can tell we're running a tournament. Look at that. So many. Alright, so they'll get their draft going in a second, and we can now watch this unfold live. We are using the same draft format that was used in the Elite Classic 2. So we've tried to keep it nice and familiar there. I rate that. I think it's actually one of the best balanced drafting formats we've actually ever created in the Age of Empires 4 scene. So it's my go-to. It's actually my default. I'm a really big fan of it. So this is the one where you get 2 bans each, and they are targeted bans, not global. And then you'll pick one, then you'll ban another, pick another, ban another, and then you go through the picking phase. So you get some very interesting strategies where when the bans differ in the opening 2, there might be an OP pick there, but you don't need to pick it straight away. You can dangle it. For example, if English makes it through here for Ramen, he can then, like, he's banned away from Louis, but it hasn't been banned away from him. He doesn't need to pick it straight away. He can force the third ban to be English. It can make your opponent more predictable. Cherry picks some particularly nice matchups to watch now, and the rest we cast, yes. Camian's on it, he understands. He's been around here for a while. So, tomorrow, I will be looking to catch up on a bunch of the series that did not get cast. We'll probably look to do that on Tuesday as well, because there's just going to be so many games. I think a lot of them will likely be worth watching. So, was that a random? Wait, what? There's a random dice there. Louis random the Abbasid ban. Something's not right there. Something definitely happened there. I'm kind of curious on that one, actually. That's wild. Huh? Because he's against not a pro. Take that back, Deflagration. I'll have you know Ramen is a LAN player, mate. King of the North. That's where Ramen actually was able to get some good seeding there. So he's a competent player. I think Ramen's ranked like 300-400. You know, he's definitely not on the level of a BCQ or Dimmu, but he's not a pushover either. So opening draft, like English Marlians makes a lot of sense. I think English works really well between land and water maps. Marlians is going to be insane when they are tweaked correctly. The current Farimba doesn't feel out of this world, but I think on the right maps, if you have an outpost rush opportunity, they're kind of wild. And I could actually see Ramen trying to utilize them on Haywire, because Haywire is the one where you spawn close to each other with like tree clusters around the outside. So you kind of, it's like almost like the mountain clearing, but you reach the rest of the map. So the cool thing about that is Marlians with their new defensive landmark, it got buffed so that it gives javelin emplacements. Thing is ludicrously strong. We've already seen some crazy outpost rushes in some of the show matches we've hosted. For those who don't know, we've hosted about, I think it's 4 show matches so far on the PUP server. Yeah, we've been busy. And we even got to preview how powerful that rush can be, because the javelin emplacements don't cost stone, they only cost gold, and they are more powerful than arrow slits. So, And for those wondering, oh, well, yeah, this isn't like our Boosty versus Dimu opening. I mean, we don't have either of those. But remember, we've seeded this fairly, which means the first round, in theory, should be quite, like, you know, decisive and one-sided. I'll just get my ugly mug out of the way. So, okay, maybe I can't. Is there no easy way to get my mug out of the way? I can probably just drag the screen. So, as you guys can see there, we've got B versus Ezra, we've got Scatterbrain versus M7, Corvinus versus Deniskia, Myriad versus Mali Libby, Anatan versus Knock Knock, Kaiser Johan versus Trackor, Louis versus Ramen, which is what we're going to be watching here, and finally Kryzor versus Fleas. So, the first round will likely be quite one-sided, but there's always a chance of an upset. Especially when you consider that we are going on to an unpredictable patch. Siege just got completely reworked. Civs have received different and substantial buffs that really matter. And one of them, for example, is HRE. That's why they're banned on both sides. If you thought HRE was bannable in Season 8, they are going to be nigh on unstoppable in Season 9. They will be the highest priority ban. I'm expecting 100% ban rate if they go without any additional changes before they're released. So I am a big fan of the idea of Ayabids if the games go late enough, by the way. I think Ayabids were one of the biggest substantial buff civs of the late game with the changes to the university techs because of Mamluk's bravery and the way it now scales really well with specific techs. Ghoulims might be the one negative because now with the +4 armor, they are definitely hurt a lot more in their ability to strike. But I think hand cannoneers for Ayabids will be wild, as too will the Desert Raiders. Why HRE? What makes them strong? What makes HRE so strong now is Minework is kind of OP. Minework and Arcan is now a 50-50 choice because in the right circumstances, you can absolutely destroy in the Feudal Age because of all pikes, which gives your Horsemen and Spearmen +3 damage, which, for reference, by the way, +3 damage. Think about it this way. You don't get +3 damage on your units unless you get to Imp Age for Blacksmith upgrades, right? It's 3 Blacksmith upgrades extra, which is ridiculous even when you mirror them up against the Japanese, right? So overall, a very powerful civ. I think Ottomans is a really cool pick at the end of the draft here. So let me load that in because, guys, I painted something up. I created something a little bit pretty for you guys. You ready for this? Ah, how about that? We put some effort in here. So Louis MT versus Ramen. Game 1, of course, is going to be on Dry Arabia. I'm just making sure I got the players. In fact, I might want to add a few more of these guys. So who else do I need to add to the list? It's just easy to find them if I have them added, right? So probably Knock, Myriad. Have I got Myriad? Oh, I have got Myriad. Yeah, we'll add Knock Knock. We will add EL.LouisMT as well. Oh, we already got him. So we've got some of the main characters. We'll keep adding as we go through. But opening this up, man. We're going to Dry Arabia. Louis might just go Japanese. I'm not... The problem is if Ramen knows he's going Japanese, he picks Ottomans, and it's a really favorable matchup for him. But otherwise, Japanese and Feudal Age is no pushover. Also, I know Louis is a particularly big fan of Japan. So the other possibility there is like you go English, but you could be running English into Delhi. That is a very realistic and likely draft choice to open for Ramen there. And Delhi does handle English very well in the prolonged Feudal Ages. So maybe you just go 2TC, play condensed, and you don't care. It would be maybe the safer option. Mongols could also work really well here. I don't think there's anything that Ramen has that Mongols have to be particularly scared of. I'm not going to say the Mongols counterpicks everything there, but there isn't a choice the Ramen has that is like a gotcha moment, right? It's not like one side has Zhone, the other has Delhi, right? It's not like one side has, what's the other hardest matchups? Japanese versus Ottomans in that situation, right? Mongols is probably the safeguard or English. Yeah, big shout out to Ramen, by the way, man. Like, Sassy was meant to be in this tournament. I don't know what happened. Things come up in life. Glad he was there last second. It was kind of my biggest fear because I don't have any admins or anything in the background managing all this. This is all a one-man show right now. So hopefully in the future, I'd love to get some volunteers. Same with having mods on Twitch, right? It's all a volunteer type thing is how it starts off. So if there's ever any people that want to be involved in these processes, try and learn what it takes to make these tournaments happen and assist with that, be sure to reach out. I'm happy to have more hands, more sous chefs in the kitchen. So there you go. I know exactly what Camion wanted. He wanted to go to the old school. But I believe we're getting ready now. And we should have... I think I told them to set up 2-minute delays on the lobbies. The reason why I like the 2-minute delays is it gives enough time to talk about the draft, talk about what's happening, and make sure we're not skipping and missing any of the game. So everyone streaming, everything going should be on the 2-minute delays. In theory. We'll find out very quickly if they are. Okay, so it was just testing out with one of the lobbies. Gamba? We will set the Gamba up. We're not in game yet. Maybe I just do a Gamba for the entire series. Ooh. Are we good to go? I imagine what's probably happening now is Louis and Ramen are deciding on the server. Because the Indian server sucks. So I love Louis, but this is also one of the tricky things of having him or usually any player from Asia in these tournaments is when they play against Europeans, there's kind of an awkward debate, and I think recently it started to turn into a let's just use the American server. I think Central or Western is what usually ends up being decided. So we'll see that in a second. In fact, I think there's a way I can snoop on chats to do with series, because I'm probably discussing it. Yeah. Okay. So, just waiting for them to start now. Oh, big reminder, by the way, before we get into it. If you guys like these type of events and you want more of them, we're sponsored by Protein Works again. This is the 4th month sponsoring, and I've made a pledge, a promise to the community members here in A4 already, and it is going to hold. I have said, in honor of this partnership, if we get 10 sales this month, I will dedicate another $200 into the prize pooling for October for things that we've got planned. So giving back part of what I'm getting, basically. And in return, you guys get your hands on some brilliant products. These things are definitely worth having. This is the banana one. I love the banana one. The banana smooth Sunday meal replacement is incredible. I love the breakfast diets as well. They're really cool. They've got the banana cake in there. I just had the vanilla creme this morning. Mwah. Chef's kiss on that. But they have a variety of things. They've got nootropics. They've got coffee coolers if you like your cold coffee or your matcha latte. On top of that, they have got the protein bars, which I highly recommend. They do deliver to a lot of countries in Europe as well as America, and I believe it might be Australia as well. And you also will be able to get 10% extra off of the already great prices and big discounts they have if you use the code KillerPigeon at checkout. So take advantage of that. Exclamation mark Protein Works to get there. And if we do hit those 10 sales, more money goes into the esports scene from our pocket for next month. But I think we are getting ready for game number 1. I just saw that Louis flickered into in-game. And hopefully they have remembered to hit the observable. Because if they haven't, I'm going to mold. They are. There we go. We're fantastic. Lack of skill in naming things gave us preseason. I mean, dude. It's just the appropriate thing. It's a one-day event. I'm not doing a full marketing scheme. I'm not going to come up with the Goliath Showdown or something, right? Just keep it simple. And hell yeah, I love this logo. Look at that logo. That's sick, right? I even repainted the entire scene for this. So chill. All right, Louis and Ramen actually went with a 5-minute delay. Oh... We'll get there, guys. So we actually do have a 5-minute delay until we start. But game number 1 is going to be Japan versus Ottomans. Now, I said that this is like a hard counter for Japan. But we've seen, I believe it was B play this, or maybe it was Anan played it so far on the test server. And there's a new Japanese build in town that counters the Ottomans really well. It is the the Temple of Equality build. I can't stop laughing when I say it. You open with the Coca Township to keep pressure, and then you go Temple of Equality, which nullifies the Ottoman's strong point in Castle Age. However, there are still a lot of things underexplored with Ottomans. They did just have 4 new Vizier Council points added. So you never know quite what you're going to get in these games, whereas I feel like previously their path was a bit more linear. When the game starts in 3 minutes. Plant protein's much better than colored animals. Wait, what? Is this in the new patch already? There will probably be some additional changes between now and when Season 9 releases, because some things are not balanced whatsoever. I truly believe all pikes might be the single most broken thing they've added to the game in a long time. Getting +3 on a unit that's base damage is 8 is insane. Right? Like, guys, I'm telling you... HRE. So the biggest benefactors of this patch at the current pacing is going to be HRE, English, and Byzantines, which is kind of wild. So English Biz, because of like how archers do better in the late game, and they both have access to lombos, is kind of wild. Also on top of that, with like damage mitigations and counters that they work, things like Limitana could just be more effective in my opinion. And on top of that, because of the fact that you now get melee armor on a spear unit, like it just becomes even better cannon fodder than it was previously. And I think Varangian are going to feel weaker as well, which is going to gravitate you towards Limitane, which is what you should be going anyway. But HRE are still just now going to be the most gigabusted kings of the land. Like having a 50% increase in damage on spearmen in Age 2 is ludicrous. That gives them the same damage value that you'd find on a Men at Arms in Castle Age. So yeah, pretty crazy to think about. Just 2 minutes away. What I'm going to do now, guys, I'm going to run ads for 1 minute and 30 seconds so you don't get them in-game. All right, so there. If you can hear me still, you made the wise choice of subscribing. Well played, folks. Well played. Always said Spearmen OP. Imagine that. I mean, Spearmen were efficient, the most efficient unit. OP might be a slight stretch, but yes, now they are OP. If anyone dared to make a manga now, I think we're going to see Istanbul Imperial Palace, guys. In fact, let me get predictions ready for you guys. So, Louis MT or Ramen. A reminder, this is a best of 3. Oh, dude, I'm so excited for this. I've got a feeling this is going to be like an 8-hour day, but I'm going to love it. As a reminder, we've got double Elim. And we've got BO5s after this first round for upper bracket. Castle Age Great Bombard? Why go Castle? Just keep it in Dark Age. New Springald Golf? What do you mean Spring Golf? Talking about Springalds? Springalds is kind of in an interesting place. They're a bit buggy right now. I think it's a smart change overall, though. Like, nothing's perfect with this patch, but at its core, it is a ginormous improvement to some of the key tedious elements of Siege Warfare in Age of Empires 4. Because Siege Warfare is just build more Springals than your opponent. And it makes it the most boring thing to watch imaginable. And play. I don't think anyone really likes current... Anyone who says they like current Springals, like, you should probably slowly back out of the room without showing intent, because they might be a psychopath. And by might be a psychopath, I mean they're a psychopath. Alright. Let's get ready to go. Ooh, I need to put that tournament logo down a teensy little bit. It's finally happening. We're organizing our own tournaments, and what a way to kick off. One and all, welcome back to the competitive Age of Empires 4 action. We are here with KP's pre-Season 9 Showdown, the first ever tournament to take place on the upcoming Season 9 patch, with the entire rework to the siege infrastructure of Age of Empires 4. We kick off this bracketed run, a double elimination format, with Team Elephant's Louis MT on the Japanese going up against Ramen on the Ottomans in the yellow. A matchup that actually on paper has felt brilliant for Ottomans. Ottomans, one of the hardest counters to Japanese, about an 80-20 favorability. And in fact, win rates have supported around that for a while now. But this is a different Japan. And this boy is a different beast. Louis MT has always been a scary figure on the Japanese, but since the changes around the Daimyo mana cost, now with them being able to play Age 2 more easily, and the additional changes that are coming in the wider game, I think you might be seeing a new form of Japan starting to emerge. In fact, I've already seen a few players experimenting with Temple of Equality, which Louis is no stranger to. So, Ramen, on the other hand, has gone for that old school opening in the military school. I'm still not a great fan of this. I think the military school opener just started to really fall off. And I kind of stand by this idea that getting to feudal a lot quicker is inherently just better with this particular civ. So we'll see what value he finds. Like, look at the spawn. There is at least a deer shove in. I think if he goes to this, it makes a lot of sense. If he's going to try to harass the Japanese, it feels a little bit weird. But I understand the intent or the reasoning behind it, rather. And that's because Japan tends to be greedy. They tend to just rush onto the gold. And I think he's trying to exploit the fact that there's no way a Japanese player is going to build an outpost this quickly. However, Louis is probably aware that there's another reason why Japan is feeling dominant in feudal right now. And it's not just the Daimyo mana buff. It's how good Koka Township has become. So keep an eye out for that because, folks, there is a new meta emerging, and it's one where you don't go Kura Storehouse every time. Stone Gathering early on suggests that Louis is looking for that optimal timing on the Daimyo level. So we might even see him just rush a stables opening here because by doing the Daimyo upgrade, it gives you access to a feudal knight with the Japanese. And it's kind of crazy how effective that feudal knight is. His stats are worse than like a French knight, but it's the deflective armor that makes him really good. At an early point where someone doesn't have a quick way of getting through that, it's just a free recharge between cycles into the enemy economy. Kura Storehouse coming in though, so it looks like Louis is going to be traditionalist about this and playing more of a hunkered down game. And I think Ramen might be looking to pressure more. We have got the Minaret with Drissa coming in. A lot more players have been shifting away from this and towards the Imperial Armory, the trade option. The thing about the trade option is it's really good for an initial burst into eco upgrades or a rush towards castle. I find Madrissa feels better when you want the flexibility to either age up quickly or play the current age. Sheep distribution is going to be 13 to 11 here, so actually the farms for Louis are definitely going to help out. Love the little optimizations as well. Things like dropping off one of the sheep at the farmhouse so you don't have to walk back with a villager. That's really smart by Louis because the timing is important here. You don't want to be going on berries until you've got Tawara. And by the way, this is an area that Japan got buffed in. The base gathering rate of berries in Season 9 is going from 0.66 to 0.69. And you get a 25% increase per level of your wheelbarrow. So compared to where Japan's gathering rates on berries were before, they're actually buffed this season. Also kind of awkward on the other side because then, like, what, you're kind of debuffed, I guess, if you're anything else. Yeah, that's actually a subtle difference that could matter, actually, for Japan to help them these earlier ages, is their economy typically feels weak in the early phase of the game. But with this change around the ecotechs are going to give 10% instead of 15% per level. And, of course, you don't have food techs as Japan. So I actually think that Tawara and Takazaiku is going to be a drastic bigger difference for the Japanese to compete in the early ages. They have suffered on the daimyo levels. It's now just an increase of, I think it was the farm rate. Wait, is that bugged? Am I imagining? Because I'm pretty sure that the patch note said that the Japanese were losing 5% on each level of the daimyo. But according to this, they're still going to get 50% on the tier 2. Okay, so not even nerf there. Japan is overall better food eco than they were in Season 8. So Ramen, other side, is setting up the blacksmiths now. Looks like he should be gravitating towards additional military schools here. Or he's going for an age up. I mean, we haven't seen a real building committed production-wise, but when you add in a blacksmith like this, it does feel like you're trending towards playing the age. He might be forced to. Spearmen have proved to be a nuisance for Louis so far. Uma Bannerman is now on the way. Now, this guy is pretty lethal. Check this, folks. Worse than having your standard kind of knight, but what makes them really good here is they have more health at 230, but even more effective HP because the deflective armor means they just brush away an attack. And at this stage in the game, when the armies are really small, that makes all the difference. Outpost now going to start getting rushed up here. Uma Bannerman is going to commit in to contest the spear. Apparently, Louis doesn't want to try to deal with that, though. He's just trying to buy time to get the outpost up for free, and I think we are going to be looking at a castle v castle rush here. As Ramen hasn't added in any active production whatsoever. Kind of interesting, actually. With his positioning there, I think he could have afforded to use time there, shoving the deer in, but it looks like most of them got lame, so there was only one left. Love that from Louis, just the foresight to understand what this game could become. And it looks like we did get Anatolian Hills. It's weird because Anatolian Hills just feels like the natural go-to, even with all the changes. But folks, they added 4 additional choices to the Imperial Council, the Vizier Council for the Ottomans. So there's an option that allows you to get crossbow placements instead of arrow slits and placements. There's an option that gives you access to cavalry archers. You heard that correctly. You now have these pretty impressive, very fast-moving range cavalry units that shoot twice. The other one was that you can get a Great Bombard. You just spawn it, similar to how you spawn Janissaries. It just pops out at your TC. And then the final thing is Pax Ottomana, which gives you a 50% increase production rate to all TCs that you have for 4 minutes. I'm just going to go down there. This is awkward for Ramen. Wow, yeah, so he was trying to prep for what comes next, right? It's going to be crossbows plus probably spears or men-at-arms here. But at this point, he's stretched thin. He hasn't built an outpost. He's only got 4 spearmen. So I love the fact this abandonment is already just punishing that key detail. Other side of this, though, Louis. I have a feeling this is just going to be your atypical floating gate game. I've seen a lot of Temple Equality play, and I think it can work against the Ottomans, but I'm not sure if it's needed against the particular Ottoman build that Ramen is leaning into here. Because he's probably going, yeah, prep spears. And I think you open crossbows. Yeah, so it's just going to be standard floating gate. Wow, look at that, guys. I've never seen this build before. We must be on Season 8. I'm a little bit disappointed we didn't get a floating gate here, actually. It's floating gate, sorry. Temple of Equality here. It's crazy because the more I think about it, Temple of Equality is a lot better than we realized, right? Because the Buddhists only cost, I believe it's 80 gold. So that Zen tech, this 300 resources, means that you build Buddhists, they pay for themselves within 4 minutes, while also having other uses like healing and debuffing. So I do genuinely think you're going to see more and more of it coming. Floating gate under the TC is fine, guys. Remember, with the way that he set up his Courier Storehouse, this is going to be his farm area. There's plenty of room here. I'd say these farmhouses grief him more than this floating gate, because these farmhouses could have been propped deeper to make the berries more efficient. I think he was worried about the Sipahi. Sipahi is proving to be a little bit of a nuisance. I think the Bannerman did achieve more. And now
icra olunacak bir iş ver. Düşmanları rüyet eyleyin! Harbeci hazır. Kimi vurmam var? Ne icra eğlenmesi lazım Deniz? Harbem hazır. Lazım Deniz. Hazır.
Hello. Okay, am I clear now? Sorry about that. I don't know what happened there. I think, so I noticed the frames dropped, and then everything plummeted. So like the frame rate dropped, then OBS stuttered, and then the audio cut out, and then I had to re-plug my XLR. Sorry about that, folks. Glad we sorted that out. I'm glad we have a new PC build plotted out for October, November, because I think part of this is on my PC giving up on life. But we haven't missed too much, right? We have the Mount Samurai coming out, but now we get to the fun part. Cavalry Archers as an anticipated counter to this unit. An interesting choice, and one that will be cool once Ramen bothers to upgrade them. Is he even going to bother? I don't think he is. So he wasted Vizier points on this, and he just goes Janissaries anyway. But in fairness, guys, this is 100% what you want to do against Japan anyway. They're going to build mass Mount Samurai. Your goal is to get Janissaries. I think this was a wasted effort going for Cavalry Archers. What would have been more worth is just to try and get into the Janissary pull point here with mass military schools. So yeah, a tricky situation, but for the time being, it looks like it's holding on. In return, though, Louis already now going up to a third relic here coming in. This is starting to inflate, and I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, 2 TCs coming down the line now. You could even consider Yorishiro dropping the town center because its buff actually got buffed. So I believe it was before it was a 30% increase to production rate, and now it's a 35%. So even more villages, even sooner. But we have indeed got Cavalry Archers. So I guess the issue for
Ateşe cevvalim. İş eylemeye hazırım.
Vazifem İstanbul. İkna olacak.
we good? I don't think we're good, right? It's still back. Testing. Hello. Testing, testing.
Tamam. Ne icra eylenmesi lazım?
İnşaat şahidim. Hala yok.
Ateşe cevvalim.
Okay. And we are still...
Size ateş ederler. Bana bir hedef itaat edin. İnhinam cevval. İcraat var. Aman! Ateşe maruz kaldım.
Havasi, utanın ne olursa.
Maruz kaldık. Harbeci hazır.
How bad? How bad is... Okay, is that staticky? I feel like I heard it get staticky. Is that good or bad? Testing, testing. Okay, I think we are like 80%? Lots of static. I'm going to blow every hole. Then with that, we are back.
Tamam. Hemen. Ganimet bu cihette bekle. Ortasından. Emin olun. Asakir seyreyleyin. Taarruz ederiz. Vakit dar olur. Hareket eyleyin.
Cenge ve sevki dimaya hazır.
Tamam. Hemen. Seyreylemekten hiç kes mevta olmaz.
Okay, I think blowing the holes made it happy. Are we good now? We are good now. I don't know what maybe it's actually not the PC. Maybe it's something. No, I think the PC triggered something. Whatever. We're good to go. We're rocking. Don't worry, guys. We have missed really nothing we have not seen before out of Louis. We're seeing Ramen basically attempt new units, and Louis is basically playing this like it's Season 8 exactly. This is like the most Louis build imaginable, guys, because the thing about Louis, if you don't know this, he likes to go Imperial and still build mass-mounted Samurai. I'm not even remotely capping here. So don't be surprised if your boy heads up. He's going to need to head up with a Castle of the Crows at this rate because the push is coming in, and Ramen has no interest in heading home. He needs to deal with the Sacred Sons. Oh, that's true. Yeah, we should just act like we came into this game at 18 minutes, right? Because it's going to be a 50-minute game. I don't think Cavalry Archers can buy you that much time, actually. Not considering that Louis is going to go age up, and this might be the one single situation where Domaru Armor does something. Remember, Domaru Armor, it gives you more movement speed as long as you have the Deflective Armor, which means you'll move as quick as the Cavalry Archers. So there's no escape from what's coming here, and it is indeed the Castle of the Crow in the base to block the upcoming dive. Ramen with the all-in! He pulls the villages! Oh, no! Oh, this is doomed to failure. Ramen, he's been getting bullied for the last 20 minutes. The good news is he's only going to get bullied for 2 more minutes in this game. The bad news is this is a best of 3, so he might get bullied again. Castle the Crow up, and I mean, that should be GG. You can't burn through a 10k HP structure, let alone a 5.5k HP Castle the Crow quick enough here. He's going to try, but Team Fortress 2's rocket launcher called. They would like to be returned to their game here. Boiling oil gets queued up. I don't think he's even going to need that. Dominant game out of Louis, man. I think Ramen, he tried to get a little bit experimental here, but he seemed in limbo between going for Janissaries and going for Cavalry Archers. I don't feel like this is indicative of the Japanese matchup now favoring them up against the Ottomans as much as maybe Ramen being a bit too experimental with not a clear guiding principle. He dipped his toe in 2 different builds, in my opinion, and it led to this. Louis comes back home to clean house. No witnesses, only bodies. And that means game 1 of this series will be going to Louis MT. Hopefully, that should be the sound issues resolved. Apologies for that, folks. If there is any more issues, what I will do is I will swap over to one of my other microphones, because at that point, it might just be a headset issue. But I think we should be safe, which is important, considering we've probably got about another 7 or so hours of game time. All right, apologies about that, guys. That was embarrassing. That was not a good feeling, man. I'm like, yeah, we're finally going to start running some tournaments, first tournament, and we just get a ginormous tech issue straight away. But it sounds all correct now, right? Like, it sounds perfectly fine. So I'll hand out the predictions. Louis MT takes the big boy bank. I think they're getting ready for the second game here. I believe we'll find out in a sec which map we're heading into. You know what? You know what will make up for the lack of professional production? I'll put a jacket on. That'll distract everyone. Ugh, there we go. There, happy? It's like there was never a problem. Ooh. I kind of want to get... You know, this is making me think. I want to get one of those, you know, the like short collar ones. Is it more like an Asian jacket? I kind of want to get one of them now. Kind of previewing that with that. I like it. But yes, apologies about that, folks. But don't worry. The good news, like I always say, these things happening earlier is 10 times better. Because they happen early, they're out of the way, and they're not interfering with the deep, really good sets. Change necktie? Why? There is no necktie play. We meme with a shirt. I'll actually look like a sinner with a tie. What is wrong with you, Fles? Why is so deeply rooted that you want that? You little psycho. What else do you guys want? Do you want a game too? Because we're going to migration. Guess the civs for migration. Get your predictions in on who you think these two have picked. You're thinking about map like migration. What would make the most sense here? Well, you've got Chinese, you've got Juji. That's already really good. Mongols, English. A lot of it could work here. Other side of it, Ramen's is a bit weirder though, right? Delhi did get buffed, but this isn't their type of water map. Rus, I don't rate that highly here. Zhone wouldn't make much sense. Ibis has been seen, heard, and felt on this map. But guys, it is actually, in fact, going to be a Malian pick. That's kind of exciting. I'm looking forward to that, man. Right. We've bastardized wearing this tie. Are you happy now? I don't know why, but you wanted this. My first hosted tournament here, and you got to make me dress like shit. Anyway. I'm going to try the new maps. I think the maps are in there, but it's up to the players to pick them. Actually, I don't know if they are in there. I put everything that was in the quick match queue, which weirdly enough might not have been the new map. I'll have to double check. But, dude, I'm so paranoid now about... is the audio lagging at all? Like, my game is lagging as it's waiting to load. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're good. The test server is really unstable, to be honest with you. I've heard multiple people say this now. So let me mark everything correctly in the draft here. So we've had Ottomans. We've had Japanese. We're now going to have Juji and Malians. I do have quite a few ties, actually. I'm not going to lie on that one. Oh. But yeah, reminder, folks, that we've got best of fives after this, and I think the series, they're probably, no offense to the players involved, enough of them will probably be 2-0s that we will be probably hopping straight into a best of five after this. No audio lag? Thank God. Thank you. Cheers for sticking with us while we sort these things out, guys. By the way, I'm not sure when I'm going to announce it. Maybe end of this month. I want to give a little bit of a preview as to what the plans are for October, because I've already got plans in motion. On top of that, we are going to have... So any games that don't get covered today, we are going to go back and cast on Monday and Tuesday, just before the PUP server finishes off. So if there's a set you're like, oh, why did KP not watch that? You should probably follow my channel, subscribe to my channels, and make sure that you've got notifications turned on, because we will be live on Monday and Tuesday to catch up on a lot of those. So 1 minute out now. Let me set up the predictions. Holy crap, my PC is lagging hard. I think after this series, we'll be quicker to get into the games, because these boys did stack a 5-min delay on their game, even though I said they only needed a 2-min delay. Bless them. You know what it was? They're like, other people are looking for our strategies in the bracket. We must hide them. Ooh. God, I feel bad about my logo placement now. You can't actually see my schnazzy tie. How do you play this as Malians? I wonder if you could just stables, pump out a few scouts, and go for a transport ship play. Sounds kind of wild, but it fits, right? Play to the central island, and then you can patrol around, you can block and move across, and you can harass their eco. And transport ships are very tanky. They don't die easily. In the early phases, someone shouldn't have many boats to take you down. It's a little bit risky, but worst case scenario, you just vacate, you go onto land, and you might be able to dive on the enemy starting island with mass scouts. So I think that's actually a pretty cool strategy. Probably not going to see it here, because my brain feels like it works in weird, and we'll say wonderful ways, but we just mean weird ways. But let's get ready. I'm not going to comment on the shape of the central island here. This might be why it's not shown in tournaments. Doesn't seem very child-friendly. One and all, welcome back to the competitive Age of Empires 4 action. The first ever tournament with a Season 9 patch here. We're live from the PUP test server for a best of 3 between Louis, MT, and Ramen. And this is going to be a fun one. Marlians in the hands of Ramen in the yellow. Louis MT on Juji as we hop onto Migration, a map that demands, that dictates you get your ass off of that starting point and hop onto this big boy in the center. That's right. Migration, a really cool map, actually. I love the idea of this particular map. The whole concept being is you can't survive for very long on the starting island. You will have to come out and play. I still think there's probably a need to rejig it slightly. The biggest takeaway for me would probably be that you want to decrease the amount of fish nearby, as that does become a sticking point whenever we witness this map. The idea is good, but maybe the execution needs some fine-tuning. Especially with these spawns, actually. I'm kind of surprised, because I'm pretty sure that this was like a more recent map, right? And I know the philosophy is to focus on the newer maps and getting them right, but someone dropped the ball on this one. This is not a balanced spawn. I think there was a discussion about this with certain water maps that they need to be played a size up. So, for example, you shouldn't be playing on the micro map. You should be playing on the one that can have 4 players on it, the small map. I know that's the way that like Archipelago works, and I think Warring Islands works. But I'm starting to wonder if that might be the way that this works as well, because the spawn doesn't feel fair, and it almost feels like everything's a bit too claustrophobic. It's cool to see the Marlins coming out on a water map, though. Remember, this Civ did receive a significant buff to the economical potential on water maps. They now generate 10% gold from their food drop-off. So 40 food, you'll get 4 gold on top of that. It doesn't sound like a lot, but when you're scaling mass fishing, it really adds up, especially considering how often this pivots towards these kind of big boy demo ship spam plays. And big shout out to Bandana Banana for the sub, buddy. Remember, guys, you get some cool tools if you actually subscribe to our Twitch channel. You get access to some of the best emotes you'll find in the entire directory. You don't have to worry about ads. It's transport ship play coming in. Louis MT already on the move out with, what, Villager and a Scout, I'm guessing here? Oh, you are a sick puppy. He's looking for the Golden Meditation Garden here, and this might be it. The alternative is you go deeper for the food, and I don't think there's an 8 stack on this map. So you'll probably settle for what looks like, I want to say, 25 stone, 25 gold, probably about 30 woods. Or you go even deeper and look for like a more stacked tree line, but I might be wrong. No, this is different. Guys, Louis MT's going for the aggro docks. Yeah, this is kind of vile. I've seen this on Migration in the past. It's really popular. The whole idea is that you come around and you build docks here. And that means your opponent can't come to the central island, but it also means that you don't have to retreat very far to be in a healing aura, right, around your docks. So I think this became really popular in the last EGC tournament that had Migration, which was it Master of Realms, I think, had it in it. And you'd frequently see China and Juji, even Japan as well, because of their ability to easily get into their emplacements, would make their opponents feel quite uncomfortable by docking next to their shores. So Villager's going to come out here. Louis, I think that was still quicker than walking across. It's awkward, right? Like, the Scout's quick, but without wheelbarrow, this boy's slow. And I'm wondering, does he just start with like Meditation Garden here, maybe? I guess the alternative is you could try to aggro land. Maybe you go for Jiangnan Tower, build a few Raxes, spam across. I don't know what you guys are. What do you guys see with the map? Well, like, what is it with the map that's getting everyone's attention here? I'm seeing a lot of discussion. I don't know why. And after all that meditation garden at home, it kind of makes sense, right? Because the resources are pretty stacked together on your starting island. For example, I mean, Louis probably wishes he had this spawn. He would have been able to get the food, the wood, and the gold, which is perfect. Whereas everything feels a little bit more spread out. It's unfortunate there's not an 8 stack of berries in the center that would at least justify a meditation garden drop there. But first stock is now up. And we have got a Mansa quarry coming in from Ramen. I don't know. Like, I'm wondering, would this have been the map to test the new trade network? Because the new defensive landmark for the Malians gives you javelin emplacements, which might prove quite effective to kind of crawl across the map with. So, Mansa coming in. Are we going to see any sort of land play at all? He's going to have to contest on the water. I'm feeling a bit rough for Ramen, though, man. I don't think he knows just how unfair these spawns are right now. Like, he's in a pretty sucky situation. He's at least setting up north side, so he's getting access to additionals, but transport ship is already scanning on that. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe you just bring the villager up north as well to block both sides, but archer ship is already out, and as we know, this was a big reason why Zhuji became so popular on water maps. With that discount to their age up, with the build speed, they always beat everyone else to age 2. And then, with that quicker production speed, they always get the first ship out ahead of you. Actually, you can see Ramen reacting with a hunting canoe. We have at least got the coastal navigation, which makes it easy to break away, but the pressure's already coming in. One boat down. Spiral ship is already being prepped, and Ramen, this reaction feels wrong, man. Like, you know what's probably coming up next. It's always a gamble, though, because some players do layer in a demo ship ahead of a Springald to try and anticipate the counter system. But Ramen, I mean, he fell for the bait. Spiral ship is already coming in. It's 12 seconds away, so with the coastal navigation, he should be able to make his way around. He's got the 2 movement speed. North side, he needs something coming out here, though. The transport ship did snoop on them. Louis will start to stack up more pressure here. This is rough for Ramen, man. Also, keep in mind the value of, like, you know, wood scaling is also a little bit weaker now, so I think it's a bit harder to just inflate ships all willy-nilly. That 5% isn't a lot, but it does hurt. Meditation Garden was focused on the wood, so 26 wood. We've got 25 stone. This is another reason why Zhuji is pretty busted on water maps, is that you very naturally end up getting towards emplacements, right? 125 stones, so every 5 minutes, you're going to get one for free. And the volume might... Oh, wait, it dropped again? I don't know what's going on today here, guys. Apologies for that. Okay, hopefully we're better. Hunting canoe. I think Ramen is overreacting to this idea of the demo ship play. He just needs more springles at this point. He's at least got them queued up, but they are going to be splitting where they're coming out. I think Louis has this better condensed location. He can park in the center and divide your navy scaling because you're on both sides of your island here. And he's already looking to dive into punish. Demo ship comes through. A good connection there. Spiral ship down. Is our mic still low? Really? It shouldn't be. How about now? Is that better? It's triple spring. Ramen looks a bit scramble-brained at this point. The rallying is kind of killing him. He's going to be setting sail north side to try and get away from this, but this map is becoming suffocating quickly for him. There's not really many safe places to retreat his eco to. Ship is going to give chase. The one good thing here, of course, is you can move at the same speed as the demo ship, right? It maxes out at 2, but you can get up there as well with the coastal navigation. But even then, Ramen had no direct counter, so we'll end up losing the boat again. Now just throwing away demo as well. Going to give chase here. Fishing boats on the front line is not really what I want to see. How does Ramen get out of this? It looks like he's creeping towards a castle age play. I just don't know if you get anything valuable enough out of that transition. And I notice the volume has gone down now. Okay, this is getting awkward. All right, is that better? Again, I think we are back at the correct volume again. Why does everything with my setup have to simultaneously break? It's impressive, to be honest with you. Scroll count is getting quite high for Ramen, but he's still flowing a lot of resources. I'm just trying to see what the value is of that age up, right? Like, the landmarks themselves don't help you. He's probably thinking something like Sprinkle Cruise, but we learned a long time ago, like, when you're under pressure like this, teching to get things like Sprinkle Cruise, to get the extra armored hulls, tends to cost you the game. You don't have the breathing room, the time to tech freely. The difference in ship count just gets alarmingly large, right? Like, if you're choosing to go for an age up, your opponent's going to have, what, 6 different, maybe 5, 6 different boats in terms of advantage over you. Like, Sprinkles, of course, cost about 340, so you'd be able to get your hands on 5, which is enough to win from this type of position. Ramen. Have to make a stand here. Demo ships are going to come out. Coastal navigation, not able to get him deep enough. Of course, Sprinkles is going to keep poking. Looks like some interception here, but it doesn't work out for Ramen. A big sinker there. The demos connect. The backstab does not work out, and Ramen is about to be heavily outnumbered on the seas. Mass demo now on the way to try and clear the way back into this. Needs to mop up those archer ships. Will get the strike, so Louis maybe misreading this now, queuing up demos and Sprinkles when he actually needs to get into archer ships to deal with the incoming wave. Big pull there. What? Double demo connect, and Ramen loses 2 of the war canoes. Third one almost dead as well, and I just don't know where these demo ships from Ramen are meant to get their true value now. They're trickling in one by one already heavily injured. Archer ship is least wasting time, so while that distraction's there, Louis will find he's connected with here. Archer ship able to save the second, though. And these fishing boats, it's getting rough. Ramen is now over 10 economy behind. More so when you consider that 2 fishing boats are always on repair duties here. Let's dive in. Could easily just be punished by a single demo. For the time being, though, it looks like Louis is just trying to hunker down. And now ironically, I actually think Louis is going for castle. And this is scary, right? When you're playing as Marlians, you need the full 1800. When you play as Yuji Legacy, you're going to save yourself 240 resources on that cost due to Tang Dynasty. So it gets you there much quicker in conjunction with the build speed. I'm impressed that Ramen was able to fight back the way he did, by the way. You know, considering going into this, you look at the seeding, this is one of the absolute highest seeded players. I think Louis was 3rd seed overall. Ramen was one of our lowest seeds. I think he was 3rd lowest. It's kind of impressive that he was able to hold on this long because Yuji is usually suffocating, especially when they get these 4 dock drops. Now the writing is clear, right? 61 to 44 economy. The problem here is Ramen, his docks are always 100% focused on producing military, and it's 2 versus 2. Meanwhile, there are 2 docks at home that Louis is using for raw fishing boat scaling. Now, there might not be many docks left over for Ramen. Pressure's coming in. This is his last hurrah. If he can't win this fight, it is over. Louis MT. He sees this coming, though. Ramen, it's not exactly what you call a creeper with his double docks watching like this. So war canoes will be able to push him back. Coastal navigation has reactivated on the demos, but it doesn't matter. They're already at mass movement speed. And he doesn't get the blocker. 2 demos trying to find their way in. The backstab comes through. And Ramen not able to dodge it fully there. Most demos go down, but a good clip there. War canoe gets killed. Another one heavily injured here. Louis did lose his fleet in return, though. So Ramen, he gets the strike back. But now you see the true price coming. Shaolin Monastery is on the way in the central island where there's 3 relics located. On top of that, it's still triple dock pressure, which means that Ramen can't just go for like an age up himself here. He now has to mount this pressure. He has to move forward and find a way of returning the pain. Limited time, though. It doesn't feel good like this. Louis now in age 3. Free Archer ship should make it very difficult for Louis to just win with demo straight away, but yep, Ramen doesn't care. He calls the GG. Once the H3 comes in, from this position, he knows there's no recovery. So Louis MT will proceed 2-0 into the round of 8, where we get into best of 5 territory. Oh my god! These freaking issues, they are tilting me a little bit. Am I still quieter than normal, or is it actually the correct volume? Because it almost seems like something happened with the gate. Almost feels like the volume got tweaked somewhere else it shouldn't have. I don't know what, because it's like I pulled the mic away a little bit, but no more than I normally. Like I can tell because you see me sometimes do this. It's because I'm meant to be here. But that just done something, right? I think is it still good, or did it just get really, really quiet? I'm going to restart my game because the test server is not helping. It's good. Okay. Because this is where it's meant to be. Otherwise, I'm eating the mic. So, commiserations to Ramen, but thank you very much, lad, for hopping in last second. I'm just checking on the bracket now. So, Louis MT, that is a 2-0 victory. So, he needs to be declared winner. Wait, can he not declare winner himself? What? Where's the confirm? Oh, there we go. So, Louis through. Louis is going up against Chrysor next. Kaiser Johan versus Tracker. I'm not quite sure what the result currently of that is. Myriad has won his series against Mali Libby 2-0. Corvinus versus Deniski is still underway. B versus Scatterbrain is about to start. So, we could do B versus Scatterbrain, Louis versus Chrysor. Or we could wait for like Myriad versus either Corvinus or Deniskia. I think we'll probably go with B versus Scatterbrain, right? That sounds good to me. Oopsie. I don't know if Scatterbrain has been screaming with Anan a lot. Yeah, Scatterbrain is a pretty competent player, actually. I've been seeing him creep up the rankings gradually. So let me restart my game, and I will get their draft in a second here. So, the good news is, while my hardware is having a heart attack, at least like everything else has been going relatively smoothly by the looks of it, which I'm happy with. I'm glad there hasn't been like big panics and big issues elsewhere. So that's always a healthy sign. KB drank so much protein, the mic has sunk into his chest. That's true. No, what it is I've got so much muscle now in my cheeks from drinking all this protein. You can't like it's more ground for my voice to cover now. So let me pay out on Louis, and let me get the draft for you guys for the upcoming series between B and Scatterbrain. So, perfect timing, actually. Like, we were pristine timing. They are now getting into the map draft. And yeah, 100% guys, check out Protein Works. Once again, a reminder that I'm going to put $200 extra into funding for whatever we're going to do next month for tournaments if we get 10 sales in total. So if you're thinking of checking them out, if you're on the fence, that should be a good enough incentive, is that we're putting some of that money back into the ecosystem so that players can get rewarded more. Highly recommend the Banana Smooth Sundae, by the way. I love these things. So Baltic is an opener. The way we've done this formatting is ban 2 each side, pick 1, then ban 1 extra each, and then pick remaining. There is a lot of maps, so there's maybe an element of cheese that can sneak through in the short series, but we're in best of 5s now. And the reason I've done it this way, by the way, is like we're on the test server. We don't have all the good maps that we normally have because the modded maps haven't been updated. If we did, I would do things like Kawasan. I'd have things such as Scarguard in there. You know, we'd have Coastal Cliffs. We'd have Frizzy Marshes, but none of them are on the test server, unfortunately. And whoa, damn, okay. I'm trying to get Ramen pay, but he's paying me and say, thank you, Ramen, man. I appreciate that. Thank you for stepping in last second as well. You're an absolute trooper. That was a fun one. It was fun to see you try and experiment in the first game with the Ottomans. I think you might be right about the cavalry archer idea. It just needs to be like hard committed into, right? But big shout out to you. If you guys haven't seen Ramen before, I'm sure you see more of him. He's definitely a talented player. Oh yeah, so loser bracket is best of 1s, mate. So just a reminder, folks, Ramen isn't eliminated yet, but he does. So everything in the loser bracket, bar the loser finals, will be best of one. So Dry Arabia. You don't even need map draft. I'll remind everyone as well. Lower bracket is all best of one, except for the lower bracket finals. So you don't need a map draft. Just use Dry Arabia. There we go. If you guys have any questions, if any players watching, they've got questions on things, be sure to just reach out. Hey, YouTube. Click the wrong thing. So, we've got Rocky River, Highview, Prairie, Baltic, Migration, and Canal. Now, do I try and do it? Do I try and do the thing? I was going to use the map draft, but it is a bit weird in the way that you do it. So... yeah, well, I think we can do it. So we will have Dry Arabia as an opener. I'm doing the extra graphics work, guys. While I'm doing the extra graphics work, what we'll do is we will hop in for the Civ draft now. So B versus Scatterbrain. Remember, guys, this is now best of 5 territory, so you're going to see a lot of the maps that just came up there. We'll start in Dry Arabia, but I think between these two, the most likely maps to come out here are going to be Canal, Prairie, Rocky River, and probably Migration or Baltic. So I don't know if Highview will actually be selected by either. Yeah, the reason why I done the lower bracket as best of ones, by the way, is because we're only paying out top 3, I think is what I settled on. I didn't want the players to feel like they were burning hours and hours, and because I wanted to keep everything condensed, the whole idea is I want the flow of things to be good. So the loser bracket will be the thing waiting, not the upper bracket, right? So it keeps that fluid movement for people. So HRE is a ban is no surprise. Like HRE is completely busted. You're not going to see them coming out at all. I'm wondering, is there anything I've got set to on in my graphics that might be causing more lag with Age of Empires 4? I don't think so. I feel like I have everything I should. I guess I could frame rate limit to 60 because I'm spectating, so it won't matter. Although maybe I'll hate myself. We'll see. But I'm trying to think what I have different on the live server that could be causing issues. Like, I can't remember. I think I've got I think it, like, imported the same settings, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll see if that's a little bit less laggy. But we are opening with Abbasids in English. And guys, Abbasids are already kind of borderlining OP territory. And I think with the changes, the nuances, they're now there. Abbasids are really, really good. Camel Archers are insane. Doesn't feel very balanced at all. Is HRE bad now? No, HRE is even better. This patch makes HRE even better. It just gives them a different choice now. So before, you were just going Archon, and now instead of getting really nerfed anywhere, HRE now has the option to go Minework, because Minework is good. Minework was set up to be good by the previous patch that buffed the amount of units the Prelate can give his buff to from 7 to 9. So it's now much more efficient to use Prelates instead of the Archon. Because now, with 9 people getting a 40% buff, that gives you 360% increase in gathering across those villages, but you sacrifice 1. So you're like 260% up, so you're up 2.6 villages per Prelate build. The only issue is, of course, that initial extra 50 resource investment, but it's most definitely worth it because then you can also, on top of that, leverage things like map control to go for deer, boar, which is going to give you better gathering rates than farms anyway. So highly rate HRE. Minework makes HRE good. I mean, HRE was already good, my friend. Minework just gives them another angle. If you're not playing against someone like English, it feels really good because you can just play into all pikes and spam spears. So, final round of the drafts, we have got Ottomans and Order of the Dragon coming out towards the end, French Delhi on the other side. Surprised Delhi came that far through, but Scatterbrain actually protected it, which I wouldn't have expected here. The Mongols being ban protected also kind of curious, and the fact that Malians went through for free a little bit later wasn't what I was expecting at all, considering when we look at some of the maps, I think you could see some potency on maps like Canal and Migration for Malians, even though they didn't hit in that last series. But what we'll do now is we'll load this draft into our tools and we will get ready to switch scenes. So, map number 1 is going to be on Dry Arabia here. I think they are getting ready for the game now. What do they open on Dry Arabia with here? By the way, do you like that I put the maps in? Look at that, man. I wasn't sure if it felt too cluttered, but I think it works. Really chuffed myself. I didn't have much time to put these graphics together. So we actually found the perfect graphics to use in the set of tools that Cal put together, and then obviously created our own like background assets. But opening game-wise, I think you're probably looking at Mongols is pretty safe. Abbasids could work too, but there's maybe some issues there where they can struggle. Because Delhi, right? But I think Mongols are actually decent at dealing with Delhi now because of the Deer Stone buffs. So safety-wise, it makes the most sense. You might have a harder time with Malians up against Delhi. Scatterbrain is like... The Delhi is one of the biggest threats here. Delhi in English. If it's an English pick, can you play Mongols to be English? I don't think it's free. Order of the Dragon's kind of curious as well. Order of the Dragon against English. Not entirely convinced by that. Ottomans for B don't feel hard countered. I think they can play most situations. And Deniskia beat Corvinus? Holy crap! I am looking forward to catching up with that a little bit later. That's wild. So that's going to be Deniskia versus Myriad. Deniskia on the rise, guys. So game 1 for B should between B and Scatterbrain should be starting soon. Wait, do you mean he beat him overall or just beat him in the game? Oh, you mean he beat him in the game. Okay. So Corvinus and Deniskia is currently 1-1. So they'll be going into a third game. Elsewhere, it looks like Kazyohan and Trakor is still going on. One of them will face off against Anatan. And Louis MT and Kreiswald is the other set that just began. Lower bracket is Ezra and M7 facing off. And Ramen and Fleas currently facing off. So just one game, but they're going to a third game. That's kind of wild. I mean, I hadn't really heard much about Deniskia before, so it's kind of cool to see him performing. But BBB, what do we do here? In fact, I think I can check the draft and see now. So we are going to see them going for... Are they not drafted yet? I don't think they've done the Civ Picker. Oh, there it is. English versus Abbasids. Isn't that a good matchup for English? I feel like that's a really good draw for English. Because Camel Archer spam is so slow to produce, and you don't really want to be doing that if there's a risk of archers on the other side, of longbows. I'm trying to think what the win rate is between these two civs. Like, historically, it has pivoted back and forth over the seasons, with the majority having English ahead on win rate. There's been like 2 metas where Abbasids were better, and they involved these kind of weird fast castle builds that they utilized. But yeah, I think because of the scaling point, like English can naturally go 2 TC, no punishment, but the king can block the Abbasids from getting a good TC. And because Abbasid players want to go for eco wing, you aren't going to be able to get a good TC. You'd have to go for military wing, and even then it's tough against the king. So yeah, kind of a curious one here, man. I think if I'm B, I lean into eco wing either way. The logic being is military wing is not going to change anything about the outcome early on. So you might as well just get better eco transitioning. And you need it on the farms as well to mirror how good the English ones are, right? Because remember, English get 50%, you'll be getting 35% off. So you at least gap close. And with the Golden Age effect that you get for 15% increased gathering rate on all your villages, I'd actually say Abbasids are able to be kind of like on that efficiency level of English farm transitions. The interesting thing to me as well is like fresh food stuff, all these little details. I think with the nerfs we've seen overall to the gathering rates of everything, right? We've seen food go down, wood go down, gold go down. Each eco-tech now only gives 10% instead of 15%, a 33% nerf. So that difference matters more when you then look at civs that have other types of buffs that obviously haven't been impacted. So English is one of them. The mills, that rate hasn't been nerfed, right? It's been indirectly nerfed, but when you compare it to a different civ, it's still good. Same with Abbasid's Golden Age. Golden Age is like now further ahead because these other means of competing on economy have been crippled. So yeah, a very curious detail. I think also French kind of suffered more from that, which is weird when you think about it, because obviously one of French's perks is ecotechs costing less, but now that's kind of worth less overall. So yeah, changes feel really weird, man. And I do think that they didn't do what they needed to, which was late game, they were meant to deal with the issue of 10,000 food reserves. I actually think the best course of action to fix that issue would be to remove the tier 3 food tech, just the food tech. I think that would resolve a lot of the problems. But it might make things like H3 Arkin too good. But let's get ready to go. That's right, first tournament on Season 9. One and all, welcome back to KP's pre-Season 9 Showdown. We are live from the PUP server for a showdown from the CIS region. 3D Clans B begins in the orange on the Abbasids. On the other side, it is Scatterbrain, a Belarusian player, a very talented one in the team environment that's been rising through the ranks of 1v1. He will be entering this arena in the yellow as the English. Dry Arabia kicks us off, and we have got a best of 5 ahead of us between these two very talented fellows. English versus Abbasids, though, this is kind of cool. English definitely feels favored, the 2TC feels free, but what I'm excited about is whether we're going to see Eco Wing coming out. B definitely has that as an option. A lot of Abbasid players have been leaning that way in recent times. And in fact, most of the games I've seen on the test server with Abbasids have been Eco Wing. It allows you to quite efficiently go up to potentially 3 TCs. It also justifies you playing condensed TCs, which is where they're not away from the safety of the primary, which is going to be mandatory if this ends up being an Abbey of Kings build. Farms are going to get added in very early by Scatterbrain. Wow, this is kind of old school, actually. I think this started to return for a bit, and then players just kind of forgot about it. But this is a reactionary play from Scatterbrain. Look at his sheep count. Oh, wow. Oh, wow, he got cut off. B, he ran in the same direction. So Scatterbrain, he's forced to go into the farm transition because he's down to 5 sheep already. Meanwhile, B is now at 14. This is why practicing rotations is important. This is why actually just opening a few custom games and just running a scout around the map to get a feel for where sheep spawn is mandatory at this point to get good in the pro scene. Sheep RNG is painful, but it has a pattern. And if you don't learn that pattern, this is the pain that awaits you. It's already hard enough because Abbasids can start on berries. They don't need to start on sheep, which means their scout doesn't have to come home in a rush. But it's then amplified if you aren't prepared. It was a bit unfortunate on the timing, but it looked like Scatterbrain didn't see the scout early enough. And by the time he was in a position to react, it was too little too late. A little bit of it came down to RNG of what's in the corner, but it looks like B just beat him to all of those central sheep. It's not getting much better either, folks. That is now 7 sheep in total for a guy who built 2 farms at the start of the game. And B, he's going to creep down the corner because Scatterbrain didn't check it. Okay, now I'm actually questioning whether he even saw B scout at all. Because if you saw B scout rotate this way, his natural pathing is going to be to come back around and across here. Timing doesn't support you running like this. Timing supports you running like this or running like this. So, as a result, B is going to end up with about 75% of the sheep on Dry Arabia. Scatterbrain feels like he needs to apply pressure. It's going to be Lombos. So no TC boom. It's going to be English all-in against Eco Wing. Now, against the old military wings, I actually quite like the kind of all-in for English. I think the Lombos are oppressive enough. Against Eco Wing, I'm not entirely convinced, though. Have you guys been convinced? Let's check the Gamba. Majority going on B. Some people taking that soft gamble on the other side. So we're probably looking at 2 TC because it's Lombos. If this was a 2 TC play from English, you just go free because it's pretty much for free. And you just have to keep them close to base. But what we might see is B try to be a bit greedy here. I could see him trying to sneak out to this TC here. Because you've got deer and you've got berries. So if you shove it to the backside, it kind of works. To do that, you would need to add in the stables. So he needs to move more people across to the wood, but I think instead, considering he hasn't built a lumber camp, what we're going to see is B's going to drop the TC here on the tree lines so that he saves on the lumber camp, and then we'll just see him go into stables and likely try to shove the deer in on a delay. Scatterbrain almost completing his tech up. Beating on the timing by B, though, by quite a bit. And that's the effect of having to add in these 2 farms so early on. Like, sure, you know, they're going to be good once the mill is up. They have a good gathering rate. But you're still spending 37 wood, right? Which is about roughly what one villager can gather in 1 minute. So that's the difference in your economy, right? It's like 2 of your villagers have wasted a minute of game time. And B actually goes for the greedy TC. I think the reason behind this, folks, is the timing. Is Scatterbrain, it wasn't what felt like a quick tech up, right? So you almost feel like you can get away with this. If this had been an early council hold by about 20 seconds, B would have stopped here. But he has got enough villagers, 10 out there, 1 longbow on the way. Isn't going to stop this, but the other important part is the berries on the back. The berries on the back is crucial because the lombow's coming. The other issue I am going to see for B here is there's small tree lines to run around. If this isn't walled off, the lombos will rotate. So B is going to need to prep wood and go for a stables. And I think Scatterbrain should be getting the racks ready as a result. First longbow in. A nice shove with the deer. Scout is going to be brought low. Oh, mistake made. The misclick. Scatterbrain, no! He gets out of range, but barely there. That looked like a misclick to harass the deer. Kind of surprised he actually wasn't in range, but 6-star range is a little bit deceptive there. Scout cannot go down here, folks. Like, English all-in longbow plays without a scout is a no-no. And I love that little detail from Scatterbrain. We have got the drop of the fire camp. Of the campfire, rather. Remember, this increases the vision of units in its range. It's ludicrous how much you can see. I still remember when they first made this change, there was that hilarious bug with China, where you could walk a Tang Dynasty scout in and you'd see, like, the entire map. So mill behind just to buff the berries. And we have got the stables now being dropped. Reaction racks is coming in. Scatterbrain, I think he's going to have to back up here. The problem with his positioning now is he's got lombos too far forward that the spearman won't be able to help. So if he hangs around here, it's just going to be minus 180. And that will then enable B to go into an archery range at no real loss to himself. And he's already in a cozy position. He saved 35% on the TC drop, which is like, what, 280, I think it is roughly. On top of that, he is now only paying 32 food per villager. This adds up quick. This is why Abbasids is one of the easiest civs to spam horsemen with, is they just end up with so much surplus food from spending so little on villagers. There's that horticulture tech coming in. We mentioned why this is like less effective, right? What's more important here is B just getting the golden age, right? Like this is actually a crazy difference now. Is with horticulture versus golden age, Abbasids just roar ahead on eco, even if they don't get their own eco techs now. And it's gonna be camel archers. Okay, that's kind of cool. I wasn't expecting this, but it makes a lot of sense, folks. I've been saying camel archers are busted, and you are going to see it very clearly in the coming weeks. The reason you're building camel archers here is because they counter spears. He could build archers, sure, but the issue of building archers is it doesn't move fast. If you build horsemen and camel archers, you have mobility. That is something the English do not have. And what that means is if the English aren't up in your face, you can chase them down or you can hunt their economy on the other side of the map. Camel archers, remember, they get bonus damage against spears. They double damage against them. On top of that, camel archers are a bit more beefy. They recently got their health buff from 140 to 150 in the feudal age. And overall, being a 230 resource unit, if you think about it, like an archer costs 80, right? And it has 80 health, or 70 health rather. So if you think about the maths involved there, you've got more health than 2 archers. Your DPS is higher. You are paying a premium, 230 instead of the 160. But it's not as drastic of a difference that you feel the pain. The only negative of spamming camels is production time. The issue in this game for Scatterbrain is he's not applying pressure, which means that B is getting past the most uncomfortable point in this composition, which is getting the initial count up. Yeah, instead, Scatterbrain, I think, is going castle. He hasn't built a single extra unit here. He's hunkered down. We've got 2 farm clusters already. The one worrisome thing is this is going to have to be a King's Palace to try and compete. And if it's King's Palace, mass horsemen, mass camel archers don't care. Right? They are beefy enough, they will dive these defenses. So B is going for an all-in timing. And Scatterbrain, you can't build a white tower. Like, if you build a white tower, you're going to have to go under stone because you have to get a second TC. Because the issue with what's now happening is this mass cavalry blocks you from taking relics. So you can't pad the difference in villager count by getting these gold sources. Camels and horsemen on the way. And we've already got undermesh being prepped. Kind of rough for Scatterbrain. I don't think he really expected that exact TC timing. What's the game plan for Scatterbrain? He's living up to his name right now. It's all, like, the plan has been unraveled. He is going castle. But once again, it has to be white tower to survive. But that just means you die 5 minutes later. Dive comes in before you can even begin the tech up. One villager down already. Not a good situation when you're at 1 TC here. I think we're going to have a very quick opening to this series as B is getting ready to swoop in. Spear count at 7, longbow count at 7. This is not a big enough army to defend. The idle time alone is going to put you even further back. The horsemen are going to dive past onto the wood line here. Villagers just trying to run away, but the stabs are coming in quick, and without textiles, it's not a significant front line to try and hold with. You can't really even leverage the villagers' short bows here because undermesh is a counter to them. Weirdly enough, this is a situation where being another civ that uses shivs would be better than being English because you wouldn't have to worry about the armor. Yeah, this is why Horseman is always just such a good counter to English, right? That's why Mongols felt great for that reason for a while. It countered the men-at-arms play, it counters the villagers, it counters the lombos, it counters everything, and this is Desperation White Tower. He can't even complete it. Even if he could, he'd just die a few minutes later. Everyone has to dive back into towards the TC. But B's economy is at a stage, his production pace is at a stage where he can keep doing this. Steel Dagger is on the way as well to just make this dive even more painful. And Scatterbrain doesn't have a blacksmith, so no extra return fire. He's going to start torching the landmark. B just like, why do you not GG? Why do you not leave? Scatterbrain might have to soon. He jumps out again, but it's just too many horsemen. Body blocks are there. You might as well commit. You're dead either way. Dominant game from B, and a reminder that Abbasids, they are not a C-tier civ. They are not a D-tier civ. They have secretly been creeping up the rankings, and these new Eco-Wing builds with camels are going to need a nerf. 2 TC, 10-minute win. Yeah, I mean, that is pretty, well, 12-minute, right? That's pretty wild. Yeah, kind of a rough one. I didn't really see the plan come from Scatterbrain. He had an idea and he got forced off his plan. But what he lacked there was the elegance to transition his plan. And what I mean by that is the highest level players, they have this motion where they move to the new problem solver, right? Like the new way of playing. So if we put a win for B, and we'll see where map number 2 is going to take us, because I think they are now drafting. In fact, let me open the chat. I keep forgetting to use the Start GG chat because they have the chat in there. We're going to Baltic. Baltic. So, what was that? Abbasids versus English? Dude, I'm going the extra mile to put all the production details in here. What just... One second. That's a bit weird. Alright, there we go. Wait, was that because I pressed... Let me double check. Was that because I pressed update graphics? Do not press update graphics, guys. It's dangerous. What happened? Oh. It added a 6th game. I see what happened. Apologies, guys. So, we should be at 5 games. There we go. Sorry. Getting used to using the map piece. So, we're heading into Baltic. Scatterbrain is probably going to go... French is kind of interesting here, actually. French is really interesting here. B's likely to go Mongols. Actually, Juji. Juji is the safest choice, right? So let me mark up. We had English used already. It's kind of unfortunate he wasted English there. English are a lot better of a choice in Baltic. Japan is a possibility. I think it's Japanese or probably French we're looking at here. I get to hydrate? Wow. Thank you very much, sir. I think we'll get confirmation in a second. Mongols Iabids. Okay, Mongols Iabids here. So we were right on B. Iabids is a little bit surprising, but it kind of has that similar effect of like Japanese, where you can fast castle and then you just rush units. It also gives you the dock crawl around the lake, which I think is part of what he's aiming for here. So we'll see which way that one goes. Left is a win there. Let me update that. Boom. So first game to B, second game now being prepped. Iabids and Mongols. What happens if you use Hydrate 240 times? I have to dive into the Baltic Lake and chug. And yes, Deniskia did beat Corvinus. Corvinus is now in the best of one elimination games, which is rough, man. Like, I feel bad for anyone ending up down there because, like, making a best of one is, like, you don't know what to anticipate. You know it's Dry Arabia, but it's an entirely new patch with very different things. So, let's pay out for B. Let's get ready for the second game of the series. We're now getting ready to load in. I think we should have a 2-minute delay here. There we go. Good lads. You know what? And I'm gonna jinx it by saying this, but things are going reasonably smoothly now. I'm you know, breath of relief. Things are kind of, I don't want to say full cruising, but it's feeling like it's going well, right, chat? Maybe a bit too well? Yeah, I've jinxed it. Still ear. What does still ear mean? Love you too. Early. Oh, well, okay. I got paid. Well, that's a depressing moment. Only 2 hours into the stream. All right, let's get ready to go, though. Have I got the score the right way around? I think I'm going to need to flip it. I know it as well. A blast from the past, returning in Season 9. We're on Baltic in a pro series here. 3D Clans B on the Mongols, going up against Scatterbrain on the Iabids. Yeah, not something we get to see very often anymore, Baltic, right? Like, I don't know what really pushed it fully out of favor. Maybe people just kind of getting tired of these pure water-based fights. I think in some ways Archipelago maybe offered something a bit more wow factor there. But this has always been kind of an interesting map, right? The potential to trade on land for things like Mongols here, great. The raid potential on the flanks for both things like Keshiks and Lancers, those are going to be key points to look for here. I'm curious to see if Scatterbrain is going to try for one of those kind of low-focus water, high-focus tech type builds where Iabids just try to rush into H3. It is tricky because typically whenever you're on a water map, you are going to, as the Iabids, have to lean into advancement wing. And you know what you just saw there with the Protein Works thing? Click on it, guys. Take advantage of it. My promise to you guys, if we make 10 sales this month, I am going to put another $200 into upcoming show matches and tournaments on top of what was already going to be there. So that's pretty crazy because this current tournament we're running is a $150 prize pool. Shout out to all the players who are giving their time on a wonderful Sunday to play in this one. So Doc already being moved out to be dropped here. Oh, this is actually annoying what B is doing. It's very smart. You want to keep the same villager and you keep shuffling Docs, right? It's inefficient to walk back, but that's something the Khan's going to force. Even more so is this important for the Iabids because Iabids can afford to spam Docs quicker than other civs with them being 75 wood each. So having a run back and forth like this is actually going to add up. In fact, this one move might be a ginormous difference in this game. B, if he just keeps pivoting to the other villager, it's so much wasted effort. He hasn't even built the dock yet. What? I mean, you don't need 2 docks straight away, right? But over time, this does get painful. It's just more exposure points as you get deeper into the mid-game. So Doc is going to go up. Can't hang around for the shoreline fish, which is a negative. Meanwhile, B is already doing that. So he's got extra food income compared to his opponent. We are going to see a pivot soon, I think, from Scatterbrain. He needs more people in the wood. Advancement is on the way. So this is his upside, right? Like, he hasn't got the extra economy because he hasn't started blowing fishing. But what he will have is a very aggressive timing for an archer ship to punish his opponent. So B has to be very careful about going beyond 3 fishing boats, which he's now doing. Not just that, actually, B needs to be quick on the gold. Because I just realized his gold is right next to the shoreline. He has got to back up deeper, but that would be a burn for him, right? That'd be wasted idle time required. Scatterbrain. I think he's going to start stockpiling, right? Don't queue another fishing boat. You want the optimal timing for the release of the Dow. There it is, now on the way. 20 seconds away. B, does he pull a third to the gold, I wonder? You should be safe here because of timing, right? It's not just 20 seconds to get a boat out to cause chaos. It's 20 seconds plus about another 20 to get across the pond. So he will get the required 200. The awkward part, though, is you might not get the extra 30 to get a war junk. So keep an eye out for that. We're likely going to be seeing Silvertree here. Deerstone is usually quite nice, but Silvertree just feels so irresistible on a map that has corner trade when all the focus is on water. It means that your opponent isn't likely to snipe your traders. Yeah, one of the few maps where I actually think Silvertree probably makes more sense. Most of the time, I'm leaning Deerstone these days, but Archership is now arriving, and you see B does go up to the 4 villages. And a wasted effort here. Scatterbrain, instead of going right after the villages, he tries to snipe the fishing boat. Will be able to get one for his troubles. What a sneaky git. I wondered where B's fishing went. He moves it out of the way to the south side. So a wide creep there. A lot of idle time for the villager. But B has gathered the gold he needs. And I think he's gathered enough for an initial sprint ship. He just needs to focus on getting food now. And he can do that underneath his TC. Remember, this Dow can't dive there. The TC will just annihilate the boat. But Deerstone gives Khan Hunters? True. I mean, you know, rotten wood typically can give termites. But, like, you know, it doesn't mean you should do it. Silvertree gives you trade here. And I don't think Khan Hunters really matter that much. I'd rather just have Keshiks in the early phase. It's weird because also, like, going into Magadai potentially feels rough because if your opponent goes into a Desert Raider, you're kind of ruined. You can snipe them down, but it takes so long because of the damage debuff. Same with Camel Lancers down the line. But it looks like it's going to be Deerstone anyway. Okay, so B's just playing fast then. I guess if your opponent does go Desert Raiders, Magadai can Paper Shred, but I'm thinking like the Camel Lancer issue down the line. Because you can't go Keshiks against that either. And maybe that's why B wants to go Deerstone instead of Silvertree. Also, it is kind of difficult to divide attention between trade and fishing. So I think like a big thing that players have really started to clock onto is that quite often when we see Silvertree in these type of games, it doesn't get used for like the first 3 or 4 minutes of the age. Give me a sec, I need to fix. Sorry guys, I'm just doing admin work behind the scene. How do I give a win? Sorry, guys. I'm a one-man team. If I do have someone that wants to volunteer some time to do the Start GG admining, DM me, please. Villagers forced off the gold, though. However, the sprint ship is out, so should be able to shove him away. Dow does go down, so good strike back there by B. One tough thing about Ibis playing long water in feudal is they don't have the they don't have necessarily the same eco potency that the Abbasas get over a long feudal age. They do, however, still have teak masks, and teak masks is pretty impressive as a tech. One thing you need to be careful of is if this gets into a demo ship crawl on both sides, because one thing that the Mongols can exploit there is piracy. Piracy is really cheap, these guys. 175, these days, rather. 175 resources. Only takes 20 seconds, and if you have surplus dock, it's very easy to sneak into. How did you guys vote on this one, by the way? I'm kind of curious now. 39% for Scatterbrain. A lot of people believing the IBID power. I love that. Be honest, how many of you just playing the odds game? You know, where it's like, wow, that's a 20-1 odds. I mean, I don't believe in that team. Now, Scatterbrain is quite talented. So when I checked the ATI, I was like, nice. He's at 35th, guys. Of the active players, he's 35th. He's only one behind, for example, Kaiser Johan. He's ahead of people like Gully Deco. So he's definitely a very talented player, an upcomer. I think there's kind of this rise of Belarusians, right? Because I think Anan and Scatterbrain are both from Belarusia. I don't know if they've been scrimming together, but this guy kind of got some notoriety behind him from team games, if I remember correctly. B building an eco lead here, though. 7 ahead at this stage. There's only been 1 worker kill in this game, so it's kind of crazy to see the IBID player getting outscaled there, but he seems to be paranoid, so putting a lot more presence on military vessels, but still behind, and that's what's scary. Is like, if B is ahead, you're seeing it. This is always the advantage. It's similar to the logic of things like Admiralty with the English. If you get 1 boat ahead, you can go for your advantage tech, and this is that. 25 wood, 25 gold from piracy for each ship you sink. And by the way, that means demo ships count too. If your opponent detonates his demo, but it's been hit once, you still get paid. Yeah, it's actually insane that it works that way. It makes demo ship play so difficult. What the hell did I just select? All right, that is cursed. I'm never looking at that again. B's just trying to pass the time. He's like just dotting the dots. Doodling on a piece of paper with that Khan. Do we have Teak Mass? I think Scatterbrain needs Teak Mass pretty badly here. It does help with demo ships as well, as they'll often be able to like survive on 1 HP before an ship can finish them off. But speaking of that demo, move comes in here. Needs to split it up. B, not the most ideal of micro. Will lose 1 the spring holds. Body blocks come in. Scatterbrain going in pretty deep here. The follow-up demo should be able to connect as well. Archer ships will not be able to protect it quick enough, so a second sinker there. But B has defender's advantage. Love this as well. He lays in the fishing boats inside the war junk so you can't target them. Scatterbrain, nice fight there, able to get those body blocks for the demo hits. B did take a little bit of damage in terms of production speed and whatnot, as the gap has started to close on the fishing side. No dominant winner there. Scout down on land. Now I'm wondering, does B try to go for a stables? Because this would be very crafty at this stage. He has, interestingly enough, queued up a scout. I'm hoping that's a misclick and he realizes, because it definitely feels wasteful. And there you go, does fix it. Fresh comes in again, though, and the piracy. I mean, this is the problem. These are not the trades you can do in Scatterbrain. What? He wasn't paying attention. B, he pulls back the light junk, forces an overcommitment. And Scatterbrain, rubbing wood there. A little bit too much friction between the fleets. B getting paid for that. Remember, each dead ship is 50 resources extra for B. It's not just you losing out on what you spend, it's him building a bank. Fishing boats also count for the piracy, folks, so this is dangerous territory for Scatterbrain. Especially when you're clustering them all up on one like this. If you look away for a second, double demo ends this game instantly. Demos are coming in. Good blocker. Return fire is good, though, and those sinkers really matter. He just starting to stockpile the resources, right? And I mean, Scatterbrain, he went for advancement wing with the Iobids. He's not really getting any advantage. The only thing is that 10% gathering rate, which is good. I'd say Deerstone feels like a 5% gathering rate buff because of the save time walking. It's just so much quicker, especially in a game where you're primarily on the wood lines. Matters a lot here. See the difference in the size of the fleet as well. Sprint count is already an advantage, but Demo's already creeping. On top of that, B's creeping towards Castle Age. Kind of a tricky one, actually, for Scatterbrain. I'm trying to remember, was this his map draft as well? Because they both drafted 3 maps. Yeah, that was the interesting thing to me, is Scatterbrain was the only one interested in pure water maps, or ones that have proper boats committed. He picked Baltic, Migration, and Canal. And if that was meant to be his confidence play into water, I'm losing confidence quick with the way this is playing out, because B is undeniably ahead here. He's going to look to push the pressure in. Another hit with the piracy. Sprint count is just so high. These dows are so wasteful. Fishing boats are going to have to go to shoreline. It's the only option left here. Scatterbrain, he needs a mass demo pump. But remember, folks, those demo pumps will still give the piracy over. Shove comes in. Scatterbrain, still no teak mask. I think he's forgotten about it at this stage. It's definitely worth it when you're up about like 10 Springle ships. Worth the cost of investment. Oh, low HP here. Needs to get that target fire in. B, showing a lot of respect as he backs up. But this is just that natural flow and dance of water. I love the fact he's peeling off the heavily injured, not giving anything over here. And I think B, with the way his macro is going, I don't think this is intentional, but it looks like he is going to end up at a castle age point, whether he planned for it or not. Which isn't a bad idea here, right? Like, you have got a lot of advantageous ways to go. Usually going for age 3 kills your game, but when you're this far ahead on military, you're protected, right? The best thing Scatterbrain can do is get the same amount of boats, and in that situation, it's just a ticking time bomb waiting for things like Springle crews and armored hulls to come in. We have at least got the dot crawl coming. I think the issue here, I think really what put B so far ahead is this play down here. It's the safe dock, the safe economy. Even when the pressure came in, he was gathering, whereas whenever Scatterbrain gets pressured, his entire food economy stops. Demos get... Oh my god! That hit may have just decided to be. Caught Scatterbrain, scattered with his thoughts across the map, and scatters him across the lake. And now the tech is on the way. That one demo is all he needed. Scatterbrain will not come out to contest. 6 Springles to 15. Step readout now on the way. I would not blame SB for just calling it the moment age 3 comes. Dock's already starting to be strung. The zone of influence is almost non-existent on this pond for Scatterbrain. He needs a punch, he needs it now, but it has to be more demos than 4. 4 is not good enough. You won't reach this many Springle ships. Not unless B just clicks to the edge and doesn't realize. We have seen some weird misclicks recently from B, so maybe his control groups are set up for it. Demos coming in. That split drawing attention, wasting time here is all he really needs to get the win. And Demos, they just pile drive it down the center. Nothing gained. Scatterbrain looks done. We should have what? Probably armored hulls is a high priority here. Demo ships is the only recovery arc now for Scatterbrain with a lead this big. Also, demo ships is affordable for B to pump because he has got step readout. So that's a lot of gold influx. Best unit to use it on, the most efficient unit. That's what I like about Deerstone on water maps, actually. Is like I said, trade can work here, and I still stand by that. But like Deerstone into step readout sick because it allows you to be most efficient at demo pumping. Because Deerstone helps wood gathering the most because of the amount of walking involved from that movement speed, which he definitely needs to adjust. He's on the way now. And on top of that, step readout does the gold that you need as well. So a brilliant 1-2, and Spiral Cruise is now on the way. Scatterbrain moving in for what might be the last time here in game number 2 of this best of 5. And Demos, the moves are just too slow. He sinks a few fishing boats, but this is payday for B. Getting rewarded at every turn. One demo comes back out the other way. It does as much damage as 4 of Scatterbrain. So there's a discussion about Age of Empires 4 versus Age of Mythology. Both are fantastic games. I would say Age of Empires 4 is less complicated because it doesn't deal in myth and heroic units, which can, to someone who doesn't know the counter system, not make as much sense. Whereas, especially on land with Age of Empires 4, what beats what makes sense, right? A spearman kills a cavalry kills an archer. And winners quarterfinals are best of 5, Myriad. All upper bracket, best of 5 from now on until we get grand finals, in which case it'll be a best of 7. Or lower bracket, best of 1s until lower bracket final, which will be a best of 3. And Piracy's looking so good. It's crazy how often players kind of forget about it. The buffs they've done to it were well and truly good enough. Only 175 resources, 20 seconds to tech. It's worth it almost every game. If you know you're getting into a fully fledged naval battle, piracy easily pays for itself within about a minute of fighting. Less than that, actually. And you just saw that correctly. Incendiary tech's in. This tech is insane. Like, recently players have stopped going Spiral Cruise first and they've been going Incendiary techs. The reason why you saw Spirals first to be is just so far ahead. But if you see your opponent has a big fleet because you teched up and he stayed H2, explosive junks with more health, more blast radius ends the game straight away. Not even needed here though. There's just no fleet left over. Man the sails in the split of the main line, and Scatterbrain, I think he's about ready to just wave the white flag. I think he's processed it at this stage. GG gets called. B looking unstoppable in the round of 8. Whew. So 2 on the board for B. Well played, sir. Yeah, man's on fire. And that means it is once again Scatterbrain's pick. And all of his maps are water, so is he going to lean there again? It feels debatable whether it's worth doing at this point. I think you just go to one of B's selections. So you have, for example, Rocky River, Highview Prairie. Looking at Scatterbrain's draft, I could see Rocky River's not a bad one for him, right? Japanese, Rus, French, even Delhi. They all play it very well. Highview I kind of like for Japan because they can ambush you with the night spam quickly. But the danger of Japan there, I think, is actually surprisingly effective against Japan if they get the rush going. Delhi might be Scatterbrain's safest option remaining here. Order of the Dragon's a bit tricky for Delhi, right? But Delhi, Juji with Juganu Mass. I feel like Jugnu massing with Juji is less effective against Delhi than China, but it can still work. But like, of what remains, Scatterbrain, I think Rus doesn't feel overwhelmingly strong against any of these civs. You might have to kind of gamble that something is, like you've got an edge in terms of the draft with the next game, which is why I'm leaning towards Delhi or Japanese. So we'll confirm in a second. I haven't said anything yet. I'm just going to bump them in case they didn't realize. One second. There we go. Just reminding the players. A lot of things were typed out. So, are they getting ready for the next game? Mongol ships look beautiful, so I might go by looks. There you go. Go for it. I mean, Mongols are... I think now's a good time to get into Mongols. I think they've been rejigged, rebalanced. They're pretty good again. So, yeah, they're getting ready for the third game. Okay, I just want to confirm for them. I think they're just chatting in Discord now. Because for those who don't know, in Start GG, there is... In your matchups, there is a chat channel. You can communicate via them. But I'm never sure if players are using Discord or that. So it's a bit hard to track. So have a look. Let's see where we're going next with this one. I didn't have enough time to draft a full rulebook. Next time I will. I just kind of wrote it down in the Discord channel. Because the rules, I feel like we kept the rules nice and simple for people. But yeah, just to confirm the results coming in, Corvinus was able to beat Libby. Knock Knock versus Trackor is currently underway. It's about 12 minutes in. Ezra versus M7. Ezra has won, and I'm pretty sure I already gave him the win there. Did my thingy bug out? Ezra should be in the next round, waiting for an opponent. Ez, did it confirm through? I think he's still here, because the lower bracket is now waiting for the outcome of this. Maybe I should have made it a best of 3 for you guys. I don't know. Now I'm thinking about it, you guys might be waiting a bit. Apologies on that. Are they all conks? Yes, they're all conks. All conkers. So I'm just checking now. We're going migration. He's sticking to the war maps. I'm surprised. I mean, Props to him for sticking to his guns, but it is a bit rough. Why is Ezra's series not showing us complete? Is Ez here? Ezra? He's not playing a second game, is he? He only needed the one to win. Hey, buddy. So your set... Why is your set not resolved with M7? You've already played the game. There's only one game. Do you need me to close it? I thought I already did close it. I'm pretty sure I already closed it. Okay, yeah, I'll submit result. Yeah, sorry. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. It's because it wants the 2 scores. So if I just put... If I add a game and I go Ezra 1. There you go, buddy. Apologies about that. It was an oversight by me on the lower bracket rounds. I'll update the other rounds, so it should be fixed moving forward. So it will track correctly for the future rounds. Sorry, guys. We're just checking we're getting ready to load into the next one, so we've got a second for me to quickly do this. That's best of 1s. That should be best of 5s. Sorry, I missed this setting when I was going through it before, because the bracket wasn't setting up originally. So, best of 5. Winner finals will also be best of 5. Then grand finals will be a best of 7. There we go. I'm glad we noticed that early. So now, like, the rest of it is resolved. Fantastic. Yeah, okay, that should be all correct. Oh, wait, what the... Is there an extra layer to this? Feels like there's an extra layer to this somewhere. I'm just going to trust that the bracket is correct. So things should begin to speed up in the lower bracket so that people aren't waiting as much. But yeah, so we said we're heading into migration, right? This is probably going to be Japanese versus Yuji then. I love how confusing passive flags are when you try to, like, you try to hide them. So, yeah, Japanese versus Yuji. I know my boys. I know my sibs. So, let's go ahead and type in migration. It's going to be Yuji versus Japanese. On this map, I could see this being pretty good for Japan, because I think Japan is able to scale into arrow slits, so that proxy dot play is scary. The problem is just getting the timing right, because usually you can slap you out of that, right? Because they can beat you to it with their faster build speed. So, as long as Japan doesn't fall to that initial setup of the aggro dock, I would favor them over Juji here. It is a little bit scary just because there's a transitional opportunity where Juji can rush Castle Age if you're not paying attention. And I'd say, landmark choices there. You don't really want to build a Temple of Equality or a floating gate on the central island, whereas the Juji will very happily build a Shaolin monastery there, and they will build it quickly. So, let's find out what we're going to get. We're getting ready to load into the third game of this best of 5. Damn, I'm going to have so many games to cast over the next few days. I'm going to be stacked up, mate. I'm going to be at a point where, like, by Wednesday, I could just not stream until I get back from Wallow, and you guys will have plenty of content uploaded on YouTube. But you know me. I'm a DGen, so we'll probably still be streaming. In fact, we've actually got a sponsor stream of an MMO coming on Wednesday, so I'm probably going to look to organize a show match on some new maps, do some of our midweek map madness there, and then we'll, after we do the show match, go into streaming the MMO, which I'll be checking out. Brand new one. We're playing in a streamer tournament, actually. I know. Someone thought it was a good idea to add me to their team in a streamer tournament. Okay, did I put predictions up? Let's get those predictions ready for you folks. What do you guys think so far of the tournament, though? Of the test server? We haven't got to see much in the way of siege actions, my only disappointment, right? Would have been nice to have seen more siege play. But we'll get there. Run it down, Pigeon. Dude, I got so many games to cast today. How many games would we probably cast today? Probably like 15. Probably. If not more. Are you not entertained? You better be. Okay. Let's get to it. Yeah, what the hell? Someone get Ramen Cup a sub. I love how he didn't give himself one. Appreciate your run, buddy. Oh, where's my UI sleeve? There we go. Oh, let me flip that as well. Migration in esports. No, that's not like... this isn't a TED talk about the wider ecosystem. It's just the map. One and all. Welcome back to Age of Empires 4 Action. We have got another game from the Scatterbrain 3DB series here. We're heading to migration for a Japanese Juji Showdown. Juji in the hands of B. Scatterbrain on the Japanese. Two of the most dominant civs you'll find on the border side, actually. And a really cool map for it, actually. Migration doesn't get much play time at the moment. I'm a little bit disappointed. I want it to get more playtime so that maybe the devs can take a look, make a few tweaks, because the concept of this map is incredible. You start on a very small, isolated island with limited resources. You need to go to the mainland. That's the concept. The execution doesn't always go that way, though. The mainland might come into the picture, but most of the time, people just end each other on the water before that. So let's see how this one's going to play out. Spawn-wise, yeah, these spawns are a bit funky. I'm wondering if I have to make an exec call to not allow migration. I don't know. I don't like how unbalanced this is. I don't know if the players are okay with it or if they dislike it. It does keep getting drafted, though. Ironically enough, this map was drafted by Scatterbrain and selected by Scatterbrain, and he got the scam spawn. He's a little bit light on the food in comparison. I think maybe the upside for him, at least, is he has got a lot of safe food behind him, 3 deep water fish, and he has scouted those out. So that's a benefit, while B, he might have back fish in a way, but it's not protected back fish. It's not sitting right behind his primary island. Just a reminder, by the way, guys, we have a $150 prize pool on the line. So the players, they're not just playing for fun and glee. They do want to win. And with it being an entirely new patch, there are certain things we have to monitor, such as the Japanese and how the economy is going to function different a bit here with the tweaks. The other really big one, Civ-specific here, is Juji. Juji got some really cool buffs around the land elements, namely Grenadiers, which you can access now in Cartilage, and Dale Horses, which gives an increased attack speed to all cavalry units, which is kind of making Juji one of the best cav civs in the game now. Not sure we're going to get to see cav here, but it's possible if we start to hunker down and see both players moving towards this central island. What is up, Camian? Thank you very much for the gifted sub, buddy. So how did you guys vote in the end? 74% for B. Not too surprising there. It's felt a little bit like Scatterbrain is at a mismatch here in terms of the playstyles. Like, B's reads are on point. It's almost like he's letting Scatterbrain make the first move to make the mistake. Curious to see if he's going to make the first move here. This has to be... I want to say it's Coca, but the weird thing is Coca doesn't feel as free to play here because you have to invest into a transport ship as well. But definitely worth it once you are able to block those 4 dot drops. And whoa, what is up, Malkia Gaiden? Thank you very much. Appreciate the 5 gifted. Look at you guys. Love the community support. Love all the people tuning in on a wonderful Sunday evening for some intense, experimental Age of Empires 4. I always love how peaceful water map starts are. No, I don't actually. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I am like, I hear a noise, I get distracted. I want explosions. But the funny thing is it starts off peaceful, but the ramp is so insanely fast because the reason it's peaceful is they're getting all these additional eco units. So B should be looking for the meditation garden soon. It's gonna be at the starting island. He can plop it here, get a decent amount of wood, and get 36 food and 25 gold, which is probably going to be better than anything you'll find on the mainland. The mainland's a bit of a coin flip as to whether you get enough resources close enough to justify walking there. What we probably will see is a transport ship eventually from B, just to try and set up before dock, but that move hasn't come through yet. Second dot coming in. Oh, that one's kind of rough for Scatterbrain. Yeah, only one fishing spot here. He has scouted the second one, right? Yeah, so he just about glimpses this. I feel bad for him because the stealth water is kind of screwing him over. It's almost difficult or close to impossible to notice the deep water fish at a glance. Medigarden now on the way, so it's going to be that tree line we talked about. Coca Township, love to see it. Coca got buffed, folks. Not in Season 9. It actually happened in Season 8. And it was a really sick buff. One that should be taken seriously here. Japanese feudal is scary now, whether it's water or just landlocked. Shinobi produced in 20 seconds instead of the old 23. And they also received a haircut to their cost. They used to be 20 resources, and now they're 100. So you save 10 food and 10 gold. Very spammable from what I've been seeing. And you have to remember that's a unit that moves quicker than most things will. On top of that, they happen to have a delicious regen built into them. Don't ask me why. Someone on the dev team was like, these units should act like scouts do, while being capable of killing a scout in 4 hits. Actually, 5. Villagers are going to shuffle in now. So it looks like an early move coming in from Scatterbrain. And I'm in paranoia mode. We have got good volume still, right? Yes. Fantastic. I swear, the test server is testing my PC's performance. B. Is he going fast castle? This looks like a fast castle build, which is wild. I mean, he can't go for the aggro dock play because Coca Township, right? He'll get sabotaged and blocked. Thank you, Camian. Appreciate the gift to sub. What a legend. We've got a sub train going. Meanwhile, the train ride here is already ended. It has to come back to pick up the Shinobi now as he wants to shift across. This is kind of sick, though, from B. What wins, Shinobi or Shaolin Monks? I'm pretty sure Shaolin Monks, for the same cost, it's close, though, right? Because you hit for 25 damage into a melee unit. Shaolin Monks have an ability to attack, I think it's 3 times for every 2 times a Shinobi attacks, and a 15 base. And it's 80 HP, which scales up to 92, versus 170. I think double Shinobi beats Shaolin Monk. It's close, though. The 2 melee armor might make the difference for the Monk to win. Because remember, a Monk costs 200 resources, a Shinobi costs 100. And yeah, it's a castle rush, guys, from both sides. Scatterbrain has an edge here, though. Pretty substantial one, and that's the difference of the fishing boat cost, right? Like, look at the count for them both right now. It's 19 versus 15. But the difference is that Scatterbrain has saved 30 wood per fishing boat. And wait, B is now adding in boats. This is a misread. It's too late to play Age 2. Age 3 is coming, and there's some interesting things to think about down the line, right? Copper plating's pretty intriguing. Fire and ranged armor, we don't see it often, but it's a nice little perk on top of everything. And you've got plenty that is going to favor you here, right? All the techs, the normal ones, armored hulls, incendiaries, and spiral crews. Things that B now has to worry about. And this forward dock is dangerous for B because of this. Look at the stone. Scatterbrain gets 20% stone when he gathers gold, so he can just upgrade this kind of for free, right? Like over half the cost is for free. 2/3 of the cost is for free because the stone is just naturally gathered as a bonus. Here we go, Shaolin Monastery moving in, but that explains it. Okay, so B built the Springle chip to protect the landmark. I mean, Shinobi has to make a dive here, right? Try and do what you can, idle up what you can, but unfortunately, you're not getting a single kill. So I was worried B was playing Age 2, and that would have been a throw. But this was perfectly executed. Remember, it's deceptive with Zhuji. When they look like they've got half of what they need for a tech up, they're almost there already because of the 15% age up discount. Stable's being dropped alongside it. And we've got a floating gate reaction. Now, this is bad for B. If he doesn't commit an Imperial Official here, he's not going to be able to keep up with the pacing. His Lancers aren't bad if he builds a Blacksmith to get Dali horses, but you're still competing against a better Cav unit that is going to build quicker. You can see Yoroshiro drop coming. Meanwhile, Villager is going to get sniped on the dock. Arislit's on the way on a delay. A little bit greedy here from Scatterbrain. But this is a race over relics, folks, from both players. B Trying to shuffle forward may regret this, though. He doesn't know. He doesn't see, but he's about to discover. Shinobi moves in. He gets it! Just in time there. The sabotage, now even bigger advantage. The first Monk has arrived here. And here's what I was talking about. 28 damage versus the 15, but much quicker attack speed. And you can see what I was talking about. In a one-on-one, Monk always wins. Surprisingly close if you add a second shot of one of these Shinobi in. Samurai going to have to back up. 15 damage is fairly high, but not high enough when reinforcements arrive. So first Monk goes down. 200 food down the drain. Could easily be another 200. Supervision is now going to be there, so B does make the move we talked about, but with double amount of Samurai here, this is very dangerous. He's keeping the transport ship in range, so that if these guys dive in, he can just garrison. In the meantime, though, they can just focus on the Lancers. It's 4 mounted Samurai to just 1 Lancer so far. Love that. Just peel 1 to chase, send the rest hunting in. I don't know, man. I think Scatterbrain is in a pretty good position here. Unless B can start sniping fishing, it feels like he's doomed to lose this land fight, and it's why we're seeing him now prep the Raxes. Shallow Monks as a defense mechanism is kind of cool here. Remember, Shallow Monks heal when they're out of combat. So if you can just push him away, any damage done is reversed. Meanwhile, although Deflective Armor helps, once Deflective is down, once you're at this pure base health, any damage there is permanent. And yes, you saw a ninja fighting a monk. It sounds like some sort of fighting game from the early 2000s, I know. It's perfect. Oh, coming in. Whoa, not going to work. Gets denied. He could kill everything here. B needs the spears. They are now on the way. Only feudal so far, though. In the meantime, sacred sites have been locked in. This is suffocating. Scatterbrain has pinned B on the west side of the central island. And there's only 2 sacred sites in the game. So pressure, pressure, more is coming. Not Samurai. I don't think B can hold this, man. He needs Springle ships here. Archer ships is not the answer against this. It's too much ranged armor. You're doing practically no damage. You're merely tickling. Springles are finally attacking. But is it too late? Lancer count down to 4. Soon to be none. The Shallow Monks can't assist him. The villagers have built a lot of infrastructure. The Spearmen are starting to come. But Scatterbrain, he should be ready for a Yorishiro switch here. Instead, he adds in another stables and drops the Yorishiro for the 2.5x production rate. That is crazy. Was not really expecting him to go that way. So he's at 5 stables worth of production right now with 2 buildings. It means he's pumping these boys out every 14 seconds. B. No chance to go Dally Horses. Just has to get spears to try and defend. But right now he's trickling spears, and this is how you lose. You can't trickle spears into mass mounted Samurai. They don't care because they'll recharge the deflective armors between the fights. My god, I think he might have done it. Scatterbrain's now going to start torching down the infrastructure. Forcing another commitment to the fight from B. Remember, the Uma Bannerman makes this even harder to fight into. What, wait, that was weird. One of those Mountain Samurai did not have the buff. As now, though, extra damage enough to kind of meat force his way through this. More Spearmen going down. Suffocating effect here for B. And still no pressure coming onto the economy at the back, which means that these Mountain Samurai will keep on coming. Outpost rush as well, but what a blocker there. Sick micro B. Able to get sniped before the outpost goes up. There's too many villages nearby. So this is going to be spoon replacements, folks, and this is smart. Spoon replacements are pretty powerful against these spears, able to free hit them. So smart move. And hey, Freya! You can play with Mummy. Uh-oh, we've got an invasion from a baby. Whoa! People think I'm casting Age of Mythology, Freya showing up. Oh, Play-Doh. Go give it to Mummy. Go give Mummy the Play-Doh. There we go. B. It's been being played with like he's Play-Doh, but is it finally time to form something strong enough to hold? We've got 12 Spearmen now. The rack switch up is on the way, and Samurai are being prepped, but they are not here yet. I think Scatterbrain slipped up, not prepping a racks transition sooner. Marketplace is coming in, because you are noticing Scatterbrain flowing an insane amount of gold here. So I think you want to buy some wood, actually, to prep additional Raxes behind this. Love the fact that he's got all these nearby Shintos, by the way, because they can play healer between these raids. I don't know, man. This is feeling pretty definitive. I mean, the eco lead is building for B, but it doesn't tell the entire story. There's no creep out coming. The Lancers keep trying, but I love the fact that Scatterbrain is keeping some Mountain Samurai nearby to mirror the moves. And there is no easy sneak out here, right? The vision from this outpost makes it difficult to creep off the mainland to then transport ship drop the back. Now, keep in mind these Samurai will be super effective. They have got the Adachi tech, so that means +6 damage when trading up against infantry. So the Spears won't be able to contest if he waits too long here. Right now he has the numbers, and he needs to push with a B. Start to shove out. That Samurai not able to protect the outpost, but this is buying time, and he needs it. Yorishiro drop went into the forward racks, which means it could be lost quickly. Samurai just trying to front line, not going to work out there. In the meantime, there is a push in. Ships now aggroing towards the fishing economy here of the Japanese. Scatterbrain forced to commit to try and defend the racks, but the torches are out. And look at that micro. B, he uses the back line to torch and the front line to attack the Cav. Building down, Scatterbrain moving forward with the wall attempts now. He needs to start pumping them this moment, though. He can't wait. First wall, second wall. He layers it. He shoves them away. He pinches a few spears. But that is now 2 Wallalols burnt. He's got 1 more left. Yeah, you got a stick. Guess who else has got sticks? Frey. B, a lot of them. Stabs in again. Final Wallalow available. He's trying to shove him off the gold here. B has to run away. The body block's working against him. The villagers converts 1. Not able to get the rest. B flirting the edge of this. Scatterbrain now only 3 samurai. 7 Mountain Samurai remaining, soon to be none. Rax is being rushed up behind this. It just feels like he hasn't got good enough production pacing to get a defense up here. B, despite the odds, despite the circumstances, despite the overwhelming lead of Scatterbrain, B is coming back into this. Sacred Site timer is down to 4 minutes. B is close to breaking out, erupting onto the central map here. There isn't really much to hold him back anymore. Scatterbrain is trickling troops to their death. Trickle with no treats in sight here. I think this is done. Scatterbrain down to 26 food. The backline got shoved. He shifted the entirety of his fishing away, and the dog never got complete. Unbelievable. This is over. An admirable attempt. Scatterbrain was so close to getting a point on the board. But B claws his way back in game 3 and continues the win streak. Not a game dropped yet by the 3D clan member. Definitely saw the potential of Scatterbrain, though. You see why he's a rising player. I think, in hindsight, looking back at this, the critical blunder was the double Yorishiro stables. A Rax earlier, I think, would have sold me on this. That would have secured the game for him. Sure, maybe you have to go Spearman because there's a lot of Lancers coming, but that works fine. Or you go the Samurai either way, but it is the fall of the Samurai. The last of the Samurai gone. And the last game of this series as B makes it a 3-0 victory with the GG. Whew. Cool set. Well played, B. So done in 3 there. No, that was cool to watch, though. I think you saw the potential that Scatterbrain brings. Let me just mark that up. That is an upload. That is a YouTube-worthy one for sure. Let me see where we're going to go next, series-wise. Because we've still got more going on. So Knock Knock and Tracker is still going. Blimey. Ramen. So B is through now, and that means Scatterbrain is going to match up against Ezra, I believe. No, sorry, I'm wrong on that. Scatterbrain is going to match up. Sorry, I'm baiting you there. Scatterbrain is going to match up against Ramen. So Ramen set there should be ready to go. That's going to be a BO1. Anan versus Kaiser Johan, I think, is where we're going to go next. We're going to lean over there. Louis MT versus Kreisel is currently 2-0. So Louis is blitzing it right now. Let me check if Anatan is in game 1 or game 2. Knock, knock. Game 1 has been done, so Anatan is 1 up. And versus... Who did I say he's up against? Was it Knock Knock? No, sorry, it's Kazuyohan. So, let me go ahead and update that. I'll go ahead and grab the draft as well. Just give me a sec, guys. Anatan versus the Earl of Wessex. Thank you for that. So, Civ draft. Let me just pop that one in. And what we'll do is we will go... We'll reset the series. 5 games. Dry Arabia has been done. That's a win for left. I'll have to catch what that was. Let me update Earl of Wessex. So we've got Kazi Johan. Let me have a look here. Are we good to go? No, because the map draft didn't update. Did it update now? There we go. Perfect. All right, so Anatan has won game number 1. Let's get ready to hop into the second one between them. 9 Tower Range Trail Bora. Ban him. Someone, please. Thanks. I think that's all the thoughts that are needed. What? Ban him or ban the devs. Ban whoever done it. We're hopping into game 2. Game 2 is going to be on Gorge. Kaiser Johan with the Abbasids. And it's going to be Anatan with the Chinese. So... I'll hop straight into this, and then between games, we can jig the UI as is appropriate. But let me flip that score. One and all, welcome back to the pre-season 9 showdown here in Age of Empires 4. We've got a banger of a series. Kaiser Johan in the yellow, playing as the Abbasids, going up against My Insanity's Anatan on the Chinese. Love this matchup. This matchup is so much fun because China can't just TC boom without impunity because the Abbasids are so good at TC booming as well. So we might actually get a pretty aggro-focused game. I know Anatan in particular is a big fan of these non-Juganu Archer Horseman type builds. Curious to see if that's going to come out on a map where you can punish people for being too greedy like Gorge. Let me get the predictions ready for you guys because I know you are biting at the bit to try and predict here between these two. So Anatan versus Kazuyohan. We are hopping in mid-series. It looks like Anatan was able to win game 1 on Dry Arabia. A reminder, the way this works, every set will begin on Dry Arabia, and then we will shift into a wide map pool. I gave them 22 options to choose from, and there's only 6 bans per series. It's going to get wild. We've already seen a cool kind of diversity of maps. I think it's the right way to do it as well. Like, you know, you could argue that it's not enough time to prep full maps, but there's never going to be enough time to prep because we were on the test server here. So a lot of drastic changes, ones that will become apparent in this matchup for multiple reasons. A big one of them being the change to Siege. If we get late game, Mangoes aren't the beast they once were, and Springalds have a completely different role to play now. Scanning rotation. Let's see how things are going for Anatan. 15 sheep, yeah, that's what I would expect. Kaiser Johan down at 11. The reason for this is you might be wondering why is he not doing better, considering he can gather on the berries. For a start, KJ actually has some people on sheep, so he's clubbing it. But the other thing is that it's very difficult to out-scout the Chinese because of the difference in vision. You're seeing that, right? Remember, with Tang Dynasty, the Chinese see more than you do as any other Civ. Imperial Academy opening is on the way. I don't really want them to buff Barbican. I don't know how I feel about this. Like, Imperial Academy to me feels like one of the best feudal age landmarks in the game because it fixes the weakness of China's eco early. It makes it so simple. And in some ways, I hate that because I'm never a fan of having a situation where you have one optimal choice. Like, I'm looking forward to HRE in some ways, even though it's broken, because Mine Work is now viable instead of it just being Arcan. The problem is, if you make Barbican stronger, I don't think anyone wants defensive landmarks to be buffed. So I almost want to say Imperial Academy feels too good right now. I'm not sure if the decrease in taxman cost was really necessary to make this landmark good. And that is 3 minutes and 5 seconds to reach age 3 for Anatan. Pretty wild timing overall. And I'm wondering what he's going to do with it. Do we see him trying to play into 2TC? Or do we see him going either aggro or fast castle? Because the issue with doing 2TC here is it's very difficult to match an Eco Winger Bassett player. That's why, like, Eco Wing is already on the rise, but you'll always see it from them in the Chinese matchup. Age 3 isn't a bad idea. You can pump Lancers onto the field pretty quickly, and Kaiser Johan, if he just goes greedy in 3TC, the game's over. Even on 2TC, he might struggle a little. The only issue with Lancers, of course, is your opponent can then mirror Military Wing for Castle, and that gives you the Camel Riders to block. But what's sick about the fast Castle builds is you're able to go straight into Monks. And the cool thing with that is you're able to supervise to get your Monks out in like 15 seconds each. We're going to hit the 2 times, by the way, because we are in the early game. In fact, because I think we've got a full Eco Boom and replay. Oh, man, we are getting like proper maybe Eco Boom here. Barbican being dropped. Now, this isn't fully telling. There's 2 options available to Chinese here. You either go Juke and New Rush, or you go for 2TC. I think we're getting Juke. Other side of this, Kazu Johan is already committed to the stone, so he's going 2TC. You could be sneaky and play out onto the flank, but it's very risky. If you get scouted there, Mass Juke will take that out, and you'll be trapped in the corner, right? So instead, it is just going to be behind. On this stone suggests we're heading into 3TC territory. I think this isn't guaranteed, though. This is almost an insurance policy, because now seeing the Barbican, if Anatan goes for 2TC, you're warranted to do 3. But if he doesn't, you need to play 2TC, and this gives you all the wood you need to start bulking into Camel Archers. Wonder if it will just be straight Archers, though. Anatan. Archer Rangers are coming. So there you go, guys. We are indeed going to see the mass repeated crossbows. Predictions have put 83% odds of a win for Anatan. Not biased whatsoever. Gorge is a nightmare for barbecue Kremlins. It forces a man to not play aggressively. Oh, you mean aggro? I think there's too much value in defensive barbecue Kremlins is the bigger issue. Because you can usually secure the deer stack. And also the deers are kind of front-facing, so it's a frontal defense while also securing additional economy. There's supervision underway. It is a Jugnu. Send. Kaiser Johan on the other side is going to be interacting with the stables. Need to be really careful of the blacksmith timings here. Because if Anatan gets 10 plus Juke, he can go straight away into a blacksmith's. And that will start shredding the horseman. And that's also, I think, something that makes China a bit insane for this build. Is no Civ can really brag that type of tech speed, right? Like, there aren't many that can match the supervision tech speed that allows you to get Steeled Arrow in less than half a minute. On a Civ that also builds their blacksmiths quicker. I think you need double stables if you want this. He's going out of the archer range instead, though. Outpost is a failure, so a block on the gold there. Ah, this is tough, because now, knowing this, Anatan should be dropping a blacksmith's. This is perfect. He's blocked gold access, which means your opponent can't match tech. So a long feudal actually hurts Kazi Johan and enables Anatan. I wonder if we're going to get it in a second here. He's already up to 12 Juke. This is enough to justify the play. Double archer range now. This feels even worse that you don't have gold access, because I'm thinking he's looking at camel archers, but it's such a slow scaling army. It doesn't come in quickly here. So it has to be normal archers, and that means that blacksmiths lacking is going to hurt him even more. So Sheik will get cut. So good micro there by Kazi Johan. He can't address the horde, but he can address the reinforcements, and Anatan is already reacting accordingly. He saves 5 before moving out. Steeled Arrow is already on the way in. Less than 30 seconds to grab this tech. Remember, with the supervision, you get your techs in 24 seconds. The counter Juke is not Abba Archers in Feudal. Not like this, because the problem is that you don't have military. So you don't have the boot camp to give 15% more health. So Juke will trade quite well. And you're also just massing on a delay. You're so far behind. It almost feels like you would have been better off going trip stables. But then you just get countered by a handful of spears, right? So you have to add in archers to address that. But I think maybe it's too many archers. Double stables here probably would have been a better idea. especially since the recent buffs where horsemen have a bit more range, so they don't clown over each other. You don't get these awkward pathings as much when you're diving into range mass. Gonna dive in now though, because Anan is outnumbered. It's got the steel arrow, remember, so you can snipe a few of these horsemen. Second wave is on the way, but unfortunately with the angular approach, Kazuyohan, he cut that perfectly. Prevented a retreat towards the second wave of Zhuge. So Fast is going to get culled. Anan having now to back up here. So you have to wait for Spearman to arrive. Now, Undermesh is on the way, so that's an edge, but his big edge in terms of damage is being nullified. Kazuyohan has the +1 ranged armor coming in 20 seconds. Not just that, it is a gradual eco lead building. Song Dynasty mitigates some of the effect of 2TC, but also it strains your economy more, whereas for Kazuyohan, he's not paying much at all. 32 food per villager instead of 50. I know, he's getting the rams ready. Oh, he's pivoting, right? If you ram like this and you come north side, you're all in. If you come east side, you can take out the TC. It feels like a reach though, because it's safely behind the line. However, if Kazuyohan continues with this course of action going castle, the ram rush can work. It's going to be a pivot east side, so he's looking to starve off the gold. It's going to be too little too late. Nah, it looks like it's fine. Kazuyohan just committing that gold now into eco upgrades. So Broad Axe, Eco Tech, Steel Dagger on the way. We might even see him starting to add in more and more farms. We've already got 3 in the backside. Remember, these are only 49 wood each now due to that 35% discount. Calming moment for Anan. I think he'd probably benefit from archery ranges built over on these deer, just to get more mass into the fight quicker. In fact, he has an issue with his economy right now. Marketplace going up, because of course with the taxation, you're just ending up with way too much gold here. No use for it right now, because he doesn't want to be going to age 3. He'd lose that race, to be honest with you. Like, he might be able to get there quicker, but the economy difference is really what will matter by that point. Zhuge. They find the gold. So Anan able to block that, and all of a sudden back in contention on terms of eco, right? 50 to 52. This is a scary army. 5 spears is good enough here. The horsemen don't want to have to dive into that. Meanwhile, Raid on the other side. Horsemen stabbing in, but nowhere near as impactful of a hit as Zhuge Nu are when they reach villages. Good pullback there by Anan. And we might actually see him now just rush castle. Having blocked the gold like this, I mean, he needs to shift the other side, but this dance gets more and more awkward the more you do it because you're wrapping all the way around on Gorge to block this. So at a point, you just realize that you're leaving yourself a bit too exposed. You're giving a bit too much time to a 2TC play. I think Anan may end up teching now, which is pretty cool. Remember earlier when he had the Zhuge Nu DPS advantage? He's about to get it again. He can rush his age up. Johan cannot. Johan, is this culture? This has to be culture, right? I don't think you get any value out of military wing, right? Because the camera rider opening isn't going to change anything. Composite bows. You could play composite bows here, but Zhuge kind of okay with that, and Nestabees threatens you. So I have to imagine we're looking at a culture wing tech here for Kazuyohan. Moment of truth. He's going to go military wing. Okay, so he is going to play into that opening aggro. Clock tower is already on the way for Anan, though. That's not clock tower. It's kind of interesting, actually, guys. I talked to the devs about this. I genuinely think this landmark needs to be changed. Especially with the siege reworks, this now may just be the biggest outlier that ruins everything. 50% more health on siege is too much. Here we go. Veterancy queued up. This is the big difference. You don't even have Golden Age 2, so you don't even have a 15% increase to research speed. Your opponent has a 150% increase to research speed. Veterancy is only taking him 24 seconds for the Zhuge. And you're still a minute away. If Anan senses this and goes for the dive, this will be over. Veteran Scene is now in. Steel Dagger level 2 as well. The DPS on these bad boys. It's 21 damage against units with no ranged armor. Remember, they hit for burst of 3. These archers only have 1 ranged armor, which means they're taking 18 damage while hitting back for just 5. I know, he's taking his time on this. Passguard wave is being prepped, though. And Ram's now being built. I'm not really seeing the way. Kazuyohan, if he's painting a picture, he's painting in a dimension where I can't see it. Because the picture I'm being sent is a massacre. He won't be yellow by the end of this, he'll be simply red. Tech completes. Double camera rider comes out. There's a lot of tech that's going to be required here, though. Composite bows would take a minute. The veterancy would take a minute. Golems do get queued up, but even they are going to feel a sting here. This man is Yugen, it's undeniable. Dive now coming through. A dive through towards the economy. Anan, this is what he was waiting for. That little trigger, that little tech indication to let him know he has the keys to the house. Moves in, wave after wave. There's no way a villager's going to feel safe here. Spear's kind of front lining, so archers will get a good trade there, but the veterans Yugen need to start firing upon this. Archers with 70 health are not going to last long. Villagers also getting targeted. The Palace Guard have also arrived. And Kazuyohan, it's undeniable here. He's got no veterancy on the way. The archer mass is going to get wiped. This game may simply be over. Kazuyohan now just retreating to a corner, but there's just nothing of worth back here, right? I mean, he's got spears out. But you're playing as the Abbasids, so the boar isn't a value point. It's not a recovery arc for food. He queued up Golems, but with less than 400 food income, you're not going to be able to get enough out here. Jugnu have been mopped up, but Palace Guard are on the way. We do have a slowdown, weirdly enough, from Anan. I'm kind of surprised, actually, the pump got stalled, but it looks like he's playing for greed now. Yeah, Temple Drop comes in, so he's going to just fall back with this map control. He's completely denied the value. Oh, you can't eat a boar. Wrong Sif. He's like, yeah, the black flag means we're pirates, and pirates do whatever they want, right? Poor guy. Johan was 50 food income. Oh my god, the second wave. This is a struggle right now. He's just not able to compete. I mean, you've got Anan taking your deer away. He won't be able to take your boar away, though. The good news is, for Johan, these farms are cheaper. The bad news is pretty much everything else about this game. After being 2 TC from very early on, he's now behind by almost 8 villages. A second town center has been added in by Anan, which now means that he's eclipsing KJ. Because remember, these produce a healthy 5 seconds faster than standard TCs. And then it's going to be, what, a 4 relic game? The only saving grace is one of these relics is behind Kazuyohan's walls, and he has built the mosque. That might not stop them, though. Can you actually eat boar in Islam if you're starving? Oh, joke's on you. KJ still had 1 food income, so it doesn't count as starving. Burn Free's coming. The timing could not be worse. The Imam's going to pop out and get popped. Maybe not. Apparently, Anan a little bit hesitant to go in here. Has he got a granary transition on the way? No. So it does feel a little bit overly defensive from Anno, given his position. But it's not a bad idea to just bulk up to 30 Palace Guard, because that type of flood doesn't die the way this Yug did. How does KJ get in this? Lancers is an interesting choice. Your opponent's already got warrant to go crossbows because you built Golems, right? Horseman is just not affordable, though, even if that was the correct answer, which it was not too bad of an idea with Nesta Bees being a threat. The problem with Horseman here is the farm transition wasn't complete yet. He's now 34 deep, so I like the idea of Horse at this point, especially once he has the agriculture tech. Anan just doing the classic, you can't have the rest of the map as he wolves him in. New Nesta Bees are kind of OP, by the way, guys. Spirals don't count these anymore, so there's kind of no good counter. You're seeing that correctly. This unit, for some stupid reason, has 195 HP. Not just that, has 75% reduction in range damage taken. Mango's got nerfed. Nesta B's not so much. Like, they did get nerfed, but it doesn't feel like it. The nerf was that they lost the gunpowder tech, so they lost a +2 to every shot coming out. But they are still so painful to deal with. Especially in a position like KJ's. Crossbow, Jugnu, and Palscar start to dive in. Counter raid here as Lancers do move out to discover the second TC. But KJ has bigger problems at home here. A few farms getting burnt down. What really needs to happen here for Anatan is a dive into this area. Seems a little bit hesitant to make that move right now, though. Palscar are going to start reacting to the Lancers, but realistically, you know, you want the crossbows to be here. That's the thing that can get the kills. And the villagers get the shivs out. That was so close. The Palscar almost able to body block the retreat there. So it keeps the Roman Cav alive. I gotta give it to him, actually. I feel I kind of wrote him off like Anatan was dead. His position is not great, but the farm transition is not there yet for Anatan. So there is a window, and it's right now. This is when Kaiser Johan needs to strike. If he waits any longer, Anatan will simply be ahead in every department. How does KJ get out, though, is the real question. With these wolves going up, the Lancer raids are going to become less and less effective. It's not very impactful at burning through. Love the fact we've just got Anatan exploiting resources from his opponent's side. Late game, that's what matters, the gold difference. STBs does arrive here. Left wide open. Lancers are going to charge in for the freebie. And the crossbows get bogged down dealing with the Ghoulims. Nice wraparound opportunity here as the backstab comes in from Kaiser Johan. About as good of a fight as he could ever ask for. Palscar are getting mopped up. The Lancers are buying time. And a stay of execution now for Yellow as Anatan is going to have to retreat. Yeah, that's step one on the route to recovery here. And remember, behind this, the farm count is about 40 for KJ. Anno isn't there yet. He's only got about, what is that, 10 farms total? And he's throwing away a lot of meat right now. Yeah, I think Anatan needed spears, but he was reluctant due to the Archer Mass. And that's kind of stung him. Unlike that Nesta Bees, one not able to do enough damage here. Kaiser Johan. Suspiciously stockpiling. I don't think you rush Imperial in this type of game. Usually Abbasis is one of those civs that just has to have max pop before they go to H4. China is one of those civs that doesn't. They're a bit greedier about things. While I want to praise Kaiser Johan's holds, the issue right now isn't how he holds, it's how he kills. Because the economy lead is building. And although Anatan is spending more to build his economy, it does eventually pay off, especially when you have things like the relics and the sacred sites alongside it. So what we really need to see soon from Kaiser Johan is another flank raid before these walls go up. How is China compared to Zhuji after Pup? I mean, China was already good enough. I think they're still really good. I think Zhuji has some potency now, though, that I love to see. They can play Feudal off of Horseman, which is really impressive. Their Castle Age Rush build is pretty good still. And I think their late game overall has been buffed. Especially Yuan Raiders, I think will become the S tier unit for that faction. I'm glad to see this Ram starting to reclaim territory. Unfortunately, it may be too late to get anything for it. A lot of the key things are being locked in. Is Kazuya kind of baiting himself off of that last fight? Not really. If he was just doing crossbow Ghoulims, I would say he is 100%. But the Lancers won that fight, so I'm glad to see him replicating that. Horseman would just be better, though. You lack great gold access, and you're already spending enough gold. But instead of having a 2 gold comp, 1 wood comp, he's gone for 3 gold, right? This is going to drain the coffers, and you don't have very big ones as it is. You're down to the last 300 here. You've exhausted the gold here. You have 1 relic. And there's a keep blocking the 8k that he doesn't know about. So this is very risky. He's kind of just assumed that he can access that 8k for limited resistance. And if he fails that, he won't be able to rebuild this army when it loses this fight. If it loses this fight. But even if it doesn't lose, half of them dying is the loss. That's the problem. Anan marching forward now with the army. And his eco is almost there. We've got a second granary. So farm count is starting to spike. Up to about 20 now. KJ. Is he think? No, you wouldn't go through it. Mango. Good hit. Remember, these got nerfed though. Almost half the splash radius they once had. So with good micro, you can dodge them easily as well as they no longer track. Anan just needs to keep an eye on that. However, once again, the weakness of Anan is his front line. Backline is fat, it is stacked, but his front line simply can't survive long enough. Once again in retreat. Horseman now getting queued up as Kazuya's starting to sense it, realizing how easily he'd be able to mop this backside up if he just had some cavalry with ranged armor. Yeah, and Anan, I think it's kind of tricky, right? Like I think triple Nesta Bees would have been the play. It's tough because you can't play Springald to deal with the Golems. The issue with doing Springald is Golems take up less space compared to Men-at-Arms for the same cost. And what I mean by that is your Golems are more quality in one location. They're 150 compared to 120, right? And they have more health as a result of that. So Springalds don't clear them, but the other issue is, like, when it's mass Men-at-Arms, you know your Springalds are going to pierce shot through and get value. The Golems, there's less of them to clump up. So you don't get as much intricate value out of Springal play. For those that are wondering what I'm on about, why am I attacking Springalds into Golems, they changed it. Springalds are no longer an anti-siege weapon, they're now an anti-infantry unit. They have a pierce shot that penetrates through and goes through in a line, doing damage. They are a bit bugged right now. If they hit something that's moving, they don't penetrate correctly, which is another reason why you don't want them here, because you don't really have something to hold Golems in place right now. Scatterbrain pretty good though. A lot of villages idled here. Kazuya has to run away with 30 villages. Damn, that's actually a really big blocker. We talked about the gold and how it's a starvation point for KJ. Might buy Anan to the time he needs. The time he needs to try and go Imperial here. You see he's saving up now. We're likely going to be looking at a Great Wall Gatehouse in the center of the map. Either that, or you could lean over here to block a potential trade play later. The safe option is back at home to protect farms, and that's usually what we see Chinese players doing. About to find out if that's what Anan wants to do in this one, though. He's got the resources ready. Hasn't staked his claim just yet, though. Crap, I'll get off the pot, man. All right, there we go. Great Wall Gatehouse. He's building it over on Kaiser Johan's 8k gold. And that is perfect. Dude, this is what makes Great Wall Gatehouse transitions OP. He optimized it. Folks, if you build a wall and only build a central piece and then drop the Great Wall Gatehouse, you can surround the Great Wall Gatehouse to build it up with more than like 9 villages. It's a great read there. Anan able to get it up quicker. An age ahead with a 30 eco lead. And Kaiser Johan hasn't even started his tech yet. This is going to be a problem because we've got Imperial Palace on the way. Imperial Palace is kind of broken now. It was already good for Palace Guard, but it's really good for crossbows now because mangoes that would have counted you before tracking shots don't track anymore. So start stepping is very effective here. And having that extra movement speed makes it viable. Good lord. We are going to see Culture Wing approach from Kazuya, which makes sense here. You need Culture Wing by Imp because it saves you so much with Preservation of Knowledge. A 20% discount adds up fast in Imperial with the 1,000 cost upgrades. It's even more impactful because of the university changes where university techs cost between 14 and 1,600 resources. Speaking of which, we have that coming. Incendiary Arrows is on the way. So we're about to see how effective crossbow mass only is, really, aren't we? So Incendiary Arrows got changed. It now gives you siege damage. So when you attack buildings, you do 3 damage. So whereas before you couldn't end a game with mass range, you can now. Which may be a little bit early. Golden Hat upgrade did just come in. Horseman mass is not scary yet. Kazuya needs more numbers, but there's no front line. Anan Having to back up here. Golems are slow to approach. Second Nest of Beast has arrived. The Mango is getting dodged as they retreat. And this right here is the power of the Imperial Palace when it comes in. It's not even there yet. I'm kidding. I can't believe he slow rolled this. But he's winning this fight without it. Now he has the 15% movement speed. Yeah, and this is where Anan won't be able to get in quick enough. The Golems can't engage. 1.19 movement speed versus 1.29. Crossbow's also now sniping the Mangoes. He's cleaning house. Double Mangoes down. Nestibes are standing. The Pass Guard and the Crossbow should be able to hold. Tech Up is at least going to complete for Kaiser Johan. But now he has to survive the counterattack. And that counterattack is going to be big. Palace Guard, they've got the Yuan movement speed. They are two-legged cavalry. They've also got the plus 30 HP. And no doubt Elite Army Tactics is going to get queued up soon. There it is. 3,000 gold in reserve enables this. 20% damage increase is going to be huge. Not to mention the melee armor is so effective. Actually, like, this is one of the areas where Abbasis got nerfed. When you play into Imperial now, the Golem strikes do nothing. And Kaiser Johan can do nothing here. A good, valiant attempt, but Anan, able to close it out, takes the lead further, 2-0 up in the upper bracket. Whew. And still more to come. So let's prep what happened here. So game 2 was Chinese versus the Abbasids. Win goes to left side player. And that was on Gorge. So let's get ready for the next game between them, as they are already in it. So game 3, we are going to Cliffside. English versus Malians. Interesting. Malians play kind of different now. I don't know if you play them different on this map per se. This is one of those maps where, like, you think Malians count English, but the distance is so short that a longbow rush can kind of ruin the Malians if executed correctly. So we'll see if he's able to do that as we get ready for the next game. All right, let's hop on in. Let me flip that as well. Sorry, KJ, you got to work for those points. I don't give them out for free. Feels like a game out for free on that one. People were right about Anan. Let's see if they're right in this one. Gamba just opened. Oh. Let's see. Right, I think everything's updated correctly. Vamos, amigos. Knock, knock, leave, and start. Oh. Sorry, guys. I just need to quickly update something in the bracket. So, give me a sec. Sorry, I'm just, for lower bracket, I just need to confirm something. That first round was bugged. So, Trackle should be winning. He should be winning, but the results aren't submitting still. Sorry, guys, give me 1 second. I'm admining, casting, I'm doing everything. Okay. There we go. It's done. Let's get ready to go then. In the game! One and all, welcome back to KP's Pre-Season 9 Showdown. That's right, the first esports event on the Season 9 patch. Here, live from the pub server, we have got Kaiser Johan on the English going up against Anan on the Malians. The brand spanking shiny new Malians that just got a rework to their age-free landmark. Let's see if we get that deep. We're going to be on Cliffside. This is a matchup that historically has favored the Malians, but times are different. They are changing. Abbey of Kings has been a sore pain in the side of Malian dominance. Let's see if it can upset here. On a short map, it has the potential. So Abbey of Kings coming up against Mansa. Kind of interesting we're getting the Mansa here. I thought maybe we get towards some good old Saharan trade network to block any sort of longbow rush, but Anan read right. The reason why the trade network is important is if your opponent goes for a longbow rush, you will lose all gold access on the forward and be stuck. You won't even be able to afford javelins. So on such a short map, longbows can be impactful for that reason. But I think what happened here is Anan scouted out what was happening. KJ also revealed it because he went for a 2-villager tech up. So he starts sooner, but it's slower overall. And it means that Anan is going to have the edge on the age up. And the king is going to take a very long time to arrive. Remember, he got nerfed a while back. Takes 50 seconds to come out. Admittedly for free, but 50 seconds is a long, long wait. Anan, what are we aiming for here? It should be Donzo opening, right? Typically. Yeah, a little bit of a miss micro there. So I think he thought he had enough wood ahead of time, but he didn't due to the fact he committed to the second pit mine. So Marlians on this map, folks, are kind of awkward. The problem with Marlians on Cliffside is the buggy spawns of gold. Usually the map can just screw you over. Like, for example, this pit mine right now will never be maximum value because the houses are blocked for, I believe that's 3 different positions around it. So yeah, this is why most players do not pick Marlians here. It's like, in theory, you think it's a good map because the gold is clustered in one location that you can camp on. But by being clustered in one location, it's also clustered next to all these cliffs that make it impossible to get max value. And we have second TC, so KJ is going to do the atypical. This is a big part of why England's win rate has started to balance out against Marlians. Marlian players hate 2TC play. The reason is that with the old school Fulani builds, 2TC scales well enough against it that although you'll still be an age behind, the 2TC player will have a big enough economy to weather the storm that's coming their way. We've seen a pattern of this, actually. A lot of civs that are able to get to 2TC optimal, things like Abbasids, can kind of ruin the Marlian plan. So you have to take a different approach, and this is a very different approach. We've got stables opening. It's going to be pro scouts, isn't it? Which is kind of wild, actually. Think about the ramifications of that. If this is a Farimba rush, I really like pro scouts. The reason is that pro scouts as a tech is very dear in its cost, but even more dear is spamming not deer but cow. Pro scouts will cost you 350. Cow costs you 90 each. So the point of return on investment comes very quickly in terms of efficiency. Yes, cow gathers quicker than deer, but it's less of a premium long term. Okay, I'm wrong. We've just got warrior scouts to equal out the king, and he is going to go for the old Fulani build. I'm sorry, I baited us. All right, I was hopeful for something different. The Warrior Scout play is still pretty cool, though. The logic here is that Warrior Scouts have built-in healing, so you build them so that the king can't get away with cheesing you. Because otherwise, this king can run around, raid, heal, raid, heal. With Warrior Scouts, you move quick enough to always gap close him, so you can interrupt the heals. And anytime he's about to get a kill, for the same reason why you can stop him healing, you can run away and heal yourself. Another thing that's kind of broken about this is the king needs a break between fighting to heal. You don't need a break. Your healing is active even when fighting. And ooh, KJ, mistake on the dive there. He does back away quick enough though, so he has enough time to reach the Abbey of Kings here. And we have got double outpost coming in. Love that reaction. That's smart. Against the Horseman, you don't want to do this. The 2 armor makes sure of it. But against the Warrior Scout, they have no ranged armor. So great reaction there by Kaiser Johan to protect the build up of the outposts. And you just saw how powerful that Abbey of Kings is. If you can't get a kill, you're never getting a kill. Fulani Rush is coming in fast here, though. So we're almost halfway there. Meanwhile, KJ has got, what, a 6 villager lead, and you can see he's stockpiling for castle. Kaiser Johan should get Castle Age first here. I actually really like his approach. He's adding in farms, which is going to slow him down a bit now, but the TC drop on the deer is crucial here. This is what gives that very specific, painful timing for the Marlians for English getting castle. And the lovely thing here is you can still white tower drop between these, which will protect the tree line. It'll protect about 3 farm clusters, and it'll protect the extension TC. Yeah, overall, this is just really well executed by Kaiser Johan. I think Anan is probably going to have to go age 3 without a full Fulani. If you wait until you've got 6 ranches full, you're going to be behind. Knight is going to ride in. Scouts aren't here, by the way. What is Anno up to? Oh, he was trying to poke at the English economy. That's difficult. The TC is definitely stacked, but if you dive this, you should die. It's once again, it's ranged armor. Like, people think Warrior Scouts are OP until they encounter static defenses, and then they realize how dog they are. It's also why you're not seeing Marlians adding in more Warrior Scouts, because you won't be able to dive and stop a white tower, and you won't do any real damage. That is a peculiar white tower, but I understand the thought process here. Kaiser Johan needs gold. This is all of his gold. The negative of what he's doing here, though, is that there's no farms protected. So if Anan starts to target fire this backside, the second TC, where the farms are going right now, he has a win condition. Because although gold is crucial for English at this stage of the game, so is food. Yeah, like what food do you protect here? Berry? Sorry, mate. Those aren't blackcurrant bushes. We're not interested. 2 worker kills so far for Kaiser Johan, though. King is definitely getting his value in this game. Grand Fulani, almost complete. And we are 1 ranch short. Actually, 2. Yeah, he's only 4 ranch effective, guys. He's got 1 cattle in one, 2 in the other. Not really a competitive economy, if I do say so. 14 villagers should be enough for Kaiser Johan to feel truly ahead here. Tech up complete. Double racks being dropped. It's a short map, so actually going men-at-arms rush makes a lot of sense. Sofa reaction is pretty on point from Anan, though. Remember, Sofas, they have high armor. They're basically the equivalent of English armor-clad men-at-arms. But they also get bonus damage against infantry. So yeah, the import armors is going to allow these to be a fairly cost-efficient trader up against men-at-arms. Unfortunately, KJ isn't going MAA. So we need to see our archer transition fast from Anan. Remember, every minute that passes, he falls further behind. That's the effect now from this 2TC. It's reached its scale point, and now it's into the payoff phase. Another annoying thing about English in this situation is like this strategy from the Malians, from Anan, quite effective when your opponent has to play the flanks, right? When they have to come out to the deer, to the boar, they have to go really wide flank. But when you condense like this, which English are one of the best civs at doing, you don't care. So it offsets the Malians' timing here. Second TC is at least going to get harassed. But it's difficult to get anything for this. All eco is already shifted inland, and we've got Monastery dropped down the way. That's a little bit greedy from KJ. He doesn't have any real map control yet. I would have expected this play in about another 30 seconds, but I think he's worried that Anan is rushing for relics as well. So difficult to brute force, even with his economy into a counter. Double counter at that. So like Anan, there is a timing in mind here, right? I think you mass Sofa, then pivot into Musafadi. If you get that timing right, you feel good. But the problem is, I feel like spears, especially with the aura, deal with Musafadi fine. It's like probably you're looking at Sofa into archers. If you thread the needle, it's going to be powerful. Kaiser Johan, right now, like this triple monk play is so greedy. Spear spread out. He hasn't even got his eco text yet. So a few Sofa will be able to be culled. But the problem right here is like with this type of unit comp, you're throwing away units. They're not surviving. If they're not surviving, they're not healing. They're not thriving. They're not using that Abbey of Kings to its full effect. Yeah, this is slipping away from Kaiser Johan quite fast. I thought he'd be able to get the eco online, but the farm count is actually underwhelming. He's forced to spam so many spears on 1.5 farm clusters. He hasn't got any reserve resources. I hate to say it, but at this stage, you should be on the berries. Because you haven't got the pump right now. Like, you're trying to contest out on the map at a point where your spear count simply isn't high enough. Sofa's now riding in. That's idle on the wood that he needs for additional farms here. And also, it looks like he has been scouted by the Warrior Scouts in the center. So Monk is going to be whittled down. Looks like the White Tower will protect him to get that back. So 1 relic is returning home. But I don't think anyone would say in this game Kaiser Johan's issue is gold. Gold is actually the one thing he's fine with. And you're starting to see the weakness of this. The White Tower on the ford didn't protect the TC. It didn't protect the farms. That's why you're seeing Kaiser Johan getting punished like this. Behind this, Anan is now going for those relics himself. Third pit mine also online. More stables getting added in. This is just an obnoxious 1 unit comp from him. It's damn effective though. He's going to be able to creep out for a second relic. I say as the backstab is coming. He doesn't know about this. He's about to learn. I know him waiting. The timing. He can split for both here. Wallow not going to work out elsewhere. Does shove him away, but the scout can come back to finish. Sofa's peeled the fight. The king is being targeted down. Wallow's going to get activated, but there's no way that works out. There's just too many Sofa here. The spearmen do not have the attack speed aura. King down, crossbows down, spear's dead as well. And why the heck? No, please tell me that's a misclick. It has to be, otherwise he's in his own head. Sofa count, good enough. Kaiser Johan, once again punished for the lack of strong defenses on this backline. Not just that, Sofa now creeping in. Villagers are trying to fight back, but 1 damage per strike on a slow attack speed against a 195 health unit is never going to work. In fact, he's just going to commit in. This is over. Anan, he's reached the critical mass point. The infamous Marlian Zerg, he dives in. Sofa on top of the villagers. No textiles either. Kaiser Johan's entire eco lead has evaporated. Anan will not be denied a clean and clear series here. I think we'll be done in 3, folks. Only a 5 eco lead remaining. He's at least sniping a villager here or there, but the idle time alone, the Sofa massing. Food income has plummeted for Anan, but that's temporary. He's out in the deer, and that number is now going to rocket again. Yeah, this is kind of wild, man. Siege workshops as well, so Treb on the front line, another negative here. Not only is it not protecting your economy, but when you use it as a forward defense like this, it's closer to the incoming wave of siege. And yes, Kaiser Johan, there were 2 things, so to dissect it, I'm seeing it talked about in the chat, there's 2 things that ruined this game for KJ. Step 1 was the white tower placement. This white tower hurt him bad. TC's unprotected, didn't have protection for the food, didn't have protection for the wood that he needs to get more food. I get the pressure because there's all this gold, right? But I think you had a good enough defense to get what you need. Step 2 was the monastery. What's so sinful, especially about these 2 things together, is both moves you made were to get gold. One you can kind of understand, but both of these moves to get gold leaves you very 1 resource heavy, and you're seeing it now. It's the only thing you can gather. It's not a benefit the way it's been done. It's not like you got 5 relics and this is passive. He has 1 relic. Anan has 3 on the way home already. Trebs are going to open the way. Network of Citadels is being queued. He should be able to get this before the Trebs kill him, because right now, Anan a bit of a whoopsie here. He's body blocking the other Trebuchet from getting in range. Yeah, even Network of Citadels. I don't know if it's good enough here. We've got Mangoes getting queued up by Anan. Kind of an underwhelming unit right now, but your opponent's just kind of massive crossbows. Is there anything you're worried about? I would say Springalds makes more sense for Anan here, and it's more cost efficient. Because Sofas don't really care about the crossbows as much as they care about the spears. And the spear ball is going to be fat, which means the Springald shots will get good value. On top of that, I find Springalds are more advantageous when you're attacking into an enemy base or defending into your own choke points. Because when you're running between all these buildings, your units are lining up, which means Springald shots will hit more entities. Love the denial of the aura as well. He's kind of just shrinking where KJ can contest him. Longbow switch is peculiar. I think that's just another misclick. There's no reason you'd build them here. Triple Treb can start targeting down those landmarks. He's already a third of the way to the victory. Now keep in mind, Kaiser Johan, it's the potential last game of the series, not last game of the tournament. He has got a second chance in that lower bracket. And to answer Ramen's question, the Springalds are bugged right now. The devs are aware of it. Springalds do not penetrate moving units. So if the unit is moving, they'll only hit the initial. But once you start forcing like that melee mosh pit, that's when the penetration will be correct. Once they fix that, I think Springalds going to have a very powerful position in the meta. They're not an every game type unit, but they will start to get built quite a bit. Johan, not one to wave that white flag too quickly. He's at least going to go for that Ura. Ura that is clearly coming quickly. Sprinter placement's getting added in. Mangoes. Just a warning shot. A get off my lawn. What lawn he says. As he if you shoot everywhere, you'll hit something. Sofa's charge in. Mangoes are reloading. That backline is not moving quick enough. KJ, reaction not on point. I mean, he doesn't know where he's firing half the time. That's the hilarity of Mangoes now. It's a mind game, a mind warp. But the Sofas are the thing that puts Kaiser Johan's ass firmly on his. GG gets called. Anan with a clean 3-0. Well played, Mr. Anachad. So 3 on the board there. What was I going to say? Oh, I almost forgot it. Earlier on, we had that B versus Scatterbrain game. One second. For Age of Empires. I don't know. I might upload that one. I think I'm trying not to focus too much on the thumbnails because I want to keep the show moving. So let's have a look here and see where we're going to head next. Really like the current way Treb's playing into the game without Springles. Yeah, it feels good. It feels like now they actually feel good. So news in. Louis won his series against Kryzor. Deniskia versus Miro is still ongoing. B will face the winner of that. We're going to hop into Anatan versus Louis. Yeah, now we're cooking. We got the good stuff on the top shelf here. There's 2 very familiar names. This is going to be a sick one. So let me get the draft up and ready. Is there any... Am I needed for anything in the chat? So I noticed some chatter. Look. Yep, there we go. So I think Kazi, Johan, and Korva are about to play, but we are definitely focusing on Anatan versus Louis. So let me get the map draft ready. So map draft is Migration, Rocky River, Hillendale, Cliffside, Wetlands, and Mountain Clearing. Dry Arabia will start the series, and we are now underway with the draft. So let me switch over to that now. There we go, guys. Oh, I just realized maybe I should move my camera because the positioning is slightly in the way of the draft, isn't it? Maybe down like here. Is there a prize for the show match? The tournament show match is like one-off. We've had some show matches already, by the way. Tournament is a $150 prize pool. Payout for the top 3, I think I settled on. Because otherwise, like when you go top 4, the numbers start to get so small that it gets finicky. And then obviously there's like PayPal fees and whatnot. So, pretty sure I settled on top 3. Yeah, so payout split is going to be $75, $45, $30. I wanted to reward, like, you know, the lower bracket runs to a certain degree because it can be a bit of a slog. How can I contribute? So I don't know if I'm going to inflate the price for this one, but if you want more of these, the coffee link does that. Because I haven't set up a Matcherino. I might, maybe there's a world in which I can try to funnel some of it into this, but if not, the money will go into additional show matches and tournaments in the future. So either way, it goes to a good place. The coffee link down in my descriptions is for exactly that purpose. The Patreon is a way you can support me, and then of course the tips is to support me, but I find I usually end up putting some of that money into tournaments either way. It's the kind of person I am. So, draft's complete. Louis, let's have a look what we've got. H3, no surprise the ban there. English, always going to be a solid opener here, especially when you consider the map pool. We've got Migration there. You've got Mountain Clearing, which is a really good one. Actually, Mountain Clearing, what have we got? China, England. Louis got a really good draft for Mountain Clearing. Japan's also really good there. Order of the Dragon might impress me, though. I think Order of the Dragon is kind of scary on that map. We just never have seen it before. Roost was a classic as well. But we open Dry Arabia. You're likely going to be seeing... Louis likes Japan a lot. Does he use Japan on an opening, considering that Migration is there? No, I think it'll save migration for Japanese. So we're probably looking at, like, what? Zhone as an open is not bad. Unless Anan reads it and does UG, but he should be saving that for migration. So let's have a look here. Where are the boys going? In fact, let me load this into our prettier draft overlay. Woo, wow, wow, wow. And let me reset the series. 5 games. Dry Arabia to open. And we will update everything as we head on in. So, map 1. Let's have a look and see what the boys are picking. Delhi, Japanese. He went Japanese? Dude, I kind of said, I thought it might happen, but it is weird to see him do it when there's still migration potentially. I mean, you can play... Well, he's got Chinese, actually. I'm an idiot. He's got Chinese. He's fine. Yeah, yeah. So this is kind of rough then. Delhi do not have a fun time in this matchup. And Louis is an absolute monster on this particular civ. And sorry, I just noticed the name did not update. So let me rename that. So Louis MT, Anatant. And we're into best of 5 territory now, folks. So we are going to have Anatant on the Delhi. And then Japanese. I actually think Japan can win this matchup now. It's not like I don't think it's like heavily favored to them, but it's viable with the changes they made. With the fact they can get Daimyo earlier, also on top of that, like the berry gathering rate is a bit better, whereas other ones got nerfed. It's going to be interesting. So let me check. I think they're getting ready. They're setting up the lobby now. So while they're setting up the lobby, while we're getting ready for the next game, reminded people that we've still got a lot to come. Let me quickly show you what's happening in the bracket. We're getting a little bit deeper now. So B, waiting for an opponent. Kaiser Johan has now been knocked down to lower bracket. It's going to be Kaiser Johan versus Corvinus, the best of 1. Scatterbrain versus Ramen was a Ramen win. He's now waiting for the Myriad Diniskia series. Diniskia has slowed everything down so much. And then you got Cryzo and Ezra underway as well. But B will face off against either Diniskia or Myriad. We might be able to catch the tail end of that series. We'll have to see. But Anatan and Louis are focused. And then, of course, we'll be into the winners final. And then after that, we'll hop down to catch the... If it's still lagging behind, we'll be on to the semifinals. But we should at least catch the losers final here into the grand final. So you've got 4 more series at least. 2 best of 5s, a best of 7, and a best of 3. Are you not entertained? Oh, man, we're having a fun time. Hello, YouTubers as well. So, let me switch over, though. And we will get ready as they hop in the lobby. Other thing to remind people of, we are once again partnering Proteinworks. So, Proteinworks has come back for the 4th month. If you guys are looking to get fit or looking to lose weight, they're good for both of them. They have these weight loss assisting meals. These are meal replacement ones. These are diet extremes, low on calories, good on nutrient intakes. Love this one. This is the banana smoothie sundae, by the way. I swear, the banana, like the banana pops. The banana is now my favorite of these. They also do snack bars, like protein bars. They also have kind of like pot noodle type meals as well, which are really good. I highly recommend the coffee coolers, such as the matcha latte. And they have nootropics as well. Big fan of the blue raspberry. So a lot of different products. If you guys want to help out with that, obviously they decide if they want to come back and sponsor a channel again based on its performance, the integration. You can do that by going across to their website. So you can open up that link there that just popped up in chat. They have huge sales at any given time. Take advantage of these, like up to 75, 80% off at given times. But I'm going to make it even better for you. For a start, if you scale to certain points, so like in the UK, £65 above, it's free delivery. In the US, it's like above $50, it's $20 delivery. Above $150, it's $10 delivery. But on top of that, if you add to basket, not only do you get that fantastic discount price, but if you use code KillerPigeon, not only does it let them know rather that I sent you, it gives you another 10% off. Absolute bargain, absolute steal. And by the way, I've already promised that if they do renew for another month, so if they're happy with the integration because they've seen the sales, I'm committing another $200 into the prize pool funding that I'm already intending to commit into October. So more money to go into the Age of Empires 4 ecosystem. So big shout out to Proteinworks for sponsoring us for a few months in a row now. And big shout out to all the people that have been supporting by picking up their wonderful products. These are great for me, by the way. Another thing I tried the other day, highly recommend you guys to try them if you're like doing workouts at all, is the whey protein. I got the It was I think it was the ice peach tea or peach iced tea, whatever it is. I thought whey protein was gonna be nasty, and I drank this. It's brand new, apparently. I had this expecting it to just be like whatever for the workout because I just done my like 2.5 hour bouldering session, and I want to get swole. And I drank that. I was like, oh my god, I kind of want to just drink this straight, but I probably like shouldn't because I don't think you should chug whey protein if I'm not mistaken. But they're also nicely priced. But guys, look at that, perfectly timed. All right, let's get ready to get underway. Brand new series. Let me get the predictions up as well. A brand new patch demands that you bring out the big boys, and that is exactly what we've done. One and all, welcome back to the Age of Empires for action. We are here live with KP's Preseason 9 Showdown. Louis MT in the green on his Japanese going up against Anan in the blue on the Delhi. Best of 5, double Elim upper bracket. This is going to be an absolute beaut. Louis MT had other options that would have made so much more sense, but he loves his Japanese. He thrives on his Japanese. He is the only player I have so frequently, actually, no, not even just so frequently. I think he is the only player I have seen go Imperial and mass only mounted Samurai in 1v1s. This guy is a treat and a blessing to watch every single time on this Civ. Anatan's Delhi is built different, though. This guy has warps and ways to navigate matchups that you probably wouldn't expect to see out of the Delhi. So even though it's game 1, this one I'm expecting to already deliver. Look at the spawn as well. It's kind of intriguing. For a meta which gravitates around Dome of Faith, a forward spawning gold can be a little bit rough, especially if this is one of those Japanese feudal age type builds. I'm not sure we're going to be getting that out of Louis because Louis is more of a fast castle type player. I haven't seen him play Age 2 too much. There has been quite a few players going into these Coca Township builds, but I haven't seen it on the test server so far from Louis in particular. He has, however, started with the Stone Outcropping opening. This is really good for the stables beginning because you drop a stables and you get your hands on an Uma Bannerman. The Uma Bannerman is basically a feudal age knight. You can access him in Age 2. What's so sick about that, though, is if this turns into Mass Cav versus Mass Cav, you offset the Ghazi advantage because the Bannerman aura gives 15% damage increase to Horsemen. So with your extra 1 melee tech, you can eclipse the quality of the Delhi cavalry army with mass Japanese cav in Age 2. It's a really cool strat, and Anan-san, he's already going Dome of Faith, so if he has to fall back towards spears, it's already a negative experience in this game for him. Spawn on the Sacred Sites is definitely favorable, though, right? He's got like 2 pivoting east side. But it's only favorable if you have an edge, and we are going to see the Kura Storehouse. So I actually think that what Louis is doing here is kind of weaker than the alternative. Coca Township has really grown on me, and I think even on a landlocked map, it's now really good because of the buffs we saw in the previous patch, where they produce quicker and cheaper. The reason they're good here is that Anatan should never be building archers if you're opening stables. So if you have Coca Township, Ghazi 100% lose that matchup, not just because the Horsemen, the Bannerman, but because of the Shinobi that do 25 damage per strike against melee. So yeah, it's safer what he's doing here for scaling later, and as I said, Louis does like his castle. But I just kind of look at this and I feel like he's sacrificing an opportunity to end the game much quicker. How do you guys vote, by the way? Because this is tricky. Oh, that's what I love to see. Split down the middle, a 50-50 on the voting from people. There was a question earlier from Jerry Mason on YouTube. How are you supposed to counter siege in the new patch? Horsemen is the idea. Horsemen or like archers. And it feels nicely balanced because mass archers don't really get countered by mangoes the same way they once did. Mangoes right now are actually underperforming. There's talks around maybe them needing a buff. I've heard a few players say that so far. And I'm inclined to agree. Playing mangoes feels like going to the roulette table. You might win big, but it does feel RNG. Because you pretty much have to scatter shot and hope that your opponent's going to run into it. And good players don't. So, tech up's complete. Sanctity is now on the way. Anatan yet to make his choice. But it had to be stables. It's always stables. It's like with Dome of Faith, there's only one thing you ever see is this Civ. So stables drop coming, and it is going to be mirrored. Louis getting his own. Now, initially, production surge will favor Anatan after the first unit. The reason I say after the first unit, something broken that I think a lot of people don't clock because it's easy to overlook. But it matters so much at this point in the game. An Uma Bannerman spawns in 15 seconds. You'd think there's a Yurishiro in there. There's not. You get a Feudal Knight in 15 seconds as the Japanese. It's insanely powerful. And that's why the initial unit point will favor Louis. But then when you get from 3 to 10 units, Anatan's better off. It's only past that point when the Horsemen start to get the Bannerman aura with the Tatara effect. That's when you'll see Louis ramp ahead. And that's why it's important that Anatan gets a Blacksmiths early here, so that he has aggressive timings for his own melee damage. Bannerman is going to have to mirror the moves of the Ghazi. Of course, you are slower. That's kind of the negative, being a heavy cav unit. Antan is indeed spamming skulls as they often do, but we've got Spammer Cav. I said he doesn't play Age 2. And apparently his eyebrow went up like Dwayne Johnson's. He ain't having any of it. He's here to rock Anatan's world. We've got double stable play, so now he's equal on production, but quality is going to get better here, folks. Tatara should be the primary focus next. We have got Tawara on the way. Love Tawara and Tatara. And we have got the farmhouse being dropped at the perfect time so that he gets the maximum efficiency here. Berry gathering rates got buffed, folks. At least the base. But the bonus got nerfed for berry sieves. What's intriguing about that change is it means the food gathering difference between Japanese and Delhi has decreased and Japan's more favored. Because Delhi lost some of their gathering rate bonus, but the base rate got increased. But the Japanese didn't lose any of their gathering rate bonus from their wheelbarrow tech. So Japan actually starts to pull further ahead on food eco with berry play. Even more so when you consider that not only did the specific Civ bonus of 35% for the Delhi get nerfed down to it's 30%, but also the eco techs got weakened. They're 10 instead of 15. So Japan not having those eco techs hurts less than it used to at this point in the game. It's actually intriguing when you dissect the game like that because you start to realize, although when you read Japanese changes, they look like they didn't get buffed, all the different changes around led to a very surprisingly big buff for them early in the game. Looks like Horseman's going to have to mirror the Ghazi raid here. Outpost is going to get delayed, but should eventually go up. The map's a bit tricky. Louis doesn't want to commit into a fight, not only because of Spearman, but because if this turns into a health bar trade, Scholars will heal. That's the scary thing. That's why Louis doing this is pretty ballsy in the first place. You need to reach critical mass and overwhelm. It's also why Coca Township would have been more desirable in this game. On top of that, Louis running out of food, folks. Anatan won the scouting mission. Look at the sheep difference. It's 16 sheep to 3. And he's already exhausted 2 of the berries. And that's why Kurosawa's probably felt necessary. I'm wondering if Louis saw that his scouting rotation was going bad. Maybe he wanted to do Coca, but didn't feel it was viable unless he got majority sheep. Which does track. It's a fair point here. We'll at least be able to block the Scholar. Blocker on that Sacred Site. Look how close that was as well. So no ticking time bomb here, but no signs of Louis rushing Age 3 either. Outpost. I think that's about to change. I think we are now going to see that castle rush. Farm count is looking good. He might have to pivot more people into the wood because you're not in a position where you can play out into the 4 berries here. It's Mass Ghazi, right? So it's going to keep massing Cav, which is going to suffocate you and keep you in your base. What's dangerous for Anatan is if he tries to creep out, but that's why the sheep difference matters. This game may solely be decided by the scouting rotations that happened in minute 1 and 2. I still rate... I've had a few people coming in recently asking, like, what's a noob-friendly Civ? Like, we had some Age of Myth people going, I want to play the game now. I actually think Japan is surprisingly noob-friendly in a deceptive way. And it's because of that landmark, the Kura Storehouse. It makes farm transitions insanely easy because it just happens automatically. So instead of being in a game where, like, if you play French, you're like, oh, I'm out of food. Oh, no, I didn't think of this. I'm dangerously low on food. I'm idling. I'm inefficient. You don't really get that feeling with Japan because you just keep looking going, oh, yeah, move a villager here. Oh, yeah, move a villager here. It's very Very peaceful. What's some backstabs coming? Anan's hand is slightly overextended here, but he's trying to block this deer gathering. That's going to come in. That Seek Shelter griefing Louis a little bit. And the dive through should be able to connect here. There's not enough garrison spots nearby. Does get the villager kill. Able to shift away from this. Louis caught being greedy. Anatan is going to send it, guys. This is now incredibly dangerous for the Japanese. So Louis is so close to attacking, he can't stop now. But the space required is difficult here. The Ghazi need to start being pinched. In this fight, directly, Louis can win. But now with Spears arriving, it's not an option. And you're already starting to see this noose starting to wrap itself around Japan's neck. They don't have that map control. Spears are already idling out the wood line. The berries are about to be exhausted. If he can't access this deer, he's going to have to add in farms. And that does not make for a strong castle timing. Because you're going to have to sidestep into farms when you should be adding in samurai. Not just that, Louis can't actively defend while actively blocking the win condition. So it's kind of just death by decap or death by decapitation. Because you're either going to have to come out and decap this and lose a fight, or you're going to have to stay at home and lose to the Sacred Site timer. I don't know, man. These type of Japanese builds, I always just look back and wonder if Yumi is the way. I know people hate me saying that, but like in this matchup in particular, it feels like it's being slapped on. Especially considering that Delhi go Dome of Faith now. They don't go for the old school Tower Victory, and also because you have Master Yumi, Scholars can't arrive at the fight, they get sniped. I think that is truly what's missing. Because this alone doesn't feel like it's going to work. Floating Gate is on the way. Spearmen are trying to pinch him here. Louis just needs to buy time, but even if he does, look at the gold. Villagers in trouble. They burst out into a mess. Ghazi able to hunt them down. In the meantime, Horsemen will just target onto the Spearmen. They have to stand their ground somewhere. The Floating Gate not complete though, and Anatan in with the dive. Looks to idle it all out. Horsemen might be able to clear this up. Remember, they have got that aura. The abandonment effect definitely coming in handy here. The outpost is still alive, but additional Spearmen are arriving, and Louis is not able to tech up here. He shifts some villagers over, but they're not going to be fast enough. More dead. An extra wave coming in, and I think we might have a swift game one at this rate. Louis, barely any troops left. 4 horsemen, but they're experiencing the apocalypse. They're not bringing it. They've experienced plague right now. They're all 1 HP. Oh my god. So that is the one thing keeping Louis alive here. That's the one thing that pushes them away. I don't think I've ever seen a full formation with a health bar that low. You'd think there is a poison in the game that can't kill units there. House are learning now on the way. Look at what Anatan done. There's a reason why he stopped killing and had to run away. It's because his tech isn't that far behind. Isn't that far behind. Isn't that far but what did he queue? Oh no. Okay, he realized. Oh, that was almost awkward. That would have been the one way that Louis could claw back into this game, but I think this is over. Sacred Sites have not been decapped. They still can't be decapped. There was no surplus gold, no surplus food. Louis doesn't have mass-mounted samurai in the way. He doesn't have map control, so he can't play for relics. It's a miracle that he's picked one up, to be honest with you. And you're playing against Mass Scholar Delhi, so they're already in position to pick up all the remaining relics. Is that complete? Here's the funny thought, folks. Normally you'd favor mounted samurai, but you can compete. Home Blades. Home Blades gives you +3, which offsets the extra +1 melee tech the Japanese gets. Doesn't deal with the abandonment effect fully, but it brings the fight much tighter in a game where Anatan is already heavily ahead. Oh my goodness. Anatan just builds so many scholars. I love it though, they're insanely cheap. Out the Dome of Faith, look at the price you pay. 65 gold. They're so cheap. And also, there's no extra production time required. It's just standard production time, which is kind of wild. Villagers shuffling out. 19 of them down to the deer. So plenty of food still in the bank for Anan. Louis, not much. It's just the Kura storehouse. He's somehow creeped out into the deer. But that doesn't even feel safe at this point. Like, it feels like we're in the calm before the storm. And although Mounted Samurai are bragged as this unstoppable heavy cavalry unit, there are limitations. And considering that it's going to be double Lancer count, which will have Hone Blades, by the way, in time, it's going to take 1 minute and 17 seconds. I would never back Japan to win this with Mounted Samurai. The only hope you have is Onimusha. So I hope Louis is looking for that archer transition because Raw Cav, and I know he loves his Raw Cav, is not going to work here. Reminder, this is the guy that will go into a 15-minute Japanese build and build Mounted Samurai for 40 minutes straight. Dude's unhinged. Even this gathering on the deer doesn't feel efficient. Would have been nice to add additional farmhouses to min-max, right? Because like every tiny little slab of food truly does matter for him here. Home Blades, just 30 seconds away though. I wonder, do you start pulling scholars? Bring them forward, start healing, right? Just keep a little group out here and cycle your knights in. Speaking of which, we're going to find the way down to the deer. Louis will be able to seek shelter in time, but it's still idle. It's still preventing him from scaling more and more troops. And considering he's holding 500 food, I think he's wondering what transition saves him here. Spears doesn't feel great. You're just kind of mosh pitting into more spears, right? It's probably your most cost-efficient option, though. Another tough thing here is the healing capabilities. We talked about it in Feudal Age. It's even worse here. Yes, Louis has healers this time, but it's not many, right? 3 Shintos versus 20 Scholars, potentially. Sacred Site's TikTok. It's not that he's forgotten the Sacred Site at all. It's that he can't reach the Sacred Site. How do you come out and decap a Sacred Site here? Your opponent outnumbers you everywhere. It's impossible. So what Louis is doing, he's building for one push out, one decisive attempt to decap on one site. Because if you send one knight out to decap, he's going to die. And that is 10% of your army dead. So 3 minutes away, second TC come from Louis. Makes sense if he survives this, gives him a layer of protection for the berries. And to be honest, he needs to start recovering economy at some point from that earlier dive. So where does he dive? Probably east side. I think it's his only bet. But the problem is you're engaging west for a good reason. There's 2 sacred sites closer together on the east, so there's probably a reaction force here, more likely than here. There'll just be one group here. So that's why you're seeing Louis lean west. But there's too many troops there. He's now going to head down the center. Once again, he'll discover army's already ready. And War Elephants, by the way, is the perfect counter here. War Elephants are insane against mass mounted samurai. Even these Lancers are, though. The Home Blades will be the difference maker here. Bannerman just not giving that dominant force that Louis needs. A valiant attempt to march out, but I think we've reached game end. Yeah, look at this. Watch what happens over here. Look at the damage. 28 versus 25. You can't win this fight. At least pauses the time, but the dive's coming in. Louis empty. I think the trick here was just not going castle. I understand the temptation. Dome of Faith so lethal. And I know people are getting sick of hearing me saying Yuumi, but I truly believe Yuumi was maybe the one way for you to navigate these unsafe waters. Another season comes, and another season of Delhi dominance over the Japanese begins. This has been one of the hardest matchups for Japan on land for several months now. It remains that way. I'm only hoping that some people can maybe show us the way with the Koka Townships in the future. Well, finally, maybe a favorable fight. There's one attempt to try and decap here on the west. East side is risky. Maybe. I wonder though, like, if you get the decap, does it even matter? Because Anatan is at the point where he could just dive your base. Okay, I'm just going to address that in chat. If you're building Bugisha against Mass Lancers, I look forward to seeing you in my low elo Legend series. Oh, in Feudal. It's too expensive. Bugisha scaling is difficult. So the way you play Bugisha scaling in Feudal Age is you need map control. So like if you have map control, yes. If you're playing against a defensive civ and have map control, it can work. But even then, Castle's safer. But against Delhi, like, you don't get map control for free. Just go Coca Township, build Horseman, you'll win. Decap coming in. Louis, a valiant last attempt here. But I think the cookie has finally crumbled. 25 seconds away. Game 1. Undeniable now. Anatan will open the series, taking the lead. Told you guys, Anatan's Delhi is just different, man. He's one of the scariest players on the Civ right now. And you just got a masterclass at why. Because he just played against one of the scariest Japanese players. Okay, there we go. So game 1. Let me mark that up. A win for the Delhi. Map number 2. I wonder, where are we going to be going here? Wetland. I'm going to share the response of Anatan here. After Louis types wetland, there's just a Monka S written in the chat. Why are we going to wetland? I mean, in fairness, I gave them the choices. Wetland's been quite fun though, right? That's the one with the berries near the ponds. I actually like, yeah, we say Frisian's better and whatever you want, but like wetlands have been quite enjoyable. Without Japanese, it's kind of weird for Louis though, right? I guess he could go for China? No, Ibids. It has to be Ibids. I think it's Ibids versus Abbasids, which is really good for Anatan, actually, because you can scale camel archers. That's going to be a tough one. So let's see what they're going to pick for that map. Wait, what? Orange tie? I don't even know where my orange tie is. God damn. Wait, no one said you could choose your tie. Now I'm just being overly generous. I don't even know if we've got time to change tie. We might not have time, dude. Because I don't think they've put a delay on their game. I got mustard. You just have to suck it up and deal with mustard. Oh. Alright, we've got 1 minute. You're lucky. Top 5 best looking units in the game according to UKP. Me? No. I don't know about best. Best looking, I think, like maybe Mounted Samurai. Mounted Samurai, especially if you play the right color in elite status, are probably the coolest looking unit. I don't know. I'd have to think more beyond that. Mounted Samurai has to be 1 though. Number 1. So, game 1, Anatan. We've got French versus Rus for game 2 on Wetlands, which is a little bit like Frisian. So yeah, this is like a classic Frisian matchup from when it first came out. Imperial Sipahi? I don't know about that. Definitely not number 1. Maybe they're up there though. Ottoman Lancers? I think they're overrated. Elephants? I think some of the new Mansa units kind of look cool. Maybe. I don't know, I have to think on that one. Longbows? Rangers look pretty sick. I gotta agree. Rangers do look pretty sick. Actually, dude, do we think what we think? Pretty or ugly for Zhone level 4? She looks full mecha, you know. All right, you guys ready? I am. Let's hop 2. Let me flip the scores. It's me, map time. Frizzy and Marsh is at home, I guess. We're on Wetlands, folks. Welcome back. to the preseason 9 showdown. That's right, live from the pop, a tournament configuration. Game number 2 between Louis MT in the green on the French, going up against Anan, playing as the Roos in the blue. Fun map for it, actually, guys. I'm not sure what the thought process is particularly behind Roos here. So for those unfamiliar with Wetlands, Wetlands is a little bit like Frisian if you scattered the ponds around you instead of forward in a direction from you, but then added berries on top of it. This map, by the way, mark my words, #1 Civ Japan. Japan is the best Civ at utilizing this combination of berries and shoreline fish in one location due to house efficiency. French is pretty damn good as well, though. I like Louis' thinking here. Remember, mills only cost 25 wood, so it's very efficient to move out for these pockets. Also, even the berries are a bit more desirable because their base rate got buffed, so you gather a bit quicker from them. They're almost at sheep level now. Anan, on the other hand, this is expensive unless you get a good spawn. Hunting cabins can be worth it due to gold trickle, but if you don't find that you're discovering ponds next to tree lines, it quickly becomes not worth it. So initial drop, great, right? This one is fantastic. This one's a jackpot. 24 gold a minute is fantastic. And he has the berries in range of it as well. So about as efficient as it's going to get. But when you look at the other ponds, you know, this one, kind of okay. This one, you're going to lose some value because the hunting cabin is going to be a tile or two away. This one is terrible because you'd want to, like, maybe place it here. It's not too bad, but you're not getting the fat wood line because there's no fish there. This one, actually, that one's probably the best, but it's very far out. And also, like, these details I'm highlighting, as I highlight them, think about this. This is a Cav matchup against French, and French Cav is just better. But the other painful detail is, let's say both of them just raid each other. French Cav will burn down 100 wood building. Roos Cav will burn down a 25 wood building. So trades don't favor you here. But maybe we're not getting Cav at all. What the f... I need to get a Lecoq Spore sponsorship. We've got Chamber of Commerce and Golden Gate. About as greedy as it gets. Intriguing. So my thought around Golden Gate for Anan is that he wanted to play maybe 2TC. It could have also just been that he wants to go fast castle. So you Relic Rush and Horse Archers be knights because you can just kite them. But this idea by Louis is really smart. Just scale your eco early and fast. You're already scaling quicker. Remember, since the changes for French, they now produce their villages in Dark Age at the speed they would in Feudal at 17 seconds, which means compared to the old French of about a year ago, they have 0.6 more villages when they go Feudal. But now, like, you've obviously got that scaling beyond that point. Now you're adding in the traders as well. Traders did get buffed, by the way. They used to take 30 seconds to spawn, but now the free traders spawn every 15 seconds. And reminder, the Chamber of Commerce, the way it gives you free traders is for each ecotech you have. Every time you research an ecotech, you will get a trader for free. It aligns very nicely with the French identity of all these economy techs being cheaper. You want them anyway. You're paying under 100 resources, and you pay more than 100 to get a trader in the first place. It's an absolute bargain. And Miwo, it's going to be shifting out for Pumba. So we've got ball play on the way. Oh, that's cool. I love that. So Anan, he wants to pull the boar in, doesn't need to walk further. He's going to chop trees to carry some wood and then kill the boar. And he's not carrying the wood so that he can block the tusk attacks. It's because you can drop off woods at a hunting cabin when you initially build it. That's pretty cool. And Anan, did he actually miss the deer pack? No, he sees it. He's fully aware. He's taking the risky resource first, which is ballsy, but the reason I like it is he may have A, scouted out the Chamber of Commerce, which already gives you means, but B, the other reason this works is you can just palisade. Wait, he's missing... Oh, you're right, he's missing deer. Good eyes, core. Oh my god. Okay, so can I just be the guy to address the elephant in the room? I should have done that in the Delhi game. Why is this map still, like, listed in even quick match if it doesn't spawn both deer? That's how I decided the maps, by the way, guys. I took everything on quick match. I removed a few because I was like, nobody wants to watch Mountain Pass. We'd all rather die. Someone's going to be like, I would love to watch Mountain Pass. Please, no. we'd at least get to see English shattering projectile trebuchets at work. It's been a while since I've had those. So trade needs to be optimized. You can see loot. The sacred sites are griefing. He can build in that corner though. No, he has to build here, right? And he's already walling up. Walling got nerfed. This is very expensive now. It used to be you build palisades in 4 seconds. It now takes 8. Antan. Rack's coming in, understanding that he needs to react to the knights accordingly. Does he just try to rush castle after that, though? Remember, Golden Gate did get buffed, by the way. It used to take 60 seconds for ticket generation, and now it's 50. So a lot better than it once was. And also, knight scaling is going to be very slow in this game, guys, because usually French have a huge edge in the Rus matchup. Because if you both mirror knights, not only are the French knights better with the damage buff, but they would produce every 28 seconds. That only happens if you have School of Cavalry. So you remove School of Cavalry, you don't have this crazy, scary knight production timing that you're used to seeing. Scout does sniff out what's happening. Seeing the wall tells you entirely what the plan is here. Louis being so greedy. Ladir has slightly grief. Okay, I'm sorry, what? I saw on the map they were close, but come on. I feel a bit bad for Anatan, man. In an ideal world, we'd have someone monitoring seeds. In an ideal world, we would have had good maps prepped on the test server like Frizzing instead. But we're dealing with the hand we've got, which I think the players are okay with. Sometimes it might screw you, sometimes it might enable you. It's crazy to just see French being the ones fully walling the maps and Rus not even bothering. But here you go, guys. Castle's on the way. Walls are pretty much up, though. And this is tricky because it means that you'll probably have to add in scouts or more spears to burn through a wall. Because the horse archer play isn't going to work. And this is all about horse archer play. High trade house coming up, though. Get your numbers in. Get them in hot. Knights are prowling, but I don't think Louis knows yet. He might suspect. He hasn't seen any aggro. He hasn't scouted recently onto the stone, though, so he doesn't know that whether it's like a 2 TC play, for example. So he might think that they're both scaling greed. Louis is going to need more knights because now the key condition for Anatan to continue this game is relics. 2 knights won't stop you from grabbing relics. So Louis, it's kind of interesting that he's choosing to tech. He's scaling for castle. That's going to give Anatan a rush point into monks. He's going to need to be quick about it, though. 4 relics are up for grabs, right? So I'm wondering if Louis' intent is to also rush relics. One edge you get is, obviously, it takes a long time for the warrior monks to come out. They're expensive, and they take a long time to produce. So it might give him the means to kind of mirror and at least secure 2 relics here. Trade count is looking good, by the way. He's currently at 12. Jesus. 60 gold each way. Some of them are on food. I actually love that detail from Louis. That's sick. He's actually balancing his economy for attack timing on food and gold from trade. Really well executed there, because usually you just see people go fishing instead. But he's just got most of them on wood, so he can scale more traders. Really important that we get that final deer. So small palisades going up, and horse archers now on the way for Anatan. Monastery's already been built. You see what I mean? 35-second wait. Does sting a bit, but Louis yet to tech up. So Anatan, I love that approach actually. He walls to kind of cut the map, and he begins by going horse archers, not rushing the warrior monk. And guys, these are the counter knights. At least in this count. Like, Louis has no real map presence here. In fact, that is wild. He's going Rule Institute. Kind of cool, though. So the thought process behind Rule Institute is if you don't go Rule Institute, the Rus are able to match you in Knight quality because of Boy's Fortitude. Boy's Fortitude gives you 25 more health. A Knight Charge will give you 3 attacks with about 5 more damage. So you're doing 50 damage there. Cantled Saddle gives you 10. So that's a very interesting balance point. If you don't have Royal Institute, the 2 techs balance each other out. And the high trade house number is going to be 192. 72 trees in range. That is wild. So who wants more wetlands? Both from the walls coming. And yeah, this is what I love actually. Like the devs are very smart with this change. I actually think the walling change was perfect. Walling shouldn't just be a free thing you do. It's so expensive now. Not in the cost, it's the time. Time which brings risk, but also time that idles villages. Doubling the build time it requires was huge and so necessary. I do think roost walls should take 10 seconds, but you know, that's a discussion for another day. I mean, come on guys, they literally cost the same. But they're double the health. And now 11 horse archers has broken in, and Louis, he's prepping the royal bloodlines. The big edge he needs, and by the way, you're seeing that correctly. Bio got buffed, so they had to up royal bloodlines. 40% more health coming his way. Horse archers? Should be able to snipe 2 villagers here. More if Louis doesn't react. And he is slow on the reaction. So yeah, 2 villagers down. Nice start. Another wall up, though. And you know, there's a problem here. You are safe. However, where are we trading? I don't want to look at the number now, do I? Are you ready for this? Trade's OP. It's going to win you the game. I don't think it's going to win you the game with 19 per. Not just that, Anatan snatches away the most aggressively positioned relic here. Anatan's in this, guys. Royal Bloodline scaling is not easy into Mass Knights here when you've lost trade like that. A shaky foundation for Louis' plan in the mid-game starts to arrive, and the Spearmen a high enough count now to burn through these weak walls. By God, I think he's done it. Not just that, Anatan is prepping a second TC. He's got 450 stone in the bank. I mean, it makes sense. Horse archers very rarely win the game in one hit now, but it does set you up for success. Why isn't Louis going into Arbitrary? Against horse archers is kind of rough, right? Like, they have high base damage. It's probably your best option here, but I think he just feels as if he's already leaned too hard into knights, so it has to be knights. It's a weird position to find yourself in. Because you don't want to build archers, but even archers might be valid here due to the spears. I agree that Arbitrary should make sense, but the problem is because he doesn't have a front line against horse archers, if you start scaling Arbitrary, you just get dove and killed. You need something that exists first before Arbitrary. I've lost count of the amount of games where I've watched a French player with no units try to start building arbors, and they just die. Same with crossbows, really. Like, most of those type of units do function that way. The cool thing about this change to walls, by the way, is it rebalances trade from being too good. You can have trade, right? The problem in this game wasn't that Louis had trade, it's that he didn't defend it with knights. He defended it with walls. If you defend it with knights, you're not idling villages. You just have a better economy and you have options to attack. He chose an overly defensive approach here and got punished for it. What about Mongol trade? Check the last 20 competitive Mongol games and tell me how many were Silver Tree. It's like 75-80% of them been Deerstone. Deerstone is fine. Silver Tree is not a problem anymore. I count up to 14 though. Spear count is already there. Crossbows as well. I think Louis is just setting himself up for defeat here. He just doesn't know it yet, but he's already dead. I mean, it's 2 TC now versus 1. Your trade is still not good. That was a polite way of saying that it's absolutely 24 resources. And it's on 5 relics. Well, at least it's not a Sacred Site pressure point, right? He can't cap both of those. It's 2 split. Like, this is one thing that will make Wetlands never be a competitively viable map. The Sacred Site positioning is dumb. This is like a worse version of high views. I mean, I guess it's not behind your base, huddled in a corner view, but it's really bad. No, high trade house. Ooh, ooh. Every time I look at that number. The ball play was definitely worth it to get up there that quickly. One second, I just need to check the bracket because I'm being told about game. Okay, everything's good. Remember, boys, if you lose your matches, please confirm the results and start GG so the bracket can keep on moving. I am a one-man tournament organizer team right now. 22 nights, Louis. Everyone's just subscribing to the classic certain way. We've all returned to 2021. Wait, actually, like, we really have. Horse Archers versus Knights. The only thing we're missing here is an Abbey of Trinity. He's fine. So here's the deceptive thing about him being fine. He's fine if he starts the full trade again, which he has. Before this, it was terrible. He had 28 traders that were giving less than a villager would. He's against 2 TC, right? So 3 TC. So we got to start asking the question, who wins an Imperial here? Because Imperial is very different these days. Roos, I think they were one of the civs that got hurt the most by the changes. Streltsy shouldn't, in theory, be as dominant as they once were. Horsemen should feel more counted by Spearmen, I want to say. And Springle, like, you just don't win the siege fight the way you used to, right? I think overall, French Knight should feel better in Imperial than they did in Season 8. French always win an imp, only if they keep the trade going. But now that is working, because it looks like Anan is just playing full macro. Farm count is scaling upwards, but I mean, this is the scary thing actually about French trade, by the way, guys, is for most civs, it's like, congrats, get gold and maybe a trickle or something. If you find that you're weak on food or you're weak on wood, whatever it may be, just toggle. You can essentially just have an entirely functional economy that has infinite resources by going traders. Bumper on the wall here. Wait, Anan, that doesn't work. No, that doesn't work. Even if he connected that, it would just break the wall again. So they're going to break in. Knights able to run rampant here. And he hasn't carved it right. He didn't re-wall. Luckily, Anan reacts quick enough to spears and crossbows. Louis hesitant to dive in, even when given the opportunity. Anan's going for a Zerg timing. Louis is playing quality into mass economy, whereas Anan is looking to reach 100 plus military as fast as possible. Military Academy just came in. We've got mass spears. He wants to make a move. He needs to make a move. I mean, maybe free TC, but it's just an insane lead still. I mean, most of it is being mitigated by the hunting cabins, the high trade house. That high trade house is now 215 gold a minute. Almost free relics. You'd think we're on King of the Hill. Love this idea of one villager just to buy enough time to get troops in place. We'll allow him to wrap the spearmen. We're going to need to hold this initial point. Louis, 8 clicks through the wall, and immediately regrets it. Containment isn't really working here, though, right? Like, I get what Louis is trying to do. He's trying to keep Anan reacting in his base, but we've got a Horse Archer raid coming in. So Louis does at least have the outpost defenses. I'm wondering, does he drop a Red Palace here? I think if Louis drops the Red Palace here, he's in perfect position for this game. And yeah, it's on the way. This is all he needs, guys. This is the gold with the trade behind it that gets him into the late game and into the driving seat in this game number 2. Sam, what are you going to do in this situation? I mean, we just talked, we speculated about like who's been hit the worst by the overall changes of Season 9 and Age 4. I feel like Roos ranks highly on that list. His food income has at least started to improve, but he's not full farm deep, right? Yeah, only 17 farms. He's playing fishing, which means he's not ready for an Imperial play. Clutch is also the quick wall. Oh, Louis with the magical fingers there. And this is also a blocker to extra claim on the map. Anan not able to wall the full distance. Was he thinking about trading? There's no other reason I could think you want to layer like this. There's nothing to gain in this area. Instead, the Knight pressure continues to mass. Tech up complete. Age 4 should be the control point now for Louis. Just needs to get that elite tech for his Knights. Anan, I think now you just have to stop, drop, and roll into Imperial as well. It's all about timing here, right? If Louis is diving your base, you're going to need reserves into more spears. Because these boys are chunky. 322. By the way, I know that one of the lead designers is a Dota fan. I see what you've done here. So you're saying if I don't go Guildhall, it's a 3-2-2.
Построено добро есть. Стоять и много будет.
3-2-2 is it's a Dota reference for throwing a game. A player once upon a time threw a major series to win $322 and got found out. That's the reference for those wondering. High armory now on the way though. This got changed though, right? I think they changed banded arms if I remember correctly. So we'll have a look at those techs when we hop up the age. Trade points are a little bit awkward for Louis to try and brute force through, but he's going to try nonetheless. The beefy boys, 378 HP. Is it enough? Holds a choke point. Sage's Blessing comes in. That's going to be big. Allows him to stand here for a lot longer and dish out a lot more pain. So Louis not able to just bludgeon his way through. This is about 10 plus Knights there. Ends up falling back nonetheless. And folks, that's veterancy. Elite Tech will allow him to buff that away even stronger. Yeah, I don't know why Louis is being this stubborn about it. This is much better. We've got Rams coming. I almost feel like Anan intentionally built these walls to bait Louis into thinking he's trading. Because he's not bothering at all, right? Like, there's no intent coming. But if you're Louis, you don't know that. You see all these walls and you need to see beyond them. He's wasting his time. He's going to break again. Knights will look for another break point. Charge does come in. The Spearmen have to run away here. Elite Tech on the way, but we're still 35 seconds out. However, the blob has arrived. You know, I play Europa Universalis, and funnily enough, we call French the big blue blob. That kind of feels almost ironic, cathartic. Knights once again in retreat. Military Academy is being prepped. Trade count. Oh, Louis, no. Guys, Louis' eco is actually lying to you. He has at least got Merchant's Guild, which makes it a lot better. But a lot of his traders, I'd say about, is that 3/4? That actually is almost every trader is back on the short route. They're not using the full length. So yeah, Louis, this might be a detail that hurts him now. It's a critical blunder to not notice this. And the longer it goes on, the less likely you are to notice it. He should at least have new traders potentially coming out, but he might feel like he's got enough already. And as a result, never change to the full distance. Yeah, that's kind of ugly, right? He's getting 24. He could be getting 60-ish. Huge difference, considering it's not even double the distance. These Spears now marching in. No elite army tactics just yet. No incendiary arrows, but that's about to change. Elite army tactics on the way. This is perfect. Elite army tactics got nerfed against ranged units. Louis has only got melee units. This is exactly what you want to have. Crossbow Spearman trying to stand their ground. Louis just trying to brute force through. The third group might be good enough, though. Crossbows now being jumped on. And the Spearmen just get mopped up. Anan, this may have been a little bit too soon. Army is about to get wiped. Second wave is building up, but Louis still with 50 French Knights to play with. Oh my god. French Knights, folks. Never undersell them. Yeah, no, French Knights will beat one-on-one spear count. Like, you need so many spears. I think Anan's issue is he just doesn't have enough production. When he came out of the base, you want to be building like 8 to 10 Raxes here, so you can just spam forward. That's what's missing right now. His total Rax count is 9. 9 of these producing a spin every 11 seconds is not good enough. In fact, if I check, he has got military academy, right? 11 seconds most definitely. But also doing that before Elite Army Tactics is so negligent. Now bigger problems might be on the way. How about this, folks? What if we just built Robotiquins? Just entertain me for a second. What if we just built the Roboti boys? I mean, there's some crossbows. But there's no spring altar. It's gonna be a cannon for now. Dive underneath the keep. If only we had some lukewarm water to throw on them. Keep is gonna drop. I want to see Robotiquins here. It's the easiest way to just brute force these fights now. I mean, he already can brute force them, but it makes the exchange so efficient, it doesn't matter. And you're so close to the enemy base with these siege workshops, speed shouldn't really hurt you. Wait, are Robotiquins bugged on the pub? Crackety, tell us more. Give us our daily crack dosage. What's happened? 75% range resistance instead of 35. Okay, even better. I didn't know about that. I probably should have put a ruling in. The walls. There will be no trade this day. I love the farms, by the way. Like, this is so smart. I just don't see enough players doing this anymore. It makes sense on wood-dense maps in particular. Like, yeah, you're getting less farms around it, but it's extra, like, long term, it's extra resources, right? You invest the wood, you're getting gold on top. Definitely more finicky, I think is why most people don't want to do it. Biology coming in, so Anan, what? They're coming. So you better get this party started. Knights moving forward. The Robotiquin. This is their time. This is their meta. Finally, they will dominate. Rise up, borders. We're here. Crossbows. Now just trying to contest that, but the Knights have broken through. Saints Blessing is going to come in to make him hold a little bit longer, but there's just not enough left here. Knight countdown is down to 35, but with 2 Robotiquins, the trades are about to be so good. It is their time. French A tier incoming. And oh my god, why? He's going Night Pole Axes, so he's trying to ego chow the Knights now. Which is interesting, because like in a prolonged fight, Roost Knights should be better than French Knights, if I'm not mistaken. Because you get +4 damage Eternal, while the French Knights get the Cantle Saddles, and then they get 3 attacks with extra damage, about 5. And obviously, because both units have over 300 health, and the effective HP is so much higher, like, long term, yes, Roost Knights can win. However, guys, once again, Robotiquins. Fear them. LMT. Could just break this wall. The problem in this game right now is the disparity in terms of eco reserves. Anan can't really afford to slip up the losers in an army. Louis kind of can. His food is slightly worrying, but the gold reserves are more than good enough. And these Robotiquins have kind of become a sore detail now, right? Like before, you couldn't afford to throw these Knights in. Now you know you can confidently lob them into a fight, and the Spearmen can't kill them quick enough before the Robotiquins get the kill in return. However, the Knights are out of position here, and Anan will not stand for that. He also will not stand here because the Robotiquins... What is Louis up to? It feels like he's very much slow rolling this, almost expecting Anan to run out of resources. I mean, he's kind of blocking the gold, right? And Anan has only got 300 left here, but keep in mind, guys, he also has a lot of passive gold. 215 here. God knows how much from the 100 caps collected. Let's say 400 at least, right? Which is believable. And then he's got 5 relics for an extra 400. So he's got almost 1,000 gold of passive income, really. I don't think gold starving works. You just need to send. Louis is going to start creeping up. Another castle drop on the way. Cannons now in range of the production. Revoldequins. Anan with the focus fire here, trying to bring them down. Not sure if it's quick enough, though. Revoldes. Can they mop up the spears fast enough? They should be able to. Knights kind of clambering on top of each other. Spear count is down to 18. This is the break point. This is the breakthrough. This has to be it. Louis MT is going to do it with Knights and Revoldequins. It's a dream and a meme combined. I'd sing the French national anthem if I knew it. And as a British person, I never thought I'd say that. A few Knights are going to wrap around the back, but they get eviscerated by the Revoldequins. Anan adorably trying to trade now. Bombard has arrived, but there's double cannon to try and deal with that, so we'll be able to shove him back. 3 Revoldequins still in play. Anan's army reduced down to barely 40 standing, and soon to be none. We're creeping in. Landmarks in his crosshair here. The keep's always a soft reset point. Honestly, I feel like you could have just went College of Artillery with this type of build. I remember I watched this a while ago from Recon versus Lucifron where you do that. You just create Sim City and you build Mass Siege. Super effective, actually. What a time to be like, you know, it's been 3 years, guys. 3 years. I've been waiting for this day. It's not 10 Revoldequins, but it's more than good enough. More than ample enough. And yes, Revoldequins are bugged. They're meant to have 35% range resistance. Apparently they have 75. They're a problem. Why it's not forbidden in tourneys? Because we only just learned about it. I might have to make a ruling. Because I don't know how you mean. I mean, horsemen don't counter them, right? Like, they're not counted. I feel weird about making a call midday, but I'm gonna do an in the Discord after this game. It's unfortunate for the games where it's happened, but it is what it is. Game's just bug abuse. It is and it isn't in that, like, he exploited a strategy unknown. I'll make a ruling afterwards, but I'm sorry, I understand this one will have to count. But we have discovered it. Cannons would work, yes. Cannons have siege damage, but it's too late. He's lost too much. GG gets called. Randy the Revoldequin. All it took was being broken technically and metally for them to come back. Oh my god. They are broken. All right, 1 second, because I need to make... I'm making a call live. I don't know. Actually, 1's if it should be banned, 2's if it should be allowed. Because cannons do technically counter them. It is true. Wait, was 1's allowed and 2's... 1 was banned, right? I said 1's was banned, 2 was allowed. I feel like it should be banned. Yeah, because I think the like HP is too high for bombards to efficiently snipe them. Yeah. All right, we're banning. I'm making an announcement in the Discord to the players. Revoldequins are bugged right now. Their ranged resistance is 75%, not intended. From this point onwards, their usage is banned in this tournament. All prior games will be allowed. Any future featuring I always hate this word. Dequin exploitation will lead to penalization. Haha, what a funny word. Right. Yeah, they're broken. Sorry, Anna. I don't know if that was the full answer you want. I'm guessing you wanted a remake. It was a harsh swarm for you, but I think it's like we didn't know about. None of us knew about it. I always have this balanced logic of like if it wasn't banned, you can't really penalize a player, but once it is, right, it makes sense. Hope that's all right, mate. So move forward with the idea that it's 1-1 score, but we now know. Okay, so. The Robodequin meta has arrived. Completely broken. So I guess it'd be has no counter. Alright. It's a test server for this reason, right? This is why it's not like a $1,000 tournament. For this exact reason. So, Anno versus Louis. They're getting ready for the third game. Thank you for being a good sport, Ansant. Appreciate you, buddy. Game 3. Let's have a look at where they're going. Gonna eat some chips as well while we wait. They're going to mountain clearing. Oh, we're gonna have some fun. So game 2 was a win for the right side. And then we're going to mountain clearing. I love mountain clearing. Good old meme clearing. You guys know that mountain clearing was only picked once in Red Bull Warlord Legacy, right? Do you guys remember who picked mountain clearing? I think it was drafted once. It never got played, though. If you remember correctly. Hey! Sup, Bait J? Thank you very much for the Prime sub, buddy. Welcome to Swarm. Definitely appreciate it if people got Prime subs, they drop them here. Makes it all the easier to fund these type of tournaments in the future. But let's have a look at the draft. What are they going to be doing next? And it looks like it's B versus Myriad on the other side of the winner bracket. Poor Myriad. He's like, no one's casting me. He's like, we'll get you there. Malians versus Chinese. Oh my god. We're about to see Javelin emplacements. Big Pog! Alright, so let me just update the graphics and we'll get ready to go. Yeah. I'm surprised no one discovered that exploit sooner. Right? Like, was I just in the dark? Did a lot of people already know about this? I'd never seen it before. So I'll mark Louis for the win there. And we'll prep another prediction. Just going to munch on some chips for a minute to fuel myself before we get into this. This silence is uneery. Uneery? Something like that. Just wolfing down food. What are you guys eating? It's around dinner time for a lot of people. What are you munching on? The Protein Works helps get me this deep, man. We're like, what, live for Almost 5 hours. Whew. Nah, don't eat that cow. It's got no muscle on him. Well, that was an old one. Whoops. You smell that? That's meme time. Mountain clearing is upon us. One and all, welcome back. The Season 9 preview. We are here with tournament action in Age of Empires 4. Pre-Season 9 Showdown, hosted by yours truly. Anan on the Malians, up against Louis MT in the yellow on the Chinese. And we are indeed on mountain clearing, a tight and small map. A claustrophobic one. And one that tends to be dictated by defensive landmark drops, with 2 civs that have defensive landmarks. Not just that. Has defensive landmarks. And one of them just got buffed. Malian's defensive landmark in H2 just got buffed. Javelin emplacements is now a thing. What I'm curious about is where's the boar? Oh, there he is. Wait, was he actually... Where's he at? There he is. Yeah, so I looked on the minimap. That was smart by Anan. He pulled the boar at the start because if you attack the boar and run away, its icon disappears from the minimap. So he knows what Louis is up to. The reason why China is such a ridiculous pick on this map is outpost rushing, Barbican rushing. The popular play is you pull the boar and Barbican drop it. And you have a quick route to the enemy base, and you're a blocker to the win condition here on the sacred side. China is incredibly strong. You should not make archers against Malians now, right? No. I mean, you really shouldn't have ever made archers against Malians. Not even Jignu feel that great against javelins. So, Imperial Academy is on the way, though. Louis, wow. Wait, but... Okay, so this is almost like a test to see if Anan wants to do it. Here's the thing, guys. Anan could drop his own defensive landmark, and he would have control of the map now. The problem with doing that is that you can't get the ball. So Malians is like a cool idea, but they can't utilize the defensive landmark the same way Rus or China would, because they're not allowed to eat the pig. So instead, it looks like Anan is going to build the Mansa Quarry. This is a very unmemeful game of mountain clearing. This might be the most sensible game of mountain clearing I've seen in a long time. How did you guys vote, by the way? I bet you all want to refund your points now. So Louis with a slight favorability on the percentage split. I think a lot of people were anticipating outpost rushes here. And yeah, we have got deer shovings, right? So Louis brought his in. Other side of it, Anan hasn't mirrored that, which is a little bit surprising. I think it's worth doing. Yes, you do gather quicker from cattle, but that comes at a cost. 90 gold per is kind of wild. Why no Rus here? Because we've still got other maps to go. And also, Rus was already used. Rus was used in wetlands. So last game it came out. Maps, so civs that do really well here. HRE does pretty well. I'm curious about Order of the Dragon. You can also go for English, not too bad with the Longbow Rush. I actually think HRE mine work is kind of busted here, though. We won't get to see that, though. I think HRE so far has been consistently banned all day, which makes sense. I think HRE already on live server is broken, and the version they've created here on POP is even more broken. I like that the devs are trying to find ways of buffing things which are weak, but at its core, there are things to the HRE that are too good. And what I mean by that is they buff mine work, right? Like, I am always a bigger fan of buffing weaker things rather than nerfing strong things. You do get a risk of power creep, but you tend to not alienate people. Like, for example, how many players are just English mains, right? Pristine example. But the danger is you do reach a point where something may simply be too good, and it needs to be dialed back. And I think HRE kind of have that now. Yeah, Swabio is a perfect example, but funnily enough, H3's issue isn't even Imperial Age, it's H2 and 3 now. So Marlian's setting up the second pit mine. Farimba is not that desirable here, right? I've seen a few Farimba games, and I feel like I've mostly been underwhelmed. Possibly in this matchup, it might be worth it for Mansa Musafadi, because the Mansa Musafadi have +4 armor. They already counter Palace Guard. They will definitely counter Spears. There's not many things that can stand against them. But in a lot of matchups right now, Marlians feel like a flop with this new landmark. One of the big issues is actually the Freeman, one of the options. He's meant to be a counter to range units because he has 5 ranged armor. But because he's tagged as light melee, it means that archers counter him. So it's really weird. So overall, the Farimba, I'm not sure I've seen it win so far. And we have already seen a few Fulanis today, which would feel safer. But on such a short map, you might not have the breathing room to do that. Archery range opener is going to be coming in, though. And Louis is rushing H3. Makes sense. Nesta Bs are going to be dominant here. It's such a short map. It also gives you the ability to try to play for a keep drop. So if you keep drop the center, follow up with 2 or 3 Nesta Bs, Anatan doesn't really have an answer to that right now. In fact, Anatan, he's adding in on the H2. We've got Javelin spam coming. Do Javelin still count as spring ults, by the way? I don't think they ever got changed. So yeah, Javs still counter spring ult? No, because it's range damage reduction now. Okay. So that kind of fixed that. For those who don't know, on live server, you can actually kill spring ults with javelins. It's quite funny. Because they have 10 ranged armor. And you get bonus damage versus ranged, which they count as. So Stable's coming in. Louis is having the correct reaction here. Clock Tower now on the way. What was Anatan thinking? I guess he just wanted to try and poke at the backside. Because it kind of felt free with javelin raids. But behind this, it's just starting to feel more and more like it's going to have to be a Farimba rush. He's prepping Donzos to add in, but that's going to take time to scale. Meanwhile, against China, that's difficult because China can, of course, just accelerate that initial opening of Lancers by supervising. Something they're easily able to do because Imperial Academy is broken. By broken, I mean it's OP. By OP, I mean, when are we getting Chinese nerfs? Javelin's trying to slow this down. Unfortunately, it feels like Anatan needed 2 more to prevent this tech up. Would have been good enough. Instead, H3 is achieved. Louis now able to start pumping out those desirable Lancers. Donzos are going to be on the way on the other side, and Anatan is committing here. Second racks coming in. Makes sense, right? He's nowhere near a tech himself, so if he tries to just mirror, he's going to lose complete map control. And that means relic advantage for your opponent. It means he's going to start bloating. He'll even probably secure the center of a Barbican drop, and then you've got to also deal with Song. I guess you could say these guys just aren't strong enough. They should have drunk some protein works. Yeah, I had to slide that in there. Click the link, you know you want it. Lancers. Coming in for the chop. Do Chinese get Dali horses? No, that is unique to Zhuji. Thank God. China does not need that. They're already good enough. Lancer's already proven it. Nice trade here. Clubs down 2 javelins, make it free. 2 would have made it an even trade. Now it's just positive. Donzos are starting to arrive though, so it's going to have to reset. And we... Not just any ramp. Oh my God, these are so broken. These are so broken. 555 HP. 500! How is this even balanced? Louis MT went from using Reboldequins, which felt uncounterable, to this, which feels uncounterable. Clock Tower needs to be nerfed. Look, it needs a rework, actually, is what it needs. I've stood by that statement for a long time. Even with the siege work, the siege rework, the thing that's left over that is not reasonable is this. The health is unnecessary and so frustrating to play against in so many circumstances. Poor Anno. 11 Donzos can't ride out to deal with this. They wouldn't be able to kill it before it kills a pit mine. House is also now going to start to be in a bit of a pickle. Luckily, Anatan has plenty of them, but pit mine denied means less gold to work with. Javelins. Ooh. Louis is contemplating that. Instead, he's going to wait. Palace Guard now on the way. Honestly, guys, just send it into the main. Kill the back pit mine. Why not? dumb. So that is a 200 resource kill. And it already killed 200 resources worth of stuff. In fact, it's probably going to kill 250. Oh, it's going to kill... Oh, no, Anan. He's used select all army. So probably another house going down before they kill the ram. It's crazy because this does take 20% more damage. It just doesn't really feel like it when you watch this. But the ram is dead. Jean-Claude Van Ram will not be coming back for a sequel. He has bought time, though. That reaction weakened Anatan's forward army, so he can try to dive here. Funnily enough, Louis could just commit to a nest of bees at this point. And it would make the game pretty free. But I love that he's going for the monks. Remember, you start with 2 relics underneath your TC mount clearing. House Guard are now arriving, though. Yet to get ranged armor, so the Javelin's actually still a good answer to this from Anatan. Remember, he's got 8 damage versus the free armor reduction. So it's going to be a wraparound. Ring Rosies, though, as the Lancers try to stick to it, but unable to do so. Louis, it's kind of a bit tricky here, right? He's got decent food income, but he's not able to supervise. This is a big no-no. He's having to drop off at the TC, so China's not getting that extra economy they're known for at this stage of the game. Villagers on the front line are also going to start getting sacrificed. And by God, Anatan is doing it. Yeah, Louis just doesn't have that influx of food to just mass production. That's why he's opening on Castle felt weak, right? He has 1 mil at the backside. The deer won't shove back there. And remember, you can't supervise the TC because, quite frankly, that would be broken. New pit mine set up again from Anno. New Safadi also now just getting layered in. Louis still, I agree. No nest of bees. I thought he would go for it. Does he think that Javelins count nest of bees now? Wait, nest of bees have not got the range tag, right? I'm pretty sure they don't have the range tag. And the damage is reduced by 75%. So they take 3 damage per strike, and they have 100 and I think it's 80 health, right? Yeah, like, Javelins do not count in nest of bees. Louis finally realizes it. Well, while Siege may have been rebalanced and more reasonable, I think we found the game where Siege is going to look OP. No, actually, nothing counts as knobs is the correct answer. Like, mangoes have been well balanced. They kind of feel underwhelming, but I think nest of bees are still too good. And by the way, like I said earlier, I don't think the issue is that nest of bees themselves are too good, full stop. It's the health. It's too much health. There's a reason you always see China build nest of bees, but not often Juji. Look at that damage. Look at these stats. 195 HP. But they haven't got ranged armor. Oh, but wait a second. 75% damage reduction. Good luck trying to trade with this. One nest of bees to counter an entire army. I feel like I've made that statement more times than I can count Age of Empires for. It would be crazy if Louis, with such a small army, is able to claw back into this because 1 nest of bees. It would make me mold if 2 nest of bees was the cause. Jabs will hit for 3 damage. They have... Actually, sorry, no, they hit less, right? It's not a range unit. So they have 8 base, they're hitting them for 2. They hit for 2 damage. God, that's depressing. Here we go! Nest of bees versus Javelins. Who would win? Why? Like, please. Villager repair coming in as well. He's going to try to dive in. Anatan, this is kind of do or die for him. He needs to snipe the villagers, though, so target fire switches over. On this side, it doesn't, though, and the Javelins, so many of them left here. Sabi should be targeting them out now. Frontline is dead. Melee units is what you need to target here if you're Louis. They're the thing that's likely to kill you, but he's worried about the villager repairers being sniped, and Anatan is targeting on that, but this 1 nest of bees has a dream. And he can only achieve it if he lives to it. It's going to be tight. Spearman need the final stab. And the Javelin gets the dunk. Nest of bees down. I can't believe this, man. Anatan. He's done it. Get out of here, China. There's a new king on mountain clearing. Oh, wow. I mean, they still need to be nerfed. But. So here's the funny thing, guys. If Louis had just built spears, I think he would have won that. His opponent was building Musafadi. Palace Guard have a problem there. His opponent was building javelins. Spears don't care about javelins. I actually think, and also keep in mind he would have had 1.5 times more units because 80 resource versus 120. He kind of screwed himself by maybe overthinking it there. Yeah, so kind of I think a golden opportunity missed there. But a win nonetheless. Well earned by Anan. Well played, sir. So we had... Oh, I forgot to mark the civs in the last game. So it was Rus versus French. We'll update the graphics. I mean, I still feel like knobs are OP. Am I right in that feeling? Like, I'm willing to admit I don't feel I'm wrong in that feeling. Even though he lost. You know? I feel like that was more a misplay around the unit than the unit sucking. Siege has rebalanced, but they forgot one unit. Siege rebalance, forgot about bees, I guess. Alright, let's get ready for the next game anyway. Oh, they're already rolling into it. So where are we going next? Rocky River. We've got English versus Abbasids again. Alright, this might be a 4-game series. Alright, here we go. Sorry, I was just eating some chips. I'm trying snacking between games. The 1 minute window maximum I get. You think some more streaming your YouTube videos don't get cuss games? I just think maybe the direction of the channel isn't correct. I mean, I've got like a kid trying to learn how to do it. But no, I'm no expert on YouTube. It's tough. Different kind of like viewership as well. Might just be cannibalized because there's already other people to do it. It's hard to gauge. Something isn't being done right on YouTube though. I don't think it's that I'm a streamer. I think it's just something's not being done on YouTube correctly. From like how the channel's being handled. Hard to figure out. All right. Anyway, let's get ready to go. Well, yeah, YouTube has better discoverability than Twitch. That's why you found me. But it is a bit tricky. I haven't got the golden answer. It's one that I'm always learning. Let's get ready to go, though. Possibly the last game of this upper bracket series between Louis and Anan, and we're in good old Rocky River for a classic. English in the hands of Team Elephant's Louis MT, playing in the fabulous pink. Because as we know, we English people love our pink. And on the other side, it's going to be My Insanity's Anan in the blue on the Abbasids. One and all, welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. We are here amidst the first tournament on Season 9. We are live from the PUP test server to find out who is the best at finding everything broken in Age of Empires 4. And I gotta say, both of them are off to a good start here. They've both shown some pretty damn solid strats, but also, in this game in particular, they've broken in with two pretty busted civs. Abbasid's Camel Archers are kind of getting out of control, But also, if you can get late enough in the game, I can't think of a single Civ that benefits more from the new +2 range tech that you can get for your archers than the English. Got me an exciting one here. Rocky River spawns like this, though. I mean, gold forward spawning is a little bit rough for Louis if he's looking for a quick tech boom. He also has the inefficiency of the stone on the absolute opposite side. Meanwhile, Anan kind of got it perfect. What? It's all forward facing, rather. And yeah, look at what he's going to do to take advantage. Anan got it perfect from a greed perspective, but it's also a negative against longbow rushes. And Anan is playing into that greed, folks. Eco Wing has been selected. I love this from Louis. This is exactly what you need to try and crack this. Longbows are a nuisance because secondary TCs only have 6 tower range. They can't protect you against longbow spam. And also on top of that, timing matters a lot, right? Like gathering speed, the build speed of the TCs. It's possible to have 1 or 2 longbows poking at a TC being built here before it's complete. And with the layer lands, Anan has a hard choice. Because if he commits the TC to protect the wood line, he's not protecting the gold. And the other gold options are a nightmare against an aggressive English player. So a very hard choice for Anan here. Whether he layers tree line or layers gold for a potential tech. Sheep count is going to help a lot, though. You're seeing that correctly. He has 17 sheep. Meanwhile, Louis only got 12. Keep in mind, Louis has been eating his. Meanwhile, Anan has been the berries. But that's another beautiful perk for the Abbasids that makes him very efficient. Add in the fact that running out of food here isn't the end of the world as long as you have your wood. Because with Fertile Crescent, you'll be able to get your farms for 49 wood each, which isn't far off what the English pay. Louis really is just gung-ho sending it full. How did you guys vote in the end, by the way? Probably Abbasid favored? No? English. Okay. Louis, MT, 59% of the vote. Interesting. I think he's got the right spawn, the right map for this. Oh, man. Little update on ongoing series, by the way, because the other one's happening. B and Myriad is currently happening on the other side of the winner bracket semifinals. So the winner of that will face off against the winner of this. In the lower bracket, we have seen Corvinus eliminated. Kazi Johan was able to take him out. Deniskia continues to stay alive. He's facing off against Ramen right now. Ezra was eliminated by Kaiser Johan. So a lot of players starting to get culled because we've got a very unforgiving format here. The lower bracket is solely best of ones. So, yeah, Corv went out. It was interesting as well because he got pushed down by Niska. I look forward to reviewing that series on Monday. The longbow rush is coming in. Positioning has already been achieved, and he did choose the greed. It's greed and it's not. It's him securing the wood line so he can play H2. So, like, although this looks like Anan is about to go free TC, that's not guaranteed. It's so that he can have this fat tree line. Because if he tried to play out here, the idle time of walking would be too long. The longbows would block him. That's it. In this matchup, do not play free TC, basically. But he's got plenty of food behind. He's got plenty of wood now. He's layering himself in. Walls are up. So now you can just scale into either stables or archery ranges. Probably going to be seeing archery ranges here. You can actually do both, and the idea is that you do camel archer plus horseman because the camels counter the spears, and then the horsemen perfectly counter the longbows. So yeah, Louis, it's a good start, but don't write this one off yet for Anan. Louis has to end the game. In this matchup, and this is always the frustration when you experience high-level players that are good at defending, is you have to find end state with this type of build. When you're against 2 TC, there isn't really another option. He's adding him. That has to be a misclick. Okay, if Anan's going archery range into camels, he wins. You've just counted yourself just as hard. Because Spearmen and Men-at-Arms both get ruined by camel archers. It's just you've now spent 1.5 times the cost to get countered. Oh, this is brutal. I'm not sure what Louis' plan is now. He's backed up entirely, so he's showing respect to the first wave. Is he going to rush castle? I mean, his layering doesn't make sense. 3 on gold helps a bit. If you rush castle, though, it's going to likely have to be white tower if your opponent's building horsemen plus camels. We saw this matchup once today already, and we saw it completely unravel for the English. After an attempted Lombo spam, they had to fall back and go castle. That was the B versus Scatterbrain series. And so far, this is playing out a very similar way. Admittedly, in that game, B got more value off of his second TC than what Anan got here. But the comps and the overarching strategy seem to be trending in the same direction. Second farm cluster coming in. I wonder, is Louis' plan here to just fully wall in and then go King's Palace? That could be kind of intriguing here. If you have to go White Tower, you're just at a loss, right? Because you're always going to be behind on economy. But going for the King's Palace, if you don't have necessary walling, like ample walling, you're just going to get dove and killed. Horsemen now marching forward, so we already got 5 out in the field. Only 1 Camel Archer is a little bit surprising here. They take a very long time to produce, so if you want to, if the intent is to build multiples, you should actually be adding them in as soon as possible, because it's 35 seconds versus 23. Louis, it is indeed going to be a Castle Age macro. So let's talk about White Tower placement here. He's got the farm clusters on the backside. The most logical placement would probably be... You could put here, it doesn't feel great though. It needs to be forward. You need to protect your gold. So you're thinking this location. However, that would leave a gap on the south side to sneak into the farms. So on top of that, you'd have to build the White Tower forward against a party that can be very aggro here. In fact, what I'd love to see from Anan right now is a second archery range just to get these Camel Archer numbers up, as they're going to be your MVPs for sniping the villagers when you go for the dive. Wondering if there's a world in which Anan just tries to go castle. I'm not the biggest fan of it because I think you have got the economy already to perfectly block the greedy play from Louis. But considering he's backed up, I think we're turning this into a macro game. So both players are going to take us into the Castle Age. Moment of truth as well. I'm a bit worried about this outpost. An outpost like this almost seems like the White Tower isn't coming, or it's coming behind the base. He's starting to scale more Lombos and Spears. Scout has revealed what's happening, so a little bit of panic setting in here for Louis. He realizes actually the army is bigger from Anan than he would have expected. Lombo count only at 9 here. Yeah, I'm feeling like Louis is falling too far behind. Because even if this is King's Pass now, it's like just going to balance out the eco state between the two. And Anan can still mirror the castle play. You can already see him starting to save for it, in fact. Looks like he's going to try to burn through the wall. And King's Pass it is. He chooses the greed. So this is going to be, what, a 15 villager lead at least for Anan by the time you get this up. And you haven't got even 2 farm clusters, but you just doubled your investment of food into villages. And eventually it'll be worthwhile, but in the meantime, it means you're very militarily weak in terms of production power. Anan is about to bring the tech up himself. He doesn't have it as quickly as Louis does, admittedly, but what he does have is map control. With men-at-arms, spearmen, and lombos, you're not coming out. By the way, notice Kaiser Johan mentioning that gathering rate on the Abbasid villages. It's even better in Season 9 than Season 8. In Season 8, you at least had this idea of like the agriculture tech balances out with 15%. It's now 10. But agriculture got untouched. On top of that, the Golden Age gathering rate also got untouched. So Abbasid eco was hit a little bit because they still have the nerf to the standard eco techs, like horticulture. But compared to other civs in general, they feel a lot less crippled. English also benefits specifically in one resource type, and that is, of course, the mills with the food. Tech complete, but nothing to protect now from a dive. Anan showing a lot of respect here. Louis, definitely no opponent to be overlooked or have your nose turned up against. He has got the men-at-arms being upgraded here, and we are seeing him playing into armor clads, but This is still not a comp that can play out of the base, guys. Camel Archers will blunt you when you try that. They do 12 base damage, so it may not be an insta-kill, but they can kite you out and kill you down. Yeah, even with the 6 ranged armor. It's still half damage going through. So Louis going to want to rush a Blacksmiths and get the Undermesh if this is the strat, because he is going hard into mass men-at-arms. Well, to answer the question around the 1 TC Council Hall, why would you do it if you're not going to pressure? He did pressure. His pressure was forcing the TC to be within 2 tiles of the primary. That was the pressure gained. After that, there's nothing additional to be had here. It's just all risk, because if you start Congo lining troops out every once in a while, these horsemen will just intercept. So I don't disagree with Louis' back away. The argument could be whether the Council Hall in the beginning was even worth it. Maybe some sort of proxy-based players that Evolution English need. It's going to be a dive in now. Anatan, of course, has reached H3. Mosque will be denied. Lances have been queued up, though. And this is the problem for Louis. He did not scale spears whatsoever. Makes sense. Against Camel Archers, you would just be counted. Camels that are, by the way, getting upgraded. 30 seconds until that veterancy comes through. Louis slightly overextended with wave number 1. He at least gets some blockage, some idle time achieved. This isn't an area that he can hang in for long. Camel Riders just go sneak in, start to mop up the longbow line. Camel Archers, even without the upgrade, remember, half damage going through here. The men-at-arms, completely outnumbered in Anatan's base, are going to get cut down. And was Louis done with this is the question you've got to ask here, right? This wasn't a play that set up a monastery grab. There's no relics returning home. There's farms being added in. There's a wall coming in. But your opponent has full map control now. Anatan can play onto the deer stacks. He doesn't need to rush farms. He's got mass in his favor. He's got quality in his favor. And he's going to have access to all 5 relics in this game. And you know he's going for them. So the issue I'm now seeing in this game is, like, realistically, Louis, he's done what he needs to survive. But he's not doing anything that he needs to win. He's convinced too. GG gets called just like that. Louis is down to the lower bracket. Single game eliminations. Remember, it's best of ones down there. A hard time ahead of him. He at least got deep in the runs. Anatan continues on through to the winners finals. Yeah, that was a little bit of a rough ending for him there. So 3-1 victory for good old Anachad. Well played, sir. Golf claps, golf claps. So we had Abbasis versus English, and left won that, so we'll update that. Why no push? I guess my brain isn't big. He felt like he'd done enough by forcing him to build the TC next to the main TC. The problem is I think people still aren't used to just how oppressive Camel Archer Horseman is. They're going to learn quick, though. Confirm winner? Sure, give me a sec. So that is 1 win for Louis, 3 wins for Anatan. Boom. And B just won 3-0, is that correct? I believe so. So we might already be rolling into our winner bracket finals. Perfect. Yeah, looks like it. All right. Beef got to confirm. I'll confirm it for him. So that is a win. Which means we got a showdown, a hoedown between Anatan and B. You know, I keep ending up here. I find myself, oddly enough, quite frequently on this test server with B versus Anatan. How does that keep happening? 1 sec, I need to confirm. What? The series is bugging out. It won't let me confirm the win. There we go. Submit results. Why is it? It's not working. What in the deuce? There we go. It's locked. All right, so Myriad's going up against Kazi Johan. Louis MT will be going up against either Deniskia or Ramen, who are currently playing. Dude, Deniskia must play some stupidly long games. He's always lagging behind a bit. Okay, so let me get ready with the drafts then. We'll switch over to showing that. B versus Anan. Boom. What have we got here? I don't think they've set the draft up yet, so we'll give them a sec on that. Oh, and let me pay out from that. Yeah, that was a swift one. One of the most fun series you watched in a long time? Oh, the show match. Dude, the show matches were so good. So good. If you guys haven't seen the show matches, check the VODs. Some incredible games between B and Anatan. True entertainers, man. Had so much fun casting those. I was so glad we got those organized. So. I think, are they in the chat now? Hey, there we go. They both joined the chat. All right, reminder, guys, by the way, if there was a series that you were hoping to see cast and it wasn't cast here, we will be fixing that tomorrow. That's right, Monday. We'll be getting through the majority of the games and then probably do some on Tuesday as well. Also, reminder to people, Protein Works. Take advantage of this. We are sponsored by them again. They've come back. They believe in us. They believe in you guys. So, to reward them for that, I've committed something. It's not Sudoku. It's not Seppuku. What I've said is I'm going to slash through my wallet and let all the money fall out. So $200 will be committed into additional show matches and tournaments for October if we see enough sales this month. So I set the task at 10 sales. If we get at least 10 sales, then I will add 200 buckaroos to whatever we have planned for next month. So every little helps. Nice extra bunch of cash to go flowing into the midweek series because obviously everyone has the weekends covered and on lock. And I like to add to the midweek tournaments with show matches and the kind. So, once again, !Protein Works if you want to take advantage of that. And apparently we're getting a background change. Okay, so we are getting the draft set up now. Let me, first of all, open draft so we're staring at the right stuff. So we've got B, Anatan. Doink. All right. Pickery is underway. Let's go ahead and... Changed? Why do you want it changed? Off to WoW we go. Race to World first going on. It's very appropriate. So let's switch over to this scene. Let me reset the series to a 5-game count. Dry Arabia opening. So after this, we will have probably the lower bracket grand finals will be running. And that will be a best of 3. And then the grand finals will be a best of 7. So we've still got potentially 15 games to cast. And we are already at 5.5 hours into the broadcast. Why are you not subscribed to the channel? Why are you not following notifications turned on? This is the place to be. Don't forget it. Do we draft Civs in the best of 1 losers? Just pick Civ. Pick Civ, Myriad. You can just pick Civ. Actually, sorry, no, draft. Yeah, sorry, draft. I'm an idiot. Draft, yeah. Do the draft because obviously selection matters. And so far, everyone's been doing it. I know it's a bit sloppy with the best of 1s, but I've tried to, I wanted to keep it as, a lean system, so I just done BO1s. In future, I'll probably come up with, a separate draft, so maybe it's only a pick 3, snipe 2 type thing. I know it's not the cleanest for the bottom of the bracket, but I'll work on that. Yo, what's up, bro? Thank you very much, man, for the resub. Welcome back to Swarm. 3 months. Look at you go. So I just realized this whole time you guys couldn't see it. There we go. Apology for that. We've got Highview, Rocky River, Prairie, Cliffside, Lipany, and Canal. I want some Canal, mate. Get that into my veins. So they're setting up Civ picks now. I'm quickly going to munch on some chips, so I will just have some nice music playing while we're watching this. And I don't know if you're really into it, you can watch me eat chips. Yeah, scam, and I'm keeping you one. I'm British, they're chips. Yes, this is Undertale. Still haven't played that game, but I love the soundtrack. What do you think, chat? Who's winning the draft? One of them got Byzantines, one of them got English. Both of them got buffed by the reworks to uni. I feel like Anan got what he wants, though. Order the Dragon, Malians, Japanese, English, Delhi. That's pretty strong. Almonds is still a non-fully measured quantities, usually as well. Ibids is kind of curious. Just haven't seen them popping off so far. And Joan is not quite there. I think B's got some deceptive picks like Byzantines and Mongols that makes you think he's stronger than he maybe is. Let's see where the boys are going to take us. So we can hear you chewing. I don't think with that type of stream, I'm pretty sure that would scare people away. Pretty sure it's the wrong platform for mastication. Now that's interesting. Game 1 is going to be Byzantines versus English. So, oh, wait, it hasn't updated. It's the wrong way around. One sec, let me do that. So this should be Anatan. This should be B. No, sorry, other way around. B, Anatan. There you go. Apologies about that, guys. Yeah, so opening game really favors B. Byzantines is like English kryptonite. Unless you play slow and bad. Okay, bad, unfair, but if you play slow, yes. English wins that if the game goes late enough, but good Byzantine players, like the timing, they don't allow it. So unless you get a really, really good spawn, it's hard to get to the stage in the game where English win. I'm just a silent pigeon, dude. How do you think I grew this big? Because I keep stealing everyone's chips and bread and they don't know. It's just a talent, guys. It's definitely not just this little XLR where I boop the top and it mutes me. No. I'm a ninja. Now you understand why I'm always hyping Japan. I am the shinobi. Did you hear any of that? No. No, you didn't. Because just like a duck, pigeons don't chew. Lombos being 9 tower range in late game, how Jab's supposed to counter them any longer? They don't. I got a spoiler for you, Shavaki. By the time you're in Castle Age, javelins don't counter longbows. Alright. Apologies, guys. We're just waiting in a sec for the boys to set it up. Let me check. Is it a chat or are they saying something? Is there a reason we haven't begun? I think we should be getting underway in a sec. I think B had to restart his game, or Anatan had to. One of them had to. Are pigeons your favorite dinosaurs, KP? No, they're my favorite robots. Good talk, though. This is the content we really came here for. Oh, it's been pretty cool though. I'm impressed by how much good content we got and how great like the viewership has been for a $150 tournament. Couldn't ask for more. So thank you for everyone who's been tuning in. We'll be looking to do more of this kind of stuff in the future. I'm speaking like it's the end of the stream. It's just because we've got a small moment to say something. And we probably will end the stream very quickly when it's finally time, because I've got a feeling it's going to be a 10-hour stream. But yeah, we've still got... This is the winners finals. We've still got lower bracket finals, and then we've got grand finals as well. Crazy how much game time there still is to play. I don't think I've ever watched the rest of history. Use Google Translate or speak Russian? No, just speak to them. B and Anno speak English. I come from Doha, so the only Russian I know should not be repeated. Not gonna lie, guys. The fries, chips, whatever you want to call them, the potatoes chopped up and cooked, they're kind of cold. Sad. Ranch sauce? Why? Guys, you gonna eat fries or chips, you know what you do it with? Hummus. Hummus is a way of life. Don't you damn well forget it. Good quality hummus, Greek hummus, or Mediterranean hummus. That's how we do. That's how we cook. I am a sucker for hummus. What's your favorite topping? What's your favorite like sauce type thing? Let me know. All right, I forgot we got music playing. We need to mute that. Did you guys know that linking Spotify into your Stream Deck is a premium feature? I'm better with that. These two have delivered the single most entertaining series of Age of Empires 4 on Season 9. And yet here we are now in a tournament format when the stakes are much higher. One and all, welcome back to the pre-Season 9 Showdown, hosted by yours truly. We're deep into the Age of Empires 4 action, 6 hours into the tournament format, and we kick off our upper bracket final between 3D Clans B in the orange playing as the Byzantines, going up against My Insanity's Anan on the English in the blue. Good old classic dry raid to kick us off in this series. And an interesting matchup as well, actually. Drafts, I would say, favor Anan, but this opening play favors B. Byzantines seems appropriate. You can pretty much slot his name into them, and when you slot them into a game against the English, the pace they play with is difficult for even the best English players to overcome. So let's see how one of the best players in Age of Empires 4 right now can deal with the heat. These two are ranked and seeded in the ATR 6th and 8th, respectively. So Anan, 8th place, B in 6th. That is collectively out of all players that have played Pro History AoE 4. The only ones above them are Wham, Luciferon, Puppypaw, BC, and Marine Lord, and of course Vortex sits between the two of them. So these are pretty much the type of players you would expect to see in quarterfinals for top S-tier action tournaments. Gonna be a fun one, actually. On a swan like this as well, I'm just looking for the smallest details that can make a difference. Love this beginning for B with the back spawning berries, so it means that longbow pressure if Anan goes full on counter hall play, won't be able to connect as much as he'd like or would desire. I don't think you can play counter hall against Byzantines because they build horsemen so well. Because all they need to do is gather food and they get Lombo horsemen, right? Like or javelin horsemen, which is even more brutal. So I'm imagining we're probably looking at an Abbey of Kings, and there you go, it's going to come through. The question now is whether Anan tries to do 2 TC or a fast castle rush. I think Anan has been changing the script up a bit, where most people might just go for the classic 2 TC and eventual White Tower. I've seen Anan a few times now do these fast castle with the King's Palace builds, which is thematic. I mean, you're going to give him an Abbey, you might as well give him a Palace as well. And I think overall, that kind of hits a nicer timing than trying to play into White Town or delay and just getting caught with your hand in the cookie jar. Byzantines is definitely one of the civs that can do that to you because of how quickly they ramp an army up between 8 and 10 minutes. Off of the back of all that olive oil, as well as the active food gathering with the system buffs, getting them to an army size of 20 to 30 quicker than most civs are ever capable of. Be on the other side, already on the distracted trees here. And I'm wondering, is this going to be that stables opening? Timing's kind of aligned for it, right? He's going to have enough to set up a lumber camp plus probably stables afterwards. We might even see him add in 1 or 2 olive groves early on, which used to be really popular for the Byzantines. Still very powerful for them. Remember, one of the crazy things with Byzantines is they still pay less wood than standard farms would require for an olive grove, which is just all over better. But on top of that, it's more than just a 5 resource saving because they get 8 stone in return. They get a rebate. And you want stone anyway because that enables the better efficiency via systems. These details really do compound into what makes Byzantines so insanely hard to deal with around 10 minutes into the game. Lumber camp down, house as well. I don't think you go border settlements, right? Border settlements did get nerfed. It used to be 80 resources. It now costs 120. On top of that, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it used to be 4 or 5 seconds to research. No, I think it was like 15, but I think they put it up to 20. Overall, though, it was nerfed. The tech was way too good. Almost every Byzantine game where you felt there was even a remote threat, it would be taken. The logic being is by the time you pop out in houses, you would have actually made back what you saved in build speed here. So like 80 resources, you would have made that back by building houses 500% faster. And that's before we talk about the ridiculous vision it gives you. But Stables play is going to be coming in for B. How did you guys vote? 81% for Anan. Woof. No B-leavers in this one, huh? Sheep dispersion is about even. We've got 11 to 13, so a slight edge coming in from Anan. And Anan himself has not committed onto the stone. So we are going to be getting, what, double farm cluster into fast castle here? I don't think you can stick on 1 TC with that, though. You need to go 2. Switch over because we have got the Merc House coming in, and this should be the Javelin plus Horseman. Lombos is kind of nice if you think your opponent isn't going to build units. My thought here is actually, like, I quite like Lombo Horseman more so than Javelin Horseman. The reason is because if English just build spears, they can defend against Jav and Horseman, as Javelins get countered by spears quite well. But if you go Lombo plus Horseman, Spearman is a no-no because they just get eviscerated. So it is slow to arrive. That's the trade-off, is that you have the 1.12 movement speed instead of the 1.24. But this is the correct call by B. This is a sick build. This was actually discovered by Recon at the start of the year. He started to really innovate this whole idea of Horseman Lombo, and it caught on with some of the top players and has remained a staple ever since. So first horse is already marching across and is already in. Actually blocks the wood line. Remember, the walls, they got nerfed. It takes 8 seconds to build each of these slabs. That's a long wait period, and he's already taken the bait. B, everything is aligning right now. The reaction into racks is terrible for Anan. This is your nightmare fuel, right? This is the thing you didn't want to have to build. The timing is going to align for Pain. He'll probably be about 3 spears deep when the Lombos march across the map. Maybe 4 spears even. Because right now he's only seeing Horsemen, so he's probably like to overreact. What really needs to happen here is Anan needs an archery range prepped as well. If you start prepping it now, by the time the 5 Lombos arrive, you should have 4 Lombos with an attack speed buffer to defend. In the meantime, he's going to die on the other side, so Anan, he does scout. That's critical info. What he just got there is huge. The Lombos attacking the king may have actually been a mistake by B, because now Anan knows what's coming, and he can try to prep for it. And he has 2 options. You either go Lombos yourself, or you go Horseman. This is sick. So the logic behind Horseman here is he's playing Abbey of Kings. With the King, he can just cycle charge around the map and heal as he goes. So B just locked himself into a long-term losing battle. Because over periods spanning the next several minutes, B will not be able to repair the damage done. Anatan will. Meantime, though, it has been a villager for villager kill. King is going to be min-max, so we'll be able to get home before Double Horseman could kill him. Longbows, actually, if they run across now, B can get the kill on the King, which is huge here, but he's not doing it. So there's a actually growing risk here that the King is going to get home safe, but it looks like B is targeting that wall. He wants to block it before it goes up, and this will be a second worker kill in a game where they're both 1 TC. Trade-off, of course, being that King getting home safely. But it's worth it for a villager kill. Lombos move in. Start a step forward. He gets it. Not just that, he'll get the spearman as well. So Anatan having to back up here. Does have defender's advantage, but doesn't have the quantity yet to contest this. Other side of this B, he is going for that castle. They're actually both doing it. They understand fully what this is. It's feigned aggression. However, it doesn't really feel feigned when you see B now with a total of 3 worker kills. Pressure in these farms. Yeah, that wall was everything, right? Because if that goes up, B has to rotate wide side around the base. It takes a lot longer and makes you feel a lot more exposed to these Lombos. But this difference on the wall timing is huge. Think about it. He built half the wall in this time. Old patch, that would be complete. New patch is a whole different beast here in Age of Empires 4. King now going to dive in. Also trying to wrap around the back. The Spearmen are getting targeted down by the Lombos. So he's getting what he needs in this trade. The Horseman count should be good enough to park here. Love that, the Lombos just targeting down any injured Horseman here. 4 Lombos down to 3. So the King should be able to push this away. But look at the difference. B now ready for Castle Age. And Anatan reinvesting into an age that's about to not matter. Yeah, B has his number in this one. This is rough. Horseman will have to just target down any injured ones to keep the numbers low. He's going to have to shift away in the end as the last Lombos go down. But B has what he needs. Golden Horn Tower on the way with 15 working on it. Anatan doesn't have enough gold. That is the key detail that mattered. The target point. B fought and contested over this vein because it was actively blocking Anatan's win condition. Castle Age is now going to be much later for him. And if he goes for a King's Palace, it will eventually yield a result that feels favorable. But in the interim, it's going to give B a lot of map control, and he already has a temple to build monks with. And what does he immediately queue up? 0 seconds wasted there, because he knows right now. Anatan has built Horsemen, yes, but he's mirroring Horsemen, so it's unlikely Anatan is going to split out and guard each relic. He's going to keep everything together in one location. I've got B sneaking up. Probably the weirdest time, actually, because there is going to be a counter-offensive. That kind of has to be. It's almost like B is anticipating Anatan to just mirror attack. But this is the benefit of the King. Although you don't have a lot of units, if they're fast enough, you can just min-max them via healing. So he's going to look to try and poke. And if he senses any weakness, if he senses any greed on the flanks, he doesn't see the berries. That's huge. He might still scout this one because B is double dipping. And we have Cataphract play. Oh, this is cool. This is actually sick. Cataphracts are pretty smart, actually, because the English are probably going to open Knights now that they've committed to stables. So this gives you dive-in potential. These are eco snipers as well. We've been seeing more and more Cataphracts, actually. I'm not sure if Catas are fully broken, but they definitely feel like they finally got a place. All coming out. A little bit unnecessary from B. No, that's a dead monk. That's like when you're hiding in the trees, no one notices. You're like, I hope no one sees me. I think they know. The monk is going to get chipped down. Relic is pretty much home, but now you have to replace the monk again, right? So it's just 150 gold down the drain. First Cataphract arrives, and gotta say, Anatan's King has been saving him time and time again. It gives him the pre-info. He didn't know for sure this was Cataphracts, just like he didn't know for sure it was a longbow press. Twice now, this King has yielded results by sniping away B's key eco points, the villager, then the priest, and then he's followed it up by revealing the next step. And it's buying Anatan the time he needs to go spear crossbows in response. Kind of tricky though, and this is another reason why Lombos is so strong. Because everything Anatan's now doing gets countered by Lombos. This is not easy to do, to go Byzantines and outmass English with Lombos, but it's going to happen here because of the Cataphracts. So yeah, kind of a tough opening game in this upper bracket finals for Anatan. Spear upgrade is going to be on the way, but now you're fully condensed as well. You're playing infantry, which means that B doesn't have to make an olive grove transition. He has built 0 olive groves at 12.5 minutes. Do you know how rare that is for Byzantines? That's not how they play. They like to get that farm structure set up. They like to have that longevity. But this is what's giving B such a volatile timing in this game. And it's worrisome for Anatan because, you know, had this been your white tower type build, B would have to go for a farm transition. The game would play too late. That doesn't have to be the case against King's Palace. King's Palace is an underwhelming defense. Longbows against Horsemen is not a fair fight. He's going to have to back away. Second wave is also coming in. Look at the way that B is starting to constrict towards this base. I love the fact that Anatan is at least keeping the king active. It's the one thing that can be out hunting. And he knows about that gathering on the berries, so this is going to be an annoying intercept. The king at this point hitting hard enough that he can always free hit these villagers. Actually, sorry, I think it's 4, unless it's a lance charge. There we go, yeah, 4 hits. So we'll go to cut 1. And that's actually punishment that B didn't need to take. He forgot about wheelbarrow, so now queues it up. Should be able to get home now. Cataphract's just going to mirror the move. You never want to fight this because over, say, 4 minutes, the king could win, but you have to keep kite, attack, kite, attack. It's a lot of distraction, and what a blocker. The safest relic in the game, and Anatan unable to reach it. Cataphract's being in the torch. More kill on the backside. Another villager kill. This is adding up. Although the pin shot, not quite there. Lombos are here now, though, so King is definitely going to die. And that is the one raider Anatan had dead. He did get some value, and that has helped this King's Palace play 2 versus 1. But Byzantines are always kind of a gnarly sieve for this detail, right? The system, you have to add on 14% to their eco. They've got the 20, they've got the extra resources in some forms like, you know, olive oil coming in at not even a 20% rate, a 60% rate. It's kind of wild. I think it's still too much. Oh, sorry, 50%. It's still too much. B now making his way home with that relic. Says, don't mind if I do. This game feels close to done. Lombo count, it's not quite at the point where it's just going to dive underneath the TC yet. And then part of that is because B was a bit gluttonous. He went full damage, no defense. But if he gets ranged armor too, this Cataphract count is almost unstoppable. On top of that, actually, if you just send a Cataphract in right now, I think the best move that B can make, he knows this gathering on this tree line, there has to be. If he sits his Lombos here and sends a single Cataphract in, he could snipe probably 4 villages like that. Spears. Will? Okay, that was sick micro. Anasan gets the surround. It's a big pinch as well. Remember, 330 resources per Cataphract. They are not cheap. I almost feel like B's playing a bit too hesitant. It's always tricky with the English because they are one of the best defensive cities in the game due to the aura. So if they got a few units, you know, it's enough, is what we often find. Especially with the double TC fire. But just one Cataphract, kill 4 villages, I think it's worth it each time. Especially from the current position. 4th relic soon to be home. 5th one has not been scouted by B, so he's blind punting looking for it now. Also going to be kept open though, villager's going to get sniped. I mean, this monastery is relevant at this stage. He's getting no relics in this game. And Sacred Site's now getting locked in, so B kind of padding himself against these dangers. We talked about the efficiency with System, but on top of that, now soon to be 5 relics, 3 Sacred Sites. The amount of resources, 15 villager lead doesn't feel impressive at all for Anatan. You start to see how hard counted his army is. I feel that this army might as well be half the size in terms of its effective firepower. Lombos is the pristine counter to all of this. Love the blocker as well. He's a little bit threatened by the potential increase in range damage. Let's take that out. Looks like all the techs did come through, though, so Anatan was quick on that. Now the snipes come through. Landsneck starting to dive in. Villagers are not fully reacting. Several of them are getting sniped down here. B, pretty cozy to just park on the edge of the base here. This blocks wood, right? Which blocks spearman production. It blocks additional farms. It blocks additional production. This is the life essence of Anatan. If you look at the map, it has been cruel to him. This second tree line is far forward. Cataphracts are crazy, guys. It's cool to see them finally feeling impactful. Men-at-arms coming from Anatan, but this is the other thing I like about Cataphracts. It is a counter to those. Your beefy is all hell. 360 HP, 5 melee armor, 27 sword damage. On top of that, if you're more threatened by the crossbows, just dive onto them. There's nothing to stop you doing that. That's the benefit of Trample here. Just blockers as well. Gold access. Not going to be given. There is a sneak out on the flanks. Anatan doing what he can to stay alive here. How does he get out of this? Because mass spears is not going to work. And this is what we were warning about with the Archer meta may have just got buffed again. And I think Byzantines in particular are out of control. Mangoes are not a counter anymore. Like, this is a key issue I think that needs to be addressed. Byzantines in particular do this way too well. They scale longbows way too fast. And Mangoes used to be a counter, but since their rework, they're underwhelming. And what is up, Deniskia? Thank you very much for the raid. Well played, Deniskia, for the deep run. Bringing some big upsets. King goes down. Lombo is just dictating this game. You know how we called them discount English? No. Byzantines are premium English. Cataphract dove a little bit too deep there, so it will be an easy snipe for the crossbows. But the starvation is getting out of control. Anatan doesn't have much wiggle room. He's even now building farms out beyond where he built walls. There's 4 villages trapped, so no getting out of that. Landsticks with a swipe. Now they dive towards the crossbows. Laura got deactivated. It's going to come in again. Cataphracts to the trample through. Landsneck follow up. What a beautiful 1-2 there. And that gives you the body blocks to allow the Landsneck in. I love that combo, man. Landsneck plus Cataphract is an absolute chef kisser. Maybe a kiss farewell to Anatan. The Lombo dive comes in. Crossbow count barely registering at this stage. B, not going to overextend, though. He understands the attack speed aura, the static defense is the worst enemy of the Lombos. But map control is good. Eco control is good. There's a population lock on the English in this game. Never able to build a substantial lead with villages. And B, oh my god. He's home. Sweet home. 25 olive groves online. So where's Anatan's out? Because people are half and hoping if they think this game's going Imperial. B has got his belt buckle around Ano's neck. He's not letting him go. Thank you very much for the resub, Super0T. Welcome back, buddy. Wall's going up. So a lot of extra resources here. The deer, not too bad, but you don't really want them. You just want farms. It's about the gold. Villagers does spot this early, though. Luckily for Ano, B is on the opposite side of the base, so he will be able to reclaim this territory. Look at that. This is going to be free TC, I think. I've seen Byzantines do this a lot when they can't break the game. They just go free TC. It's insane how good these olive groves are. It allows them to do this. So don't be surprised if there's a third one getting added in soon. Even if there isn't, the system effect is brilliant here. Going to tier 4 is going to give you a 22% buff everywhere. Remember, the English only get a 25% buff on the farms. So you're almost matching the farm buff for every villager. Bar the gold workers, because we have got some very overzealous ones in the center. The 3 sacred sites locked in, and you know the problem now is Anatan needs time. He can't afford to hunker down when the sacred sites are looming over his head. So he has to do something about it soon. B. Gonna bring the fight to him, though. We have got the outpost to give the aura. Lombos are already getting the opening snipes, though. I think the only way is Horseman. But Anatan, does he really have time for that now? He could get 10 Horsemen out in a minute. That'd be more like 8 per minute, right? Because you have to build villages. But then you can't build crossbows either. And that means you have no answer to cataphracts. And I don't think he has any answer to this game. First wave gets cleared. Longbows with the follow-up. And this time, we might just see a deep dive. B has 45 longbows. Why rush though? It's classic English, right? Like, they might just turn the game from the aura when you dive. So just take the Sacred Sight. Sure, maybe it seems a bit tedious to wait 8 minutes. But it's definitely a safer way to lock this game in. A little bit of poke raid coming in. B now with a 12 villager lead. He has more longbows. He has more villagers. He has more prize pool. I'm sorry, Anatan. In fairness, B has been going for quite a few years more. He has more mangoes. Hey, you know how mangonels got nerfed, but mango towers didn't? Just process that for a second. Watch. No, over here, buddy. Onto those crossbows. What is that range every time I watch it? He's diving by. There might be a decap here for Anno. It looks like B extended a bit wide and then went in instead. That's why he might get the decap. B, he finally had enough. Parks himself between the two town centers, and he's now building mango towers in the base of Anatan. Oh my god. Counterattack coming though. Anatan just tried to trade blow for blow. It's difficult though. His army notably slower. The defense is notably stronger for B. Villagers are going to stop moving away, but the damage on the other side has been done. It's 49. Made that 50 worker kills in 24 minutes. And now the quadruple Cairo Siphon to burn it all down. He's like, you guys must be making bread. You need an oven for that. Here's your heat. I think we're moments away from the GG concede here. This one has felt over for several minutes. I mean, props to Anatan for trying to find a way out. But Byzantines, what a monster civ, man. They truly, quite simply are premium English. If you can get into Imperial Age, that's not entirely true. I'd say in Imp, English, good enough. Any other stage in the game, Byzantine plays a better English. Sometimes it feels like Byzantines play a better everything. Infrastructure now being burnt down. Anatan at this point just processing the loss. A rough one, but admittedly, B's strongest point in his draft. We did highlight this, that the Byzantines were definitely the superstar of what he got. A lot more of Anatan's draft felt well-rounded, and we're going to get to see that. We've still got potentially 4 more games, but game 1 just showing the Byzantines still OP. Ugh, what a civ. Vile civ. Okay, so that was Biz versus English, and we'll give the win to left. Let's see, we'll go for game 2. I think that one was uploadable. It was kind of stompy, but it's ridiculous. We thought they would discount English. The premium English. All right, there we go. Yeah, cataphracts are really, really good. Best ranged, best cav. So, looks like they're already getting into game. Let's load this one up. Prairie. Roos versus Jones. Let me load that one in. So, Anatan with the Roos. And then Joan coming in for B. Have we seen B win with Joan? No flame. I mean, on the test server, I think whenever he's drafted it, he hasn't won, right? All right, you little addicts. Chill, chill, chill. So B opening the series with a win. Let's get that next prediction up. Why so handsome? Because you've, like, taken your glasses off. I look very attractive to people who don't wear glasses. My lower body, though, you know, my muscles, that's all thanks to Protein Works. So, exclamation mark Protein Works if you want to get in on that. My code gives you 10% extra off on top of their 70%, 80% sales. It's a bargain. What are you waiting for? I'm drinking the meal replacements right now. It's what's sustaining me throughout this long day. We're already past the 6-hour mark. All that powered by Protein Works. Woo! I actually love the banana. Goddamn. The banana, like, the banana is now my favorite, actually. The banana is so good. All right, let's get ready to go. Every time these two have met on Season 9, Anan has taken the win. Every time he has been the dominant force, the best B can do is take a few chips at him, a game here or there. But we kick off Game 2 of this series with B in the lead. Heading into Prairie, in the orange, he will be manning Zone Dark. On the other side, Anan taking to the roost. So we are going heavy into Cavalry. And traditionally, this is a good matchup for Zone and French because their Cav is just better. The transitional point is Castle if Anan can find it. Love this opening as well. Hunting Cabin is kind of underrated on this map. You want to be going Hunting Cabin, even with the changes to the bounty system. You don't get gold from sniping them anymore. The big deal, though, is the amount of sheep on the map. It's very efficient because you build a Hunting Cabin to not sacrifice a villager production while still simultaneously getting access to that second scout on a map that has about 40 to 50 sheep, I want to say roughly. It's very high. Another cool thing about this play, actually, in this matchup, is if you sacrificed a villager to build a scout from your TC, then Zone would be balanced again. Because remember, when Zone goes level 2, you lose a villager as this civ. It's really painful for that reason. But by doing this scout play, like, there's no loss. And you can already see B understands the pain of that. I think Zone may be the one civ I can think of in the game that cannot go 2 scouts on Prairie because you just lose too much economy. That's kind of wild, isn't it? I'm surprised that never got changed with Zone. It does feel rough that you have to sacrifice an eco unit when your eco is still so small that it's, I'd say, like, what? You're probably sacrificing about a 5% rather share of your economy to get Zone. She can make villagers cheaper, sure, but even though she can make villagers cheaper, that doesn't make them produce quicker. You're still losing a villager permanently. So School of Cavalry coming in. Zone only to build it, so B wants that optimal timing. Okay, we've got more coming over now. I was about to say, I feel like the meta is settled and it's always 3 villagers now, one of them being Zone. We very rarely see the 1 build. Used to be that people loved that build because it got you an immediate level 2 Zone, but it feels too painful. You sacrifice a really good timing on your night spam, and it puts you behind. If you're wondering why no Chamber of Commerce, you're against Roos. Roos will have access to knights, or they'll rush horse archers. If you go trade, you die. And also, you know, that situation, if you want to protect trade, you have to wall it. Walling is difficult, man. I think Prairie is about to be an even harder map. Most players already struggle with the idea of walling this map in. It feels almost impossible with the new Season 9 nerfs. Walls now take 8 seconds instead of 4. Golden Gate is really cool to see come back, though. For a few different reasons, right? Kremlin lost some of its punch with its range and whatnot. The other big thing that I think mattered is Golden Gate just getting about, what was it, 15% increase rate to its ticket generation. Used to be 60 seconds, and now it's down to 50. So you have a lot more favorable trades to work with. This actually might be a Castle Rush Abbey of Trinity build. There's not much value in High Trade House, right? You can't get much of anything. And because he's played 3 scouts, he should have plenty of sheep. In fact, yeah, 23 sheep. Meanwhile, it is only 19 on the other side. I'm not sure if you want to go pro scouts here. It's definitely on the agenda. The only issue is your opponent should be building knights. They should be building zone into a killing machine, and you're kind of coming out to be killed there. But there are enough deer dispersed across the map in these small pockets that makes it very hard for a French or zone player at the beginning of the age to block you. I guess we'll get the moment of truth soon. Well, first of all, it's going to be a ball pull. Oh, I love this. Anan getting as close as possible, and he pulls it to the tree line for the favorable hunting cabin placement. Yeah, nicely executed by Anan. This deals with a lot of the threat of playing ball because he's just so much closer to his base. That was beautifully min-maxed as well. Not a scrape, not a scratch on any of these villages. This man's practiced that. Yeah, he's not like you, Farman. He doesn't do that, lose a scout and 2 villages still. Farman's trying to figure out which one of my games has he watched now. So, first night is already on the way. Second one should be coming. Because of this ball play, you don't have to go pro scouts now. The Winter Fortress isn't overkill absolutely required here. You're just too far away to make it back. Also, with this way of playing, Anan could rush castle without going wheelbarrow. That's big. Other cool thing about Golden Gate that I really like here is that you can get your hands on the stone for castle turrets, which will make this impenetrable. It's an almost 2k HP outpost that will have +2 arrow damage to every shot. So every like 2 seconds, you're doing 16 more damage to whatever unit comes in range. Knights can't sustain under that pressure. It looks like he's already anticipating deer play. Yeah, B thought this was pro scouts. I can't think of any other reason you check the deer that far out. There's no way Anan would play out there for free deer. It's not worth it. I mean, the berries might make it desirable to a certain degree, but boar is so much closer, and you have the deer right next to it. So it almost feels like he was anticipating pro scouts, which would make sense when your opponent has free scouts like this. Ball's going to be pulled in, so B will be able to play off of that as well. Anan, okay, mate. Going Steel Dagger, yeah, this is 100% a 0-unit build into Fast Castle. And then you go Horse Archers. I love this. Joan hates Horse Archers, guys. She can't do anything against it. She just dies. She can't run away. She can't reach them. This is also why it's a bit weird to see Melee Joan here. I think, once again, it was the Pro Scouts' fault. There's no other reason you'd want to go Melee Joan over Range Joan. It's surprising as well, because I don't feel like we've seen many Roost players trying to play Age 2 in this matchup. They're happy to just rush castle. Love that little detail from B. Remember, villagers nearby will build 33% faster. It's an aura that exudes from Joan. So he's utilizing that, leveraging it to get an outpost up quicker here, as there's nothing else you can do. And this is the depressing way to have to play Joan. Like, at this point, when you get a game like this, and I think we've all been there, or we've all watched someone be there at this point, when you get this type of game, you sit there and think, should I have just picked French? Because then I'd at least be getting more villages. This is giving you nothing. We do have Pro Scouts on the way from B. I believe it's Pro Scouts anyway. Oh no, it's just he lost the Scouts, so this might just be GG. I'm trying to figure out what B's plan is from here. It's not clear, it's not clean, it's survive. Gold super exposed. Sort of, yes, no. It's quite close. Admittedly, you aren't wrong that B should have been targeting this. It was his best opportunity. But for some reason, he never bothered. It would have at least forced a Wooden Fortress, which is 175 wood. They're insanely expensive, but this feels too late. Tech up's already on the way. And remember, Horse Archers don't require gold. They only need wood and food, of which Anan still has plenty. This dude hasn't even touched the wood. You heard that correctly. He's been trading for wood from gold the entire time. This build is sick, man. Golden Gate is starting to wiggle its way back in, but I am seeing complete viability and actually a meta choice for Prairie. Just because of that efficient trade. What a cool build. And now I think we're going to see him lean across onto there because at this point, you do actually want active wood gathering for the archers. It's back. Golden Gate Abbey of Trinity Castle Rush. I kind of missed it. I can't believe that. 3 years of a no-no kind of brings that back around, huh? Knights wasting their time chasing that scout is kind of pointless here. At least he's running away from the Horse Archer threat that is now coming. In the meantime, B starting to stockpile resources for his own age up here. Now, we did see Anan versus Louis earlier today, where Anan fast castled and Louis had to come up from behind, but that was a very different game, remember. In that game, Louis was trading. B doesn't have any type of inflation to his economy. He doesn't even have faster village production. It's a cool tower, but at this stage, I'm not sure it matters. It's kind of annoying, right? Because Anan doesn't have Ecotechs, and he would like to have Ecotechs. But he has double hunting cabin, trickling a little bit here or there. And he realistically doesn't need gold. It's nice for warrior monks, of course, but they are primarily, you know, they're pretty cheap. They're only 100 gold each. And the first warrior monk should be able to yoink easily. This does at least stop him trading gold for wood, which helps a little, but you're already seeing him supplement that. I love the fact that Anan built a lumber camp out here. He pivoted from boar gathering because he wanted the extra wood income. Damn, details like this, man. And love this as well. Remember, warrior monks can heal. So if you don't get the snipes on these horse archers, you're never getting it. And this is super effective against Joan. Joan is already a civ that hates fast castling. Add in the fact that this healing, you're not getting XP because nothing's dying. More relics now looking to be pinched. Well, 2 knights are going to react, but that's a bad reaction because the horse archer count should be good enough to clean this up. Love the front lining. Scout able to block that. Unfortunately, a bit of a miss micro there. Anan didn't get the kill. But do we have Chivalry? We do. So they will start to get the Boo-Boo's Kiss better after a bit of a delay. I believe it's time for an age up. These should be well protected. Joan, in the meantime, has gone down. What was that dive? Kind of rough here. Knight's barely living. 2 more going to go down. Other side of this, Horse Archer's beginning to dive in. Now, the thing that's giving a stay of execution here is the fact that B does have the outposts. However, he is over-leveraged right now. Too much food, too much gold. And still no age free. He's got to make a choice, and it looks like that choice is going to be Guildhall. A smart choice. You can't contest with Rural Institute here. Rural Institute is about knights. It's your lead play. But in this game, playing knights just loses you the game. Your opponent is a mile ahead. If you play knights in this, even with royal bloodlines, mass horse archers will just whittle you down, right? So you can either Congo line to death, or you can hunker down and just try to play for a later phase. You've got 8k gold safely near your base. You've got stone. You've got the berries nearby. You know, wood is the lacking factor, but food or wood can be made up for in a guild hall. And of course, consecration is padding him as well. Do horsemen count horse archers? They do indeed. But it's a little bit rough when you try to build feudal horsemen against horse archers. That doesn't tend to end well. So you at least need castle. The other problem with building horsemen is you've now skewed the amount of economy required to build units into food. And you don't have mass farms coming, right? You're actually in a game where you're down to just 8 sheep. That's the problem often with going horsemen, is horsemen is kind of a one-punch maneuver before you have farms. Because they are so expensive to mass. So if you ever lose them once, game is over. And they're much easier to lose in those situations than knights. Nice, still not able to find enough here. I mean, it's 4 worker kills so far in total. Nice blocker on the wall-lolling monk over there. However, Horse Archer should be able to secure this relic as well. 4th one is already on the way home. Yeah, Anan is ahead. B is rushing Imperial, guys. Okay, that's actually disgusting. Against Horse Archers, it's really smart as well. Anan, though, this is going to be a big hit. Villages, he needs to micro. Love that. He splits into 2 groups. The 2-for-1 special. And B, 0 reactions. The reaction speed of a goldfish, and all of a sudden he's 9 behind, and that one strike was all he needed. GG gets called. Anan takes the game. What is it? With Horse Arches, Magadai, all the kind on Prairie. They're delivering, man. Anan evens it up. 1-1 scoreline. Now, let's deposit that win, update the graphics, and find out where we're heading to next. I think that one's uploadable, right? Age of Empires 4 history repeats itself. Golden Gate Abbey is back. There we go. All right. So this pop game is so good, dude. I'm having a good time. I'm having a bloody brilliant time. It's interesting because you can tell that B and Anan have been playing in a lot of show matches that we've had so far on this test server. Because I think of any players that we've seen in the tournament so far, their builds have been more innovative slash experimental, right? Like going back in the deep past or trying something brand spanking new. Whereas a lot of the early games, we watched people basically play Season 8 meta on Season 9 patch, it felt like. So yeah, very different from that perspective. But let's have a look and see where the boys are going to take us for game number 3 of this best of 5 upper bracket. Game crashed. Let's do 1-1. I don't want to waste our time. Oh, okay. Oh, so B crashed. That's why there was no reaction. That makes sense. It did seem like something wasn't right. But in fairness, yeah, I think he was really, really behind. So we're heading to Canal. Dude, by the way, big shout out to B. I appreciate that he's like this quite often. We've had it before. Like, we had to tell him the remake was happening and he was playing again on a game from one of the show matches where he's like, I crashed, just give me the L. And I said, no, you were winning that game. We're running it back. It's the only fair thing. But this one, I think he was losing. He was definitely in a losing position. So B, basically, for those who don't know, he crashed. Which explains why I thought he was rushing in, which is wild. Kind of cool. But you know, the villagers kind of gave it away. So B, he says, just let him have the game. It's 1-1. We're heading into Canal next. And the civs are going to be... That was a drum roll. I'm sorry, it's terrible. Mongols, Japanese. Ooh. This is really good for the Mongols. Mongol-Japan is a very hard matchup for the Japanese. Even harder on this particular map. I still remember an infamous game between Lucifron and Demu, where Lucifron pretty much got his tech up paid for because Demu kept, like, his farms kept spawning and getting burnt. And what is up? Thank you very much, Dr. Jarman. I appreciate the gifted sub. Thank you, thank you. Enjoy that class. Time to start using those emotes, mate, and get addicted, because they are absolute bangers. Famous B crash? I mean, I don't know if that was meant to be said in, like, a diggy way, but, like, the dude just said, give him the win, so... I appreciate you, Jarman. I appreciate you. Oh, by the way, I noticed that someone sent through a donor. Let me double check because it popped up on my phone. Not sure if they want to know it to be known who they were, but I noticed that someone dedicated £50 into the coffee funds, so we've got more funds to put towards more show matches and the sorts in the future. I will be looking to organize a few show matches after the pup finishes to test out new maps on the live server in prep for upcoming tournaments. And we will also look to have more midweek tournament action coming in October. But for now, I sense another game coming. Did I get predictions up? I don't think we put predictions up, did we? The predictions were for game 2, right? I haven't given them out yet, I'm pretty sure. So let me pay that out for Anan. Let's get ready to go. One and all, welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. We're here in pre-season 9 Showdown Upper bracket finals, Anatan versus B, a best of 5, and we are under game number 3 on Canal. Anatan with the Japanese in the blue, B with the Mongols in the orange. A solid matchup for B, actually. I think Japan struggles with this particular one, and you're seeing it already by the positioning. The threat of the racks means you have to play very defensive, and as a result, Anatan is setting up a dock all the way at his side of the river. Which is wild because he actually got the jackpot spawn for having to do this. I don't know. I don't know if Bidderlin is Anatan's mother, but for whatever reason, his shoreline fish is slap bang next to him. Meanwhile, B's was a little bit further out there. So that's smart. That gives him a blocker against any sort of racks rush because it would be too much distance now. And it means he can now take advantage of the Japanese perk of paying 30 less wood per boat. Now, this matchup's intriguing. The reason why Mongols are so dominant is Kura Storehouse is kind of a no-no. And we've seen quite a few people try to do Kura here just because of like the racks opening that makes Shinobi feel a bit weirder. I think that meta has switched, guys. I think Japan now goes Koka Township, and as long as they do that, they're safe. Kura is a no-no because you end up spawning free farms, which the Mongols burn to get paid. So what you end up doing is you create an infinite money machine for the Mongols. But as long as you play Koka, especially the newly buffed Koka, which, by the way, it's already been buffed in Season 8, I think you can break this. So you're probably going to be seeing Deerstone versus Koka. If B goes for trade, consider him close to dead on arrival. Silver Tree is difficult to justify. You want to have the movement speed to dodge the Shinobi. You want to have that extra movement speed plus that extra range, potentially, to hunt them down. And can I just say I love that we got Canal back? I think there was mixed feelings in the pro scene about Canal, but I personally really love Canal. I found it delivered some absolutely wonderful, enjoyable games. The thing that I really rated highly about Canal is it's a map designed to say you can't just stay in your base. You need to come out and play the game. And that's what makes it fantastic. The more maps we get that have this philosophy of you can't camp, the better it is. And I know there's going to be some people that like playing 40-minute plus games as Imperial English who are going to object to that. I'm not saying you can't have those games. I'm just saying you should have to earn them, right? And by the way, you having to earn them will make you appreciate them even more. Deerstone on the way. So, correct move by B. Love this, because what you can do is you can just drop an outpost here and move the Deerstone forward so you can win the mid-map fights. I'd love to see a long feudal between these two. Sheep count is going to be 14 to 23. Yeah, Anatan won that one. Anatan is the sheep whisperer of 2024, man. If I was to break down all the series on average, I feel like Anatan would have the highest sheep count average of any player at the moment. And it's going to be Koka Township, so of course a blocker to the docks, which makes a lot of sense. But also a decent unit to contest on land. I'd love to see just kind of like mass horsemen from the Japanese here. Horseman's pretty smart because whenever B goes for this type of build, when you go as Mongols in a Deerstone, I think you want to try to find a way of leaning into archers. Definitely feels more favorable that way. And the other reason why this is so important is he needs the timing to move upriver for a second dock because the shoreline fish here is not going to last very long. How do you guys vote in the end? 57% for B. So I like that. It's pretty even down the line. Love to see. Love to hear that. Dock drop now coming in. So Anasand, love the timing on this actually. He has just enough time to get away with this. Takes 30 seconds to build a dock. Meanwhile, takes 23 seconds to build an archer ship. Sorry, 25. I'm thinking Japan, China usually. Instead, he goes for a Springle, which takes even longer. It is impossible to block this dock from going up. The wall, however, is overly ambitious from Anatan. You can't do this. The problem with the wall here is it takes 8 seconds per slab, and there's 3 to complete. That's 24 seconds. The ship's well and truly going to be there. So, Anno even stepping up like this is gluttonous. It's going to get his villager killed. In fact, does he even see it? Yeah, no, by the time he sees this, he's dead. War junk already on the way. Lovely scouting. So he knows about the stables. It is going to be Mass Keshik. The villager, uh-oh. He's trying to quick wall for it. Oh, but this isn't good enough. Villager goes down, and considering how low HP that Palisade is, it should be fairly easy to break through for B. If he attacks it. Double Keshik production isn't on the agenda. Did he go arrow slits? No. What did he get? I'm trying to figure out. Oh no, it's because he built the Uvu late, remember. He done dock into very delayed Uvu, so that's why he doesn't have enough stone for a double pump of Keshiks. Kind of rough as well that you don't have that double pump, because this can win. I'm not even memeing. Shinobi spam is kind of wild. Fishing boats. Arcus like get harassed. He is following up the archer ship, so there's going to have to be a reaction soon from Anan. Ninjas. Are they waiting at home? I don't know if that was entirely intentional here. Keeping them at home like this feels a little bit weird. Maybe he's just trying to use them as like a pseudo spearman to cover the fast tech, because you can see what he's doing. Yeah, it's going to be a castle rush. Okay, so castle rush makes a lot of sense when you see Keshiks. If it's spearman archer, I don't know if you really rush the age, but against Keshik spam, it's quite smart. We've seen Louis in particular do this a lot, where it'll be like Keshik versus Mounted Samurai, and it kind of feels like a skill matchup. But the issue is, like, it's only a skill matchup if Mongols have trade. They don't in this situation. Nice boom ship there. Able to sink one of the fishing boats, and the Khan is going to get the follow-up damage. And not just that, B now sneaking a forward dock in here. And the Shinobi, they're reacting at home. What a 1-2. B, he goes on the offensive the Keshik to draw back the Shinobi, and then plays for full dominion on the lake. Or river here, shall we say. Shinobi 1 Kenobi on the way into the enemy base, but we'll have to see if he can do enough here to try and delay B's timing. Anan, the good news, at least for him, is remember, he did get a lot of sheep, so he can still just go for age free. But the fishing will start to inflate against him. And this has a similar effect to that whole idea of trading with the Mongols, so that you can mirror the Japanese with Mounted Samurai, right? It's not gold, but it's food. And of course, food makes up the majority of what a Keshik costs. That's insane. B's really good at this on this map, I noticed this. We had it in the last show match with him, where he just had this insane Malian scout spam build that just destroyed the entire game at around like 12 minutes. Seeing a more aggressive timing than even that one here. Floating Gate is now on the way. The good news for Anan is B does not have enough Keshiks to dive. The bad news for Anan is he's eco behind. Yeah, fishing boats are just going to get hunted down here. You know what would have been sick? Piracy would have been worth it before he killed the fishing boats, which is kind of wild. Because the funny thing about piracy, guys, is you get the reward for piracy if you just kill boats. It doesn't have to be a boat killing a boat. Anan age free. We're just getting Mounted Samurai, aren't we? There's no other way I could see you play this. There is already Spin being stockpiled by B. And his age up isn't going to be that far behind Anan in this one. Having said that, though, the Keshik count isn't overly impressive here. And yeah, Stables drop coming in, so Yoroshiro is going to be in there. The problem with the Keshik count being so low is now the ramp up here. Look at that. Every 14 seconds, a Mounted Samurai popping out. Keshiks, they take 30 seconds. So even if you double produce, which you can't do consistently, your opponent is still going to have a quicker ramp speed here, because you're basically building every 15 seconds when you do double pump. But you can only do double pump every 2 minutes. So you have to wait 4 Keshiks. Like, the rotation just doesn't add up, which means that as long as Anan doesn't rush, he will be favored here. This isn't even equating for the fact there's a quality difference, right? Keshiks are worse than Mounted Samurai. I do love this like weird reality where a Mounted Samurai can deflect a giant ballista shot. Like, this sword is that sharp, guys. You know those anime scenes or like in the movies where they just stand there and they slice it down the center? You've seen it done to like an archer's arrow. Imagine it done to a giant bolt. Just a giant beam flying for your face, and you just stand there and slice it. Badasses. B isn't aging, guys. He's going. Spears are on the way. He's got the suffocation of War Junks to injure anything sneaking out. He's got double Keshik chasing them out at Samurai, which will win that fight. Okay, this is sick, man. I actually prefer this for B. Like, rushing the age just kind of plays into Anatan getting on the map. However, you can't do this for long, and you're seeing why. Onimusha are already on the way. Good reaction by Anatan. It is tough because at this point you really need to try and sneak these relics to start edging out. But he will break out quite fast here. And what's super effective about this comp, that's why I always love it, it's one of the most powerful comps, is one Bannerman buffs all. Remember, Uma Bannerman affects cavalry. And both of these units are cavalry types, while countering very different unit types. So he's going to have to wait on the timing. B does see this though. Yeah, he just scouted. He knows about the Onimusha. Anatan will be able to shuffle away at the right time there. And look at that damage. These Keshiks, I mean, it's like they're wearing plastic armor. They're age 2, remember. There's barely any resistance. Onimusha are going to start hunting. Shinobi are going to absorb the fire. Wait, is he actually? Oh, that's kind of sick. No one expects the Shinobi to jump on top of the War Junk. Where's their sneak on board and kill everyone ability? Elsewhere. Villager is going to get sniped there. And remember, these Mounted Samurai will fight spears. B has a problem right now because he's trickling. This snowballs one way if you keep showing up with 2 at a time. So Anatan realizes he has got the bulk together, shift away from this, and look for another weak point where it's only 2 Keshiks and 2 spearmen. Junk was brought pretty low, not been able to be killed though. You got to be careful with Onimusha, they're not able to tank these shots whatsoever. B, there has to be a get off the roller coaster point here, right? Mass spearing in theory good, but the thing that your opponent gets by going for Onimusha is Yumi. And we are approaching a point where Yumi is wholly justified here. You could also go for Onubagisha, but that's very expensive on the food. Wood, there's still plenty of it for a Yumi spam. They're only 35 wood each. He's just going to kite him with Mass Onimusha, which is kind of wild. Very finicky. Especially against Khan, because the maneuver speed allows him to gap close, and you haven't got much base to retreat into here, so definitely a curious choice. I actually think the alternative is Anatan just builds Shinobi. Shinobi's even better than what I was thinking with Yumi. It's kind of surprising that he hasn't been building them, though. Mount Samurai to dive in here. Mass Spearmen are going to be there. Movement speed arrow is going to be used just to chase them on the retreat, and the formation shuffle, Onimusha getting left behind. The miss micro by Anatan there. Dire straits at this point. Only 3 sheep left over. He can't access the berries. The Yumi transition may have actually been the way he needed to go, but it might be a little bit too late here. B now with almost a 50 eco lead. An extensive military lead. And Anatan is going for a second town center. Was going for a second town center. B, absolutely on point on Canal. And a scary figure, a boogeyman on this map so far in the pop. I don't think he's dropped once. But now, he takes the lead again in this set. Yeah, B on point, man. Previous show matches, I think he'll agree. Anatan just kind of had his number, but you up the money, and B, he turns it on. So, let's list that one in. That was Canal, and that was the Mongol pick versus the Japanese with a win going to left. So B, 1 point away from being the first player to make it to the grand finals. Can Anatan force that 5th game? That's what we're going to find out. So, what have we got left here? Rocky River, Ottoman's Delhi. This is actually a cool matchup now. Ottomans can actually win this in the other ages. I think feudal age, long feudal, Ottomans can win against Delhi. Because I think you unlock cavalry archers. And if your opponent just went mass Ghazi, you just have Sipahi cav arch. Even if you just spam Sipahi, it's not too bad. Very good divers. The meta is going to be incredibly impactful. And you also have a lot of safe food because you can play into the Anatolian Hills point. So, should be a fun one, man. We might actually just have game over in 4. So let's choose outcome. That one was, of course, a win for B. Let's get the next prediction set up for you guys. You want to see an army of Shinobis? Me too, Mihai. We will get there. Shinobi spam is pretty wild. It is a viable strat in the right matchups. Japanese Shinobi spam might be the answer to the quite frankly busted minework builds from the HRE, actually. Yeah, I think they're going to be a counter to HRE minework. Flip that script. B's leading. Okay, let's get ready to rumble. B is on fire. Could he be making a return to the top in Season 9? With the upcoming tournaments, I'm getting a good feeling. One and all, welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. We are into the 4th game of this best of 5 upper bracket final between 3D Clans B in the orange on the Ottomans. The newly buffed Ottomans. New units, new groove. And Anatan's looking to show us that Delhi are just rising through the ranks. Dome of Faith on the rise. And Anatan's Delhi in particular has been a sight to rise. A wonderful execution from this lad multiple times so far in the last few weeks. Let's see what he's got in the blue. We are on Rocky River. Decent map for the Delhi. I really like this one for them. Ottomans is a bit of a question mark sometimes because historically they've been taking a more defensive lap. I think with the changes we've been seeing here, Ottomans can play aggressive again. For a start, at the absolute highest level, we've seen players get phenomenally effective at utilizing Sipahi. But then on another level, we now have prolonged feudals that can lead into Cav Archers. And folks, Cav Archers are kind of broken if you're able to scale to that point. 8 damage times 2 on a mobile unit for 180 resources. A mobile unit as in they are quicker than knights. I've been impressed by Cav Archers. They're not easy to get into. I don't think they're broken in the late game. I think their speciality will be Feudal Castle, which, of course, is usually where Delhi like to reside. We'll see if Anatan's able to be the blocker here. Ghazi should be the play. I imagine we're going to be looking at Dome of Faith in this matchup. Good question coming in. Who wins, Sipahi or Ghazi? Direct fight, Sipahi win. But a wider macro game that gets played, Ghazi have a good shot because they can outrun Sipahi. And also, because Sipahi costs more, you tend to have more Ghazi, right? So you can split on the map more. The reason why Sipahi can win in the big fight is because when you clash, the second wave of Sipahi can attack while the Ghazi clamber over themselves. Then, of course, there's the effective HP. 155 for Ghazi. Sipahi. Meanwhile, Ghazi down to 135 from 145. So they got kneecapped pretty hard there. But this landmark in particular buffed through the roof. Dome of the Faith. Just so good these days. The discount has made it worthwhile. 65 gold per scholar has led to a lot of variability, a lot of extra options, which the Delhi formerly didn't have. Teching isn't scary anymore because you're just able to afford mass scholars. Going for that first sacred site and getting sniped isn't scary because you're able to afford mass scholars. And B apparently wants to be able to afford a Golden Kingdom here. Sultani trade network coming through, suggesting we might not have that much feudal presence out of the 3D clan member. Yeah, this is usually more indicative of a Castle Age Rush type build. 1 second. I've got other results being finungled. Have we got Myriad here? Oh, wait, this is for the semifinals, loser finals. All right, we'll double check that one afterwards. There may have been a misclick and a registering a Myriad beating Louis, which I don't think happened. Mira's like, I'm in the finals? Anyway, it's the Thai Table Network about to complete. Usually, if someone wants to play H2, you'll see Madrasa because it gives that balance point that they can be present in the feudal age and not have to worry about food as much. Also, I find Madrasa's nicer if you want to try to do something funky, i.e. not go for Anatolian Hills first. But whenever you go network, you have to go Anatolian. You get starved otherwise, unless your opponent is not scouting. But we already highlighted how Anatan is like one of the best scouters we've seen recently. 16 sheep for him. Good haul for B. 16 himself, and we've got a deer shove in. Love this. Such a fast shove. You wouldn't expect this. Typically, you expect people to shove the flank deer, but he's taking it from the center. It's only 3 deer, but that is an extra 1,000 resources, or 950 resources to be specific to work with. Sorry, 1,050 resources to be specific to work with. Military school, of course, allowing to do this, and this is a nice blocker against the Ghazi opening you're going to be anticipating. Anatan already queuing up as many scholars as he can buy. And if this is just spears to defend, this is really good because it means that Anatan can get his hands on the sacred sites with no contest. But B is going to have something to say about that, folks. We're getting some feudal presence. Ooh, so, Sipahi, I'm trying to remember the order of the new Vizier Council. For those who don't know, they added 4 new options for the Ottomans. So you've got the Cav Archers we mentioned, a brand new unit. You've got Pax Ottomana, which comes much later, I think it's tier 4, which gives you 50% increased production rate on your TCs for 4 minutes, which sounds ludicrous in the right circumstances, but very situational. You can get a Great Bombard at any point in the game. One will spawn at your TC. It's a one-offer. And then the final thing is you can get crossbow emplacements instead of arrow emplacements. I think Cav Archers is the most likely, but it's not going to make sense unless Anatan does something other than Ghazi. But now, though, we are getting Raxes added in, so might just be for the upgrade into Hardened for the Spearmen, because remember they're in Dark Age right now. But I don't mind the idea of Sipahi support by Spears. You frontline with the Spears, they brace, and the Sipahi stab over. It's a fantastic DPS exchange, and because you're true countering, it means that Anatan can't cheese his way to healing off of mass Dome of Faith play. What I would also love to see here, by the way, Vizier point-wise, is right now, we are trucking towards a mass melee fight. Do you know how you win that as Ottomans? The Imams. The Imam point gives you AoE healing, which means although Anatan might show up with 6 scholars, if he can't snipe your 2 Imams in a big bulky fight where 20 plus units are taking damage, your healing will be more effective. Yeah, looks like we did get a lame on the deer, so Anatan understood what was coming. B won't get that for free. First Sipahi, he is going to start to arrive in the base, and this is what I meant about the stats. 12, 155 HP. 135, 12. Difference is movement speed advantage for Ghazi, but the cost difference is much smaller. 140 compared to 160. So Sipahi feel a lot better, especially once you start layering in the free production from the military schools. What's the plan behind this? I mean, the mass spears is kind of smuggled. Love the way that this has started to weave its way in. Pro Scouts has been returning in popularity for a lot of civs, but it's really good for the Delhi because of the Dome of Faith build. You get it very aggressively fast. And obviously adding in 1 or 2 extra scouts from an already existing stable isn't that high of a price if it keeps your entire eco safe. Spear Clash coming in. Sipahi is starting to arrive as well to kind of equal the numbers. You can see that Anatan wants no part of it. This is the trade-off of not going Tower of Victory. You can't just turn and win these fights, especially when there's a risk of a meta just turning up. Ghazi frontlining. Ambitious move by Anatan there. Sipahi coming in on delay. We'll have to pull them back. This trade was so good for Anatan. For B, rather. Anatan got baited into a weird exchange. Frontline with the Ghazi against that many spears. A critical blunder, and now he mops up on the back of it. Heavy injuries on all the Ghazi. Count does at least favor Anatan, but destruction-wise, they're actually now neck and neck. So second wave will cinch it. B now having to run away with a slower-moving cavalry unit. Yeah, that was pretty brutal. The opening was sick from B, but Anatan just taking advantage of that superior production wave, right? Every 8 seconds a spearman. Meanwhile, with the blacksmith in range, still 12 seconds for the Ottomans. So you're seeing how he's struggling in B, now trying to fix that. He's going to go double production. But that's now extra economy, not going into military force, but going into the ability to build them. So a window of opportunity here for Anatan in the game where he's already starting to lock in sacred sites. Keep in mind there is a feudal plus coming. While Anatan has this, the damage was never done healing type effect with his army comp, what B has is the scaling of Vizier Council. He will get these perks, things like the Imams, the Meta, Anthony Hills, that will give him kind of an extra edge in longer feudal engagements. So it's really important that Anatan gets bigger and bigger wins between now and about 14 minutes. Right now, it definitely seems like it's going that way. Meta's the only thing left over. The Spearman able to start mopping that up. And B trying to A-click his way to a victory in a situation that just doesn't support it here. Having now back up. Doesn't really still have the meta to work with, but heavily injured, down to 62 HP already. Love the melee defense. The melee defense is sick here. He has got Bloomery coming through as well. That's a free damage differential in these armies. I almost feel like B could just mass spears instead of Sipahi, and he'd be better off here. Yeah, I actually think the Sipahi production is killing B. He can't afford it. It's too demanding from this type of lead. One thing that is deceptive, we have to remember Anan, although it says he's 24 military, he's actually 16. Right? A third of that are scholars. But in this situation, it's not a fake army, and what I mean by that is what they're doing here. This healing is making the world a difference. Check the health bars, and look at these. Oof. Yeah, I think Anan is kind of... I think he's forgotten about blacksmiths.
Come on, Bishop.
And I am getting worried because we said about the free damage differential. It's about to be 4. This is the most impactful melee game difference I've seen. Like, the meta is always good in these circumstances if it's a full melee army. But I have never seen this drastic of a difference. It's quality versus quantity to its truest form. Spears. There we get that starting pinch. Healing will offset some of the damage differential here, but it's still overwhelming. And now the Scholar's front line in the Sipahi can chase that down. Anan, what a blunder. Not going for a blacksmiths at 11 minutes still. Means he can't fight. Has to back away. B. Mass spears is the way. Archer transition coming through from Anan, though. Might be the smart read. He's got enough Ghazi. When did he sneak this one? One archery range was good enough. It's still, like, wait. His keybinds are messed up. Oh, no! Oh, Anan, what? I think he's pressing the wrong key, guys. That's double blacksmiths. That's meant to be double blacksmiths right there. Army's losing right now. The archer count's not high enough. The Scholars are frontlining. He's going to lose because of a keybind. He misclicked not once, but twice. Double marketplace instead of double blacksmiths. Mass archers are now coming through, but you don't have blacksmiths. Finally we get it in. Undermesh now being rushed up. It's coming in just a minute. Is this enough for B to take control? Sacred sites have all been decapped. Deer being gathered as well. Double marketplace, folks. New meta. Oh my god. Horseman. What a find! No outpost up. That's 4 dead villagers. No textiles because Anan didn't think he'd ever need it. And GG gets called. B. It looked like he was trekking for a defeat. But the melee efficiency, the lack of blacksmiths, the Ottomans OP in feudal age against Delhi. Who would have seen that coming? That is sick. Well played to Mr. B there. So we will go ahead and mark him up for another win. So, I need to adjust the bracket because this is saying that Myriad beat Louis. Did you beat him, Myriad? No, Myriad lost that one. It was just it was a mislog, so let me adjust it. I'm going to edit results here and switch it over to a Louis win. Player report events. If you'd like to change the results of the set, please use the reset feature. Okay, so reset it. And it was Byzantines for you and Jeune for him, right? I think that was right. And then we will submit a win for Louis. All right, there we go, guys. So submit the win. That means Louis is through to the loser round. B just took it down 3-1. If one of you can report, if you guys, B and Tan, please, can you report that quickly? And that means we're going to have a losers final between Louis MT and Anatan, which is a rematch, right? Yeah, Anatan able to win 3-1 earlier. This is going to be a best of 3, guys. So best of 3, and then whoever wins this will be going up against B in a best of 7. Crazy day. Such a fun day. So, Anatan versus Louis MT. Hooray, Myriad, let's play. Oh, Anatan seems a little bit too eager about that. You've got Louis, mate. So let me list the results. Have you guys been marking in the exact results of the game? I'm guessing not. Here, I'll just trigger it. So it was 3-1. And that should be submit results. Boom. B through. Anatan, if you'd like to prep your draft versus Louis. Oui. You get the easier of... Oh, I just saw the at links. No, Anatan, you're up against Louis. Let me just... Wait, is Louis not in my Discord? He's not. Or he is and he hasn't been added. Let me double check. Naughty boy. Actually, he was last second, confirmed. Anatan's been talking to like the wrong chat there. Because Louis was obviously, he was last second added. Tell us about the double mark opening. It's new meta, guys. He just needed a few more minutes to set up and he was there. Has Louis joined? Let me double check. Louis? Where's my boy? I don't know if he's added. I don't think he's hopped onto the Discord. Whatever. You should be able to communicate with him via the chat. Oh yeah, you have. Nice. Good job, Anatan. Thank you, Anu. Appreciate it, buddy. All right. With that in mind, let's get ready. And then let's get ready. All right, guys. I'm quickly going to go for bio break. I'll be back in a sec while they do the draft. And I'll also run like a minute of ads so you guys don't have to worry about that when we get into the game. Okay? So, be right back. There we go. All right. Yep. Be right back. 1 sec. Whoa. Gee. All right. That was quick. Instead, I'll leave it on this. Be right back. 1 sec, guys. Oh, here's music as well. Because I know you guys love music. Okay? I love Fairy Fountain. Oh, 7 hours monster? Dude, we ain't done yet. Although, apologies for the ads ruining everything. So, we've probably got about 2 more hours at least. So, we're looking at a 9-hour tournament stream here. How about that? Flexy. You're one and only. So, let me get that draft loaded in. Let me reset the score. Let me reset the series, set it 5 games, set it to Dry Arabia. And we can flip over to the draft to see what they have in store for us. Oh. Get the last of my banana in me. That sounds wrong. Anyway, Anan and Louis now setting up. So Dry Arabia is going to open us up for this series, folks. And let's see what they're going to be picking. Reminder, whoever wins this will be going for a best of 7. I'm sorry, let me update the maps. It's 3 maps, by the way. Best of 7 up against B. Fight. So B is the only player. So B also dropped a game. No one has a clean sheet here. B is the closest with only 1 game dropped. Louis MT obviously lost 3-1 to Anan, and Anan just lost 3-1 to B. So yeah, no one with the pitch perfect record. No one to make Marine Lord quake in his boots, who of course is waiting in the grand final, which will be taking place at midnight. No, I'm kidding. So we've got an opening game for. Let's have a look. This is where I pray that we don't have another one of those forgot to make it public. I will mold. Nah, we're good. Whew. Whew. Wondering what maps we're going to go to, though. Because they drafted 7, but they're only going to use 2 of them. Cliffside, Mountain Clear, and Highview, Gorge, Himiyama, Confluence. Dude. Please, Confluence and Mountain Clearing. I need the memes. Tap them in my vein, baby. What was that? Going to your pub soon. Alright, there we go. So, game 1, Dry Arabia. It's going to be Roos versus Zone. Hey! Thank you, Ready Gamer 1. Appreciate you, buddy. Appreciate the 1,000 bits. Thank you. Yeah, I love doing the tournaments. Well, do love it, but it's also very stressful, like, running them. I thank God this one was mostly clean. And shout out to the players for, like, being mostly autonomous. Not needing too much input, apart from, like, me fudging the brackets. And a really big shout out to them also for being patient with me. Same with you guys. Early on in the day, we, of course, had some tech issues. I don't know what caused that. I don't know why they've suddenly stopped. I guess every day I'm just going to have to blow into all of my devices. Still sounds wrong. But let's set up. So game 1 is going to be Roos versus Zone. We'll put that into the draft so that it tracks it. Ooh. Oh, and let's get the predictions going. So be able to get the rubber-dub-dub. Now we head in to Anan versus Louis. I haven't seen Louis as active as he used to be. I don't know if he's been playing like maybe some AOM as well. It's time. Lower bracket finals of the first tournament that we have officially been running. Pre-season 9 Showdown. And the final series gets ever closer. Just one of these players will be going into the grand finals for a showdown with 3D Clans B. Will it be former 3D Clan member Anan, who's now with My Insanity, kicking off this series with the Roos in the blue? Or is it going to be the beast from the east, the master of the Chinese, Louis MT on his Master Civ, Zone Dark in the pink? Let's find out. Dry Arabia starts us off here. A best of 3 elimination series in the lower bracket. That's right, we have been ruthless with this tournament. Best of 1s all the way through just to get this deep, and you don't even get a best of 5. You don't even get breathing room. One game really easily could be the difference here. 33% of the series potential. Well, I'm not surprised by the results. Look at that tracking prediction. Louis MT with the overwhelming majority of the points, and for good reason here, folks. Louis MT, signature Civ. I've been on record when Joan came out, the first few months, I said Louis was the best Joan player in the world. The way that he navigated the early game and found value with her in the late game was unparalleled amongst his peers. Times have changed, though. People have caught up, and Joan needs to show some new tricks, and she has some new tricks, folks. She received some buffs. She's now able to produce her unique units out of their respective buildings. If you choose the champions, build Raxus. If you choose the riders, build stables. And I can tell you, the riders especially are fantastic bang for buck. And actually a bloody good answer against the Roos, if I do say so. You have the movement speed to chase down these horse archers, so the dynamics in this matchup are very different to those you'll find in the French matchup. With this matchup, the key requirement is Joan needs level 3. If she can get level 3, horse archers will get countered by the horsemen unique to Joan. But we're not going to go that way about it. We've seen Louis versus Anan already. Last time we saw it in this tournament, it was French versus Roos, and there was trade in that game as well. The machinations involved here are very different, though, guys. For a start, it's an insanely good trade map. Look at the corners. But the other one that I absolutely love is in this matchup, it's about forcing presence on the map. It's so powerful for Joan. This is the logic on why Chamber of Commerce is meant to be better for her than it is for French. Is Joan feeds off of people having to come out of their base to fight you because of the XP. This achieves that goal in a way that School of Cavalry never can. Other side, though, Anan is going to look to hunker down and not come out. We've got Golden Gate play coming, which usually is indicative of a Castle Age rush. What was the final prediction like? Okay, people pivoted back towards Anan. I mean, he's looked really impressive with these Roos builds. Another thing is, like, last time we saw these two, there was a certain exploit that came out that we didn't know about until after the fact, which is not allowed now. So something in Joan and France's late game has to be disabled in this tournament. I don't want to give away the specifics. You can watch the videos to find out. Deer location looking good. This is a shove-in, right? Yeah, this is cool. So the whole idea of building 3 scouts, it gets you the majority of sheep on the map. In fact, look at that difference. Joan only with 8. Meanwhile, you've still got 12 here. And then you shove in the deer afterwards. This is no different than the logic of building a military school and building spearmen out of it, right? The difference there is, like, the military school costs you 250. This hunting cabin costs you 100 resources. 2 scouts cost you 70 each. So it's 240 total compared to the, what was it, 350, I think I said? But the difference there is, of course, yes, you will passively produce units over a long period. But the funny thing is this building pays for itself over time anyway. It makes it such a valuable transitional play to hop into the deer push. Wait, has Louis MT been spreading out his cock throughout the entire lower bracket? Well, that hasn't been long. Wait, no, I fell into the trap there. He, of course, was in the losers semifinals in the first place. It was Myriad versus Louis there. So Louis, in the upper bracket, we of course saw it once. I don't know if he had it coming out too often earlier on, but what on? Oh. This madman is trading with Anatan's trade post. I mean, we did say it forces you to fight, but this is to the extreme. There's a corner trade. He has got a villager walk-in, so he will eventually switch it, but this is a bait. This is a dangle. He wants him to come out. He needs him to come out. And he will. Stable's being dropped now by Anan. He's having none of this. Deer have been shoved in. Looks like 2 of them will get blocked, so good read by Louis. Minimizes some of the value. But most of them are nice and home. Actually, Louis could have ran in and sniped 2 more of these because it's like not in TC range, right? So you wouldn't get griefed. First knight has been queued up. Now, keep in mind, Louis doesn't have knights, guys. So in theory, this is good, but because Anan reacts with knights, Louis is now in trouble. Usually the way this plays out in like a knight on knight situation is as long as you're 1 knight ahead, Joan's safe. You're about to be several knights down. Louis doesn't have a stables yet. He cancelled it. This is insanely greedy. I don't know if Louis scouted this yet. By the time he knows about the knight, it might be too late. I mean, how many traders have we got on the line here? It's already 5 traders, and he's actively produced 2 of them. Knight is shuffling by, though. Scout is going to sniff this out so he can turn around and come in for the attack. Anan, he was willing to walk up a mountain for this. Turns out he only needs to go to the local gift store. The traders are basically here, and the pivot to go for the long trade is going to allow him to get a efficient interception here within seconds. First trader down. Second knight has already been queued up, remember, and the scout is going to stick on this. He sees it all. 2 scouts are shifting out to see what's happening over on the west side. And Louis, what was the idea here? This is like the most greedy thing imaginable. Guys, you can't just wall the map for free anymore, especially against cav civs. It takes 8 seconds to build one of these tiles. That's double the duration it used to be, that it is currently on Season 8. And why that matters so much is not just the exposure point, it's the idle time. Your economy is so much worse off than it is in Season 8 and Season 9 if you commit to this play. And well, last time we may have seen Louis make it work, but last time when Louis made it work, when he got the trade online, it was on wetlands, which has a lot more tree lines to play around. This place is barren and open, man. This does not feel safe to do. Knight now going to shuffle in. Who would win, Joan or one knight? I feel like one knight wins that. The only reason he's not committing is there is a gate here, so you can get cheesed. So he's going to shuffle out. There's another trader to be found, though. Oh, that was so close. And keep in mind, while all this harassment is happening, Anan is teching. I think we're going to have a quick game here, folks. Wall's still not up, and it probably isn't going to get up now. There's not that many villagers in the area, and none of them in position. He has at least got wheelbarrow, so in theory it was doable, but at this stage, too late. Get your numbers in, by the way. That high trade house, nicely parked. Joan's dead. Maybe the one knight can save you. It's kind of tight, right? It looks like Anan doesn't want to risk it. So that was good maneuvering. The 1.38 movement speed gets her away. But this is how scary playing Joan is against heavy cav civs for this reason. And now this follow-up is even scarier, guys. It's going to be horse archers. Yeah, double archer range already prepped. And if you're wondering why don't you go for Abbey of Trinity, there's no pressure. And also, I don't think you really go Abbey of Trinity on any map that doesn't offer you big, that offers you big tree lines, right? It's only good on maps like Prairie. And in this matchup in particular, Saint's Blessing doesn't make much of a difference because the armies are a bit too mobile. It can work against clumped up, slow-moving armies where like you're going to bulk cheaper units, right? But when you're adding cav, horse archers, this isn't your dime a dozen spearmen and archer spam at 80 a pop. Yeah, everything is just too high base damage, basically. Like, knights on the other side, +1 armor is not going to reduce their kill effect much. +1 damage on horse archers isn't bad. +1 damage on knights is kind of irrelevant. So yeah, Saint's Blessing at that point just doesn't really swing it compared to this. That's going to be 142 gold. Cha-ching! Our walls are up. So the trade is underway for Louis. Something tells me Anan isn't going to be as slow to pull the trigger as he was in the last matchup they had. And also, the trade isn't as impressive as it was in the last matchup they had. We're only at 8 right now. I wondered, does Anan forgo the warrior monks? No, okay. So I wondered if he was actually going to forgo the monastery to get enough torch power first to burn through the walls. But he's happy to let this play out for another minute or two before breaking. In fact, he's going to start to break through now. That's interesting. So instead of taking it where the boar is, he's taking it towards the main base. Presumably because he was expecting Louis to be in position on the north side. And he was right. Joan and the knights are running back now. By the time they get here, the wall should be on fire. Remember, when you age up, when you tech up, I actually changed it. So Season 8 and before, your torch damage was attached to your age. They revamped it in Season 9, if I remember correctly. So now your torch damage output is attached to the tier of your unit, whether it's elite, vet, and whatnot. Which was an interesting change, actually. Oh, nice. I'm going to have to clash here. Horse Archer with the dive in, looking on the zone. He's getting some XP, but Louis, he can't hang around here. Zone is going to get dove. Divine Restoration gets pumped. But the Horse Archers will get the kill. A little bit expensive, though. Very expensive, in fact. And I'm not sure if that was entirely worth it versus just kiting the fight and killing with Horse Archers. But we'll see in the follow-up. Second wave's arriving. Louis starting to stockpile what he needs for Castle. Can't really afford to go back into buying Zone into this. We'll lag him behind in his timing, but he does it anyway. So 250 to get the Gala back. Horse Archer count is going up, and that's scarier than the Knight count here. Knight, ooh, didn't use the Divine Arrow in time. Louis sleeping a bit. We'll save it in the end. So another 24 XP. Horse Archer count's too high. He doesn't have enough Knights here. I think Louis needed Horsemen, but he got scared because of the fact that there's also Knights coming. Like, Anatan's comp was just good enough, just balanced enough to force Louis to have to build Knights in a game where he really needed Horsemen. And now we have a blocker to the trade, folks. Now, that's not the end of the world. Louis can just redirect towards the Chamber of Commerce. Obviously, he's going to get less from that, but better to get something than nothing at all. So far, though, he refuses to change. Villager's going to get sniped. Horse Archers will get clipped, but I love the way that Anatan's playing this. He's pulling further away so that Zone doesn't get the XP. He's staying out of range of her. The wall burn through is going about to recommence, but there's not many to do it with. Only one Torture coming, more on the way. We have got to play out to the ball, and relics are now on the way home for Anatan. In the meantime, Royal Institute now being teched up by Louis MT. And traders are on standby, not able to commit to this yet. I wonder if Anatan would have been better served by building like 5 scouts for the burn here. Would have allowed him to probably go to the Warrior Monks quicker and then burn through here, because I don't think the Knights matter that much. You just saw the best way to fight this is not to A-click the fights, it's to peel it away from Zone. And Knights don't really do that for you, Horse Archers do. Ooh. Yeah, a bit of a misplay there. Villagers were heading home. Luckily, the Wolf doesn't target the 2 HP Villager. Every little counts at this point, and that means he didn't even kill the boar. Oh. Oh, no. And I think he's going to lose a Villager. Okay, so 1 down. He's at least going to get the Wolf. However, in return, Louis is also going to feel pain. Those traders have to go for the short trade. A reminder, folks, he still has 14 of those. So this type of distance, you're probably going from like, what, 60, maybe 70 down to about 45? He doesn't even want to drop off right now, which is kind of crazy here. But I think he's worried about the wraparound, and for good reason. It is on the way. Alongside Boy's Fortitude, which is going to make it even harder now for Zone to get XP out of these fights. Oh, wait, you're right. I'm an idiot. Short trade, he can't do it. It's there. I'm an idiot. You're right. I'm an idiot, guys. We're 7.5 hours in. We'll forgive that little no-no. 69. Okay, he sneaks by. Oh, that is crafty. And yeah, he couldn't go for the east side because Anatan walled that ages ago. Damn. So he's going to get the 1 drop off. This short trade just isn't even worth it. You might as well risk microing them up because this will get you like probably 20 resources each. So I think you're going to see him just try to send it with a very nice number. Anatan kind of realizes he's been bamboozled. Mistakes were made there. Royal Institute is on the way, so Anatan needs to start striking down this Knight count soon, or it's going to become a problem. Zone is feeling ambitious. Walls haven't been broken through, guys. But he can bring a Ruin Roses this. Love the peel of just a few Horse Archers to intercept the trade while the rest of the army is distracted here. Free is creeping closer. In the meantime, Anatan's no reaction here. He doesn't actually jump onto the trade. Villagers are in trouble, though. Look what he's found here. Knights. They base it, they block it, the walls are going to go up, but the Horse Archers should be able to reap for that. Way too many villagers here. The micro through, a few of them already dead. Might have to gate just to go through the other side, otherwise going to get ran down here. The traders are also running into trouble. Gate to get through to the other side, but this is costly. Louis losing eco, being idled up with about half of his active economy right now, and the Horse Archers once again run in. Level 3 seems guaranteed at this stage, but it's definitely come at a price in this game for Louis MT. And Anan has been milking it fully. He's got 4th Relic on the way home. Sacred Sight's likely to be locked in. Pressure is coming in on the forward with more Knights getting added here. And the Horse Archers are still an effective kiting tool against these Knights. We don't have cantled saddles, right? No. Kind of crazy. He prioritized biology, or rather Royal Bloodlines, over the cantled saddles. Horse Archers are going to start poking away at this. Level 3 Jones in, and this should be the Riders. Rohirrim has arrived. This is his counterforce. Jones Riders, 6 base armor against ranged attacks, and the bonus damage to follow through. Oh, sorry, not bonus damage total, but 14 as a base. The chase should be good enough against 110 HP unit. 259 HP. Remember, Jones Riders, they don't get the overall ranged arc, they just get bonus damage against crossbows. But they are offsetting half of the Horse Archer damage. Knights, by comparison, have 4 base. These guys have an extra 2. And what I love about these units, I think they are going to come into the meta, by the way, is they feel very cost efficient with Consecration. Look at that. 155 resources. Joan. I think Louis may have misread the timing here. Maybe not. The Jones Riders, they're absorbing all the shots. The Horse Archers need to be targeting down the Knights instead. Finally, the micro gets on point. Anan able to shove him away here. Louis trickling these Royal Knights in. Did cost him dearly. Riders have been mopped up. Horse Archer count looks healthy. And all of a sudden, the difference in Knight count is shrinking. Oh, damn. He's doing it. Anan, it's all about finding that balance. We talked about it earlier. At a stage where he didn't really need Knights, he was building them, and then when he needed more, he wasn't building enough. This is the kind of ratio you want to see. Like a 2-to-1 is pretty nice here. You don't want to just be raw Knights because the French ones are better. This gives you an ability to kite, but it also allows you to kind of overwhelm when your opponent overextends. Also, it allows you to reset. Like if Knights are on top of you and you're trying to step away, Horse Archers are going to die. But with the Knight line, you're able to club, retreat, club, retreat. So you're always able to keep like a 2-tile difference with Horse Archers to make sure your blast cannons aren't dying. Wait, are we having a debate about the name of the lower bracket? Alright, I'm just going to say, if it's called loser bracket, it's called loser bracket. I know I call it lower bracket, but I do sometimes want, like, people are trying to be very PG. It's like, well, you had to lose to be there. You don't just end up there by default in these tournaments. There are some formats where you do, and that's when it should be called a lower bracket. Louis, 20 Knights now. Anan must be into farms, right? Only 2 so far. He's done a good job of min-maxing the map, but the map is slowly running dry here. The anarchy in this game right now. Louis is struggling to just patch the holes. It's like he's on a ship that just keeps getting shot at. The holes keep appearing and he keeps plugging them with his fingers. But, you know, you've only got so many fingers. And the whole point of that metaphor is there's only so many things you can react to optimally. In that situation, when there's 4, 5, 6, 7 different raids going in, it's easier to be the attacker than the defender when you're spreading across trade. That's why these walls have been so important for him. Right, here we go. Anan marching in with 20 Knights and 30 Horse Archers. Scout out comes in on the villagers' textiles. Should be able to keep the casualty to a minimum here. Backstab is coming through, though. And Joan, she could get level 4 off of this type of fight. Horse Archers start to target down. Knights are spreading out. Is the Horse Archer DPS good enough, though? There's no real kiting going on. Anan is just standing his ground here. Horse Archers look like they're getting a good trade, but not good enough. The Knight count is too high. 14 of them left over. And remember, if it's just Joan versus an army of Horse Archers, she gets tickled by them. So he needs to start kiting. This would be good if the trade was here, right? That would be the difference, is that Anan could block eco while fighting. He does still have the military lead, but I am getting worried about how many of these knights are getting thrown away. Second wave is now arriving, however. And the horse archers are just ignoring the threat. Anan, he understands the way you lose this fight is engaging. I think there is a snipe opportunity here that's worth it. And he starts to realize it. Just needs to find the time between attacking to snipe down the injured. But damn, a dive in here. Trader's in trouble. Horse archers is no longer really moving. The body blocks are going to be effective to min-max the damage from the knights. The eco lead now taken by Anan. He still has about 10 of these horse archers to roam around with. Behind this, we aren't seeing a TC transition. We're not seeing a farm transition. The farm detail does worry me. Remember, the French can get food off of trade, which is why Anan is focus firing this. He's feeling starved out, so he's trying to starve Louis out as well. Sacred Sites also getting locked in. Just so much extra cheddar in the pocket for Anan, right? He's got 3,000 gold in reserve at this stage. I know I said Saint's Blessing doesn't really matter that much to these type of units, but in fairness, if you're going to mass knights, every little counts. So I actually kind of like that we've got more warrior monks coming in. Because remember, it's +1 armor and +1 damage. So it's a 2 damage differential with what you're fighting. Honestly, you could probably just take Anan's name out and put Demuz in. It's like the only other person I see play horse archers this much. Usually by now, people are trying to shift off of him, and I think Anan may have reached that point. We've got crossbows queued up. No more horse archers coming. This is just baiting, wasting time, keeping the eco down while the switch up is on the way. Here's what we're talking about. There are some unique techs that can buff you up, right? Yeah, he hasn't taken the duration. He did take the AoE, and I believe it's the +1 damage. So, yes, we will now have the +2, and then you have the +1 armor. So, 3 damage differential. Duration's pretty valuable, but I think his thought process here is a while back, they did buff warrior monks to have more range, so they can kind of stab over like Sipahi would. So, the logic is that you shouldn't really be losing warrior monks anytime soon, so they should be able to sustain the buff in a fight versus knights. Night dive, though. Anan, he's not well protected. He did go 2 TC. He needs to draw attention away. The A-click is following him over. That's going to get the reaction army in position. So Louis, he was so close to discovering the squishy underbelly. Instead, though, he reacts to one knight. And Anan saves himself from a dire fall there. It's at least enough to get Louis the eco lead for the time being. Knight lead still sits with Louis. This is feeling like an awkward dance, man. It's kind of intriguing, the two players' approach, right? Like, Anan doesn't wall much. Louis walls probably too much in a lot of circumstances. And that happened last game as well. I remember on Wetlands, Anan was in a situation where you expect walls much earlier. He eventually got to it, but didn't want to waste the early game. I think we might be at the stage where the walls make sense. Love the pocket farms. It's dangerous against a Knight Civ, but because both players are playing Cav, neither can really afford to freely roam to the flank like that. Unless you know there's going to be something. Like, Anan keeps doing it because he knows this trade, and he knows the reaction will be to defend. Although this might be a misstep. Anno, he keeps trying to get out, but Louis, he's always staying in position to try and dive, because he knows with the walls already in position, he can get a better trade. Warrior Monk throws away his life. Crossbows are now being dove into. Not really what Louis wants to commit to. I'm starting to see some sprint replacements coming through. There might be a world in which you can kind of pinch Yone here, but the angles aren't really supporting it. Who wins this now? Because the problem is Louis is just scaling trade freely now. There's no pressure on him anymore, right? And he's got triple marketplace. Not to mention merchant guilds is online. I can't favor Anatan's situation. He's never resolved the food issue. which is making this even worse considering he's trying to scale to Mass Knights, right? He's kind of scamming himself at this stage. Military Academy is going to be queued up, but with what resources are you leveraging this? Quick walls. Cheeky moves there. Gold has at least been locked, but remember, it doesn't matter as much for Louis. He has got access up here, sure, but the traders can fill that gap as well. 23% win rate for Anno versus Louis and Ladder. I think that's because Anan doesn't really like the late game that much. I mean, he can play it, right? Most high-level players can play it quite well. But you can see with the approach Anan takes, he's more focused on the first 20 minutes. Louis, every single game you watch of him, even when he's playing aggressive, you can see a tone of, how do I get to Imperial? Keep has been discovered. We've seen this before from Louis. I think this is where a Reddit thread goes up saying that castles aren't very powerful. Mass Knight's in. Villagers to try and repair, but nice wraparound there. Should just kind of prevent it. Army is trying to react, but it's not going to be quick enough here. Anan is already behind on economy. He's about to be even further. Villagers just trying to buy a little bit more time, but while all this is happening, Louis is heading into Imperial while also butchering Anan. Backstab comes through. Villagers are getting culled. Boiling Oil will not be complete in time. Divine Restoration gets pumped. And Louis able to shuffle off into the fog before Anan can get us around. And this might just be almost like an immediate GG. Anan doesn't have an economy set up for late game still. He focused on gold, which is smart, but he never got the farms online. Meanwhile, Louis, all he needs to do is just run circles until he gets the upgrades, right? And Red Palace is being rushed by 25, so it's not far off. A lot of them weren't active, they just got activated. This should light a fire underneath Anan's ass. He has to move, but this is, I think, what people find obnoxious about Red Palace, is Red Palace gives you Imperial Age, I don't want to say for free, but easier than most civs get it. Because once you have that tech complete, there isn't a punishment attack that comes. It's like trying to deal with White Tower right now with the English, right? You know they're rushing Castle Age, but you now know you can't dive because that one landmark will snipe your whole army. Red Palace is like that on some performance-enhancing drugs. It's out of control. Yeah, you know, Joan is going to go down, but the Knight upgrade is halfway there. He might be able to pin him, but he needs to pin him right now. Saint's Blessing is getting activated, so look at that difference in damage. Was there, +2 and the +1. But that isn't going to be enough math to support you, not with the elite tech that's now on the way. Villagers are going to get blocked here. Knight count in favor of Anan. I'm impressed he's managing this with such a weak food economy. How much longer can he really keep that up, though? Farm count is now up to 25. If he can get to 40, no hope, no shot. The moment the elite tech comes through, Louis MT and his Joan, Louis MT and his mass French Knight builds look unstoppable. So far, the win rate has impressed me with both French and Joan on this test server. Something about the meta is shifting, and weirdly enough, some of the worst performing civs of Season 8 are becoming some of the strongest in Season 9. Whew. So, opening game. We'll go across to... Wait, did we import the draft? Let me update that. So we've got Louis... Anan versus Louis MT. My names aren't updating now, which is a bit weird. It is going to be a win for the right side player. And then if we update the graphics, we'll see where we're going to head next. So, players on the wall. Who's the fairest of them all? What are we going to next? We're getting mountain clearing, baby! Hooah! Ah, that feels good. So, mountain clearing. Is Anan going to show us the OP Order of the Dragon? I think they're wild on this map. We've never seen them in competitive because we've never had mountain clearing in tournaments since then, right? I think Order of the Dragon is what you're going to see. Louis MT could try to end this in 2 with Japanese. Japanese is quite intriguing up against Order of the Dragon. I think you can kind of get away with just doing Shinobi spam. The alternative is, against OTD, you don't want a Zhone, right? Zhone's awkward there. Oh, sorry, he's already zoned. I'm an idiot. Yeah, we've seen Marlins already from Anatan. I just think Order of the Dragon feels better here against what Louis has. If you're worried about Zhuji, I think you 100% go for for Marlins, rather. But if you think it's Japanese, Order of the Dragon should have a better shot. Yeah, this one feels like a bit of a coin flip for him. It's a bit rough. We're going to find out. Let me pay out. So, Louis with the opening game win. It's Order of the Dragon versus Abbasids. No way. I know what he's up to, but I don't know if this map is big enough to allow for it. Guys, Order of the Dragon actually get hard counted by Abbasids if they play long feudal because of camels. But you need enough time. That's true. Japan does have Temple of Quality, but I think the map's too small for them. They won't get to castle was the issue. I think it might be a similar issue with Abbasids here. So, like, the Abbasid strat is basically build outposts and get camels. It's the only way you win this. Like, there's no other way you win Order of the Dragon Abbasids that I can think of. Right? Like, obviously, we're talking in the logic of, like, you play at the skill level they're playing at, right? If someone makes a mistake, sure, you can win with anything. If someone makes a big enough mistake, you can win with French. But this is very different. So, Order of the Dragon, Abbasids. I love the idea, right? If this matchup was on a standard-sized army, a standard-sized map, rather, I would favor Abbasids every day of the week. Time to find out. Let's get ready to hop in. Could be Anatan's last game. We could get a very different matchup. B versus Louis we haven't had before. Anatan versus B, we seem to get a lot. They do deliver, though. I don't complain. Let's hop in. Let me flip that score as well. Welcome to the Thunderdome. Welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. Mountain clearing, making a return here in the lower bracket finals. This could be my Insanity's Anatan's last game of the tournament. He needs a win. Louis MT leads this best of 3. He takes to the Abbasid dynasty on mountain clearing. Never will you ever hear that again. I've got a bad feeling, folks. Abbasids should counter Order of the Dragon on an atypical length map. The logic being Order of the Dragon with the all-in feudal get countered by camel archers. But Louis has his work cut out for him. Not just because of the ball, but because of the size of the map. It is tiny here, and camel spam takes a long time to build into. Let's find out what he's up to. So, back goal, back stone. I mean, in theory, Louis could do a back TC here and spam outpost to defend. We've seen this before. I think it was a really cool game on Cliffside between Killjadi and Beastie, where Beastie just went full Mindwork men-at-arms spam, and Killjadi beat him. It's on my channel. You guys can check it out, by building mass outposts and slowly scaling camel archers. It's not a quick kill, but it feels like a guaranteed win because over time, the men-at-arms spam just falls off. See if we're going to get it in this particular game, though. 5 out on the ball is quite nice. It means you can set up an outpost later and you don't have to just run away straight away. Order of the Dragon, of course, this is the first time we've seen them on mountain clearing. Historically, this was a really good map for HRE. If you guys remember, you used to see it quite frequently, in fact. But the meta shifted. People didn't want mountain clearing meme mode. I think, actually, in a lot of ways, Socotra feels like maybe a better mountain clearing. Kind of cool to see it back, though. Cyclical nature of things. You know, you don't have something for long enough, you like it. It's like me on every cast of Hy-Vee. I'm like, wow, I've missed this map. And then 10 minutes in, I'm like, wow. I want to leave this map. Difference here is 10 minutes in, mountain clearing is actually usually done. And he is going to go ecoing. Yeah, guys, we're getting it. It's going to be 2 TC. Second one's going to probably go here. I think that's... Is that the perfect size? I'm pretty sure that is the perfect size to slot between the two. And that'll give you mass wood, which will give you outposts to defend your villages. Pretty cool. Mine work now coming in on the other side, so Anan is going to look to device send it. You know what is sick here, though, guys? You do racks in the center. So I said this map is small, which is why the Order of the Dragon strategy should be really good. It's even better because you're already here. Build double racks, scale into it with men-at-arms, and you're already diving within 10 seconds of the units being spawned. That's insane. Not even Cliffside offers you that type of strategy, right? That's the difference with mountain clearing, is that you just see these proxy bases so often. You see either proxy base, outpost spam, Barbican drops, Kremlins. These dictatorial stamps that control the center of the map. And it gives you optimal flow towards the enemy base. So even if this is Camel Archers trying to go and counter-snipe, let's say you want to trade eco for eco, you have to wrap all the way around the defense while the men-at-arms just run straight in. How do you guys vote? It's a tricky one. 84% for Anan. No pressure. Double racks is too much for Order of the Dragon? Yes. I'm not saying do it straight away. I'm saying you scale it into it. You build a proxy base, essentially. You start 1 racks, and as you can afford it, you can pump into 2. I've got the deer shoving at least. Louis already now prepping the mill for the fresh food stuff to come through. Stone gathering is underway. This is going to be a cool one. It really is a stress test of what the Abbasis can endure. The issue with trying to go camel arch is it takes 35 seconds per camel. And you can't just mass archery ranges easily. A lot of your space is limited here because you're going to drop a TC here. You've already got a lot of buildings in the way. You probably want a stable as well. You can add extra houses. So like safety net is pretty small here. Which means if the man-at-arms start diving in, you're going to struggle to scale additional archery ranges. I know, it's a moment of truth, mate. Because the only alternative is this is a Castle Age rush, which is also kind of wild. He thinks Louis going camels. I like this if it's Castle Rush and not just building horsemen. But you wouldn't build a stable this early if you're rushing castle, right? Unless you're trying to bait. In fairness, we're talking about a very small map. Mountain clearing is more about mind games. And yeah, Anan did lose his scout. He does luckily have that forward outpost, who sees a lot of the base. But I almost feel that this is mind games. He's trying to bait Louis to react to the stables. He hasn't used it yet. That's intriguing. So this should be a Castle Age rush, right? Another nice thing is Anan can now build the scout out of the stables. He doesn't have to waste the TC. But considering what Louis just saw, this is probably going to be a Rax reaction. Second TC definitely a bit more greedy than I was expecting. But that means he keeps the safety net at the back here, right? Like he can build other things in here, like archery ranges, Raxes, and whatnot. This is a sick bait. I love this. Like, I think mountain clearing, what I said there holds really true. Mountain clearing is a map of mind games. Because you can't hide info. So how do you bait your opponent? How do you get one up? You make them think you're doing something, then do something else. But you have to almost give them authorization to see just enough. And I think that's what Anan has done here. By the time Louis returns to check again on this, he's then going to realize what's happened, and it's going to be too late. What a cool answer to 2TC. Archer range being dropped, so we're looking at Spear plus Camel Archers. The Camel Archer will still be useful because realistically Anan could now just open with Gilded Knights. I'd love to see him just... Why would I ever doubt him? Anan is, in fairness, I think Anan is one of the most frequent players of Order of the Dragon on the ladder. Most frequent drafters of him in tournaments. This is sick. So, I don't even know if you really want Gilded Crossbowmen. Archers feels kind of crazy here. The efficiency of them, right? Like, I guess it's too good not to go Gilded Crossbows. Okay, this is so wild. Burgrave. We've been seeing more and more Burgrave. The logic being is if you fast castle, you just don't have a standing army, and this Civ doesn't build an army quickly. This fixes that. You get them cheaper, you get them faster. So this is going to be, what, mass men-at-arms plus gilded archers. We're getting it. I was worried he was going to go for crossbows, just because of the kind of cost efficiency, the extra range keeps you safe. But the cool thing about this build is you get gilded archers a lot quicker. The scale armor is going to allow you to dive and offset a lot of the camel archer damage. And camels won't be able to hang around long against giga-chatted men-at-arms, who will now benefit on a delay from that golden cuirass. This is incredible. I think we're getting game 3. Well, first gilded archer is going to arrive. Just a little, hey, this is what I'm doing now, so get used to it. And men-at-arms immediately get queued up by Anan. Would benefit from building a Rax here, right? Because you don't want to have to use this to get the tech upgrade. I guess it's only 22 seconds. And I almost feel like the archers were a bait as well. Maybe trying to force a horseman reaction. And he gets it. Are you freaking kidding me? Anan has psychologically outplayed Louis in this game. To an extreme, actually. Ball's already been exhausted. I mean, it's at least going to stop him from picking up that relic for free, right? But we don't have a rush towards that, because rushing for the monastery just kind of get you killed. Gilded Archer numbers are starting to scale up. We have got the blacksmith techs now coming in. Intermission will help a lot. And the men-at-arms upgrade is what he has to wait for. So Louis, he's up to 4 camels. I'm quite impressed he was able to get this many churned out. He went up range ×2 in the end. It's the only reason he was able to do it at this timing. Remember, it takes 35 seconds on these bad boys. Question now is what wins? Camel archers or gilded archers? Is it even worth scale armor? I'm like debating it in my brain. Because camel archers still have very high base damage. The damage mitigation isn't like out of this world. It's not like getting gilded scale armor versus archers, right? Where they were doing 3 damage and now they do 1. It's still quite substantial though. The issue here is you need enough units to justify it. So if you take the time to get scale armor, that is you with 3 less gilded archers. That is, I think, the issue point. So I'm glad he's kind of got the second archery range out here. Louis is also prepping the steel dagger himself. Camel archer's diving in the meantime. He's going to pick 2 villagers. And Louis, he could dive deeper, but a little bit of hesitation there. Starts to back away. And the men-at-arms are now going to go in because there's no camels to defend. Only 3 of them at home. Village is in trouble. Remember, he went 2 TC, so not a lot of save points for people. However, the Gilded Arch is unguarded. Horsemen need to be mopped up ASAP. Louis prepping these horsemen was perfectly timed. Felt like he was getting baited at first, but Anno really did lean into it. Men-at-arms will be able to chop him down. I think he's now hesitating. The army is coming in for the sandwich. The scout does reveal it, but now you're an infantry army running away from cavalry. This is getting a bit shaky. The men-at-arms are at least tanky with the golden cuirass. However, the horsemen are starting to target down those gilded archers. And the camel count is kind of out of this world, guys. I'm losing a bit of faith. Just a few horsemen are kind of griefing this gilded archer formation as well. And the numbers seem decent, but I think the problem is what's present in the battle. You're building infantry against Cav, so Louis' reaction, his army arriving, is so much quicker to arrive than what Anno has. And the golden cuirass almost feels irrelevant. Another issue is gilded archers. It's like once you start stepping, you kind of lose. I've noticed this with gilded archers, is because gilded archers' attack point is so quick. The moment you have to kind of like start a follow, you're losing DPS. Instead of just like standing still. Whereas camel archers thrive on that. Have we still not got a relic picked up yet? We haven't. Scale armor's also coming in. Louis' food count, he's adding in farms. He's got 3 sheep left over. He snuck to the deer. Meanwhile, Anno has 7 sheep left. All because of that boar. The boar, surprisingly enough, making a very big difference here in the end. A lot of risky play now on the flanks. And the Gilded Archer, he sees it. This is not safe. I'm just going to engage, though. It feels like gradually Louis is losing this, weirdly enough. Because Camel Archers is expensive, man. The men-at-arms definitely are getting shredded, but it's the price toll on the side, the price paid here. Villager idle time is getting huge. In the meantime, the Archer is going to be mirrored out by the Horseman move. Men-at-arms have been cleared. Camel count is down to 6. I think he's done this. Which I would never have banked against Camel Archers here. I'm kind of speechless. The Gilded Archer count has been cleared up, but so have the Camels. So at the end of the day, you're left with a handful of men-at-arms and not many Camels to kill them. That's going to lead to idle time in a game where Louis is still not going age-free here. This game is wild. I mean, we Fury crafted the idea of Order of the Dragon, right? The timing just so quick on such a small map, and as has been pointed out by Marine Lord, it's also the food situation. There's not much on the map. Like, you combine these two things together, and Camel Archer is a very interesting approach to take. It makes sense in your head against Dragon, but the economy, the distance, these things dispute the idea. Although he has still got 6 camels, most of them are just borderline dead. Not just that, also counter-sniping Gilded Archer is not great anymore. 5 ranged armor on these bad boys. The dive commences. Had to vacate the air on the north side, so really that food income's kind of a lie. He has no one working on food right now. Dive gets deeper. Horseman being stuck next to men-at-arms is an absolute nightmare. These guys attack quicker than typical MAA. Camel's just about holding on. You know what is actually missing here is if Anan leverages this right here, this stables, I think it's over. Because then you can just hunt with the Horseman. But Anno's like, man, a map like this, that's way too much food. Give me the meaty boys. Give me the tree boys. Louis, a lot more farms coming. It's kind of awkward because I feel like in this situation, outpost defenses are pretty useful for Louis. Just so you have a garrison spot and your villagers are actually contributing to the defense. Like, I've seen this type of strategy before, and where it looked really good is when you have 4 or 5 outposts defending your eco. Just safe points to retreat to, right? And although men-at-arms can torch through, they don't want to have to waste time on that, especially because you have the fire armor as the Abbasids. But now it feels too late. Louis, the Camel Archers have been called. We are getting a game free. Anan will not be denied. Mountain clearing is his. But you know, Camel Archers are still OP, so keep an eye out for that. Subscribe to the channel. I mean, that matchup on like a Dry Arabia, I get where Louis is coming from, but there's just no room on that map. This map is all about mind games. All right. So let me update that. That'll be a win for the left. Yo, what's up, Nod? Thank you very much for the sub, buddy. Appreciate that. Welcome back to Swarm. So, game number 3. What wonderful circus ride are they taking us on? Because the draft had some funky picks in it. We've still got Cliffside, Highview, Gorge, Himiyama, and Confluence. Please pick Confluence. Please pick Confluence. Would it be worth to go Military Academy and Minework? You get good value with Burgrave. I think the issue is you're putting anything, like, it's another upgrade instead of presence. You know, it's the same, like, logic as to why, like, you know, Burgrave is good in the first place. You just need to get units out. Eventually, I can kind of see it, but I don't think you do it too early. Confluence is such an annoying map. When was the last time you played Confluence? That's what I'm curious about. That's why I put it in there. I have not seen that in a long time. Oh my god, they played Confluence! You get it? You don't get it straight away though, right? I think you want to get... You pay for the first units to get them out. Dude, we're actually getting Confluence. Louis like, for the memes. Alright, so we have got Anatan with the Mongols and Louis with the Japanese. I mean, this can be a good matchup for Mongols on the right map, but I don't think this is the one. Oh my god. Alright, guys. How many hours is this game going to be? 1, 2, or 3? I just love the Hail Mary punt of this. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh my god. I'm going to take this jacket off. I'm getting so hot. I'm having too much fun. Why not 4, 5, or 6? I can't remember. Does Confluence have trade? That's probably why we're limited. I still remember the game first came out, and this map delivered the most, like, 1 hour plus games I've ever seen. Resident Isle is bigger? Okay, so it might be quicker then. Did they shift a lot of the wood to the central islands, maybe? That would make sense. Let me get predictions ready. So Anachab with a win. This match to decide who goes up against B. I hope he's all like. I hope the lads are all right playing a best of 7 still. This day has gone. I expected it to be like 8 hours. We're already at 8 hours, so we could be at 10 hour broadcast. Oh man. Which, by the way, that's a tip to subscribe because clearly worth it. Whoop. Let's get ready to rumble. No, the finals are best of 7. I might assess that with the players. Oh, we got a little bit of lag there for a sec. Let me pause for a second. Oh my god. New map in Age of Empires 4. I think I said that back in 2021. It's Confluence! A wild map that we have not seen in a very, very long time has returned 3 years later to competitive Age of Empires 4. We are here in the lower bracket finals of the pre-season 9 showdown. My Insanity's Anatan with the Mongols in the blue. Louis MT for what almost feels like a signature cipher in these days. The Japanese, this man is so cozy on them in the green. And Fishing already being played for in the center by 1, but not by both. Louis has not gone to Fish. He's playing this almost like a Mongolian Heights-esque game, and wait, that's sick. Confluence's river is the same width as Canal, right? You can actually, believe it or not, guys, you can actually Shunshin the Canal, which means that if he walks here and here, he can Shunshin. I don't think it's going to save him much distance, but this might. So if he walks straight to the center, he should have just enough blink distance to reach that, which means he could quickly cut off the dock. That's sick. That has to be what he's thinking here. There's no other reason you'd rush Feudal. Don't think enough range? You say that, but Canal does kind of the same thing. It's kind of wonky, so it's deceptive. It might not. I've seen it like look like you shouldn't be able to, but then you can walk a little bit further if you click the ground instead of like clicking wide sort of thing. It's weird. We'll see, though. It would be a sick way to take this. We'll have to find out, though. Anatan already set up that Fishing of the Mongols. We shouldn't be getting outpost rush. No point. When you see no Fishing, you know your opponent is playing into Shinobi. So you want to stay far, far away. And this will be Deerstone from Anatan, by the way. Deerstone is the solution to Shinobi, because then you can play archers and just snipe them out. The scary thing that I'm seeing right now from Japanese is, you know, even on land maps actually is super effective, is Shinobi into Horseman play can end games in Feudal, which is something that just a few months ago, Japanese players probably never would have imagined. And wait, Louis? What? He baited him. I mean, but I don't know if he did. I'm trying to figure the Calm was in range when he done that. And the Falcon still... So this isn't a bait at all. It's just a cancel. There's a Falcon. Like, there's no bait to be had here. Oh, no. So this is like nightmare fuel for anyone who's played this matchup. They'll know where I'm going with this. Mongols love this landmark more than Japanese players. This right here, this is like, you know those 100% cashback guarantee deals? That's what this is. Because Mongols can now pressure, and if they do, they burn the farms and keep getting paid. Because there's no pause button on building farms. So let's say you build the farms out to here, and this one gets torched. It'll keep spawning here. I always use, I'm sorry, Dimma, but I always use the game between Dimma and Lucifron as a reference point. Lucifron on Canal, as the Mongols ended up farming like 800 resources off of the Kura storehouse placement of Ben. Because his first farm kept getting burnt. Louis, it looks like he's going to play out for a dock now. Timing should be good, right? This is only an age 1 Khan, so you won't be able to snipe. So good read there. Louis is going to look to aggro. Meanwhile, Anan is going to look to greed. We have Silver Tree. Now that is interesting. I mean, it's not Shinobi, so I don't think Deerstone is as important here. This might be, though. The Khan. I don't think he can get this. Yeah, that's great micro by Louis. Playing blocker here. So the Khan couldn't afford to take the extra hits. Villager will survive. Doc now online. Louis about to have a good timing to block out the fishing that Anan has. Villager might die on the return, though. Yeah. Khan will be able to heal enough here, so gets a 1 villager advantage. Khan will go down, so 2 extra sheep, but Louis also has fish, so this isn't as important. It is going to be important the other way if Anan now loses water, which is why he's adding in the second dock very quickly. By the way, welcome to the water dome. There's no escaping from this X. The game is likely to be decided on this one screen. Holy crap. I don't know. The idea of this map's kind of cool to me now that I think about it from that element. It's almost like a different shaped single pond situation, you know? But tight enough that it's not just about water, land can have an effect. But arch ship coming out. Anan probably going to be going for the naval arrow slits and gets queued up on the forward straight away. Smart read there, as that can block a lot of fishing potential here, and will give him a sturdy defense. The fishing boats will just have to be idled out for the time being, so great read there. Anan also with the Silver Tree can start to kind of spread his eco influence back to land, whereas Louis doesn't have fishing, folks, so you're not going to see him adding in land units. You're not going to see him rushing castle at an insane pace here. It might be his intent now that he sees the second dock. Especially once arrow slits is confirmed, I don't think you want to contest this. You don't want to send another villager out to risk it. So Louis is likely to now hunker down. And if this is a stables, which it is, Louis could run out of food. Yeah, he's got 9 sheep, which is not great for a fast castle build now. And we talked about this placement of the Kura. This is cursed, man. This is a nightmare. If you build it on the backside, you can kind of wall against the edge of the map. But this, a bit more ambitious if you want to try to protect it. Oh, holy crap. Louis is about to have problems. I believe that's double production on the stables. No, just a solo. Silver Tree is going to the corner, so Anan is going to look to double dip the greed. Spearman ship is out. Louis could go for arrow slits soon, right? Ah, he's shy on the stone. Now being forced to add in Spearman. You know, I feel like I can count on one hand the amount of games where a Japanese player has had to build Spearman in Feudal Age and felt good about it. It feels horrific to have to do this. Usually the idea is double outpost arrow slits is good enough to defend you. But that doesn't work when your opponent has Silver Tree and fishing. You'll just get outscaled. What? Wait, what? What happened over here? Wait, was Louis trying to sneak fish or block trade? Or was he trying to build a proxy base? Or whatever it is, it wasn't going to work out with that happening. Keshik comes out, finds it. And that is another villager dead for Louis. I can't believe this. Maybe I'm going to hate it after watching like 5 more maps, but kind of loving it after the first. So I think the Khan was probably rotating to check for a route to trade, maybe? That's crazy. I mean, what are the odds? It kind of makes sense because he's not going to trade west because it's bad. So he wants east. So his Khan's always going to be on the east side. But it kind of felt like a 50-50 coin flip to check that area in particular. Anan now starting to pump out the Keshiks. Meanwhile, Louis MT getting close to an age up. Looks like the harassment didn't really come in quick enough. 7 sheep left over. 3 berry patches. We are now 5 farms deep around the Kura storehouse. But Anan is out of control. 45 economy to 29. He has got 13 fishing boats. And now we're adding in trade. Wait, he actually went with this route. So I guess the thought process is that you can build boats to defend most of the route, whereas over here, it's unguarded. It is worse trade, but I guess in that regard, it's safer to protect. Louis, it's going to be the floating gate, right? There's no way you try for a Temple of Equality. That's right, guys. You don't try for a Temple of Equal. You build a Temple of Equality instead. We're 21st century around these parts. So, Louis MT going in for the Buddhists. Not something you see often, but actually something that Louis has been known to do in previous seasons and so far has had a few experimentations with on the test server. In fact, we've seen, I believe it was B do this, maybe even Anan as well, usually up against Ottomans in that situation. Not a bad idea against Keshiks. A high base damage unit, reducing them by 50% just makes them feel like they've got paper swords, right? Like 15 damage Keshik goes down to 7.5 damage. Equals Eternal Sadness. I just noticed, by the way, what the this map has 8 relics. Nani? I didn't even glance at it first. I was distracted by the other prettiness of it. I didn't even realize this is an 8 relic map. Was Confluence always an 8 relic map? I could have sworn it used to be a 5. And you sneaky son of a gun, Louis. He tried it on the east side. This was the goal originally. It was a proxy base. He sets up a stable in the west corner. Keshiks are trying to march across. I wonder, is it ever worth just putting a transport ship in these situations to minimize the distance? Probably not, because you'd have to just constantly micro it. It'd be efficient if you're able to keep that APM, but very distracting. And we have got the Buddhists at home. Now, this is intriguing. It means the Spearman defense is going to be super effective. If he can get enough Buddhists together. First Mountain Samurai has been let loose. Now, remember, there is the shallow crossing here, and that's something that Anan does not have his eyes on. He would have no way to keep track of that. His gold is also unguarded, and because he went Silver Tree, he doesn't have that kite power of Deerstone for his villages. This game isn't over yet. It's a crazy eco lead, but if Anan doesn't age up soon, the creepy damage does worry me a bit. First Mountain Samurai is going to start marching in. Keshiks are getting double produced. That might actually be the saving grace for Anno. He goes after the traders, doesn't have any interest in the villagers. Besides this, we have got that outpost defense proven to be reliable. Veterancy for the Spearman is on the way. And another dot comes through. Anan, additional fishing and additional constriction on the map on both sides. Well, it feels appropriate that there's much Navy because I feel like Louis is living on an island. And there is no way to get off. Right now, he's on Alcatraz. And his army is super scary as well. This many spearmen can contest the veterancy, and that also, the other thing about having raw numbers is if the spearmen are attacking spearmen, your Keshiks don't get braced against, so then you just get the follow-up, right? So it's really effective for Anno. With this type of eco lead, he could easily just look to go castle himself at this stage. I wonder if that's going to be coming soon. Relics are at least being picked up. There is an easy creep over on these bridges, right? Like, if you time it right, your Buddhist monk will be able to walk across and pick up. Wonder if he's monitoring that at all. It's only 2 Buddhists so far. He's going to get sniped down. Anan Samurai's done really well, but oh no, he discovers him. Anan was like, where the hell did that come from? He gets another villager kill. He finds the stables. Double payday, baby. 50 bounty for each of these. And this is worrisome because so far Louis got kind of a stay of execution by drawing attention elsewhere on the map. What happens now? Monk is at least going to be able to pick up that second relic. Count is only at 2. That's not a substantial debuff power level, right? Like, you also got to keep in mind quite often Sohai Sutra tends to be cast on the same unit. And you also just don't have much of a front line. Onabegisha is intriguing here. The problem with this is you're against Keshiks at the end of the day. I mean, they aren't heavily armored yet because it's not castle, but considering where Anatan's economy is at, you have to expect that Castle Age is coming. You can see Anno now saving for it. Kurotai is going to be the choice. Kind of like this Kurotai at home. I'm not sure if he's going to bring it all the way across the map. But the idea is like when knights come in one by one or an Onabegisha comes in and raids you a bit, they don't kill. The Kurotai can just heal you up. It's kind of like an Abbey of Kings in that way. You'll probably see him eventually pack up and move across because the beauty is with these central bridges, you have a quick route to make it in. And also, you always have a reset point where your opponent can't dive you near the boats. Buddhist Monk is not going to be able to get away with that, surely. Okay, he's got the relic. Good luck getting it home. Lu MT feeling like a sour 2-relic gamer. Anatan now immediately queues up crossbow men-at-arms. So what's the way out for Louis? I feel like the Onabegisha was meant to be a replacement for Mountain Samurai to raid. And then maybe you felt like it was better to defend with. I mean, it is a good sign for you that your opponent is building crossbows. Not a good sign that he's building men-at-arms, though. The other issue I'm seeing in this game is Louis, oh my god, he went 2 TC. He doesn't even have Daimyo level 1. No farms added in. He's got the pocket economy at the back with the berries and the deer, but with 2 TC Master Onabegisha, that's insanely expensive. Louis has 1 strike at this, and if he gets it wrong, it's over. Yeah, there is no recovery arc if you flop once with this army. Good news is you at least keep your opponent off of siege as well. I feel like no one in the world wants to build siege against Onabegisha. That holds even truer than it did previously with Season 9. Mangonels are just... And Springles are bugged, so remember, Springles don't work if the target is moving, and Onabegisha are always moving. Speaking of moves, that is a big boy line of Keshiks. 19 Keshiks. The Khan also with them, so we'll have the maneuver speed. This could be a dive right past the town center. The walls aren't going to matter at that point. Only a handful of spearmen at home. He moved most of them out onto the west side. Anno instead chooses to go around, so Wall's going to get targeted. That is going to buy time for a reaction here. Trade is at what point now? 16 traders. This is where it really starts to kick up for him. And also, remember, he can play for relics himself. Dive comes through. Keshiks will look to cull through a few of these guys, but not able to get much. And we have actually got Springles from Louis. What? So remember, Springles got changed drastically, folks. They give bonus damage against melee infantry, not melee cavalry. And they pierce through. Very good against very bulky formations. I think what Louis is trying to do, he's trying to treat Springles like the new Mangonel. And what I mean by that is Mango's felt really good when your opponent has this giant mosh pit of infantry to blob against. It's anti-blob. I always call Mango's anti-blob. Springles are like a weird form of anti-blob because they work in light. And yes, the big issue is because they're bugged, they aren't going to show the dominance. If the enemy unit is moving, Springles will not penetrate. Springles trying to move out now. Keshiks. Whoa, boy! Anatan, he needs to just A-click the fight or get away. He wasn't paying attention there, so several Keshiks go down. Louis baits him into a terrible engagement there. All because he's trying to protect the boats. Remember, Springles do still get that bonus damage against boats. Keep in mind, Anno is prepping the real wave behind this, though. Men-at-Arms, crossbows with a Kurutai should be able to win the fight. Speaking of which, Kurutai has moved to the front line. Anno is going to try to reconvene over there, shift north. Look at that so high suture, man. You're meant to do 23 damage. You're down to like 11. Oh, God. Torch is out. I think Anatan may have misread the timing on this. That's a Zerg. You can't move buildings near that. Kurotai does at least have the pack-up speed, so able to back up. So we'll not lose this critical landmark. This is the thing that will allow a win in these fights. Louis, meanwhile, looks like he's going Imperial. We've got Zentech, right? Yeah, Zentech. So remember, 200 food, 100 wood, or the other way around. And it means that your Buddhist monks give 25 gold per minute. And they only cost 80 gold. So you get a really good return on investment scaling into these guys as a defense tool, but also as a resource generator as the game goes on. Pretty smart considering he doesn't have great gold access here. I wonder if Mango's... What? No, I'm not... Just build Springles. If you're going to do anything, build Springles here as Anatan. Crossbows. Front line is kind of ambitious there. And there you go. See, it didn't pierce through. So as long as you're moving, Springles are worthless. However, Anatan has a very big melee army, so he kind of wants to stand still to attack. We have an archer switch up, which is pretty smart by Anatan. It is the pure counter. Spears lose to archers. Onan Biggie should take bonus damage from archers. But this is going to buy time, and Louis is already prepping the next step. Men-at-Arms, or rather Samurai, getting queued up. Mosh pit underway, though. Springolds able to start getting those penetration shots, hitting about 4 targets each. And this, I don't know if this is a hold for Anatan. Even with the damage buff, it's not good enough. Onan Bigisha Spears just starting to munch through it. Keshet count getting heavily depleted. Second wave is on the way for Anatan, but he needs him here faster. Springles could just target this backside of crossbows. We'd get the maximum penetration out. Louis, numbers are getting whittled down though, and we have to consider the reboom after this and who has the better economy. If this turns into a meat grinder, Anatan will eventually win. This next wave might be good enough. The siege is going to be left over, but not much of an army to walk home with. Louis MT decided to choose a fight with a dragon and got the full power of the breath. Crossbow mass still looking healthy. Men-at-Arms numbers now creeping upwards, and this counter of Samurai needed another 3 minutes to get online. And also needed a lot less crossbows here. Anatan definitely threw away a lot of units doing it, but who the hell cares when you have a 30 eco lead? A lot of that, by the way, being in the luxurious Mongol trade. 27 traders. He's not reliant on fishing anymore. He's down to just 9 of those. Yeah, he's exhausted all of it in the center. So he's playing onto the flanks now. That is a bit dangerous down the line against 2TC. As long as there's farms. And Louis is getting those farms, folks. We are, what, probably 20 deep? 34! Oh, I forgot. Yeah, this is Louis Japanese. He doesn't like building farms around TCs. I've said this so often. Mango smash, though. If Anatan loses this, he's going to be tilted, right? Because, like, those Springles are bugged. And they're still doing enough. Louis is still doing enough. Anatan finally realizes that he's kind of just headbutting a wall here. We are going to get the trebs. I think the other thing that's missing here, and it's a bit of a misfire, I feel like he's forgotten about it, is Yam. These fights are really hard because of the lack of Yam. He's got outpost aura across the map, potentially, right? Okay, he could be having that, though, and that would give him the reinforcements quicker. Like, by numbers, he should not be losing these fights, but a lot of that isn't here. Also, can the traders please stop coming to the front line? Navigation now able to just take out the fishing as well. Guys, Louis back in this. Anatan needs a win sooner rather than later. Because as we mentioned, with the Buddhist monk scaling, you get gold. You aren't going to run out. He's running out of the raw stuff soon, but there's still a creep out potential onto the 8k, right? And he has got the Springles to deal with the ships. if you scale up to 20 Buddhist monks, you can just float gold here. Because 20 Buddhist monks would generate 500 gold a minute. And then you can Yorishiro drop into forges eventually, which is going to generate 75 per. So you can get a fairly healthy, what, 800 gold per minute? I think that might be a little bit too low for Onobugisha and Samurai, but you could return to, say, Spear Samurai or Spear Bugisha. Oh, sorry, you're right. Why am I saying Yorishiro? I'm so used to talking about it. You're right. I'm an idiot. You can tell how little I see Temple of Quality games that I'm thinking about Yorishiro drops. But yeah, the monks on their own, though, you get 10 of them, you've got 250 gold income. Dude, it's been a long day. We're 8.5 hours in. And he's got 2 relics, so mathematically, given enough time, sure. Mangoes, though, this could be big. Heavy hit, but is it going to be good enough here? The Siege is gradually winning this. Anan just trying to dodge, but actually running into more rocks. And Louis is rocking as well. These Samurai, they're not dying quick enough to break through. The crossbow mass on the backside. Being finned out. It's a lot of Siege, but not much bio left for Louis. His second wave just got pumped out, though. And the Siege, I think, is going to be fine here. The Springald's able to start mopping up. I cannot believe this now. Once again, Louis able to swat him away. Difference is Anan is going age 4. The Mango shots were good when you were bulk. They were underwhelming once he lost half the army. That's when the Spring will start to win. But the Mango's initial hits against the crossbow bulk took out about like 10 to 15. It is free to 4 Mangoes, so yeah, it's not impressive from that standpoint. But it's cost-efficient trading, right? These are units that aren't going to die for him while your opponent is blobbing. I definitely think Mangoes need a buff. They got over-nerfed, but they are helping make the difference. The crossbow count just got culled, which means the Samurai can last longer in these fights. Karnak Palace is here now, folks. So if Anan just chills, gets his Imperial upgrades, the alternative is we could just make monkey noises and head on into the fight. The sprinkles! Look at that Mango! 1 crossbow! I can't believe this is the same oppressive toxic unit that we once had. I feel like they've killed more Kashyyyks and Men-at-Arms than they've actually killed crossbows. They're blobbing up. Sprinkles have to deal with the boats. Mango shot to the backside. The Kurtai is actually offsetting a lot of the damage being done here. Anan is trying to brute force this, but I don't think he's reaching the Siege. And keep in mind, you're just lining up the Sprinkle shots to get maximum damage on the melee and then the range behind it. Frontline has fallen. Mangoes are now going to start to get crumbled, but they're not the MVPs here. The Sprinkles are. They need to die. Anan, can he finally break this? I mean, the good news is, if they're both at 0 after this fight, Anan is an age ahead. Karnak Palace is also giving him extra army. Palace Guard are now on the way. But by God, Louis is winning these fights. Anan is going to have to retreat, and the Kurtai already down to 2k HP. If this is what's allowing to hold on, the Kurtai, what happens when you remove that buff? I can't believe this. I think Anan has been paralyzed by the Onobugisha threat, and that's why he hasn't built Springles himself. Unbelievable. The Khan on the front line is not going to matter. He's going to lose the landmarks. This game is not over. It is not even close. Louis is back in it. Kurtai is going to die. Karnak Palace has to retreat. The trade is not that far away from this position, folks. And on top of that, Louis now has access to the 8k gold he needs. Unbelievable game. And back to the reason why, like, I think Anan didn't want to do Sprinkles. It is Bugisha. Like, historically, Bugisha have been an insane siege killer. And I think he maybe was thinking about that too much when he saw them coming out. But yeah, in, like, hindsight, Sprinkles is probably your best friend here. Even more so when you consider the Kurtai buff works on both their base and bonus damage. Louis Am I correct in... Okay, yeah, we've got daimyos coming through now. So we are starting to see the scaling food. He's at 3,000 food income. Remember, Anan relied on fishing. That's dried up. He now has to prep mass pastures here. I think Louis may have just forgotten about Bannerman, or maybe his key bindings are different on the test server. Or this game is too easy, and he wants to make it fair. But this is anything but fair. An eradication of the traders. He's about to get cut off. Anan has enjoyed a good life, but Papa has stopped letting you access your trust fund. Louis MC now moving up. Doc drops coming in. On top of that, we have got the Cast of the Crow. Now, clearly, guys, this is for the Atakabune. Now, he just wants to control the crossings. Anan, what is your recovery mechanism here? Mass Magadai, maybe? That's an intriguing idea if you can get towards it, folks. I mean, Louis doesn't have an answer to Magadai. Instead, he's going crossbows. Well, deals with the samurai. Doesn't really deal with the Big Isha. Makes his stand around the outpost. Does now have the yams. He's got the movement speed to chase this down. It looks like Louis a little bit hesitant. He's going to start to back up. Guys, you thought I was memeing. But once again, the Atakabune! Where is he building a Takebune? I'm confused. In the center, okay. Wait, didn't this get buffed a while ago and still absolutely sucks? Backstab's coming in. Bagisha, they got in! Keshik trying to react. That's at least going to draw fire away from the traders. I don't care about the raise, though. Talk to me about the Takebune. I can't with this bow. It's so bad. But it did kill a crossbow. So Bagisha are going to get mopped up here. Anan did take a little bit of chip damage, but not too much, right? Oh my god. I can't with this unit. I just can't. Why do we have this unit right now? Well, Hui Pound might be able to get to deal with that. There's already a demo ship here. Here we go, guys. The moment we've been waiting for. That was like some C-tier acting where you stab and they fall to the floor 2 seconds too early. All right, Takebune has been built. Louis has had his fun. The Hui Power was denied its fun. Raids on the backside have at least been mopped up here. Louis is going mass Owner Bagisha, though. Anan does have the correct reaction. He's pivoting into Keshik's here. He does also have incendiary arrows on the way for the crossbows. Does he at least have biology? No. So that is intriguing to me. The fact he's prioritizing the DPS, which kind of makes sense, but you need a front line that lasts. Fairness, he does have the mass melee. Hey, tell me that you're playing against Japan without telling me you're playing against Japan. Sure, let me just check your blacksmiths, and I really want to see how many levels of undermesh you've got. Oh, look at that. We are 31 minutes into the game, and Anan is only now getting undermesh level 1. So remember, this was Castle the Crow, by the way. So, funnily enough, he gets pretty good value out this trade. This would be full stack. And he has access to that area. So, he's getting, what is it, about an extra 400 income per minute. We should move now. He does it! It's the Wall. He gets sniped, but remember, that just gave him a damage buff here. So, able to zerg through. Look at that damage right now. 17 per strike on the Owner Bagisha. Breaks the front line fast. The Keshik count shrinking up. He needs a second wave, though. More Owner Bagisha are on the way. So high Sutra. Does he actually have the movement speed as well? I'm kind of curious on that one. No, yeah, he has got it. So, folks, this is intriguing. Buddhist monks, they give you the 20% damage buff and 25% movement speed buff. But apparently, that doesn't matter when you've got incendiary arrows versus no Oda tactics Owner Bagisha. Wait, what happened here? I'm so confused. I saw it queued up earlier, but Louis, he cancelled Oda tactics. kind of big here, right? No extra melee armor up against the Keshiks. It doesn't really matter against the crossbows, right? Because you don't get extra health anymore. You just get melee armor. But the damage would have mattered a lot here. So essentially, you got like a temporary Oda tactics by using the buff from the Wololo. But you don't have any permanence. And despite what looked like a game that Louis had clawed his way back into, he's now being shoved in a grave that he has little hope of crawling out of. Anan rising. Goal control on the map is still at least there for Louis, so he can reboom an army. But Anan is starting to shove in here. This game is not over yet. For good reason. Anan about equal in economy, but look at the relics. It's 6-1. This is wild. The gold income is kind of just through the roof, even if the trade was to get intercepted in this game. Remember, he did also go for the stone gathering from traders, so this could turn into outpost spams with cannon emplacements. Louis has been prioritizing units with low HP. Also, the change around elite army tactics was an indirect buff to cannon defenses, and in general, static defenses. They now deal with mass infantry much better, because you have less overall HP. It's kind of wild. Like, once again, because it's melee armor, these buildings, rather, they do range damage. So you just kind of bypass. You overall, and I don't think this was intentional by the devs, they overall ended up just buffing outpost defenses and keeps. Which maybe the keeps is intentional, but the cannon emplacement surely was not. Louis is going to start shoving his way towards Anatan's economy. Army is reacting though. And this wasn't intentional, he's just been getting them for free, but Magadai is pretty solid here, guys. 13 damage. He can whittle away at these spears so quickly. Nagiari is there, but the Keshiks just do not care. They'll happily contest this army. Louis just clawing at the map for some semblance of relevance deep in this 35-minute game. But the pressure is relentless from Anan. Half the army to defend, half the army to hunt. And soon he might discover this little pocket economy. Louis is about to be shriveled up in a corner with little resource to work with here. Except food. 73 farms. Anan, at this stage, man, repair it. That Kurotai comes back online, that bad boy will end the game. He's got double Wee Pow. It's pretty much in range of the base. You don't need to rush this now. Louis has lost resource control. Look at his gold income. I don't know, man. Japan got buffed in recent patches quite nicely. I like their feudal and castle presence, but considering they're an infantry main civ, the Imperial Age definitely feels like it got kneecapped here. Mongol crossbows just feeling a lot more impactful. Keshiks overall having more health. It's kind of wild. And I mean, Mongols are pretty good in the late game. We usually forget that because they just never get there. It's difficult, right, to navigate those waters, but you know, outpost spams with cannon emplacements, a lot of the stone-based upgrades, the better versions of certain techs, like for example, your elite army tactics can get 6 armor, I believe 30% damage. These things add up. They give an edge in the late game. If Mongols ever get the aggressive positioning there, they're going to be favored. Louis does have the Bannerman. He's got mass Uma Bannerman here, so the Spearman not getting buffed in any way. Pass guard defense line, and this is sick. The Saint's Blessing is kind of crazy here against mass spears. A lot of extra effective protection. Horsemen are going for the dive on the back. They're looking for the wee pow, but the body blocks from the crossbows stop him from getting in. So the wee pows, are they going to go down? One of them. Second one should be protected. Cav is going to get mopped up. This game is never ending, dude. How is Louis not just picked to the bone? Mass Horseman and Spearman now. Because Anan just keeps building Keshiks. Guys, the crazy thing at this point in the game is, like, if Anan just mirrors Archer Spears, his eco's better, right? The quality of units should be better. Because you can get an extra 2 armor of elite army tactics. your opponent can get extra 1 damage from the melee tech, right? Then you have Kurotai. But this has still not been prepared. Anan has just lost another army. And Louis has hit 100 military. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. This game. How has it bounced back and forth this many times? How is Anan now losing after having that much map control, full trade Mongols, 7 relics, 3 sacred sites? This is unbelievable. Horseman on patrol now, and Anan, I don't think this is the counter you think it is. Hand Cannoneers got nerfed against Horsemen, folks. They don't have the chemistry anymore. They're a counter to infantry, so it's great for the Spearmen, but I think Anan actually needs Spear Hand Cannoneer here to win. The buff was pretty cool that they now get. They get, I believe it's +8 damage against melee infantry, and then they also get a 30% movement speed buff, which, by the way, scales with Yam. So what that means, for those wondering, is yes, a Hand Cannoneer can move as quickly as a cavalry. With the right situation. He doesn't have that tech yet, though. We can check the blacksmiths, which I think... Am I blind? I hate finding the blacksmiths. Down here, right? Yeah, he's got it queued up. So here you go. Serpentine Powder is the new one. So 8 extra damage against melee infantry, which is kind of perfect against Japan, as they like to build a lot of melee infantry. And he does have the goal to get mass hand cannoneer. Dare I use those words? Surely, this is the winning play. Trade is about to be cut off. Anan, he's got a decent number of hand cannoneers, and I'm not sure if it's enough yet, though. Also, kind of crazy to think about here is Buddhist monks are a really good counter to hand cannoneers, and they have a decent debuff range, right? So you cull them, you half their damage, which is a loss of 17 damage. Louis does need gold to afford that, and he doesn't have much of that to work with. Dive comes in the meantime. Trade is getting cut down. Anan is going to just trade for what he can here. Serpentine Powder is about to complete. Finally, the first time we get to see it in comp play. So, 1.46 movement speed. It doesn't last very long, but for starter stepping, it's big. We'll be able to cut off that first wave. And the pack up of buildings. Wait, did he build an entire base here? Did is the key part. Oh my god. And yes, folks, we have Khan Hunters because they come via the Khanate. So that means his hand cannoneers can get 5 tile range, right? Because they start at 4. Which is kind of bonkers. Especially when you consider the maneuverability with Yam plus the Serpentine Powder. Oh my god, this game. You feel so bad for Anan because you're at a stage where, you know, you want to look and go, just wall dummy. Mongols is the only Civ that can't. Right? They can't get stonewalls, they can't get palisades, so these little raids can keep on slipping through until he gets mass cannon placements. And right now, he needs to focus all that effort on the trade route to try and protect it. Anan is doing a good job of splitting the fights right now, which is important for the hand cannoneers to win. Quality over quantity, right? So if he has 4 Keshiks being chased by 30 units, that's allowing him to win elsewhere. In the meantime, are in, and oh my god. Anan, he realizes late there, that was about 10, 15 villages dead. It's adding up. He's down to 60 eco. He's slipping. This man's on ice right now. And one misstep from slipping and breaking his neck. Louis with 32 cav. And there's no answer to that. There's no spearman still from Anan. We've got archer production now underway. 204 worker kills. Good God. Horsemen are still going. They're not done yet. I can't believe this. Louis MT is about to pull off the biggest comeback of this tournament by far. One of the biggest comebacks we would have seen, full stop. This is ludicrous. This game felt like it should have been over 3 separate times. Maybe 4. So Anan, I pose you this question. Where's the comeback? Poor B is sitting there. I think it's almost midnight for him. He's sitting there waiting for the grand final showdown right now. And he has to wait for this to finish. Poor Louis. It's getting close to actually breakfast time, to be honest with you. I've just continued to raid. Oh, the 4TC to repair the damage done. Once more into the breach. Kind of depressing to watch how little these Magadai are hitting for. Biology got buffed, right? In fairness, that works both ways, though. So Magadai do have more health now than they used to. Hand Cannoneer mass may be slightly overextended here, folks. Horseman, Rohirriming in. Spearman Wave is going to get baited onto a Gur, though, so that might split the fight well enough here. I think if Louis just had 10 more Horsemen, you could probably be able to break through this, but Spearman will get countered, remember. They take the +8 damage. 1.68 movement speed when you shoot an infantry unit. Oh my god. The only awkward thing I find with these type of buffs, by the way, is they kind of suck because of the formation shuffles. Because what happens is you'll move the slower speed. So like I've seen the same thing with Japan with the Maru armor, which is the one that gives you movement speed when you have deflective. It doesn't play out how you'd like because the moment one of your units gets their deflective armor deactivated, all the units slow down to 1.62 movement speed again. So I like the idea behind Serpentine Powder. I'm just not entirely convinced as to whether it functions correctly. Because you can't start a step. You basically have to A-click a fight. And players don't want to A-click with range. They prefer to start a step. Louis on the move again. I feel like we've been here before. So Confluence is getting banned first map in the finals, right? I think the only map that has like more collective time in this tournament on it than Confluence is now probably Dry Arabia. Villages again, always in the same location. It's always the negative of playing Mongols. You don't tend to shift your economy that much. There's so many sheep here. Alright, ones if you think Anatan's going to win, twos if you think Louis got this. Might as well speculate. I mean, we've been here long enough that the predictions don't matter by their own anymore. It just feels like there's no real defense. Like, the cannon emplacements would be good enough. They're starting to come in now. So it's about to turn into 10-pin Japanese. And reminder, these guys do not have extra health. They have 130 HP against cannons that do 73 damage. So with enough of these, Anatan can commit his entire army into the enemy base, even if Louis is raiding, and lose no eco. And by the way, guys, it's a big army. Look at what just happened. I think Louis is running out of wood. It took a while. And no, he's got plenty. So just gaps in his macro here. A lot of food still to work with, but not much wood. Oh my god. We have 45 hand cannoneers. So we've kind of reached that awkward point where you're throwing trash and they're throwing golden nuggets at you. And very big thank you to Toonbuck there. Appreciate it with the sub. Remember, guys, use those primes. But this is crazy. Keshik, hand cannoneers, you can't get much more pop efficient as Mongols than this. Meanwhile, this is about as bottom of the barrel as you get. Horseman, Spearman. They've done a good job to scrape Louis back into this, but at this stage, it's impossible to fight into this army. I know I said that hand cannoneers can get countered by horsemen. You need 60, though. And even then, what do you do about the Keshiks? Keshiks are happy to frontline this. Terrible fight for the spears to take. Louis. Are you not done yet? It's wee-wee power time. Castles are going to start falling soon. Hand cannoneers continue to just dive. Don't even care about the double keep. He just wants to keep him downtrodden, keep the numbers down, because whenever they get big, Louis finds a little carve up into the EQ that distracts, that gets him back in this game. He's trying to prevent that. And why am I seeing Japanese trade for, is that 19 gold? How is that such a bad trade route? Okay, he's building closer. 31 gold. This boy is desperate. He's done it. There's no way that he loses this now. I've said that. How many times has someone been keeping a counter? This doesn't work now for Louis. He's trying to go mass mount Samurai, but Keshik can hold you back long enough. Hand Cannoneers can still do a lot of damage there. And you just haven't got the gold to keep replicating this. And it's getting blocked out right now. The trade count, please tell me he didn't heavily invest. He's at 20 traders right now. Probably not for long. The most badass looking unit in the game has arrived. The elite mounted samurai. 351 HP of pure might. But it might not be enough. Anan moves in for the trade blocker and moves in for the kill. And he will be moving in to the grand finals because this is Louis at the end of his tether. 25 military. The food reserves honestly don't look that impressive for a man who's been spamming Horse, Knights, Spears like this. The gold, an even bigger worry here. And the position of Anan is the heart attack waiting to happen. Keep drop now coming in, but Anan already in position with mass hand cannoneers. This is the breakthrough. This is the moment. He can feel it swelling up inside of him. It took almost an hour. It reminded us why no one allows confluence in esports. But I don't know, I might bring it back. Hand cannoneers. Cullen the last of the builders here. Louis MC needs this keep to even stand a chance of holding here. Even then, it's an uphill battle. The final tap of the hammer. But it's just enough to convince him it's done. GG called. Anan will win the lower bracket finals. It's a rematch between Anno and B. What a map. What a map. Match of the tournament. Game of the tournament. Yeah. The Confluence deserves a return. That's going to get the controversial going. Confluence deserves a return to Age of Empires for esports. Everyone's like, no. So, absolutely wild one. This is going to be a late night. I should probably check in with the mental state of the boys, that they're happy. Yeah, let's make it a BO5. I'm gonna allow for it to be a BO5 for the boys. They've pounded one out, a one-day tournament that is now at 9 hours, so we're switching the format up. Because I want to be fair to both of them, because it's already 9:30 for me. Anno is, I believe, 2 hours ahead. B is 3 hours ahead. So they've really put in the hours, and it's not thousands of dollars on the line. So I want to be fair to them. They really have gone above and beyond. And also, they do me solids when it comes to organizing show matches because I don't have a big budget. So I always appreciate that. So it's the least I can do in return. Oh my god, what a game. What a series. But that does mean that Anan wins it 3-1. Wild. And guys, it might not be the most wild, by the way. B and Anan have been ridiculous so far. We've had 2 free show matches between them on the new PUP. And the results out of those 2 have been out of this world. They above and beyond delivered entertainment and quality. But let me just mark up the series there. So that is going to be a 2-1 for Anan. And sorry, not a rematch from the upper bracket, but I'm just so used to seeing them against each other. Oh, sorry, it is a rematch. Yeah, B1-3-1, right? So it's a rematch of the winners' finals. So, boys, vamos, have at it. Let's get ready to rumble in the grand finals. Best of 5. Both of them should be joining the chat shortly there, or they'll just do it through the Discord. Yeah, they've already got a draft underway. Oh, what do we think, though, guys? Tournament equal worth it. What an insane day. And we're still not done. Draft underway. Is Louis out of shape? No, not at all. I think the meta switch did probably not favor him. I think Louis is a player that likes Castle and Imperial Age, and I'd say that we're more in a feudal early Castle meta for a lot. And there's a lot more aggressive presence, especially even on this patch. A lot of the civs come at you fast. And that, in conjunction with the fact that Anatan and B, like B is warming up again. Anatan has been improving. A lot of people had eyes on Louis, but Anatan was always there alongside him as a rising star. So, no way should Louis feel ashamed of the result of that. That was an incredible series. Both of them played out of their mind and should be proud of that. But we get ready for our grand final showdown. Dry Arabia as an opening map. Should I troll them? Should I be like, guys, can we start off with Confluence? Oh, dude. Oh. They almost had a heart attack. I just typed in the chat, like, can we change it to Confluence? Tad's like, sure, nice call. No, we're going to have Dry Arabia. But Socotra's there, man. I'm always excited for Socotra. Oh, this has been so much fun to run. I love creating esports events, man. I get the most fun out of working the broadcast, but it's so rewarding to see, like, it's only a humble $150, but the quality of some of these games has been on par with what you get out of a 30k event. Absolutely phenomenal. When's King of Confluence? Yeah, isn't King of Confluence just like... Isn't that just a streamathon at that point? Am I going to have to take it out of Warman's hands and organize King of Confluence? Jesus Christ, I'll die. And the funny thing is I'm planning to stream tomorrow to catch up on some of the other series. What's wrong with me? Oh my god. Order the Dragon Only tournament? Oh god. H3 still banned? 100%. For the Spears and the Horsemen, they're broken. H3, like, all Pikes needs a nerf. It's way too good. They also need to be nerfed elsewhere. But Marlian's ban is really cool. I think Marlian's has some really cool strategies. B in particular, did he draft watery type maps? So Socotra is really good for Marlians, actually. You can go for your defensive landmark and an outpost rush because the javelin placements are surprisingly effective. But Abbas is a high prize, no surprise. We've seen how effective they can be just playing Eco Wing to Camel Archers. I actually think we might see Camel Archers get nerfed before Season 9 goes live because they've looked ridiculous. Oh, bless him. Louis just messaged me. He's like, very enjoy. Dude, that's like, that actually warms my heart. Between everyone in the chat who's like been enjoying it, loving it as well, it's the fact that the players are really positive, right? Because the reason why it took me so long to start doing regular show matches and doing tournaments now is like I saw the size of the prize pools elsewhere, and I just thought players wouldn't be interested. They wouldn't want to do it. So, like, part of that to make it interesting, to make it good for them, is I'm trying to make it fun. That's why we had the Skarsgård Invitational, because I think that map was incredible. That's why we started doing KP's Midweek Map Madness, where we select 5 or 6 maps from the community. We create one of them as a home map, and people try new maps. It's to gather data. It's to encourage the map creators to do more with their maps. It's so that players get something fresh. They get these less gatekeepy, it's Dry Arabia, Lipany only type situations, all the same maps, and they learn new things. It's refreshing for everyone. And I think players have found this refreshing because best of one lower bracket all the way until the lower bracket finals, I don't think that gets done very often. And also, obviously, as being on a new a new patch, and we gave them 22 maps to choose from. You're seeing that down there. They could have picked Altai, Baltic, Canal, Cliffside, Confluence again, Danube, Golden Heights, Gorge, Haywire, Highview. The list goes on. I was hoping we were going to see some Haywire. I was a little bit gutted by that because I think Haywire is kind of an intriguing map. It's like a mountain clearing that has more options behind it, but maybe it's a bit too close. And no, Season 9 is after Wololo. This is from the test server. So let's get ready to go. Reset the scores. Import the boys. We've got B on the left and Anatan on the right. And it's going to be a 5-game series, guys. So let me just reset that. We'll update everything in here. Dry Arabia for game number 1. And we are good and off to the races. Oh, man. What an incredible day. But it ain't done yet. No, no, no. One more series to go. Reminder, the winner of this will walk away with the lion's share of our humble $150 tournament prize pool. They will get $75. Second place will get, I believe it's 45 I settled on. And then third place, Louis, he did lock himself in with $30. So I'll list all those details down. Just to let players know, my goal is to aim for payout at the end of the week, the end of the month rather. The reason I'm doing that is I want to stockpile payments. If you're happy for me to stockpile more because you don't want to deal with PayPal fees, I'm happy to do that, and we can make it like season endo payout. I don't know what players prefer, but my goal is to try and stockpile it because we're doing so many events. Like right now, I think I owe Anatan like $100 already. Might be closer to 200 after 5 games. So I didn't want them to have to deal with fees every time they do a show match. So if any player is wondering when they can expect payment, that's what I'll do, is I'll aim for the end of the month. Okay, fantastic. Sorry, just checking things in the background. I think we are getting ready to get underway here. The game just loaded. Dry Arabia, we are opening up with English Abbasses. We've seen this so much today already. Really interesting matchup, actually, because I think, have we had it both ways? Abbasses winning, English winning? No, I think English have just been maybe exclusively losing or majority losing because they keep doing these council hall plays. So I'm hoping Anatan has like observed that, learned from it, and we're not going to see it again because I think it just sets you up for a loss here. The logic is that you just can't seem to mount enough pressure to punish 2TC condensed. It's just too efficient with Fertile Crescent. So I think it's better to play Abbey of Kings. Maybe play your own grid. Possibly Mass Horseman could work. It's just weird because the moment your opponent builds Camel Archers, you lose with Mass Horseman, Mass Horseman. But yeah, last pick versus best pick. But the difference was the ban. So Anatan prioritized his third ban to block. That's what happened here. So it was an interesting strategy. Like that's why it was his last pick, because he prioritized a ban. Because then your opponent either has to mirror ban or they have to allow it through. And then you don't waste an earlier pick because you pick civs that aren't banned, right? So it just makes sense. Yes, bans are reverse plays. So for those wondering, these bans are applied to Anatan. These bans are applied to B. That's how it works. There's never a right order in AoE for esports, sadly, because I feel like tournament to tournament and UI to UI, it's the other way around. It's always like clear in Dota 2. In like Dota 2, you look at the draft and it's like left side, they've banned these picks, right side these picks, and they're global. But it's a bit weird because obviously we don't use global bans here. Someone asked me earlier about TI. Sorry, I didn't quite glimpse that. Did I watch TI Dota? I caught pieces of it. I wasn't able to like pound it through every single second because we were doing the AOM event. But yeah, dude, well deserved by the Team Liquid boys. Those guys have like at the core of it, 3 of them have been playing together for I think 10 to 12 years or something like that because they began back on Heroes of New Earth. So really big props to them. But let's get ready to go. Really miss you in Dota. I'd love to come back to Dota. Ask COs to hire me, mate. I'd love to come back and do some Dota. I'd love to do both. I miss Dota. I'd love to be able to balance Age of Empires 4 and Dota, but step 1 is, of course, getting to work tournaments. Oh, let me update the title as well. I just realized we didn't do that. Sound versus B. It comes down to this, what we've been building towards over the last 9 hours of competition between some of the best in Age of Empires 4. Live from the PUP test server, the pre-season 9 Showdowns grand final starts now. My Insanity's Anan in the blue, playing as the English. And B will be his opponent in the orange from 3D Clan, playing as the Abbasids. A matchup we have seen multiple times today, and each time the Abbasid greed has led them to success. Anan already starts us off different. A shift out onto the deer on the forward. He's looking for those optimal timings. He's looking to exploit the fact that B will not be on the map. Sheep count, not looking great right now for him, but at least being balanced between them. 9 versus the 7. And I think there's still plenty more for him to grab. I like this approach from Anan. This might be a Ford Council Hall. So far, we've seen Council Hall fall flat because it's so far away. The danger of this play, if he makes it, is this is an all-in play. If it fails, you lose. I would be a bigger fan of an Abbey of Kings into a proxy base, because then it's close enough you can potentially retreat and use the heal.
Yes, sir.
Other side, I'm expecting B to go Eco Wing. You know, it's kind of funny. 2 or 3 months ago, Military Wing OP, right? Times have changed, guys. Military Wing is not OP. Eco Wing is OP. Eco Wing is the bread and butter by which Abbasids are starting to thrive, and it's because of the condensed farms into these ridiculous camel archers. And thank you very much, Blue Dream Legend. Appreciate the sub. Welcome to Swarm. Appreciate everyone who's been subscribing today. A phenomenal way to spend my Sunday.
Yeah. Asterende.
Eco Wing is on the way. Looking at the spawn, is there any greed potential here? I think maybe B comes back to shove the deer in. You could try to drop a TC on the berries. The gold is pretty well protected, actually. If he walls here, there isn't a longbow attack that should be able to block this. So I actually think B got a really good spawn to play a bit more food heavy, a bit more greedy. Other side of this, Council Hall is coming in, guys, and it is the proxy Council Hall. There's a reason why people stop doing this, guys. A very good reason, in fact. The moment you begin to lose the game, it's over. The moment you lose control of the attack, the game is over, because the Council Hall can't now give you a backup plan at home. If you start to lose an army and this gets assaulted, your double archery range production can't produce. Anything produced out of here will die. So this is a heavy all-in timing from Anan. He's not waiting around, and I can't blame him. 9 hours of Age of Empires 4 at the competitive level. I think people don't really clock how intense that is. And it's why I want to try to find maybe healthier, longer schedules that balance that for players. So they're not playing 8 series in a day or whatever it ends up being, or 4 or 5, whatever. Because these formats, anyone who's played at pro level will tell you, and there's been studies done on this, pros playing at the highest level, the adrenaline levels are so high, the calorie burn rate is so high, it's comparative to what you'd see in an Olympic athlete. It's that insane. Because you're switched on, right? And if anyone has been in an adrenaline-intense situation, it does burn through your energy really fast. You're switched on for a while, but when you get 9 hours in, that fatigue starts to set in. So Anan, he's going to need to make sure he's woken up here. He's going to have to make sure he's got his hands on some of those nootropics from Protein Works, injecting himself with plenty of caffeine from the blue raspberry line, and he's ready to pump it. Because one slip-up is all it takes for this play to fall short when it's at home. When you're out like this, there's no recovery arc, no recovery mechanism if you slip once. And folks, I can promise you, I've got something planned for the midweek that's more balanced. I think the players will gobble it up and have a good time. And the best part is, the system we're creating doesn't feel gatekeeper in any way. There will be an active rotation of a lot of players. Whoops, am I spoiling things coming? No. We're building anticipation, baby. Let's just say we might have something in the works that is 30 weeks long. Alright, I've said too much. Horseman, now coming out from B. Anan has not added in the racks at all whatsoever. I love the fact he's gone for the palings here just to try and hold the area. So the initial horseman can't dive in, but I love the read by B. He's heading to the main base. He knows this is the fortified area, but if you're fortifying here, who's protecting home?
Each bouquet that.
And B, this is crazy. So the Fertile Crescent, you think it's a bait, but this is... It already gets value, right? Adding in houses, everything goes. This is cool, though. I've seen Donati do this a lot. I asked him why he does it so frequent. Donati does Eco Wing all the time, but then he wouldn't build a TC. And his logic is what he wants to do is get an advantage first, and then he can go for like 2-3 TCs afterwards. So it's all about justifying the investment. That's why you're seeing B play 1 TC into Horseman Camel Archers right now. And Anan hasn't creeped out to have a look on what's happening here. Thank you very much, Inferno Extreme. Welcome to the Swarm, buddy. The risk of doing what he's doing here, by the way, is the Horseman can snipe the Scout. So, bit of a roll of the dice, and B is going into those Camel Archers. The crazy thing here is, in almost a inefficient but actually efficient way, just building mass Lombos kind of works. The only thing that Anan needs to be careful of is his Steeled Arrow timing. He's going to need a Blacksmith play or this doesn't work. Horsemen are going to trickle in, and they're already taking damage for it. That's key information. B should not build more Camel Archers. He should just be spamming Horsemen now. Oh, this is wild. Right now, people are looking going, why would Anan ever build just Lombos against Horsemen? It's because he knows it's Camels. It's always Camels at the moment. It's seen as the optimal way to build over a long feudal. But it gets justification when your opponent builds Spears. If you just raw Archers for like 90% of your comp, you can disintegrate them. And remember, we're still in like a meta where the classic is if you get 50 Archers, Horsemen just kind of die on entry. You need so many of them to gap close here. Even more so true with Lombos that have 2 more tile range than most Archers. How did you guys bet in the end? I never caught that. 66% for Anan. A lot of people believe in the English all-in. I mean, historically, it holds true. In this tournament so far, it has not. But if there's any player that I trust in to execute this now, I mean, Anan has been on fire recently. So he would be the one. It's funny because usually when so this is the difference here. When we've watched this matchup before, the Abbasid player has a second TC. So the English player fall back like this loses the game. The difference here is there's no second TC still. So falling back like this, it's almost like they're playing a game of poker and they're bluffing each other. They're trying to see who gives up in the game of chicken first. Yes, folks, this is indeed live from the pop. The pop that has got until Tuesday, I believe, is when it expires. So we'll be catching a lot of the other series that were not cast live here today tomorrow and Tuesday if you guys want to tune in for that. Make sure you got those notifications turned on. Wouldn't want to miss what's happening here. Ombo Mass looking pretty healthy, but he needs that Steeled Arrow. That poke on the gold slowed him down. Hanno, if you run this now in, look what's happening. B's got the undermesh. This is going to favor him if he gets the timing right. He's dodging the problem. Scout is going to be sniped out. Camel Archer almost taken out as well. Line formation was a smart read there. Almost got the extra gap close. Looks like Wolves are going to save B while also harassing him. A little interception, forcing A-click onto them to slow Dano down, but undermesh is now there, and Anan doesn't have Steeled Arrow. There is a growing risk that he is going to lose this game in the next fight. I mean, looking at it right now, I don't see a switch into Blacksmith's coming. He's finally back on the gold, so maybe a pivot now. He used to be called Pivotan on the ladder for a reason. Let's see if it's coming. Almost in position to start sniping Eco. When the longbow count gets this high, it's easy to just lose 3-4 villages like that. B, a little bit slow on the reaction. Ooh, the garrison just in time there. Anan, he creeped the wave of longbows, so they weren't all attacking at once. They were attacking one wave, one wave, one wave. So actually definitely favored B in the end, able to just save himself. Important, just 2 or 3 villager kills really could be the difference. Steeled Arrow now on the way as well, so B getting that Blacksmith advantage, but finally Anan is answering with his own. He did lose the Scout. He just sacrificed a villager in the TC to replace it. Now Men-at-Arms. Pretty interesting, right? There's a lot of horsemen in the field. There's not many Camel Archers. And the reason he's doing this is Camel Archers, although you might think Camel Archers counter Men-at-Arms, they counter Spearmen harder. So you have a more reliable front line by going MAA than going Spears, because Camels get double damage against Spears. Tension is palpable in this one. They both know when you're in one TC like this, it only takes one misclick in the fight to decide the outcome. Because there's no fallback plan from these type of positions, right? Lombos are forward enough that they'll start to dive your base. Horsemen are always able to counterattack. B may have been a bit too predictable. Anatan reads him perfectly. The ring of the bell comes in. The Lombo's ambush. He actually let him get in range just to snipe a few for free. That was sick. Not a lot of players would do that with that many horsemen are coming towards Lombos, but he understands with the attack speed, there's no fighting that for B. Not with the blacksmiths evened out. He's going to wrap back towards the deer, but the outpost is just giving so much free information, not to mention the aura. Does at least scout out the men-at-arms, scaling early, and he is going to start adding in more camels. It's funny because this is really difficult on both sides, actually. So obviously for horsemen, camel archers, you have mobility, great. But if you mistake your placement, which can be easily done if you don't have the scout with you, you're just going to lose several very expensive units. On the other side, Anatan has to be very swift to react because he has a slow-moving army. So if he doesn't anticipate where B is going ahead of time, he's going to lose the game. And I think he's had enough of it because that type of pressure holding you hostage will eventually crack you. So what does he do? Anatan goes hunting. B gets found out in the deer. Luckily, only one villager lost because the A-click did attack the outpost. Army's parked up now, though. The only thing that's really missing here is a forward outpost to give him the aura. In the meantime, there's going to be a dive on the backside of this. But good defense. Anatan, he uses the short post to snipe out the camel archer. Horseman down. Military lead now building for Anatan. He also running out of safe resources, folks. Which is scary because so far, how he's existed very safely on the map is the fact that Anatan can't reach to the back. It's one of England's weaknesses, is their army's too slow to wrap around the back of a base. You just saw what he tried there. This is now danger territory for him. Ball's not an option, so you're predictable. You're either going west or east ahead of your base. You're just getting the blown read to get that extra little bit of punch. And we've got a two-pronged assault by B. He's striking down the flanks. Anno is close enough. He's coming home again. This one outpost is actually kind of winning the game for Anno. B's never able to creep in early enough, quick enough rather, before he's seen. But now he's going to try to dive. It's so hard to tell who's really winning this. I feel like it's English over time because they have farms, but that's where the bastards are kind of wacky, right? Felt Crescent allows you to kind of compete because you have the Golden Age to give an extra 15% gathering rate. So although you're spending 12 more wood than the English per farm, the gathering rate increase makes up for that. I think what Anatan needs is to try and blow his army to a point where he can just surround, like he's trying to do now, but because Anatan is mirroring the entire army of B, or almost the entire army, it's like if you bring anything but everything to one direction from the fight, B will just break out the other side. It's so frustrating to play this style of game. We've got one men-at-arms. I mean, you did split the army quite effectively there. What is interesting about English here is the way they kind of scale. Because I mentioned you've got the Golden Age, but they have their own kind of Golden Age, right? Each of these farms, you're gathering 20% faster from them. So you do compete with the Golden Age degree. If this game plays more into food, English have a very slight edge. And the way that can happen is we've seen time and time again when the English play long feudal, once they get 3 farm clusters plus, they start scaling men-at-arms. They can even potentially creep towards castle. In fact, you're now seeing that out of Anatan. What's crazy about this is Council Hall will give him a very quick unlock into veterancy. Now just trying to all in it. It's so scary. I think Anatan's played him like a fiddle here. Occasional men at arms just reaching in looking for eco kills is brilliant. It's like those bargain shops. Every little counts, you know? Something big is on the horizon, folks. B has gap closed the military difference. Anatan, if he goes white tower here, there is nothing B can do to punish the age up. It has to be white tower. If this is a King's Palace play, he's dead on arrival. You guys actually thought that was a GG, right? So King's Palace is coming. And B, he's not going to fall back when he sees that tech up. He's going to dive. He needs confirmation. With 10 men at arms, I don't think you can hold for 30 seconds. Especially when it's beyond the fold, beyond the choke point. B starts to shove in. He gets a glimpse of it. He should be seeing the King's Pass now, so this should be a hard commitment. Horsemen reaching in, the Camel Archers to follow up. There's only 5 spearmen left over, so the Horsemen are going to break through. More villagers being pulled. And Anatans has to shove back into the choke point, but he's frontlining with his backline. Still a lot of Horsemen left over. The Camel Archers also need to consider diving in, but B, I think he's backing away. He's going castle himself. So Anatan, by some miracle, gets away with a greedy landmark. I can't believe that. That's absurd. The attack speed buffer that the difference made there was enough to deter B from the dive. Anatan stares death in the face and middle fingers it on the way to age 3. Veterancy now in. Culture Wing on the way for B, but this is still a 1 TC boy against 2 now. He has got the Fertile Crescent. But after that fight, after the losses, he can't afford to now just rush into his own 2 TC play. Meanwhile, Anatan will very cozily start scaling with that second town center. Monastery being dropped is a bit greedy. And wait a second. Anatan, he started to move his army for an attack, so B comes in with a backstab. Villagers just running for safety here. You see the Camel Archers just so hesitant to dive. The Longbows are already making their way towards B's main. Love this expectation as well. He's assuming that B is playing berries and deer. Funnily enough, B is condensed. But that makes it even easier for the Longbows to target in here. And we're talking about a minute and a half until you have Vet Horsemen. Might be a minute too long. Kind of surprising that Anatan is slow rolling this right now. This is the perfect time to try and dive in. You're already overextended, so you're not getting home. You know that the cavalry is coming behind you. Either way you're going to have to fight, you might as well do it on the edge of B's base, where you're idling or killing economy. I know. We'll start to march in. Tech up confirmed. That's the info you want. He was worried about 10 more horsemen. Will be a dive past here, so villagers getting sniped. Eco lead is starting to build. In the meantime, B, so busy shifting his villagers, his army is idled out. Oh my god, not just his army. 18 of his villagers are dancing around like headless chickens. Might be chickens to the slaughter here. Villagers, of course, vacated the deer much earlier. Second wave is coming in, and it's a lot more men at arms, folks. Lancers have been queued up, but trickling those out into mass longbows, not good. And crossbows already being prepped by Anatan here. By God, I think he's done it. This is not an easy situation to navigate. We saw what he had to do for a good, solid 17 minutes of gameplay. But now he's in cozy territory. Camel Archer upgrade is at least going to come in. To 175 HP, 15 damage now. More raiding troopers will get cleared up. Anatan's farm cluster count is still only at 3, so he does need to inflate that. He gave up on the monastery idea entirely. He's not going for it yet. Makes sense because his opponent has mass cav and he's playing infantry, so you just can't dance around the flanks. He needs more troops. Anno right now has experienced that initial hit onto his economy from extra TC production, but it's starting to pay off. Camel handling is disgusting, guys. These camels are about to be as quick as horsemen. Big deal here. Will allow him to raid quite effectively. Also, the Kain just goes through the roof. Backstab coming through, though, with the Vet Horseman under Lombos. Men-at-Arms are arriving to assist. I love the micro. Anan just stripping this Camel Arch account. Lombo sniping them down one by one. A-Click is finally going to be targeting onto the Horsemen who are getting low. Lancers have now arrived. The crossbows are front-lining here. Both armies are being heavily reduced, but one can be reproduced much quicker. Remember, the production time on the English army is low. Meanwhile, Abbasid's 35-35. Lancers and Camels out as a tall order now. Lombo count has been heavily reduced. So is the Camels. I think Anan should have the drive-through now. His food income is about 500,000 ahead. Everything else is kind of balanced and even. B, now kind of creeping out to those flanks we talked about to try and pad that food income at the worst possible time here. It's crazy because I think if Anan could look at this game back, like he would be pressing his advantage right now. We have God vision. We have to remember they don't. We have to also remember these players are now 9.5 hours into their tournament day. So fatigue is heavily setting in. They're not playing the cleanest timings here. A switched on Anan after 4 hours of game time knows that he's in a very favorable position to push in. But he's going to take it a bit slower here. He's going to spread troops out, send a few MAA down the flanks. And I think we might now finally see him go for the monastery play. No, just more production. Get into that big blue blob. Yeah, so to answer the questions, you can't go Gulems against English because with the +2 armor clad, you're reducing 4 damage on the Gulems. So when you play against English, Horseman is really probably one of your best friends. But when they go Men-at-Arms, you need to be prepping crossbows, right? So Basset crossbows do quite well there. Camel Archers, in theory, seems good. It's just the production speed is too slow. Against kind of Zergy English at the stage, right? 23 seconds crossbows, 15 for Men-at-Arms. Yeah, that comment about Anan playing Warless, he's been doing this throughout the series today. He done it a lot against Louis as well. It's pretty impressive. Not easy to do, right? But we're finally seeing the walls come in. And this is important because once he does this, he will go on the offensive. So far, he's been paranoid because he's worried about Lancers diving into his base while he's away. Speaking of those Lancers, good target here. Villagers are going to have to shuffle away. The wall needs to be built once he's through to the other side, but I think it's too late. He's going to have to keep running. So Lancers get a good hit in there. B is going to TC. Crossbow reaction. Should be able to shove this away. B doesn't really want to keep diving like that. Funny he doesn't go deeper. I thought he'd try to rotate, but the extra wall has him hesitating. Relic's now being played for him. B doing something unorthodox as Abbasids. Rushing into the Relics. 2 and 2 more monks on the way. 1 already being returned home. B. So where's the way out of this for B? Because 2TC alone isn't good enough now. You could go free, but your opponent's walling, which tells you he has an intent to try and move towards your base. He doesn't have to worry about flanks anymore. So I think B just has to kind of blob army. Mangoes really aren't what they once were. You could go for Springles. Play like a mosh pit comp. Horsemen or Gulems. Backline of crossbows, some Springles in there. Pretty effective against Men-at-Arms, right? Men-at-Arms for English tends to blob. And that means the penetration will hit a lot of targets. Weirdly enough, because of the way that Springles are bugged and require units to be attacking, Springles are more effective against 50-50 armies of ranged melee than they are against full melee. Because full melee blobs tends to move a lot before stopping, and then they tend to move around each other, so Springles don't get that deep penetration shot of 4 units. Golden Angel should be creeping up soon. Oof, he only just got tier 2. Yeah, so no increased production anytime soon, which is pretty painful when you're trying to just scale mass Lancers still. Backstabs aren't working either, and we've got Anan moving in for what could be the killing blow. 1 outpost to rule them all. This is the park he needs, the parking position that he can't be moved from easily. TC's also in one location is awkward. you get camped here, no new villagers coming out. Just wants to be lost. Stab on the side is going to bait the Lancers out of position. That's going to give him the dive in. The crossbows outnumbered. The Lombos should be able to win this one. And B, at a point where he's going to begin trickling troops against mass ranged. A nightmare of a situation to find yourself in. This looks done. Anatan's patience pays off. It took a while to blob up the infantry, but he's finally there. And now that he's arrived in B's base, he will not be leaving. Yeah, outpost coming up behind, so we'll always have that safe retreat point. Relic's also being shuffled forward for reasons of bragging rights as GG gets called. Anatan, the pristine execution to open the grand finals with a Game 1 win. One down, potentially 4 more still to go, though. So we'll mark that one up. Fantastically executed in that game by Anatan. What's the takeaway from that game? It feels like that was... There wasn't much action, but it's the way that that played out. I'm wondering if that's YouTube-worthy. In some ways, it definitely feels YouTube-worthy. A perfect game of cat and mouse, maybe? Yo, what's up, Say No to Ducks? Thank you very much, mate. Seems you say yes to pigeons. Appreciate you, buddy. Welcome to the Swarm. So, perfect game of cat and mouse. Something to do with the tenseness, right? I'm trying to think. I need to think on that one a little bit. Anyway, let's get ready for the next game. Find out where we're heading here with the lads. So, we are going to be going to Wetlands. Oh, brilliant. What a map. Oh, thank you, Ducks. Glad to see and hear that you're interested in the game. Always wonderful to welcome more people in. Age of Empires 4 is in a fantastic spot right now. I keep saying all it needs is marketing efforts to bring more people in. The game's in the best balance state it's been. It's going to be French versus Japanese. That's kind of crazy. Maybe Dance to Death, something like that. Okay, so a minute away. Let me do predictions. So, Anatan opening the series with a dub. We are heading into Wetlands next. So let me just update that. It's going to be B with the Japanese. Dude, Japan is really, really good here, guys. Like, Japan is probably #1 civ on this map. I think we might be getting a balance out in the series. We'll have to see. So we'll start a prediction. French is kind of intriguing, though. They did look wild earlier with the Chamber of Commerce build, so maybe there's some hope. And that was when KP thought, what a genius I am for drinking caffeine at 10 p.m. When caffeine has a half-life of 4 hours, I believe it is. Yep, he's smart. Hey, I just drink it because I like the taste of it. What's it going to do to me? Yes, just to remind people, this is indeed being played on the test server. Right, here we go. What is that spawn? We have what may be the 2 best civs on Wetlands in the grand finals between Mayan Sanity's Anatan on the French in the blue and B of the 3D clan on the Japanese in the orange. What a series this has already been after one game, man. This map is wild. Marino is already molding. Wasn't there like a tournament game you had where it like ruined you? I can't remember. I think Wetlands is in theory a good idea. It just has terrible balancing. We have already had one game in this tournament where one player only got a single deer stack. But the idea is kind of cool with the berries and the fishing everywhere. I like the fact that the idea that you have to play onto the map, but I think Japan is kind of broken here. And you're seeing why right there. Why build a mill to come out and make this play when you can just build your house and drop off at it? Another crazy thing is how they follow this up, right? After they build these houses and they get into Tawara, they can then also start gathering from the berries that spawn near these ponds. This is what makes Japan so good. And what I like about Anatan's reaction is he's not going to fall for the trap that an Abbasid or Iabid pick would. Abbasids and Iabids tend to build docks so that they can get quick fishing online, but that gets counterplayed by mass shinobis from the Japanese. Mass shinobiing up against French Knights is kind of a big no-no, so B's probably going to have to play a more classic Kura Storehouse here, which should give Anatan an option to sneak trade while threatening Knights. That is a corner trade post. That is a lot of tree lines protecting potential trade. And we've already seen how Anatan has suffered at the hands of Louis MT's late-game French trade here. So, by the way, I just want to confirm a Marine Lord, because I've got Red Bull and Speed Dial. You want this map in the Grand Finals, right, buddy? And thank you very much, Widderprust, I think that is. Thank you for sub. Welcome to Swan, buddy. So yeah, I'm going to do what I can. I've got you covered, Marine Lord. I want to make sure you get what you want. So I'll phone my guy at Red Bull. We'll see about getting Wetlands added to the roster. The sad part is he'd probably be up for it. This is the guy who actually wanted mountain clearing in one of his series on LAN. And it is going to be Coca Township. People don't just play Shinobi to block the docks, which is effective, right? Because they can't get archerships out, but also to burn down docks. Shinobi are really effective DPS tools now in Age 2 because of the buff they recently received. 3 seconds quicker to produce, but now they only cost 100 resources. They used to cost 120. That's a humongous discount for a unit that has 80 HP, heals over time, and does 25 damage to melee, 20 damage to everything else. Shinobi are insane. B's going to do Mass Shinobi. He's not the first one, man. Funnily enough, some people have been doing this on the live server. It's really effective. I think the buffs around Daimyo gives you a powerful tool as well because you can play into Mass Horseman, Mass Shinobi. Because Shinobi's counter is meant to be archers. You can't build archers. In this matchup, you're more likely to see Spearman plus Shinobi. I think that can work because the kind of crazy thing here, guys, is the Daimyo. Funnily enough, Shinobi get buffed by Bannerman, believe it or not. Which means a 20 damage unit in the feudal age can get 15% more damage. We'll see. Yumi doesn't make much sense. Spearman is the most likely just because you're up against the Knights. And by the way, it is a Knight build. We're not getting trade at all. I feel like this favors Anno because of that detail. If this had been trade, I think Japan wins that by playing like Horseman Shinobi. But the scary thing here is the Knight timing and how quickly they scale. It doesn't perfectly mirror the Shinobi spam. It takes an extra 9 seconds. But the value of one Knight versus one Shinobi is not even close. The only way a Shinobi would feel like they could win that is if they're defending, so they could retreat to safety and heal. But in the mid-map, ninjas will just get ran down. So, vision coming in. I think what B wanted to do here was assassinate on the ponds, because France will lean heavily into these ponds due to the fact that they get cheap mills. So they are obligated to kind of play out. And it's a Civ in general that plays aggressive on their eco-gathering because they have knights. The logic is meant to be, I have a knight, why would you even try to compete with me? But B's going to try. So I reckon this is feigned aggression, like 5 Shinobi and then a tech choice. Sheep count is 11, not too bad. Only 7 on the other side. He hasn't got any safe ponds snuck behind. And the wall can't go up. That's crafty. B is going to be going into the stables, though. Maybe just the Uma Bannerman, nothing else. I mean, if it is, he's nowhere near ready, right? He's only got 100 stones so far. And he's only gathering about 10 to 15 a minute. So this has to be Horseman. This is kind of a weird build now, guys. If Anatan just builds Raw Knights, he should win. There's a micro element to it, and what I mean by that is like B can peel the Shinobi back, so that horsemen absorb the attacks when they get low, and then the shinobi just come in and stab, stab, stab, stab, stab. So it's all about like trying to outmaneuver with Shinshin. The other scary thing is if B gets enough horsemen and Anatan splits up his knights, you can frontline horsemen and shinobi can Shinshin past the knight to body block them. And then you just fish for knights, basically. It's kind of wild. And yes, apologies. Thank you for highlighting that. Score is reversed. Let me flip that. It's Anatan currently with the lead. First knight's in. Wolves are ambitious from B. And a lot of info given over, right? Anatan, I think he glimpsed the stables, so he knows what's coming next, which means he's not going to get baited into archers. You can tell by the amount of people he's got in gold. 9 people right now. So what's the out for B? If you build enough horsemen with the Bannerman aura, it can make a difference. The count has to be so high for that to be justified, though. Shinobi. That's huge. Shinshin in, gets another one. What a strike. B finds the deer workers and assassinates them. Well, Knights are now going to react, but 2 of those guys still have Shinshin, so you can split and run, hide in the trees here. What a move out of B there. And that's cool, because that completely offsets the French advantage they've built over 7 minutes from their quickly producing TC. Not ideal now, though. That was a bit of a mess. Focus fires the wrong knight. Waste time running around. That's 3 shinobi down. Only 1 heavily injured knight. So B's idea is clearly to eventually get into Uma, right? He's adding spears now. So was this all intentional to kind of create a false sense of security for Anatan? Make him build knights, more knights, more knights, and more knights? Until you have the ultimate counterplay into spears. I kind of like the idea. Like, you've shown horsemen as well, so it's going to make Anatan feel very confident about knights. Where this gets really impactful is if you get the Uma Bannerman. Oh, sorry, the Katana Bannerman, rather. Because your ninjas as well as your spears will both get buffed by that. Keep in mind, B can still fish for more, by the way. Second wave on the way. I want you to really be cognizant of the fact this is almost the same cost as a knight. It's 300 resources compared to 240. But the kill potential is higher. Because if you're not looking and they creep just close, the Shinshin gets them in. High-level players will see a knight, glimpse it, move away quick enough. If you glance these guys too late, they're already too close. Check this. Anatan. Ooh, he's waiting. But this is sick. B, he's going to Shinshin over the back tree line, right? No, he's just going to dive. Okay. He doesn't know about this. That's so unfortunate. That would have been an easy entry. But the knights don't react, guys. The knights don't react if you disguise. He's in. It's kick time. It's shift time. The villagers. Oh, that's going to be 2 more down. Shinshin in. He looks for another. Unfortunately, he gets in his own way. However, he snipes a knight. And gets another one, what, to half HP here. So a worthwhile exchange again for B. And also, this is keeping more of Anatan's army at home. He's not now counter-raiding. Behind this, B is prepping mass horsemen. Anatan has taken the bait and finally reacted archers at the worst possible time. So, to clarify for the whole disguise thing, folks, you don't get reacted to unless they click on you. The other thing to keep in mind is that scouts will reveal disguise, outposts reveal disguises, and the primary TC, I think actually secondaries might as well reveal disguises. So it's not an uncounterable strategy. In fact, there aren't many games on record where Spy has made that drastic of a difference. It can, if your opponent is not paying attention, doesn't know what to look for. Horseman grab, though. Check this. What a dive. So busy looking for fake villagers. Should be more worried about the real ones. The horsemen move in, and there's no reaction out of Anatan here. B now has a firm lead and an immediate GG out. Japan strikes back, and B is on the board. Bzzz, he's coming. Game 2, a very quick reaction out of B. Take us deeper into this set. There will be no shellacking, no absolute stomping, just more Age of Empires for action. So, game 3. Let's find out where we're heading. I'm gonna double check. I don't think I don't think Anna was crashing. I think he was looking at something else, and then the horsemen were already in, and it was too late. So we're going Rocky River. Rocky River, and it looks like the boys are gonna pick Delhi and Malians. Ooh. Wait, we've. I'll get them flashbacks, guys. We've seen this before between these two. Last time. It ended up with mass javelins versus mass war elephants. And the war elephants would take 1,300 hits to die. You want to watch that on YouTube when it turns up. Or check the VODs. It was a resounding win for Anatan, rather. So we'll have to see how they've adjusted for this time around. Let me update the graphics and we'll get ready to go. It was an insane game. So Rocky River being prepped. Meme game? I mean, it was meme game, but also it was a serious strategy. Like, B was trying to wall crawl the map with mass javelins. Hey, Elwell. Thank you very much, mate. I have indeed had something to eat. Or drink, rather. Protein Works. It's helped me. Look, I've just chugged it dry. That was the banana flavored. Guys, if you want to help out and get yourself something in return, I've already made a commitment with Protein Works. They've got all these different products. They've got meal replacements. They've got whey protein. Love the iced peach tea whey protein, by the way. The banana flavored everything is great. They've got pancakes. They've got like pot noodle type things. Nootropics, which is energy drinks without the spike down after caffeines that you get from typical energy drinks. Coffee coolers, so many different things. Exclamation mark Protein Works. Be sure to check them out. They're sponsoring us for a 4th month in a row. And I made a promise, guys, that if we get at least 10 sales this month, I will commit an extra $200 into whatever is already planned into the war chest of show matches and tournaments for October. So that's my promise to you guys. If we at least get 10 sales this month, I will up the ante on what we've got planned for next month. So a little something to say thank you for those that support me and support Protein Works. So get chopping. Nootropics is just another thing like brain drugs, but it's not like in an unhealthy way. It's like caffeine is energy drinks are technically nootropics, but it's the type of way that like energy drinks are meant to interact with you. Like you get a crash quite quickly, whereas nootropics is like a new range of energy drinks that don't have that crash. You kind of hit a high and then cruise down. All right, let me get ready on the predictions though. So B, nice strike back there. Protein Works ship to I think most of Europe, actually. They ship to North America, and I believe it might be Australia as well. I keep bugging them that they need to get to new countries, and I hope they will. Apologies if you're in a different country there. There's only so much I can do. But yeah, they've been fueling me for a while. What I love about them, guys, is this funny little thing. I don't know if you know this, but you burn a lot of calories when you cast, or at least I do. Waffle in my mouth. I'm also very animate. So I could get very hungry after like 3 hours of solo casting because a lot of talking. So, you know, it used to be I'd have to have a quick snack break or whatever. But with the Protein Work stuff, I just drink one of those and I'm like 5 hours in and I'm fine. So they work really well. It was a meme game last time, but we're in a grand final showdown this time. Surely we're not in for mass elephants versus mass javelins again. Let's find out. 3 clans B on the Malians in the orange. My Insanity's Anatan on the Delhi in the blue as we enter the 3rd game of this best of 5 grand finals. The first tournament ever on Season 9's patch. We're live from the test server to do exactly this. And we are on good old Rocky River. So, Malians received some big changes, folks. The defensive landmark has an extra spicy detail and giving you javelin emplacement accesses. The Delhi on the other side didn't have anything too drastic. There was only one big change for them, and it's a dock tech that lets them heal with their springle chips. So nothing that really matters there. But over time, the Delhi have been changing anyway. They're no longer this all-in feudal civ they once were. Instead, we've seen them with a lot of scaling potential in the late game. Elephants starting to come in the picture. House of Learning, as well as Dome of Faith, being meta. A complete flip from what the Delhi looked like just a few months ago. I think we are going to be getting Dome of Faith in this particular game. Playing just Ghazi feels just fine with the Delhi. Tower Victory did usually work quite well, weirdly enough, against Marlians to kind of poke at them, but it just feels like a much safer, easier route to play map, play these free Sacred Sites, and force B to come out of his base. And there it is. Anan just so on point with his Delhi builds recently. These Dome of Faiths have been popping off for him. There's a reason why he was taking the #1 spot, or contesting Louis for it on the ladder for quite a bit here in Season 8. The Season 9 is going to be a wild ride. Saharan Trade Network on the way. A smart defense against the Ghazi Raiders. For those that don't know, this has been changed. You get a Javelin emplacement now. An all-out post can get them. This is good for 2 reasons. 1, the Javelin damage is higher. Base damage is 8 on Arrow Slit. You get 11 on a Javelin emplacement. 2, instead of it costing 50 stone and 25 gold, Javelin emplacements, if you want to spam them more, only cost 75 gold. On a Civ that gets passive gold. And I knew someone was going to go there straight away. We are watching B, so he's going to trade, right? Unfortunately, no. You're up against Ghazi Raiders. If you try to open trade here, you're just going to die. This is a cool idea down the line. Question is if we're going to get deep enough for that. I'm also curious, what do you guys think? 1's if you're expecting Fulani. 2's if you think it's going to be a Farimba play. Because I've seen a few people try Farimba so far, and it hasn't really ended well. Is that 2's with Farimba, right? That's a lot of 2's. I'm not convinced. He did try Javelins last time and got memed out of the game. Maybe Mansu Musafadi could be good. We'll have to see. Anan, though. We should be getting the stables shortly. Now, keep in mind, Anan, last game he played of Delhi, he built 2 marketplaces instead of 2 blacksmiths. It happens. His key bindings were wrong. But I hope that mistake is fresh in his mind. It's a little bit hard to remember these things sometimes when you're 10 hours into a tournament day. But we're not at that step yet. It is going to be the stables, as is atypical here. Other side, B has teched up, and we will immediately see Cattle Ranches. He's not guaranteed going for Fulani, by the way, guys, because I've seen this from B before. The last game I cast between these two, B began with 1 run. Okay, yes, Fulani. That's kind of cool, though. You might be wondering, why would you not go Mansa if you're going to go Greed, go full Greed? It's because the Saharan Trade Network protects your Greed. This landmark is a lot stronger now. You see that 11 base damage? Even more when you're up against range units, right? It gets the +2. And correct me if I'm wrong, isn't 1.38 seconds attack speed quicker than Arrow Slits? Or is it the same? I think it's quicker. Because TCs have slower attack speed than standard outposts. I think Arrow Slits might have been like 1.5. I'd have to double check. So Scout comes in. Anan knows exactly what he's up against here. Cool thing about this for him is Sanctity's almost prepped, and he's going to have a potential flood of Scholars to just rush out towards these Sacred Sites. And B doesn't have anything to conflict with that. He didn't even go for the stables to get the Musafadi, the Scout upgrade, so that he can poke away at Scholars. And yes, you are correct. Javelins have more range. They're at 8 tar range. Blacksmiths is going to be on the correct key binding for Mr. Anan today. Scholars probably want to be getting pulled now. You're 35 seconds out. So at least one of these positions would be being rushed by a Scholar. Ghazi are going to start to rotate around the back, but the Javelin's just a great defense against this, guys. You're talking about a unit that lost 10 HP about 1 or 2 patches ago. On top of that, it only has 2 ranged armor. I've got double racks. So Donzo reaction coming in from B. Makes sense. You're trying to now force Delhi off of just Cav. Because when you go Dome of Faith, your infantry comp is really weak in Feudal compared to what it could be. Meanwhile, Marlians are a premium Feudal infantry Sith. The Donzos are better versions of Spears. They have access to Javelins, which can eradicate archers. You know, even though Soph is not the best bang for buck, but it's like a kind of weird pseudo-place heavy Cav unit. Warrior Scouts as well may not get bonus damage, but a very good frontline absorber. Marlians thrive off of these long, dragged feudals. So what really matters for Anan is he needs to lock in these Sacred Sites now so that B doesn't have time to bulk before he comes out. You need to force him to rush here. And that noise might do it. First Sacred Site now being locked in. Final prediction spread was almost 50-50. Slight favorability towards Anatan. I mean, I would probably bank on Anatan just because of the way he plays the Civ. Historically, also, Delhi do very well against Malians, but Anatan has been leveling up his Delhi play. Tome of Faith has just been taken over as well. I'm kind of curious because I know that Marine Lord said he thought Delhi was overrated quite a bit. He didn't rate them that highly. But that was with the Tower of Victory builds. I'm wondering if these new Dome of Faith builds, which are, of course, already live on Season 8, maybe changed his attitude about it? Eyebrows, eyebrows. Maybe it's going to come out in a certain land finals. Eyebrows, eyebrows. So understand. Now adding in the archers. 3 Sacred Sites have been locked in, but B's close to what he needs here. Had to be 5 ranches full. Close to the full stack to go in for the Fulani. And I wonder, it's probably going to be Sofa spam after a delay, right? Garcia for the time being getting ready for a dive in. This is dangerous. The Saharan Trade Network is scary. B. He needs to run for safety. Slow reaction though, and it's hand. He gets the blocker. He pinches them. B. Mistakes made. Court not looking. That's 6 down. And not only that, no Ghazi lost. The undermesh timing was pristine there. Anatan, what a read. Now, huge lead. Sure, you've got these ranches to kind of pad you at 75 a pop, but here's a thought for you guys. 375 extra resources from Sacred Sites. You're being mirrored out. You're now just a raw 6 behind. Not just that, B, now playing more infantry means more condensed, less map control. It means that Anatan can start to play onto these berries where you get that buff gathering rate as the Delhi. Keeps you further ahead. Not just that, even if he has to fall back, Anatan, thanks to all these scholars, now has pro scouts in at a reliable time with mass scouts coming. And also, because of this, B is now played out onto the additional pit mine. That's not as well defended. He has got a, what, javelin emplacement in here? Okay, that's not right. Wait, can you still... I haven't double-checked that. Can you still choose arrow slits instead of javelin emplacements? And if so, why? Or is that UI bugged? He wasn't hurling javelins, but he's meant to have a javelin emplacement there. Is that bugged? Because it unlocks, right here, Saharan Trade Network unlocks javelin emplacement for outposts. But I could have sworn it replaces. Yeah, it must be a UI bug, because that should be a javelin emplacement. Peculiar one there, but oof. A rough ride now for B. Anatan on his way to age free ahead of B. Ah, it disappears after an ungarrison, but that means when you're garrisoned, you... No, wait, it's still... Okay. Bugs to be expected in the pub. Hopefully someone has reported that, because it looks like you just don't... You don't get the javelin back after you ungarrison. Hopefully it's just a UI bug. The cap on the Sacred Site's not going to be working out here, though. B just trying to spread wide, going mass Musafadi. Curious choice. There's a lot of archers in the field. I guess he's maybe anticipating the tech up, because you definitely don't want to build Musafadi into mass archers. Tech's complete, though, and we should be seeing Lancers getting queued up straight away by Anatan. Love that. Veterancy queued. He's got some skulls at home. He'll have more coming. In the meantime, it is going to be a relic grab across the map. And B, I think this is why he went Musafadi, to just try and block the grabs everywhere. Love that. Triple Scholar to heal through the attack. Well, he does need to get shuffling, but as long as he does so, he should be able to make it home pretty easily. Okay, this is just rude, buddy. Start walking. I would try to kill him too, because that's witchcraft. How is he holding that relic? Archer's now arriving, so we're going to mop that up. A deep dive. 3 relics already on the way home. 4 soon. B, if he can get the tech and upgrade this Musafadi, great. But what's it going to cost you to get there? Ghazi, willing to commit into this engagement, are going to regret it. Numbers do not favor them. And Anatan, well, this is the awkward thing about what B's done. He's revealed his comp before he's teched. And Anatan now can just say, fine, more archers. Immediately queues them up. Veterancy coming in 40 seconds. Extra archer ranges being added in. I think we're just going to see spear archers from Anatan. Kind of crazy because there is a risk that your opponent goes archers with toxic arrows, but at this point, you're just seeing something that has a pure easy counter. A 1-2 comp. Nice micro. Unfortunately, it looks like B's paying attention. Good idea of Anatan. Warlord's going to be a little bit too late to save the day. So we'll lose the Scholar. 2 more relics are already being ferried home. The final one is going to get blocked out. And Grand Fulani Corral now on the way for B. It's crazy how much difference that early strike of 6 villages is really making in this game. Considering B's like on the verge, on the cusp of being able to push out. But imagine if for the last, what was it, 4 minutes, I think, he had that extra economy. Right, on average, 40 resources, let's say, roughly, for 4 minutes. So per villager, you missed out on 166. So you missed out on 960 resources. Which for Musafadi is an extra 10 plus. That was the difference maker, really. That's the thing that allowed Anatan to kind of semi-contain him here in a situation where he should have been flocking and flooding the map. Start cutting back here. Tech up now complete. So H3 is in. B needs those upgrades. Veterancy for the Musafadi is on the way, but in the meantime, he's taking a bad fight. He's running into vet archers with feudal age units that get countered. By the time he gets these upgrades, most Musafadi, if not all, are going to be dead. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, that is a sofa prep coming in. But Lancers are already here to answer. And no Farimba Freeborn today. For those who don't know, Farimba are bugged. They have 5 ranged armor, but they get countered by archers because they are light melee infantry. You will not see anyone who wants to win building Freeborn. Home place now also on the way, but an even bigger problem. It eclipses what you get out of the imported armors, which is so useful usually, right? The +2 armor gets eclipsed by the +3 damage. So another area that Anatan's likely to trade favorably in. A game where it feels like it's impossible to not trade favorably. 54 military to 16. 3 relics home. 4th one now coming. Let's make that 5. The Sacred Sites once again getting locked in. That's so tough for B, because he can't go raiding because everything's condensed, so Anatan can easily defend. So instead, you have to take the assault first and repel it. But 3-1 advantage is hard to overcome. Archer Mass now diving in. That is definitely an arrow slit, I think. Yep, maybe? Hard to tell. I think actually it is just bugged UI. I think it's working. However, even with the Javelin defense here, it has its work cut out. Archers sniping down the villagers that go back to work. The eco lead extending. And we are seconds away from what feels like a defeat for B in game number 3, which will put Anatan on match point in the grand finals. Yeah, this is over. There's no coming back from this. A wave of the white flag. 3rd game decided. Anatan, first to reach match point. B, not done yet. Alrighty then, so let's get ready to rumble. Let me mark up the game. So that is going to be a win for Lideli. Let's have a look at the drafts. My draft just bugged out, so let's not. Now let's have a look at the draft. I think Iabids probably for B. Depends on the map, but I think he leans to trying to get Iabids. Prairie. Yeah, so Prairie, you could go Zhone, but your opponent has Roos. And we've seen how bad of a time Zhone can have against Roos. Actually, that happened between B and Anatan in the upper bracket. I believe that was the one game which Anatan took. So maybe you switch up and go Iabids. Camels are decent even against horse archers. I mean, Prairie has to be Roos, right? You don't want... I guess you could play Order of the Dragon there. Order of the Dragon's not too bad. But then you get into Castle Race versus Ibids, which I guess can feel a bit awkward. Guys, I'm completely wrong. Would you like to guess? We have a bit of a weird one here. Didn't think we were going to get this on Prairie. It's China versus Ottomans. So this was presumably going to be an outpost rush that now can't be an outpost rush because Chinese supervision means they can spam more spears. I never would have expected this. Oh, thank you, chat. Well, this might be the last game, so let's make it a good one. China versus Ottoman. We're now past the 10-hour mark. If you are not, bare minimum, following this channel with notifications on, I do not know why. We put so many hours in. We give so much Age of Empires 4, and I wouldn't want you all to miss a single bit of it. Juji, yeah, Juji kind of okay. Especially when there's like Jonin. No, Juji wouldn't be banned. I think Anatan's gonna pro scouts. That must be the idea. You not follow your leader? I mean, the lack of any accolades next to your name says otherwise. I'm just saying. Let me flip that score. And let's get ready for the bet. So, win for Anatan. Never would I ever expect these civs with the players' drafts in this grand finals on Prairie. Welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. We are here in the preseason 9 Showdown grand finals. Game number 4. And Anatan on match point opts the Chinese in the blue. B tries to fight back with an Ottoman pick in the orange. What was the play here? I almost feel like B was going for some sort of outpost rush. I've seen the Ottomans do this really well because the gold is very rushable and also you get the racks cheaper. But against China, this is a no-go. It's the same with Mongols. Mongols kind of suck against China now playing Dark Age because of the supervision that China has. So we're probably just going to see a cruise towards feudal as quickly as possible. I don't think you're going to be seeing trade here. That would be cool from B, just going into the trade network and actively trading, but unlikely to occur. What I'm curious about is whether we're going to get pro scouts. Love the beginning by the two players, by the way. Double scout opener on both sides. Brutal for B nonetheless. You are doing this against the best scouting civ in the game because of their extra vision, allowing them to see sheep before you. And actually, at the highest level, what will often happen is that the player with China will see your scout and avoid your scout, so you don't know where he's been. But in this game, who cares? Get all the sheep. 28 to 18. So that's kind of wild now, because although B can spawn 10 with Anatolian Hills, it means that Anatan has offset the value of B's initial Vizier point. Not just that, but remember that China gets 20% more out of this. Not in this particular game, because Anatan is going to go Imperial Academy first. I think that's because he chose Double Scout. I'm usually not a crazy fan of this, but on a map like Prairie, I kind of understand it, especially when you've already sacrificed one villager to go for a second scout. You know, now that I just read that in chat, I am a little bit surprised that they didn't try and give the Zhuganu on horses, right? Anyway, Imperial Academy on the way, Sultani Trade Network other side. Makes sense. You usually feel like you have enough food, especially with the point into Anatolian Hills. Oh my god, he's not done! Anatan the Sheep Whisperer. 35 sheep! 18 on the other side for B. 45! I can't believe this. Consistently throughout the course of this day, Anatan has racked up the highest average sheep count by far of anyone in this tournament. And here, in possibly the last game of the preseason 9 Showdown, he sets a new record. So, who's favored in the feudal here? Sipahi is quite an intriguing detail, but the inflation on eco that you get from Imperial Academy is through the roof. Like, this is one of the best eco landmarks in the game. Gives you ability to spam into the taxmen at a discount. It also buffs up any taxation you get on buildings nearby. It's just such a potent tool when you consider taxmen give 20% more to your economy. And Ottomans, over a long feudal, building into military schools, getting your vizier points, they could compete. The issue I see in this game is, why wouldn't Anan just rush castle? What's to stop him here? And how would Ottomans ever mirror that timing? Your economy is just worse at this stage of the game. This is going to be tough. And it's not just the timing on gathering the resources, the timing on teching up. Remember, China has a better build speed here to reach age 3. How did you guys bet? 63% on B. I think some people have been spamming cavalry archers in test. Well, we are going to get the Sipahi. So it makes sense. On the map so open like this, Sipahi is your best friend. There's not really much safe. China doesn't have this fat tree line they can munch into, right? They're very exposed. And I think that's why Anan is going Barbican. Barbican. Ha ha ha! So apparently 35 sheep isn't good enough. We need to get an extra 10 sheep. Sorry, 11 sheep worth. Remember, they buffed boar, guys. It has 2,200 food on it now. Wild change there. Not entirely sure if it was needed. So just such a weird number. Why not go maybe 2,400? Damn. The more I'm thinking about this, the more crazy Barbican builds now feel. Offside, first Sipahi are going to be queued up. No blacksmith, so the timing on pumping these out is very slow. 30 seconds wait per unit. No active trade either. It's kind of smart, actually, because B's playing into Sipahi, you can't play into Pro Scouts, which you've seen some Chinese players do. It's very not a terrible map for that idea either. So good way to protect himself. I'd love to see Anan shove these deer now when he pulls the ball. Just get as much food underneath this Barbican as possible. And what on earth? B was going for an outpost rush. Wait, the scout almost killed the villager. This one will finish what he started. I can't believe that. How the hell did he get that much damage? Oh, this is painful for B. Losing one villager alone in a normal game, ouch. But you're against Song Dynasty, so China's already starting to outscale you. So what's the plan now? Mr. Magical Moments. For now, it's just going to be Sipahi. I think he's probably going to just fall back to a Castle Age rush. Question is, who does that faster? The scout was so busy killing the villager. The good news is at least there's no ball play. So you're not seeing Anan inflate his food income at an insane rate. But I have this weird feeling he doesn't mind. Oh, you reckon it was a wolf? That would make sense, right? Yeah, so it must have been a wolf the villager encountered. And then the scout joined in as well. Kind of brutal. And we're already getting the racks prep. So Anan's probably going to rush castle at this stage. I don't even know if you need to build any spears. You don't see enough units to justify a requirement, but Anan will just take the safe route. And yes, China definitely received a lot of kind of subtle buffs. Some of the changes are kind of different in that, like, the change around elite army tactics, in a way, China benefited because other civs got crippled because of battle hardened. So they got an extra health increase where others lost out, right? So that's kind of important to consider. On top of that, you've got things like the Serpentine Powder, which is pretty cool with Yuan Dynasty. Any civ that has movement speed buffs, such as Mongols, such as HRE, Ayabids in some ways as well, are going to really benefit from the ramp of that. And oh, what? Okay, was that a spearman? I hope that was definitely a spearman. So he loses a spear, but he regains aggro just before the heal will come through. So Boar now dead. A lot of safe food for Anan. And oh my, this has to be a bait. He's actually trying to send it. I think he's going to realize it's a mistake, though, because B is already teching up. I'm not crazy about the Imperial Armory, guys. I think it's a bit overrated. Can we agree that with Season 9, Imperial Armory is not great? Oh, what? Clip it and ship it to the devs. We've got a new bug. Boar does not give 2,200 food. You only get 2,000 now. And what the B, he tries to cut off the wood. I mean, this is going to cover his tech up. It's a lot of idle time with the villagers coming over. This game has so many wild little details in it. It's going to be denial in the end. So Outpost is going to go down. Zapai and Scout should be able to run away. I can't believe that. The villager did get sniped though, right? So one less for B, but one age up advantage here. One that's not going to last long. Anan is almost ready to pull the trigger himself, and I do not think Mehmed Imperial Armory is that good anymore. It doesn't have that timing that it once had that gave you control. Mangonels are underwhelming now. They're not worth it. I think there's going to be a lot more games where people go Istanbul Imperial Palace now because of the extra Vizier point options and the fact that you're now able to get to them much quicker with a double XP. These two are always so entertaining. And this is the correct read by Anan. Siege, I mentioned the mangoes are already worse. SCBs are still good, but Prairie is not a great map for pushing Siege in a rush. So Imperial Palace is really smart because now, if we're approaching a point where B has to creep his economy out, you'll be able to scout them. If you're worried about flank raids coming in, I'm going to teach you how broken this is. Or rather, Anno is. The Imperial Palace will see everything on the flanks. There'll be no sneak in from Cav. I mean, watch this. I'm not even exaggerating. Ready, set, vision. Good luck getting an outpost rush in now. He sees everything with this landmark. Holy crap. Map now just illuminated, and Anan in a very cozy position. He still has a sheep advantage, right? He's starting to exhaust it though. 14 sheep versus the 17. But the boar hasn't been touched yet. And remember, B didn't go Madrasa, so he doesn't have that safety net at home. He just has some trickle of gold. I'm not entirely convinced Trade Network is better on this map. It's extra eco units, so I kind of get it. But it's like, you have 8k gold, so I don't feel like doing this makes you feel good. It's extra eco, so you do it. But it's not like you're in a game where you'll lose access to gold, for example. So this is going to be what? Mass Infantry Blob versus Janissary Lancer? I think that favors China. You can just build into the crossbows. Crossbows isn't great here if your opponent's building Janissaries. Remember, they reworked Janissaries, guys. They no longer take bonus damage from range units. It's now that they specifically take bonus damage from archers. Archers got a bonus value up against light range gunpowder units now, which China is not building. They're building the Zhugnu and crossbows. Relics are at least on the way home. B getting a big edge. Oh my god. He went up to 5 imams already. This is so smart. He's actually punishing Anan for doing the classic thing China does. They don't move. China is that classic, haha, come and hit me type civ. Always our favorites. This is the way that you punish them for those who want to like find a way of beating turtley civs like English, China, and whatever. Is because they play turtley, they're not going to play the map, so you need to use the map. Relics, sacred sites, surplus resources on places like Deer and Boar. These are things that can give you an edge when they're sitting at home, building walls and building farms. Which comes in from Anan now, though. Does reveal the comps to the Mango. Gonna be able to scare him a little bit here, but the gold is now getting idled out. However, B, having 2 relics already home, should have the trickle he needs. Anan behind this is way too stacked on gold. 1,600 in the bank. Part of that due to how many people are working, but also it's the tax effect. This gets out of control. If you're not building mass Shiganu or mass crossbows, your eco just becomes completely unbalanced. Another mango from B is kind of intriguing here. I guess he's not feeling threatened by any counterattack from Horsemen. Like, you can't really build that into Janissaries anyway. You don't have farms, the resources, right? Good hit on the side by B. Able to pick back some of those crossbows. Spearman just completely out of position there. And the initial woodline has ran out, but what we got back here is probably your safety net. I guess you could retreat south side to gather the berries as well. Likely where Anatan's going to go. Probably feel better about going north simply because you have vision there. So it's less likely you get raided and that you don't see it coming. Good God, with 2, soon to be 3 mangoes. I think what makes this feel weird is like B's the one that has to make a move, not Anatan, right? Because Anatan is scaling economy. He has Song Dynasty. B has got military scores, which gives you value, but he hasn't built any. There's no passive production coming through. All block on the backside, and looks like the gold has been scouted out. Dumb Mango should be enough to scare him away from this. Counter-offensive now as cavalry do ride in. Palace Guard's starting to arrive. And crossbows as well to start mopping up these lances. Overall should be a good trade, right? Like the cav going down in the exchange. The villager kills do matter, but it's still Anatan with an 11 eco lead here. Defensive army is going to start to get pressure though. Anatan is turning this into a multifaceted raid. He understands that B has played quality, but with that quality comes sluggishness. Lancers are quick, but Janissaries are not. Same with the mangoes. So instead of addressing the mango threat directly, what Anatan is doing is dividing and conquering. He's trying to hit 3 or 4 different locations so that B can't save everything. It's pretty cool, actually. Palace Guard a smart move for that course as well, as it is going to be the faster moving option in the infantry form. And remember, you can't go cav. You can't afford to go cav here. Because the Janissary comp is already there. I am wondering, actually, if Anatan remembers that Janissaries aren't countered by crossbows anymore, because the way he's building kind of reeks of the classic Janissaries die to crossbows meta. But once again, they have been changed. They no longer take bonus damage from ranged. It's just from archers that have a specific tag on them to do bonus damage. We've got backstab. Yo, what a move! The idle time, B! 29 of the 49 villagers having to run for their lives. A few of them are going to be brought down. The idle time is also going to hurt him in his ability to reboom, because this was the food source. Look at his income. Not a good sign. He's not dropped off anything for the last, what, 15, 20 seconds. A little trickle is starting to drop in. The Lancers jump the gun, though. The Spearman should be able to trade favorably here. And he's encroaching. Look at the mini-map right now. Anatan is coming from all sides. B looks like those guys in a movie that set up a camp at night, and now the SEAL team is just surrounding them and coming in on all sides of the forest. And this is the slip-up we talked about, right? Like, B can take one of these armies. He can't take all of them, though. Anatan just kind of treating this like Normandy, right? You don't need every beachhead to succeed, just one. Things to start crumbling here. Mango's also now in trouble. Not guarded. Final stab. Will get in. So 1 mango down, 2 remain. Second mango to be exposed. And the whiff there. Remember, they do not auto-track anymore. A-click is your worst enemy. Crossbows are going to start sniping the villagers. Looks like the repair crew should be able to save it, but the cost is adding up in this game. And the split, you're just seeing how underwhelming mangoes now are in Season 9. Second one down. Villager difference is getting out of control. Anatan, 23 up, is looking to end it in 4. And B, now trying to go cavalry archers. He commits the Vizier point. This new unit seems pretty damn strong at this stage in the game. But when you're this far behind, getting that scale point is going to be the issue. And the good news is, you know, the good news would have been if archers weren't coming, you could play flanks, but this is efficient for Anatan now. Archers are the counter to Janissaries. You're going to see it as they march out. They do get bonus damage against this unit. In fact, if I can find the first one, we can show it off. There is an archer here. Boom. +7 versus light gunpowder infantry. So you're double damaging against them. Yeah, Janissaries tend to just get evaporated now by archers. 3.5 tower range versus the 5. And although your attack speed is a bit better, the damage differential doesn't really exist. It's a smart read by Anno. And it also allows him to put his gold into just mass palace guard now. The funny thing is these cavalry archers are also going to get countered by this. They're vetted up. They only have 105 health. Their attack speed is terrible. Their range is less than archers. Jugnu should still counter Jannies from a cost basis, though. Movement speed. Archers can kite you out perfectly. And archers do 14 damage. Jugnu, they do, what is it? You can get up to 7, so 21, but ranged armor 2, so you're going to lose 6 there, so you're doing 15 damage. So an archer will do more damage, actually, with the plus dex, right? Or rather, he would do 1 damage less, I think. But I think it's worth it for the mobility. Especially when you're building spears and pass guard and you're moving kind of away from crossbows. It just overall amplifies your movement speed. And yes, agreed. Jugnu, like we said, archers will attack before Janissaries due to the range difference. Jug get a bit too close. All right, Pete. Last stand, I think, because Anan has an overwhelming lead here. Cavalry Archer's not able to sneak out for kills. Second group is already there, though. However, this is a foul strike in. Anan, ready to rock and roll. Double mango defense. Used to be a game breaker, but no longer. Mango shot comes in, but you barely register the damage done here. The splash is just so low. Archers now able to start mopping up the Janissaries, and enough spears to break on through and kill the siege. Anan will close out the grand finals. He will be your pre-season 9 Showdown champion. B falls 3-1. Big shout out to all the players for a long and exhausting day. 10.5 hours of back-to-back-to-back series for some of these players. It's been relentless. It's been non-stop. And Anan, through style, stamina, and prowess, is your champion. Woo, woo, woo. What a way to do it. Congrats to Anan. A well-earned victory, my friend. Love to see it. Great series between the two. Yes, guys, we were going to have a best of 7 here, but I wanted to be fair to the players because the day went very long. Longer than maybe we would have originally anticipated. So I wanted to be fair to them. We made it a best of 5 instead of a best of 7. But still, quality delivers on through. Fantastic tournament overall. Thank you everyone who tuned in. Thank you everyone who played, man. Like, this was very impromptu. We obviously, didn't have much time to react to the pop. We started preparing for this, planning this 2 days ago, and by we, I mean me. Little shout out to people like Adico that gave me some tips on how to set up Start GG. But like, we had to plow through on our own here. So solo casting, solo observing, solo producing. We done it all, baby. But Anan, it comes through as your champion. $150 prize pool. He will take home half of that. $75 will go to the absolute legend. Really big shout out to all the players that signed up. We had some big quality names coming through. Commiseration to Sassy. I think he had some tech issues in the end. Big shout out to Ramen coming in last second to replace him so that we had a balanced 16-player bracket instead of being 15 and having some buy rounds, which is always nice. Love to see the upcomers. Love to see some of the upsets. People like Deniskia able to take down some people like Corvinus and some surprising upsets that no one really saw coming. But, really big shout out to also Louis, who very last second was like, oh, I actually want to play. And we managed to get him in there, which completed that 16-player bracket. But much love to everyone who tuned in. This has been absolutely fantastic. The first of what I assume will be more tournament action coming. We have something really big in the works coming post-Wololo. Something that I think the scene has sorely been lacking that should help bridge the gap between amateur and pro, that should help bridge the gap between tournaments to build a baseline narrative to help structure these stories and have something happening in the midweek. A really big goal for me has been I work tournaments, whether it's in Age of Empires 4 or other games, typically on the weekend. So like I can't do things on the weekend on my own channel. So I really try to lean into the weekdays. For those that are new here, we do streams on Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, sometimes Fridays as well. This coming week, we've got a sponsored stream on an MMO we're going to be doing on Wednesday, actually. Hopefully you guys join me for that, because it's going to be a streamer content creator tournament PvP event where I will try to not be the biggest, most useless person on the team. But I'm really trying to focus on building a community here from an esports perspective and also wider, and hopefully you'll join me along for that ride. I love that we've got a bunch of new faces starting to appear the last few weeks. We will have more show matches coming. I think no more on the pop, because we're going to catch up tomorrow on the series that didn't get covered by us. So we'll have plenty of content coming tomorrow, some for Tuesday, and then maybe we switch over back to the main server. But I will try to maybe for Thursday see if we can get some sort of show match planned, maybe 4 players invited for another map experiment. For those that don't know, we done that last week, where we had 4 players invited to test 6 new maps that just haven't really had the chance to shine in tournament formats, but I will be changing that, I promise, after Wololo. So yeah, we've got some big partnerships coming up to make that all happen. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to announcing it. I need to figure that out. I need to actually maybe lean on them to figure out the best way we're going to announce this. Do I announce it now? I might just announce it now. I'm not going to have time to prep a trailer or anything fancy like that. All right. I've been working hard because I think there is something sorely missing in the Age of Empires for competitive esports scene. Almost like a league format, a baseline, something that players can play for throughout the week, something that when they're sidelined after they go out early in a tournament, they got something to do, something that players can grind and work towards to try and get them into competitive format. Because I think it's sad that so many players, their practice is just ladder. Ladder is not a great way of practicing for tournament play. It doesn't prep you for the drafting formatting. It doesn't prep you for the limitations, the different environment, the intensity and whatnot. So we are going out of our way to fix that. We've been able to partner up with Microsoft as well as EGC TV to do something really cool here. After Wololo, and it might start the first week or second week, I'm figuring out the exact details after I get back. It'll probably be the second week because I want to make sure everything's lined up. So from about the 12th of October, we are going to have tournaments that play out across the week with open scheduling for the players. So prize pool is not going to be absolutely insane. I think we're settling on like $150 or $200. Top 2, top 3 are going to pay out. But the idea is it's going to be a 32-player invitational format. And invitations are going to be sent out based on your ranking on the ladders. That's how we stop it being gatekeepy. I want people who are able to get up there to then get experience in. They'll probably get maybe annihilated if they cheese their way up just playing HRE, but once they're in there, they can experience tournament formats. So the top 32 players on ladder will be submitted invites. If they decline, we'll go to the next person. But what I wanted to do is, because the prize pool isn't big, because we're spanning this out, we are committing $150. I'm going to double check. It's either $150 or $200 we settled on per week for 30 weeks. Just do the maths on that and you'll realize it's actually quite a big penny. That will be spread out for the players, so they have a league format, they have something to train in, something to look forward to. And the thing that I wanted to do for people is, because scheduling can be rough and you don't want to feel like, I can't believe that 16 players, a lot of them very talented, were willing to take 10 hours for $150 prize pool, but they did. What I want to do for people is say, you guys are going to organize your matches. So seeding will be released. The bracket will be released. It will be single elimination. We'll be doing probably best of 3s all the way through until the semifinals, which we might turn to best of 5, and then the grand finals will be either best of 7 or best of 9. The grand finals will be cast on EGC TV's channel by me, and we will look to have guest casters for that, so that I'm not just helping the players, but I'm also helping the casting ecosystem as well. But the rest of the games will be cast across on this channel throughout the week. And what we're looking to do is have that be on Thursdays on EGC. And the moment that completes, the next format gets locked in. The 32 players get invited, and they can start organizing their matches. They can play them out. I will try to force a semi-constricted format in that by this day, we need to be down to this round and this round, so that players can just forfeit or play, so that we keep it moving. But the whole logic there is some people have time on a Monday, but they don't have time on a Tuesday. Some people will will be able to pound out 2 best of 3s. Some people can't do that. I wanted to give players a level of agency over their scheduling so that it felt worth playing in, even if the prize pool wasn't huge, so that they could practice, they could get experience in a tournament format. They could also grind for ATR ranking, which is going to be really important for bigger tournaments done by people like EGC, and of course the stuff Warman's been working on with Steel Series, so that they can get more favorable outcomes in those tournaments. So it's all a big part into helping that. Really big shout out to Microsoft, really big shout out to Nilly for working with me and EGC as well to figure out a way that made sense financially for them to invest in it. Because of course, I've kind of like on every single AoE4 tournament, but my channel isn't like Beastie big or EGC big or Dume big. Hopefully, I'd love for us to get there. Hopefully, this helps us grow more because then I can bring in sponsors and I'll probably look to level up those prize pools in an individual week. But yeah, I mean, spread the word. Tell everyone about it. I know, clip it. Probably too long to clip. But like to TLDR the announcement, we, after Wololo, have got open scheduling formatting. 32 top players from the ladder will be invited to play each week. The grand finals will be cast on EGC TV. $150 up for grabs. ATR ranking to play for as well. Finally, a foundation path between these big events to start building the legacy of Age of Empires 4. This is something that's sorely been missing. Everything is weekend bound, and we are now looking to fix that. So, hopefully you'll all join me for that journey. Hopefully I'll see a lot of you flocking in week after week. Because instead of just casting the pub games, which I don't like, we're going to be doing tournament formats where the content is going to be different. We're also going to use this as an opportunity to change the default map starter. It's not always going to be Dry Arabia. We're going to use this as an opportunity to test new maps from talented creators like Caillou, like Avali, and so many others that are waiting. So this is a route of access for players to big tournaments, but it's also a route of access for map creators to big tournaments. And I'm proud to be spearheading it. But I think we probably should get ready to come to a close. So, YouTube side, it has been absolutely incredible over there. I think we were averaging like 60, 70 people. Thank you very much for tuning in. I'm going to end you in a nice way, as in I'm going to let you get to sleep because we've been live for 10.5 hours. Thank you. I appreciate you all tuning in there. Make sure that you're following the Discord as well for updates. I forgot to tweet out today because I was just so bogged down. I feel bad about that. But I'm going to end the YouTube stream now, and hopefully I'll see you guys tomorrow when we catch up on all the series that didn't get covered.